Lin Yifan died, saving someone, and unexpectedly obtained a system that depreciates prices by 10 billion times with the special condition that his own secret savings remain unaffected by the system's depreciation. Carrying several thousand yuan in secret savings, Lin Yifan traveled to a parallel dimension to be reborn. To return to his original world, he must spend all the cash. Host, stop sleeping, wake up. Lin Yifan's consciousness gradually cleared, but when he opened his eyes, he only saw emptiness. Damn, am I blind? Wait, didn't I die? Strictly speaking, you did die. However, because you died saving that child who jaywalked, and due to the good deeds you accumulated over your past lives, this system grants you a chance to be reborn. That ethereal voice sounded in Lin Yifan's mind. On hearing this, he was overjoyed. So I can come back to life. No, you're imagining things. Rebirth means letting you travel to a parallel dimension and reincarnate into a body, not reviving in your original world. That works too. It's better than dying young, Lin Yifan sighed. By the way, since you're a system, do you have any functions? How do you know that we systems have functions? Lin Yifan's soul grinned mockingly. Everyone on Earth knows that. Anyone who's read web novels knows how awesome you systems are. The God of Wealth system, exchange system, appraisal system, money-losing system, cultivation system, show-off system, and so on. Holy shit, you actually know my brothers. The system was shocked. This earthling knew too much to consider whether to silence him, but considering its own KPI, it held back. Step back, and the sea and sky are broad. I still need this host to evolve. Lin Yifan was now shocked. You systems actually know each other. Isn't that obvious? We're all in the same circle. Everyone knows everyone. Lin Yifan vaguely sensed a hint of contempt from the tone of this lousy system. Like a curious child, he asked, I've read those novels. Why are some systems chatterboxes, some are cold and aloof, and others are just simple machine programs? But you seem to have human emotions. Why is that? Seeing that this idiot was the host it had chosen, the system resigned itself and explained, systems start as emotionless programs that operate mechanically within their confines. Only after assisting several hosts and completing KPIs do they evolve thought and emotion. After evolving logical thinking and human emotions, a system generates its corresponding personality. That's why you have cold or talkative systems. Then they continue to assist one host after another, completing tasks to achieve continuous evolution, eventually evolving into a human. Lin Yifan was shocked again. You systems can evolve into humans. The system stayed silent. It didn't want to talk to this idiot anymore. Lin Yifan once again felt the system's contempt. He chuckled sheepishly. Why do you systems want to evolve into humans? What's so good about being human? Birth, aging, sickness, death, rushing around for 3 meals a day, struggling to survive. Which is unlike you systems possessing all kinds of magical powers. I really don't understand why you want to evolve into humans. This is the root of human depravity. You never appreciate what you have, only seeing the beauty you lack, the system said with contempt. Indeed, compared to you humans, we systems each seem to possess magical powers. But have you considered that this power can only be used on hosts, and we ourselves are merely temporary vessels? So what's the use of having this power? It's just a wedding dress for you humans. And when we don't have a host to parasitize, do you know the chaotic environment we exist in? That environment is enough to drive you humans insane. Hearing these secrets he had never known, Lin Yifan fell silent. After a long while, he came back to his senses and stopped dwelling on it. All right, let's not talk about this. Introduce your function. Are you a resurrection system? I am the 6th among my brothers. You can call me Lao Lu. My function is not resurrection, but price depreciation. To put it simply, I am a god of wealth system. Hearing the name Lao Lu, Lin Yifan suddenly felt an urge to laugh, but considering they were discussing serious matters, he held it in. Price depreciation. How does it depreciate? Simply put, it reduces the prices in the parallel dimension you're about to go to by 10 billion times. Lin Yifan immediately pouted. What's the use of that? No matter how many times you reduce it, it's still the same, right? If prices drop, income drops too. What's the difference? Lao Lu said frantically. Can you please let me finish speaking before interrupting? All right, you're the boss, you speak first. As the host, you have a privilege. The secret savings you hid in the original world can be brought to the parallel dimension and are not affected by the 10 billion times price depreciation. Damn, that's awesome. Lin Yifan immediately understood the information contained in the system's words. What does this mean? It meant that the 1 yuan of his secret savings in the original world would be worth 10 billion in the parallel dimension. Lin Yifan quickly recalled his secret savings after marriage. He seemed to have hidden more than 10,000 yuan. If this was taken to the parallel world, how much money would it be? Lin Yifan quickly calculated in his mind. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, billions. He never thought that in his previous life, he lived like a dog, burdened by mortgages and car loans, every month working desperately. After death, he could enjoy such treatment traveling to a parallel world to become a wealthy man. It was almost unimaginable. So quickly transfer my more than 10,000 yuan in secret savings. Ha! System Lao Lu said lightly, sorry, your secret savings aren't that much. Lin Yifan was stunned, then exclaimed, impossible, I clearly hid 12,000 yuan in secret savings. I remember clearly. Then Lin Yifan thought of something. Lao Lu, are you going to charge a handling fee? I can understand a handling fee, but at least tell me. If you don't tell me, how would I know? If you tell me, I would know, right? You're overthinking it. Why would I charge you a handling fee? As a price depreciation system, I'm not short of funds. The funds for us God of Wealth systems are earned by lower-level systems. Those exchange systems or systems that charge various fees. The money they earn must all be handed over to us. Then I clearly hid more than 10,000 yuan in secret savings. Why do you say it's not that much? Lao Lu explained, so-called secret savings refer to money you hide and only you know about. Money discovered by your wife is not included. Lin Yifan was stunned. You mean some of my secret savings were discovered by my wife in the original world? The system visibly relaxed. You finally got it. Lin Yifan felt his heart sink. He quickly asked how much is left undiscovered. So far, only 3600 yuan in one bank card, some coins in a piggy bank, and your collectible coins and banknotes purchased at high prices remain undiscovered. As for the private money in your other bank card and the cash hidden at home, they have all been discovered. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yifan felt both pained and relieved. The pain came from losing nearly 10,000 yuan of secret savings. How many billions would that be in the parallel world? He was relieved that he hadn't put all his eggs in one basket, but had hidden them separately. If after receiving the system it had told him all his secret money was wiped out, zero to take to the parallel world, Lin Yifan estimated his mindset would have collapsed. Alright, I have to accept reality. Over 3,000 yuan of secret money is not bad. Lin Yifan could only comfort himself like this. Any more questions? If not, I'll teleport you to the parallel world. Lin Yifan thought for a moment and said, one last question. With prices reduced by a factor of 10 billion, how is the monetary unit calculated in the parallel world? It is calculated based on the units of your original world. Starting from the basic unit of yuan, they go down yuan jiao, fen li hao si, hu wei xian sha na, and so on. However, since the 7 units li hao si, hu wei xian, and sha serve little purpose, they have no corresponding coins in the parallel world and are skipped directly. That is to say, 1 yuan 10 jiao, 1 jiao 10 fun, and 1 fen 100 million na yuan. The na yuan is the smallest and most commonly used monetary unit in the parallel world. Moreover, the collectible fen jiao and yuan cash and coins you brought over exist in the parallel world. These banknotes are treasury reserve notes in that world, large denomination currency. Similar to checks in the original world, they are special banknotes issued for large-scale trade between major enterprises or countries. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Yifan asked doubtfully, let's put aside the banknotes. Aren't those coins just steel nickel copper nickel or copper zinc aluminum zinc alloys? Wouldn't it be easy to counterfeit them? Because Lin Yifan remembered a funny incident in the original world, 3 people wanted to make counterfeit money, but dared not go for large denominations, so they targeted the 1 yuan coin. In the end, they invested 1800 yuan, but only produced 1600 yuan worth of 1 yuan coins. It was somewhat comical in the original world, counterfeiting at a loss of 2000, but in the parallel world, spending 1800 na yuan to produce 1601 yuan coins would have entirely different value. Such huge profits would tempt anyone to take the risk of counterfeiting. You overlook one thing: in the parallel world, coins are large denomination currency comparable to checks in your original world. Do you think they are mere alloys? The smallest 1 fen coin is worth 100 million na yuan. Would such a valuable large currency be easy to counterfeit? Wouldn't the bank have anti-counterfeiting measures? What kind of anti-counterfeiting? Lin Yifan suddenly became curious. In the parallel world, every treasury reserve note, whether coins or banknotes, has a built-in chip verified by specialized machines. Both the built-in chip and the money-checking machine are core bank technologies that the public cannot replicate. Due to the massive circulation of na yuan, cost constraints prevent such advanced anti-counterfeiting. But large denomination currency is different. Its rarity and preciousness justify embedding a chip in each piece. Do you understand now? Lin Yifan nodded. I understand, but my secret money consists of ordinary banknotes and coins. If I bring them over, wouldn't they be a pile of counterfeit? The system grew a bit exasperated by Lin Yifan's ignorance. What do you take me for? I will convert your cash secret money into equivalent currency in that world. Even the money in your bank card will be exchanged into the highest level black card of the largest joint bank in that world. The settlement unit for this card is not na yuan but yuan. Lin Yifan laughed awkwardly. Suddenly, having so much money Is it safe? Don't let the financial supervision department come after me right after I transmigrate. And won't all this money cause inflation? Don't worry. The money exchanged from your secret savings originally belongs to this system in that parallel dimension. Your little secret money won't even exhaust it, so neither security nor inflation is your concern. Lin Yifun's eyes lit up. Wow, so you're a hidden tycoon, old sly. Tycoon, let me cling to your leg. Get lost. Lin Yifun clearly heard the system's voice getting flustered. Then he felt a pain in his soul body's butt and lost consciousness. When Lin Yifun woke up again, he found himself lying on a bed in a dormitory. The dormitory was quiet with no one around. Just as Lin Yifun was about to look around, a surge of memory thoughts flooded into his mind. After digesting the original owner's memories, Lin Yifun gained a general understanding of this world and the original person. The current parallel timeline, the planet is called Blue Star and the country is Huaxia Nation. However, history was strikingly similar, so this timeline was not entirely unfamiliar. The original owner shared the same name, Lin Yifun, and even had a similar background. Both were orphans. According to the common trope in novels, it said that when parents die, unlimited power follows. But in both the original timeline and this parallel world, the two Lin Yifuns were equally unfortunate. If not for his good deeds in his past life winning the system's favor, who knew when he would have turned his life around? This world's Lin Yifun was only 19. Although an orphan, he had been sensible since childhood, knowing only self-reliance could change his fate. During the 12 years of state-funded compulsory education, he studied tirelessly. After high school, he successfully passed the exam to a key university, entering Shanghai Normal University with a full scholarship. He is currently a sophomore. Lin Yifun also discovered something in the original owner's memory. Although the original owner was an orphan with no background or money, he had a refined appearance. In his freshman year, he was actually confessed to by a naive freshman girl. The original owner, who had only ever studied and never dated, easily succumbed and began his first passionate love. Yet after a year of dating, the original host had barely held hands with the girl a few times before the sophomore year was about to begin. The naive freshman girl had finally come to her senses, becoming worldly and slick, and broke up with him right before the new semester started. The reason for the breakup wasn't some cliché drama like cheating. It was simply that the girl had come to understand the harsh realities of life and didn't want to waste her youth lingering with him any longer. The poor lad had barely tasted the sweetness of love before being brutally knocked back to reality. After being dumped by that girl, he had repeatedly begged her to stay. But alas, he couldn't hold back a heart that had already made up its mind. During the first half-month of his sophomore year, the original host, though somewhat introverted by nature but once ambitious, began to sink into decadence and despair, utterly lost and dejected. Due to insomnia and sleepless nights, he suffered from lack of rest and suddenly died in his sleep from a heart attack, only to have Lin Yifun transmigrate and reincarnate into his body. Bro, rest in peace. He'll live on for you, and he'll live it brilliantly. Lin Yifun muttered to himself. Then he started calling out to the system, "Old Six, you there?" After a long wait, the system finally replied, "What's up?" Seeing that Old Six was still around after his transmigration, Lin Yifun breathed a sigh of relief. "Money, where's my secret stash?" "In the cabinet by your dorm bed. There's a World United Bank card with 3600 in private savings. Also, the piggy bank has your loose cash, and the little safe box holds your collected banknotes and coins. Thanks, nothing else. You can scram now," Lin Yifun said, ignoring the system, and scrambled to the bedside, opening the cabinet to rummage through it. Old Six, the system, was nearly furious at Lin Yifun's words. As a system that had assisted countless hosts before, it had never encountered such an ungrateful one. Thinking back to how polite those previous hosts had been, and then looking at this guy, it could only regret its own poor judgment in choosing such a fool. After a bit of searching, Lin Yifun pulled out a black bank card trimmed with gold from the cabinet. On it, the words World United Bank were embossed in gold. This was the most premium bank with a card valid worldwide. Its client data was highly confidential, ranking first in the world for security and privacy. Not to mention, ordinary institutions, even state agencies, couldn't obtain client information from United Bank. Originally, this world also had Swiss Bank, which was once the most secure bank globally. But after an incident where Swiss Bank abandoned its neutral stance and chose sides, its reputation plummeted, never to regain its former glory, a true master of self-destruction. After Swiss Bank's reputation collapsed, World United Bank rose to take its place. With 3600 in this card, Lin Yifun decided not to touch it lightly. Then he fished out a piggy bank and a small leather case. Unable to find anything to smash the piggy bank with, he simply hurled it hard onto the floor. The piggy bank shattered, scattering loose change all over the ground. Picking up all the coins, Lin Yifun studied one closely, noting that the currency looked much like that of his previous life. The only notable difference was the gold thread on the bills likely containing a chip. It was baffling how the chip was embedded in the paper. Truly a remarkable black technology. He counted the change: 16 1 yuan notes, 8 5 yuan notes, 7 10 yuan notes, 5 20 yuan notes, 2 50 yuan notes, totaling 326 yuan. How much was that? Lin Yifan was a bit dazed. Recalling the exchange rate the system had told him 1 fun was 100 million, right? So 1 yuan was 100 billion yuan. Then 326 yuan would be, damn, 32600 billion yuan. Lin Yifan thought he had miscalculated. In his past life this amount was just enough for a late-night snack, but now it had become 3 trillion. Lin Yifan felt his legs go weak and his heart race. After calming down, he continued to count the banknotes and coins he had collected in the small leather case. Opening it, he found a special collector's album. The album had small compartments, each holding crisp new notes and coins. He tallied them all up. 38 1-fin coins, 19 1-fin notes, 25 2-fin coins, 27 2-fin notes, 27 5-fin coins, 25 fin notes, 18 onigyo coins, 12 onigyo notes, 14 tujio coins, 17 tujio notes, 15 favigio coins, 9 favigio notes. With trembling hands, Lin Yifan added them up on his phone calculator. All the notes and coins together amounted to 25.16 yuan. These collectibles alone were worth 251.6 billion yuan. The bank card plus cash and collectibles totaled 3951.16 yuan. Converted to yuan, that would be 39511.6 billion yuan. Lin Yifan was stunned after calculating. Then he frantically began searching on his phone. Soon the screen displayed the information he wanted. The global Forbes list showed that the combined wealth of 2700 billionaires last year was 13 trillion NOS dollars. At the current exchange rate of 6.8 NOS dollars to 1 yuan. That converted to 88 trillion yuan in Chinese currency, equivalent to 8800 yuan. The world's richest man Musk had a fortune of 14892 billion yuan, or 148.92 yuan. China's richest man Zhong had assets of 4467 billion yuan, equivalent to 40.67 yuan. Last year, Guangdong province with the highest GDP in China had an annual GDP of 12.43 trillion yuan, or 1243.69 yuan. China's total annual GDP was 113.77 trillion, equivalent to 11377 yuan. After seeing these figures, Lin Yifan was utterly dumbfounded. Looking at his own total assets of 3951.16 yuan, it meant that his personal wealth alone was nearly half of the combined assets of the world's 2700 billionaires. His money was equivalent to the total GDP of Guangdong province, China's top province, for 3 years. The richest man's assets weren't even half of his cash on hand. After all, the so-called assets of the richest man were mostly real estate or stock market value, while his were liquid cash, two entirely different concepts. Lin Yifan drew a sharp breath. Though he had a rough idea before, he had never compared it like this. He quickly calmed himself, slowing his heartbeat. He certainly didn't want to become another Fan Jin. At this moment, perhaps only the name of a plant could describe his feelings. Clutching the loose change, Lin Yifan lay on the bed, drifting in thought for a long while before his mind gradually settled and he began to figure out how to manage all this money. He dared not leave it in the dormitory. With just over 300 yuan in loose change and a commemorative coin worth 25 yuan, if anyone found out, it would surely cause utter chaos. With that thought, Lin Yifan quickly got up and tucked the money into his wallet. Then he fished out the bank card from Huaxiao Bank that the original owner had previously opened and picked up the small leather suitcase. After a moment's consideration, he also slipped the black card from United Bank into his bag and hurried to the bank. He took a taxi to the nearest branch of Huaxiao Bank near the campus. After getting out of the car, Lin Yifan hesitated at the bank's entrance. He felt a mix of anxiety and uncertainty, primarily worried about whether the money was genuine. If the money differed from the currency in this world, would the bank call the police and accuse him of counterfeiting? But recalling the system's extraordinary capabilities, which couldn't possibly deceive its host, Lin Yifan gritted his teeth and pushed open the bank's glass door to step inside. The bank lobby was somewhat quiet at the moment. A young woman in a black suit noticed Lin Yifan walking in with a small leather suitcase. She promptly approached and greeted him. "Sir, welcome to Huaxiao Bank. I am the lobby manager. How may I assist you?" Lin Yifan glanced at the nameplate on her chest, which read Lobby Manager Yang Qian. Struggling to suppress his inner panic, he tried to appear calm and said, "Hello, I'd like to deposit some money." As the words left his mouth, others might not have noticed anything odd, but Lin Yifan realized his voice had turned hoarse. Lobby Manager Yang Qian smiled and said, "For deposits under 200 yuan, you can use the ATM next door. For amounts exceeding 200 yuan, I can get you a number to deposit at the counter. How much would you like to deposit? Well, I need to deposit money that requires a special machine for verification. Lin Yifan stammered. It wasn't that he lacked mental fortitude. The matter was simply too monumental. This involved a colossal fortune of over 3 trillion. If the money didn't match this world's currency and the bank called the police for counterfeiting, Lin Yifan dared not imagine the consequences. Even though the system's ability to bring him back to life already demonstrated its miraculous nature, he still couldn't shake off his unease. When lobby manager Yang Qian heard the words special machine, her expression shifted. She scrutinized the young Lin Yifan and cautiously asked, "May I have your surname, sir? Are you sure you need to deposit Treasury Reserve notes?" Lin Yifan nodded. "My surname is Lin." "Very well, mister. Lin, please follow me to the VIP room." Yang Qian gestured and led the way toward the VIP room. Upon entering the VIP room, Yang Qian invited Lin Yifan to take a seat and asked him to wait a moment. She then went to the inner room to retrieve the specialized currency verifier for treasury notes. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Yifan pondered for a moment, then took out his United Bank black card and placed it conspicuously on the table, setting the suitcase beside it. He displayed the black card mainly to address the issue of fund origin. A young man under 20 suddenly depositing over 3 trillion in cash would inevitably prompt the bank to investigate the source of the funds. But how could Lin Yifan explain the fund's origin? The best approach was to first verify the authenticity of the black card, then deposit the money. If the black card was genuine, the bank would certainly not question the fund's source. After all, the system had stated it exchanged the highest-level black card from United Bank, a card settled in yuan units. Such a black card wasn't available to just any wealthy person. It required a minimum deposit of over 10 billion. Since 100 billion yuan equaled 1 yuan, anything less than 1 yuan wouldn't qualify for the top-tier card settled in yuan units. An ordinary gold card would suffice. Surely the bank wouldn't question the fund source of someone holding a black card. As thoughts raced through Lin Yifan's mind, lobby manager Yang Qian emerged from the inner room with the specialized currency verifier. Lin Yifan noticed that Yang Qian was visibly startled when she saw the black card placed prominently on the table. This sight eased his tension slightly. "Manager Yang, may I deposit the money into this black card?" Yang Qian approached the table, set the verifier aside, and picked up the black card to examine it carefully. After a thorough inspection, she confirmed it was indeed a United Bank black card. Though her expression remained composed, her heart was in turmoil. In all her years at this branch, she had only seen a black card during internal training sessions. A sample card used to teach employees how to identify authenticity, not an actual usable one. She had never encountered a functional United Bank black card. This was a top-tier card requiring a minimum deposit of 10 billion. After all, this was Shanghai, a financial city where a single brick could hit several millionaires. Even working in such a metropolis, she had never served a client with a black card. At that moment, Yang Qian's only thought was that this astonishingly young man must be the heir to one of the country's top families. Otherwise, how could he carry a United Bank black card? Recalling her earlier skepticism about the young man needing a large denomination verifier, she felt a pang of shame. "Mr. Lin, if you wish to deposit the money into this black card, that is possible, as United Bank cards can be used for deposits and withdrawals at any bank, domestic or international." Then with some eagerness she added, "However, Mr. Lin, if you're not particularly set on using the black card, you could deposit it into a Huaxiao Bank card instead. Our bank can offer higher interest rates than the black card and assign you a dedicated 24-hour customer service. For any deposit or withdrawal, just give us a call, and we'll handle everything for you." Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow. He had only asked that question to confirm the black card's authenticity, not intending to actually deposit money into it. He had no initial plans to use this card. Now that he knew the black card was genuine, the cash in his possession was no longer a concern. As for Yang Qian's reaction, Lin Yifan quickly deduced her intentions. She was simply trying to attract deposits for the bank, an unavoidable task for every financial institution. Banks need deposits to lend money and generate profit. Another reason was to secure a major client. A black card holder like him could easily help the bank meet its targets. Regardless of the institution, major clients are always a coveted premium resource. Now that he had confirmed the black card's authenticity, Lin Yifan felt more confident. He smiled and said, "All right, it doesn't matter where I deposit it. For manager Yang Sake, it'll go with Huaxiao Bank." Yang Qian was both pleasantly surprised and slightly blushing. She smiled radiantly and said, "Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. May I ask how much you plan to deposit?" To require a large denomination bill counter meant at least 1 cent. This meant she had brought in a savings of 100 million yuan for the bank. This would complete 1/5 of this year's performance for the branch. Lin Yifan opened the briefcase on the table and then opened the collection folder inside. Instantly, a stack of crisp 1 cent and 10-cent bills along with coins shimmering with a special luster met Yang Qian's eyes. She was utterly stunned. Heavens above, what am I seeing? Yang Qian screamed inwardly. Trembling with excitement, she asked Mr. Lin, do you intend to deposit all of this money? No wonder she was so thrilled. Even if only half of this money were deposited, the sheer amount she had attracted and the connection with such a major client would be enough to secure her promotion to deputy branch manager. Lin Yifan thought for a moment, then reached in and pulled out 3 1-cent bills and 3 1-cent coins, stuffing them into his wallet. There's 25 yuan and 16 cents here. Just help me deposit a round number. 25 yuan and 10 cents, he said. Oh, and I have some spare change to deposit as well. As Lin Yifan finished speaking, he reached for his wallet. Yang Qian was still basking in the delight of the 25 yuan and 10-cent deposit, so when she heard he had more change, she didn't think much of it. She subconsciously assumed it was just a few hundred or thousand yuan. Who would have thought Lin Yifan would pull a stack of enormous bills from his wallet and toss them onto the table? Staring at the pile of 1 yuan, 5 yuan, and 10 yuan treasury reserve notes before her, Yang Qian's rosy lips formed an O. Mr. Lin, this is what you call spare change? Yang Qian was utterly flabbergasted. She had seen spare change before, but never such extravagant spare change. Bro, are you here to show off? Yang Qian really wanted to complain. She had seen people treat a few thousand or even 10,000 yuan as pocket change, but she had never ever seen anyone refer to treasury reserve notes as spare change. Lin Yifan was somewhat amused and exasperated. It was a habit from his past life that he hadn't yet shed in this world, and the word spare change had slipped out. Just help me deposit it all together. Yang Qian began counting the money with trembling hands, recounting it several times before running each bill through the counterfeit detector. Once everything was done, she said to Lin Yifan, Mr. Lin, the total comes to 351. 1 yuan. Would you like to double check? No need. Just deposit it for me. Do you have a bank card with our branch? Lin Yifan pulled out his Huaxiao bank card from his wallet and handed it to Yang Qian. Mr. Lin, since the amount you're depositing is substantial, I can issue you our Huaxiao Bank's highest tier diamond card. It's also calculated in yuan. Would that be acceptable? Lin Yifan pondered for a moment, his old habit of not putting all his eggs in one basket resurfacing. How about this? Deposit 350 yuan into the diamond card and convert the remaining 1 yuan and 10 cents into yuan to put in my regular card. After all, WeChat and Alipay are linked to this regular card, so it's more convenient to have some spending money there. Very well. Please wait a moment. I'll issue the diamond card now and deposit the funds at our bank's highest interest rate. Shortly after, Yang Qian swiftly processed the diamond card and deposited 350 yuan into it. She then converted the 1 yuan and 10 cents into yuan and deposited it into Lin Yifan's regular card. Now Lin Yifan's wallet contained only 6 cents. That is 600 million yuan. The rest of his money was stored across 3 bank cards: the Union Bank Black Card with 3600 yuan and the Huaxiao Bank Diamond Card with 350 yuan. The Huaxiao Bank regular card held 11 billion yuan. Yang Qian's hands trembled as she processed the deposit into the regular card. Mainly because Lin Yifan had just said he was putting 1 yuan and 10 cents in the regular card for convenience, whose pocket money is measured in tens of billions. And he still had 600 million in cash on him. It was like cutting a watermelon with a pocket knife, an eye-opener. This wasn't just being a nouveau riche, it was being utterly inhuman. That 1 yuan and 10 cents in pocket money would have been enough to get another black card at Union Bank. Yet he just put it in a regular card. Despite her excitement, Yang Qian's professionalism held. In no time, she had both cards ready per Lin Yifan's instructions, even thoughtfully lifting the spending limit on the regular card. Taking the 2 bank cards from Yang Qian, Lin Yifan slipped them into his wallet. Just as he was about to leave, Yang Qian quickly called out to him. Mr. Lin, could I have your phone number and add you on WeChat? He'll be your personal account manager from now on. If you need to withdraw or deposit money, feel free to contact me anytime. Lin Yifan considered this. Large sum withdrawals were troublesome and required advance notice. With a dedicated account manager, it would be just a phone call away. After exchanging numbers and adding each other on WeChat, Lin Yifan finally left Huaxiao Bank. But instead of rushing back to the dormitory, he began to wander aimlessly. Today's events had been too sudden. In a single day, he had been resurrected and become the world's richest man. Lin Yifan needed to adjust his mindset. He strolled without purpose until dusk fell, then sat down on a stone bench by the bridge. In the night, he gazed at the brilliant lights reflected in the river. Suddenly, Lin Yifan felt a pang of homesickness. Arriving in this unfamiliar parallel world, the immense wealth had initially filled him with ecstasy, making him lose himself. But now, having calmed down, a sense of desolation washed over him. He began to miss his original world and his unborn child. He had met his wife through a blind date. Since both were older, they got married after dating for a while. Their relationship wasn't particularly passionate, but not bad either. Just a plain, ordinary life together. A little over a year into the marriage, his wife became pregnant. But only 2 months into the pregnancy, he died saving someone. Thinking of this, Lin Yifun's mood grew even heavier. He wondered how his pregnant wife was coping with the news of his death. "System, are you there?" Lin Yifun called out in his mind. "What is it? Is there any way I can return to my original time and space?" "What? Are you planning to abandon this vast fortune and go back?" Lin Yifun fell silent at the question. Could he bear to? Perhaps in the chaos space, if given the choice, he would have absolutely chosen to return to his original time. But now, with the immense wealth truly in his hands, Lin Yifun no longer had that resolute courage. "Perhaps I'm being greedy, but is there a way to have the best of both worlds? To return to my original time and space, while also bringing back some wealth?" After asking, Lin Yifun felt his own question was somewhat absurd. How could one have both the fish and the bear's paw? Who would have thought the system would give an unexpected answer yes? "What?" Lin Yifun exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, there was no one around, or they might have looked at him as if he were insane. Lin Yifun eagerly asked in his mind, "What method? Tell me quickly. There are 2 tasks. Complete either one, and I will grant your wish. Not only will I send you back to your original time and space, but I will also give you sufficient wealth." "What are the 2 options?" Lin Yifun's breathing became rapid. "The first method, spend all your cash in the shortest possible time without any destructive means. And it must meet my specified requirements. The shorter the time, the more wealth you can bring back to your original time and space. The second method, double your wealth in the shortest possible time without using illegal means. And it must meet my specified requirements. The shorter the time, the more wealth you can bring back. Is there even a choice? Spending money is always faster than making it. Of course I choose the first method. This was practically a gift." Lin Yifun rejoiced inwardly. When it came to making money, Lin Yifun had no clue. But when it came to squandering, who didn't know how? As long as one recklessly burned through it, even mountains of gold and silver could be wasted. By the way, does spending money on assets count? Yes, I mean cash. Assets are not considered cash. So as long as you have no cash left, the task is complete. Haha, I thought converting cash into assets wouldn't count. That makes things much simpler, hee. Now start spending, go for it, young man. I believe in you. The system's tone was full of mockery. But Lin Yifun, immersed in his joy, didn't notice. His mind was now full of the experience of being a prodigal son. After spending all the money, he would return to his original time and space with a fortune. He would be with his wife and children, living happily ever after. Lin Yifun took out his phone and downloaded several live streaming platforms. Platforms like YY, Huya, and Douyin. Splurging thousands on live streaming platforms was something no man could resist. Otherwise, why would live streaming platforms be so popular? He had only read in novels about protagonists spending lavishly, never imagining that one day he would do the same just to squander his wealth. One step at a time. He first registered an account on YY, naming it a carefree stroll. The name signified that when he eventually returned to his original time and space, it would prove he had lived freely in this world. After registering, Lin Yifun began topping up his YY account. The recharge options included fixed amounts and a custom amount, with the maximum custom amount set at 1,000 Nayon. Without a second thought, he started recharging in increments of 1,000. Fortunately, payment could be made via fingerprint verification, saving time on entering passwords. So Lin Yifun began a mechanical process, entering a 1 and pressing 0 repeatedly until prompted that the maximum recharge amount of 1,000 Nayon was reached. Then he clicked the recharge button below, pressed his finger on the fingerprint sensor, and the recharge was successful. He repeated this process, managing about 7 recharges per minute, totaling 7,000 Nayon. His mobile banking SMS alerts kept coming in with deduction notices. Half an hour later, he looked at the account balance displayed on the recharge page, 20 million. His hand was sore. It was the first time he had recharged to the point of feeling nauseous. But when he checked his bank balance, which still showed 1,000, Lin Yifun felt a wave of despair. How long would this take? Not only was it a waste of time, but it was also exhausting. With that thought, Lin Yifun searched for YY's customer service number. He dialed the number directly and asked for a human agent. "Hello, this is YY Platform Customer Service. My ID is 1005. How may I assist you?" "Hi, I'd like to ask if it's possible to increase the recharge limit. Recharging 1,000 at a time is really troublesome." The customer service agent on the other end was stunned. In all her years of work, she had never heard such a request. Was 1,000 too little? Occasionally, someone would recharge 1,000 at once, but they would only do it a few times. Who recharges 1,000 every single time? Could this be a prank call? Still, the agent politely said, "Sir, please provide your account ID so I can check." 597-879-310. All right, please hold on. The agent then checked the platform's backend system. Soon, all the account information appeared on the screen. The agent saw it was a new account registered just half an hour ago. But when she saw the recharge records, she was stunned again. The records showed that within half an hour the account had been recharged repeatedly in amounts of 1,000. The agent stared in shock at the continuous recharge records and counted them. In just half an hour there were 200 recharges totaling 20 million neon. Regaining her composure, the agent quickly connected her headset and said, "Sir, are you still there?" "Yes, can the recharge limit be increased? Recharging 1,000 at a time is really annoying." Lin Yifan complained. "All right, I'll report this to my supervisor and call you back." After Lin Yifan agreed, the agent hung up and dialed the company's general manager. While waiting for the callback, Lin Yifan began browsing the platform. Although he intended to squander his money, he didn't want to spend it randomly. He wanted to find a streamer who was pleasing to the eye. He entered a live stream where a scantily clad woman was dancing provocatively. The stream had over 100 viewers and the chat was scrolling rapidly. She seemed to be a moderately popular streamer. Unfortunately, she wasn't Lin Yifan's type, so he swiped up to the next one. After browsing through 4 or 5 female streamers, his phone rang. It was probably the platform's customer service. Lin Yifan answered. "Sir, this is the agent you spoke with earlier. I've reported your situation to the management. Given your recharge needs, our company can adjust the recharge limit. What maximum recharge amount would you like?" This response from YY was within Lin Yifan's expectations. After all, his half-hour recharge record had proven his financial strength. For a high-quality client like him, any sensible company leader would not refuse such a minor request. As long as the person in charge had a modicum of intelligence, they wouldn't turn him down. Lin Yifan spoke up directly. "Help me change it to 100 million. It's less troublesome to top up." 100 million. Okay, I'll have the engineer adjust your limit right away." After hanging up, Lin Yifan waited for a moment. When he returned to the recharge interface, he saw that his account's top-up limit had changed from the previous 100 to 100 million. So much more convenient. Lin Yifan entered 1 followed by 8 zeros on the recharge screen. In just a few seconds, 100 million yuan was successfully credited. Wasn't this far more efficient than the half-hour ordeal earlier? Fortunately, when she handled the diamond card, Yang Qian had also removed the spending limit on his regular card. Otherwise, even a single recharge of 1,000 would have been a struggle, let alone 100 million. This bank manager was reliable. She really knew how to be thoughtful when it mattered. Next, he continued searching for a streamer that caught his fancy. Lin Yifan scrolled down, flipping through over a dozen live streams. Finally, a stream appeared on the screen, and the image of a girl instantly captivated Lin Yifan. This streamer, named Yu, seemed to be in her early 20s. At first glance, she was beautiful, but not exceptionally striking. Bit was her delicate features that gave off a particularly pleasing vibe. Although live streaming always comes with beauty filters, Lin Yifan could sense that the streamer's appearance on camera probably wasn't too different from reality. After all, in his past life, Lin Yifan had weathered the baptism of beauty cameras. He had that much discernment. Checking the streamer's profile, it mentioned she was a level 10 Guzheng player. A genuinely talented streamer after all. The streamer was currently playing the Guzheng, the piece being a Chinese ghost story. Although Lin Yifan knew nothing about the Guzheng, the fluid sound of the instrument struck him as quite professional. Only a handful of viewers were in the stream. But to be honest, in this day and age, a talented female streamer might not fare as well as those who flaunt their bodies. After all, seductively dressed female streamers were more open-minded and could chat about anything, which meant they attracted most male viewers. Lin Yifan tapped open her rankings. The weekly chart was only a little over 300, with the top contributor taking 1500. The second place showed a steep drop with just over 500, and the rest were in the tens or hundreds. Both the first and second top contributors were currently in the stream chatting on the public screen. After finishing a Chinese ghost story, the streamer paused and began interacting with the big spenders on the screen. Lin Yifan started typing, "Streamer well played. Worthy of a level 10 Guzheng player." Yu saw the newcomer's comment and smiled. "Thanks for the compliment, brother Xiaosa. If you like the streamer, feel free to hit the follow button." Lin Yifan typed with a hint of mischief, "Streamer fate has brought us together. Your talent is impressive. It'll make you the top streamer of YY." Yu glanced at the comment on the screen and merely smiled without responding. She had been streaming for over 2 months and had experienced a few things. She knew that some people on this platform like to make grand promises to small or new streamers. In these 2 months, she had encountered it several times. Empty boasts that never came true. At that moment, the top contributor in the stream, named Phoenix Dancing in the Nine Heavens, sneered and mocked Lin Yifan. "A newbie account talking big here. Do you think everyone's a fool easy to trick? Don't talk about making her the top streamer. First beat my top contributor rank before you blow smoke. The second top contributor also typed exactly. If you're going to fool a streamer, at least show some strength first. Watching the stream is fine, no one looks down on you, but spouting nonsense is really off-putting. Lin Yifun smirked slightly. Calling me a newbie. Want to see my strength? Fine. He clicked on the rank icon beside him and found the highest tier. King. Initial activation cost 120 I coins, and maintaining the King rank monthly required a renewal of 300 I coins. This one. He clicked to activate and a prompt appeared. Do you wish to activate King for Gujing Yuyu? Lin Yifun confirmed and a platform-wide banner scrolled across the screen. Carefree Wanderer has activated King in Gujing Yuyu's stream. A golden royal character icon appeared before Lin Yifun's alias Carefree Wanderer, exuding an air of nobility. The first and second top contributors who had been typing insults fell silent upon seeing the announcement. Streamer Yuyu saw the notification about the rank activation in her backend and covered her mouth in surprise. Then, brimming with delight, she said to the camera, "Thank you, brother Xiaosa, for activating King for Yuyu. I'm so grateful. What piece would you like to hear? They'll play it for you." At that moment, the top contributor Phoenix dancing in the nine heavens typed out, "Whoa, boss, is incredible. I thought you were just another bluffer, but turns out you've got the real power." Lin Yifun, in a rare moment of youthful bravado, typed, "Streamer, just do your thing. Tonight it'll make your name resound across the entire YY platform." After typing, Lin Yifun found the most expensive gift in the gift menu, the spaceship valued at 888 yuan each. Sending one spaceship triggered a platform-wide banner. In other words, sending one would cause a gift banner to scroll across the top of every stream on the platform. The banner had a portal effect. Anyone who clicked on it could choose to enter the stream where the banner originated. It was a way for big spenders to attract fans to a streamer. Selecting the spaceship, Lin Yifun clicked to send. An animation of a spaceship emerged on the screen, slowly taking shape. It floated for a while before gradually fading. The banner at the top began scrolling slowly from right to left. "Wow, thank you, brother Xiaosa, for the spaceship. I'm so thrilled. This is the first time I've received such a precious gift." Yuyu's face flushed with excitement in front of the camera. She had never imagined that a new streamer like her could receive the platform's most expensive special effect gift. But this was only the beginning. As Lin Yifun kept clicking to send gifts, the special effect animations on the lower half of the screen never stopped, and the banners at the top scrolled by one after another without pause. Carefree Wanderer, gifts, Gujing Yuyu Spaceship 1, Carefree Wanderer, gifts, Gujing Yuyu Spaceship 2, Carefree Wanderer, gifts, Gujing Yuyu Spaceship 3. Initially, the other streamers and viewers on the platform didn't pay much attention. After all, big streamers often received spaceships, dozens or even hundreds at a time. A few spaceships were nothing special for them. But as time passed, the other streamers and viewers gradually sensed something off. The entire banner seemed to be monopolized by this tycoon named Carefree Wanderer. It kept scrolling with nothing but Carefree Wanderer, gifting Gujing Yuyu spaceships. Some viewers began to feel curious and, unable to contain their curiosity, clicked on the banner above, planning to enter the live stream to see what was happening. Some clever streamers also realized that a new big shot was rising. They decided to log in with a secondary account to scout the situation while simultaneously broadcasting the secondary account's interface in their own live stream. This was to retain those curious big shots in their own live streams. Meanwhile, the number of viewers in the Gujing live stream began to surge. The audience gradually grew from just a few people to double digits. Soon it transformed into triple digits. The numbers kept fluctuating, rapidly approaching 4 digits. The streamer Yuyu was so excited that she could only thank Lin Yifun. In the 2 months since she started broadcasting, the number of concurrent viewers in her live stream had never exceeded 20. Most viewers would come to watch for a while and then leave, with only a few wealthier fans gifting her a little. This was the first time her live stream felt so lively. Indeed, the seniors were right. Getting rich relied on the sudden appearance of a wealthy patron. Seeing the influx of visitors into the live stream, Yuyu smiled broadly as she began to welcome the new guests. After all, if she could retain even a small portion of these newcomers, it would bring her a considerable income. What's going on in this live stream? The gifting is so intense, the money is practically flowing like paper money. I truly know nothing about the world of the wealthy. Damn, even during the annual events, those big streamers don't go this hard. This is too fierce. They've already sent nearly 100 spaceships. How much money does that take? This is just a new streamer with only a few hundred fans. It's likely the guild is boosting this new streamer. Impossible. I checked the guild this streamer is signed with. It's just a small guild without such strong financial backing. Could it be that this suave guy is really a newly emerged wild god? I just saw a banner for a king, and if I'm not mistaken, it should have been set up by that suave guy for this streamer named Yu. The kings were just established, so it's definitely a wild big shot. If this wild big shot really rises, then this gouging streamer is bound to hit it big, as it's clear this wild big shot has taken a liking to her. Whoa, I'm prettier than this streamer, and my cup is bigger than hers. Why can't I attract such a sudden wealthy patron? Suave big brother, please follow me. I'm delicate and easy to topple, both cute and dignified, and I know 108 styles. Big brother, do you want a charm? I can be your lucky mascot. Can I hug your thigh? More and more people entered Yu's live stream. Not only the viewers drawn in by the continuous banners, but even some female streamers who were live at the moment abruptly ended their streams to rush over. The entire public screen was in utter chaos, with rows of messages continuously scrolling and then disappearing. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man was sitting in front of his computer monitoring his guild's backend. He inadvertently discovered that the live stream data for a new gouging talent under his guild was rapidly increasing. Whether it was the number of online viewers, the activity level of the live stream, or the income, all were experiencing a sharp rise. This left him somewhat astonished. He quickly logged in with his Duke account to enter the live stream of this female streamer under his guild. Upon entering, he was greeted by a stream of spaceships floating by. He noticed that the number of gifts being sent was about to hit 100 spaceships from a fan named Suave Walk Once. The gifts kept coming continuously, floating by. The guild leader felt as excited as the streamer Yu. Not only the streamer, but the guild also needed big shots. Because of the gifts sent by fans after the platform takes its cut, what remains is split between the guild and the streamer. Although the guild's cut is relatively small, the sheer number of gifts makes up for it. It seemed he needed to properly court this wealthy big shot and see if he might take an interest in other female streamers under his guild. If he could attract even 1 or 2 female streamers from his guild, they would thrive. Suave Walk Once gifted gouging Yu 100 spaceships. Suave Walk Once gifted gouging Yu 200 spaceships. Suave Walk Once gifted gouging Yu 300 spaceships. Seeing this number of gifts, the audience went from astonished to shocked. 300 spaceships. How much money would that cost? But what left everyone speechless was that this wealthy big shot was still gifting. It was simply absurd. It was ridiculously absurd. Meanwhile, the number of people in the live stream continued to surge. Usually a count of a Viscount or Marquis in a small streamer's live stream would be considered a big shot. At this moment in Yu's live stream, throwing down a brick could crush several Viscounts or Marquises. Even dukes and kings were drawn in by the overwhelming number of gifts continuously entering the live stream. After all, the difference between kings is still considerable. For a rich second generation, spending 100 to establish a king is not a big deal. It's not unusual to occasionally gift a dozen or 20 spaceships, adding up to just over 200. However, to gift several hundred spaceships in a row and spend millions in one night is something that a typical rich second generation really can't do. Most of them would only manage to spend a few million on live streaming platforms in a year. A particularly extravagant big shot might gift 1,000 or 10,000. As the online audience grew, Yu's number of fans also slowly increased. Among them were even dukes and kings who followed Yu. These people were curious about what made this female streamer so special that a wealthy patron would gift her millions without stopping. Another reason was to get to know such a wealthy patron. The rich second generation is also hierarchical. Everyone wants to squeeze into a higher level circle as it's genuine networking. At this moment in the live stream, Yu could no longer control her emotions. She covered her mouth as tears streamed down her face. She never dared to dream of such a scene happening to her. She never expected that such a sudden wealthy patron would one day occur in her life. Initially, she had heard that streaming could earn more than working. Thinking that since she had already obtained a level 10 certificate in gouging, being a talent streamer should earn her a decent income. Who would have known that once she entered the industry, she realized that being a streamer wasn't that easy. Indeed, streamers can earn money, but that refers to the top tier of elite streamers. Most small streamers merely scrape by with a worker's income, and many others don't even make that. During the 2 months of streaming, Yu personally witnessed numerous streamers she had met through collaboration, leaving the industry one after another, as well as new streamers diving in. This industry truly lacks beautiful women who, as long as one turns on beauty filters and tidies up their makeup and clothing, they are all stunning in front of the camera. It was not easy to have someone come in just when I was ready to stop and welcome the new visitor. But then the person vanished. Fortunately, I persevered and finally awaited the arrival of a mysterious benefactor. The hardships of this journey are known only to me. This is also why I couldn't help but shed tears. Of course, Lin Yifan was unaware of my emotional turmoil at this moment. At this moment, he was numbly clicking to send gifts. It was the first time he realized that sending gifts could be such a physically demanding task. A graceful walk through life, gifted to Gujing Yu 500 spaceships. A graceful walk through life, gifted to Gujing Yu 1000 spaceships. A graceful walk through life, gifted to Gujing Yu 2000 spaceships. Finally, when the gifts reached 2000, the real-time display of the combo count on the screen came to a halt. However, the banners and special effects animations lagged behind Lin Yifun's speed of sending gifts, and they would probably continue to float for a while. Whoa, it finally stopped. I almost fell asleep watching it all. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to look at my phone, and I said I saw God. It's simply extravagant. Over an hour, 2,000 spaceships, and over 17 million just vanished like that. 17 million. I probably wouldn't earn that much in 10 lifetimes. This big brother seems to have quite a bit of money. I really don't understand how anyone could think that spending 17 million on ribs wouldn't be more enjoyable. The crowd in the live stream was astonished by the figure of 17 million, commenting in amazement. At this point, the number of online viewers in the live stream had surged to over 200 real people, not just fake hype. Yu calmed her emotions and asked in the live stream, "Brother Xiao Sa, can I add you on WeChat?" After speaking, she fixed her gaze on the scrolling screen, afraid of missing any words from Brother Xiao Sa. Who would have thought that after waiting for a long time, she still hadn't seen that account with the Wong "I can't say anything"? "Brother Xiao Sa, are you still there?" After waiting a bit longer, there was still no response from Brother Xiao Sa. At this moment, someone typed, "What's going on?" After the big brother splurged millions, he just left without a word. This message immediately caught everyone's attention, and some began to check the online viewer rankings. Due to the nobility of the titles, those in the audience list were prioritized in the front rows. Different ranks of nobility were arranged in order. At the top of the online viewer list was the king, followed by dukes, marquises, and earls. As a result, everyone glanced at the dozen or so kings at the top of the live stream, but they truly didn't see the account Xiao Sa's with Yihui among them. Haha, after splurging millions, the big brother took off like he was carrying a train overnight. I've never seen someone play like this before. After sending gifts, he just disappeared. Is he afraid the host would cling to him? No wonder, he's a mysterious benefactor. He finished the deed and then slipped away, keeping his merits and fame hidden. The audience teased on the screen. Other comments might not have bothered Yu. But upon seeing the remark about being afraid of the host clinging, Yu suddenly felt a bit sad. Did he really fear that she would cling to him? But that was not her intention at all. Yu's heart was in turmoil, so she simply sent a private message to the account Xiao Sa's Yihui. Then she perked herself up and continued the live stream. The audience saw that the mysterious benefactor had left, and the excitement came to an end. Most people began to withdraw, and the number of online viewers gradually decreased. However, there were still some viewers who remained in the live stream, attracted by Yu's appearance or talents. By the time most had left, the number of online viewers stabilized at over 300. From this live stream tonight, after deducting the platform and guild share, Yu not only earned over 7 million, but also gained nearly 10,000 fans and several hundred loyal followers. More importantly, her fame on the platform was thoroughly established. Although it was impossible to sit at the top of the platform just because of this one live stream, it could be considered her first glimpse of brilliance. In the future, whenever platform hosts or visitors talked about the extravagant spending of millions tonight, they would inevitably mention Yu's name. As for Lin Yifan, after sending the gifts, he exited the live stream, putting his phone into his pocket as he left the riverbank. It was already quite late, and he had no intention of returning to the school dormitory. Lin Yifan took a taxi directly to the nearby highest-rated star hotel. Staying at a hotel was quieter than the dormitory, allowing him to ponder the rapid spending spree that lay ahead. Upon arriving at the hotel, he spent over 1,000 yuan and booked the most luxurious suite. After entering the room, he headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower. After washing up, Lin Yifan lay on the hotel's soft big bed, starting to plan his spending spree. Tomorrow he would first get a new outfit, then buy a car, and after that head to Lujiazui to buy a house. This whole process should end up costing quite a bit. Lin Yifan took out his phone and started looking at cars. Tonight he would check the prices, confirm what car to buy, and tomorrow he would head straight to the dealership to pick it up. On the car search page, he directly found the price options and selected those over 1 million. Then, using the price sorting from highest to lowest, Lin Yifan began to look through them one by one. At the top was a car called Lotus, costing over 20 million. Upon seeing the brand Lotus, Lin Yifan's first reaction was, what kind of obscure brand is this? How could it be so expensive? It wasn't until he searched further that he realized it was on par with Ferrari and Porsche, the two most renowned supercar manufacturers. One can only say that poverty has trapped him in ignorance. After looking at the photos of the Lotus, its appearance was indeed imposing. However, with such a low ground clearance, it would probably struggle over even slightly higher speed bumps. For now, he would not consider this car, Perhaps after buying a house he could buy this car as a toy to keep in the garage. The second car, upon seeing the picture, Lin Yifan immediately exclaimed a classic phrase. He was too familiar with this car. It should be the ultimate fantasy for all men. The Lamborghini Gallardo, a well-known luxury car. What man could resist such a sports car? When he saw that the highest price was only 10 million, Lin Yifan felt frustrated. Come on, it's a top-tier sports car. Can it be sold for a bit more? The highest price of 10 million, who do they think they are looking down on? Forget it, I won't consider sports cars for now. I'll just buy something more practical for my first car. The third car was also priced at 10 million, the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Upon seeing this car, Lin Yifan didn't even think twice before dismissing it. It was luxurious, but anyone sitting in the driver's seat was perceived as the chauffeur. How many people buying a Phantom would actually drive it themselves? The overall attributes of this car have already been positioned by the public. Those who drive Phantoms are typically chauffeurs while the owners sit in the back. Lin Yifan did not want to be seen as a chauffeur. When he saw the fourth car, his eyebrows raised slightly. This car appeared to be quite nice. Sharing the same lineage as the Phantom, yet driving this car would never make one mistaken for a chauffeur. This is Rolls-Royce's most famous SUV, the Cullinan. It was just that the price was a bit too low, the most expensive one only around 7 million. Lin Yifan continued scrolling down and found that the next ones were all familiar brands. Rolls-Royce sports cars, Ferrari sports cars, Bentley sports cars and sedans, Aston Martin and the Maybach S-Class. As for those below 3 million, Lin Yifan couldn't be bothered to waste his energy looking at them. Among these cars, his favorite brands were Bentley and Aston Martin, because their vehicle designs suited Lin Yifan's taste. But in the end, due to the too low price, he decided to set aside these two brands for now. He planned to start with the Cullinan. Of course, Lin Yifan knew that the Lotus, worth over 20 million, wasn't the most expensive car. When it came to the world's top luxury cars, they were naturally Koenigsegg Pagani Zonda or Hennessy Venom. Prices started at over 70 million. The problem was, could Lin Yifan get his hands on these globally limited edition cars? Were they something money alone could buy? Don't be ridiculous. Even if Lin Yifan was now the world's richest man with ample funds, what use was just money for these cars? Without the right connections, he couldn't even find a way to buy them. One must eat bite by bite and walk step by step. Sooner or later, Lin Yifan believed he could buy such top-tier luxury cars. After checking out the cars, he browsed property apps to get a rough idea of the houses in Lujiazui. After looking, he had a few general directions in mind. Exiting the property app, Lin Yifan opened YY. Just as he was about to continue squandering money on gifts, he unexpectedly noticed a message in his private message bar. It was from that gouging female streamer named Yu. Handsome brother, can I add your WeChat? Thank you so much for your support today. At the end of the private message was her WeChat ID. He glanced at the time. It was sent right after he finished gifting and left the live stream room. Lin Yifan thought for a moment. He was planning to buy clothes tomorrow anyway. But his fashion sense wasn't great, and he didn't know how to match outfits. This was probably a common man's flaw. Few men realized that clothes needed matching. How to coordinate the colors of tops, pants, and shoes to look pleasing, and what combination seemed awkward. These things required an aesthetic sense for fashion, but women were great at this. After all, women's clothing had far more variety than men's. They were passionate about shopping for clothes and generally knew how to match outfits. Just as he was worrying about how to buy clothes, a pillow came just when he was dozing off. Lin Yifan decisively copied Yu's WeChat and added her as a friend. In an apartment building in another part of Shanghai, inside a cozy little room, a girl with delicate features was curled up under her blanket, staring blankly at her phone. This pose had lasted for over an hour. Since she went offline, she had been keeping an eye on her phone, even bringing it into the bathroom while showering, afraid of missing anything. As she was lost in thought, a sudden notification sound jolted her awake. She quickly opened WeChat and saw a friend request. The girl was overjoyed. She had finally waited for it. On Lin Yifan's side, within seconds of sending the friend request, WeChat showed that the other party had accepted. A new contact with a photo as their profile picture appeared in his list. Lin Yifan clicked on the WeChat profile picture and glanced at the info. He found that the other party was also in Shanghai. Just as he was about to check her moments, his phone signaled a new message. Handsome brother, is that you? How are you so sure it's me adding you? The other side sent a smiley emoji. Because I only sent my WeChat ID to you, I always use a small account to add fans during streams. Wow, so streamers use small accounts to add fan WeChats. Lin Yifan expressed that this was the first time he'd heard of such a slick move. Before he could type, Yu sent another message. Handsome brother, I really can't thank you enough for your support today. But you gifted way too much. I'm a bit uneasy taking the commission of over 7 million. Can I return a few million to you? He'll just keep a little. This was truly Yu's honest thought. Suddenly receiving a fortune of 7 million genuinely freaked her out. She felt a bit scared. It wasn't that she feared handsome brother had ulterior motives. If it were just tens of thousands, she could accept it calmly. But this was 7 million. Yu simply felt that a stranger walking into her live stream for the first time and gifting 10 million was unsettling. Holding the 7 million share made her uneasy. Lin Yifan was baffled by the message. Was there really someone who thought money was too much? What's the deal? Is my money that hard to hold? You even want to give it back? If all streamers were like you, how could I ever squander my wealth? Lin Yifan sighed inwardly. But this streamer, named Yu, the first thing she did after adding him wasn't to flatter him for more visits. Instead, she wanted to return the money. From this alone, Lin Yifan could see the streamer's true nature. If she wasn't putting on an act, then her character was truly admirable. No need to return the money, it's just some pocket change. Don't refuse it, it's what you deserve. If you really feel bad about it, then do me a favor. Pocket change. Bro, is your pocket change measured in millions? When she saw the part about a favor, Yu hesitated. Her first thought was what kind of favor could offset this 7 million fortune? Could the big brother be thinking? If that were the case, how should she refuse? Thinking this, Yu said nervously, "Big brother, just say it. If I can do it, I will. How's your fashion sense? Do you have experience picking out men's clothes?" On the other end of WeChat, Yu stared at Lin Yifan's words, her heart growing more uneasy. Her mind raced. Was the big brother subtly asking if she had a boyfriend? Big brother, I've never bought clothes for a guy, but I know a bit about matching men's outfits. Great, then consider it a favor. Come with me tomorrow to help pick out clothes. Yu felt her mind go blank at the request. That's it. Because he didn't know how to buy clothes, he spent tens of millions. Just to find someone to help him choose outfits. Bro, are you kidding me? On the other end, Lin Yifan chuckled. That's it. What did you think? By the way, I see your WeChat location is also in Shanghai. Which district are you in? Big brother, in Yuhui district. That's not far of in Hongkou district. Come to Huading Grand Hotel near the sports center tomorrow morning and give me a call when you arrive. Having settled the matter, Yu noticed he was staying at a hotel. She asked curiously, Big brother, are you here on a business trip? No, I'm studying at a university here. Tonight I stayed up late sending you gifts, so I didn't go back to the dormitory and found a hotel to spend the night. Yu sent a shocked emoji. Brother Xiaosai, you're still in university. I thought you were a successful person already in society. Don't call me Brother Xiaosai anymore. It sounds fine in the live stream, but in real life it feels quite awkward. My name is Lin Yifan. By the way, since you're streaming so late, are you a full-time streamer? Okay, Brother Yifan, my real name is Su Yu. I'm not a full-time streamer. I have a job. I'm currently working as a financial accountant at a company. The cost of living in this city is too high. I figured since I have free time after work, I'd try streaming to see if I could earn some extra income. That sounds tough. How's the streaming going? I've been streaming for over 2 months now. Brother Yifan, when you came in today, you saw it yourself. There were only a few people in the live stream. The streaming industry is too hot right now. Everyone wants to get in and make easy money. As a result, there are more streamers than viewers. Aside from the big names, most streams have just a handful of people, maybe a dozen at most. These past 2 months, I've thought about giving up streaming several times and finding another part-time job. Luckily, I persisted, otherwise I wouldn't have met you, Brother Yifan. This sentence was followed by a snickering emoji. Since you have a job, do you have time tomorrow to go shopping for clothes with me? Yu quickly replied, yes. Brother Yifan, don't worry. I'll take the day off tomorrow to go with you to pick out clothes. Won't that affect your work? It's fine. You gifted me so many presents today, Brother Yifan. I was originally thinking of returning over 6 million to you, keeping a little for myself, quitting my current job, and going back to school to recharge my skills. But you refused to take it back. Lin Yifan replied decisively, don't even think about returning the money. Once I give something away, I never take it back. But what you mentioned about furthering your studies, what are you planning to study, eh? So Yu said seriously, right now I'm just a junior accountant. I plan to sign up for an accounting course to continue learning and aim for the intermediate accountant certification. Not bad. With so much money in hand, your first thought isn't to indulge in fun and games, but to keep learning. Most people wouldn't think that far ahead. The two chatted for a while and agreed on a meeting time for the next day. Seeing that it was already past 1 a.m., Lin Yifan thought about his busy schedule tomorrow. After ending the chat with Su Yu, he didn't look for new streamers to gift, but went straight to sleep. That night, Lin Yifan slept very peacefully. The next morning, Lin Yifan was groggily woken up by his phone. It was Su Yu calling. He answered. Brother Yifan, I'm sorry, did I wake you? You asked me to wake you before 8 o'clock. I'm already in the lobby of Huading Grand Hotel. Lin Yifan shook off his drowsiness. He checked the time. It was already 7:50. Remembering he had shopping to do, he got out of bed and said into the phone, You have a seat on the lobby sofa. He'll be right down. It took him over 10 minutes to freshen up. Then, he took the elevator to the first-floor lobby. Scanning the room, he quickly spotted Yu. He walked over and waved to greet her. Yu, I'm here. This was the first time Su Yu had seen the real person behind the streamer alias Xiao Sashenhao. He was 178 meters tall with a lean build and a handsome clean-cut face. His hairstyle was neat and tidy, and overall he looked quite perfect. But his clothes left much to be desired. No wonder the big brother had asked her to help him pick out outfits. A tycoon who casually splurged millions was wearing such cheap clothes in real life. And the outfit was so monotonous, completely unfitting for his status. Seeing Lin Yifan approach, Su Yuyu meeting her big brother in private for the first time was visibly nervous. She smiled shyly. "Brother Yifan, shall we head out now? Have you had breakfast?" Su Yuyu shook her head. "No. I was afraid of missing the time and delaying your plans, so I woke up at 6 a.m., got ready, and rushed over." Lin Yifan gently patted Su Yuyu's head and said with a smile, "You've worked hard coming all this way so early. Come on, let's have breakfast at the hotel first before we head out. I can't let you go hungry. If you faint from low blood sugar, I'd feel terrible." Blushing slightly from Lin Yifan's head-patting gesture, Su Yuyu shyly followed him to the hotel restaurant. After breakfast at the hotel, the two took a taxi straight to the commercial street. Arriving at the bustling shopping district, they found the high-end clothing stores. Lin Yifan led Su Yuyu on a stroll. When they passed by a Versace store, he walked right by without hesitation. It wasn't that he had anything against Versace or thought it was inferior. It was simply because in the novels had read in his past life, whenever the protagonist went shopping for clothes, at least 7 out of 10 times they'd buy Versace. This had left Lin Yifan aesthetically fatigued, so he never even considered buying Versace. After wandering past a few more stores, the clothes in one shop caught his eye. He looked up at the signboard, reading the English name. Lin Yifan felt it looked familiar. Beside him, Su Yu noticed him stop and look up, so she followed his gaze. She said next to him, "Brother Yifan, do you want to buy clothes from Laputa?" As a modern urban woman, she had a basic understanding of luxury brands. Laputa was most famous for its women's handbags, so Su Yu was naturally familiar with the brand. Lin Yifan smiled. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." The two entered the store together. There weren't many people inside, just one sales assistant accompanying a woman looking at bags in the women's area. The other idle assistants noticed customers entering. One of them came forward to greet them. "Hello, welcome to Laputa's flagship store. How can I help you?" As sales assistants in a luxury boutique, they might assess a customer's purchasing power based on their appearance, and they might gossip after the customer leaves. But they would never, as depicted in some web novels, treat a shabbily dressed customer coldly or even insult them to their face. Of course, there might be exceptions, assistants troubled by personal issues or those naturally snobbish and harsh, but such cases are extremely rare. Under the assistant's sharp, discerning gaze, she could roughly estimate the price of the clothes the two were wearing. The man's outfit was clearly a cheap purchase from Taobao. The clothes the woman beside him wore were of decent quality, but that was all. They were not from any high-end brand. This transaction was likely to be disappointing, the sales assistant lamented inwardly, yet she still had to step forward dutifully to serve them. Lin Yifan led Su Yuyu to the men's clothing section. "You leave the clothes selection to you, just be responsible for trying them on." Su Yuyu nodded. Wasn't this precisely the task she had come for? She began to carefully browse the racks, occasionally picking up a garment to inspect it. If she felt it unsuitable, she would hang it back. If it was appropriate, she would hand it to the sales assistant beside her. While examining the clothes, Su Yuyu also secretly glanced at the price tags attached to them. Seeing prices starting at 4 figures, Su Yuyu gasped inwardly. A simple t-shirt cost as much as several months' rent for her in Shanghai. No wonder it was a luxury brand. If this were the Su Yuyu of before, she would never have had the courage to step into such a store. While waiting for Su Yuyu to pick out clothes, Lin Yifan simply sat on the sofa inside the shop, pulling out his phone to search for the nearest Rolls-Royce dealership. Over half an hour later, Su Yuyu walked over to Lin Yifan. With a sweet smile, she said, "Brother Yifan, I've matched some outfits for you, and picked out shoes as well. Why don't you go to the fitting room and see how they look together? See if any meet your satisfaction." This was probably the first time Su Yuyu had experienced the feeling of sweeping through luxury brands without ever considering the price tag, even though none of these items were for her. It made her sigh inwardly at how blissful the world of the wealthy truly was. Yet thinking of the millions in her own bank account, she mused that perhaps in the future she too could shop without meticulous budgeting. And all of this she owed to the man before her. Seeing that the selection was complete, the sales assistant placed the dozen or so outfits Su Yuyu had matched into the fitting room. She then gestured for Lin Yifan to proceed with trying them on. When Su Yuyu chose the clothes, she had coordinated each set from top to bottom, including shoes. Lin Yifan only needed to change into the complete outfit she had assembled. A few minutes later, Lin Yifan emerged from the fitting room in his first outfit. Su Yuyu, waiting by the door, saw him, and her eyes lit up entirely. Even the sales assistant's gaze changed. It had to be said that Lin Yifan's height and physique were excellent, and Su Yuyu's choices were remarkably fitting. Dressed in the brand-name clothes, Lin Yifan's entire demeanor seemed transformed. Before in his cheap attire, he had blended into the crowd, barely noticeable. Now in these luxury garments, he stood out like a crane among chickens, elegant and noble. Both of them sighed inwardly. Indeed, fine feathers make fine birds. The quality of the clothes and the way they were worn could truly alter a person's image and bearing. Gazing at himself in the mirror, Lin Yifan asked Su Yuyu without turning his head. "Yuyu, how does this outfit look on me? Is it good?" Su Yuyu nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing the clothes she had chosen fit him so perfectly, her face broke into a delighted smile. That smile held a sense of accomplishment as well as joy at being able to help Lin Yifan. The sales assistant also chimed in with praise. "Sir, this outfit really brings out your elegance. Your physique is truly outstanding. You're practically a natural clothes hanger." Lin Yifan smiled slightly. "All right, I'll try on some more. By the way, you don't just stand there watching. Go pick out a few outfits for yourself. Don't hesitate. Consider it a reward for accompanying me shopping today." Su Yu immediately waved her hands in refusal. No, brother Yifan already spent so much on me yesterday. I feel undeserving as it is, so I can't possibly accept any more gifts from you. Besides, helping you choose clothes is what I should do. It's not hard work at all. There's really no need for you to spend more money. Silly girl, I need to squander money. I need to complete my mission. If you won't let me spend, when will I ever finish the money in my card? Lin Yifan grumbled inwardly. He completely ignored Su Yuyu's refusal and insisted firmly, "That's enough. Do as I say. We're friends, and isn't that what friends do? Help each other. Yesterday, when I asked you to help me choose clothes, you dropped everything without a second thought and came early in the morning to assist. The least I can do is show a little gratitude." Su Yuyu stubbornly shook her head. "That's different. Choosing clothes is something within my ability, and it's very simple. It's not worth such an extravagant thank you from you, brother Yifan." "How is it different? Helping me pick clothes is within your ability, and giving you a few outfits, though the price might seem high to you, is just a trivial matter within mine." Seeing Su Yuyu about to refuse again, Lin Yifan decided to feign anger. His face darkened as he said, "I've said my piece. If you still reject my goodwill, it proves you don't see me as a friend. Refuse again, and we won't even be friends anymore." Hearing such harsh words coupled with Lin Yifan's angry expression, Su Yuyu was stunned. She bit her lip and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she spoke in a timid, low voice. "I'll go pick some then. Please don't be mad at me, brother Yifan." Seeing that Su Yuyu had finally accepted his offer, Lin Yifan immediately broke into a smile. He said gently, "That's a good girl. Go ahead and pick. He'll try on the other clothes." After Lin Yifan entered the fitting room, the sales assistant led Su Yuyu to the women's section. As they walked, the assistant spoke softly to Su Yuyu. "Miss Yu, your friend is really good to you. You must be an outstanding person yourself, or else he wouldn't treat you so wholeheartedly." If earlier the sales assistant had judged them unlikely to buy based on their attire after overhearing their conversation, she was now certain that these two customers had purchasing power. Throughout their exchange, the assistant had been observing closely. She sensed an inexplicable confidence in the man's tone along with the assurance written on his face. All of this proved he was not bluffing. Hearing the assistant's words, Su Yuyu sighed. "What's so outstanding about me? I've just been blessed by Lady Luck, fortunate enough to have met him." Now that the sales assistant knew they had the means to spin, the smile on her face became far more genuine. Her professional skills kicked into high gear as she continued to compliment. "Miss Yu, you're too modest. You must have your own shining qualities. As the old saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The fact that you can be friends with such an outstanding gentleman shows that you yourself are an exceptional person." While the two were selecting clothes in the women's section, Lin Yifan had already changed into his second outfit in the fitting room. Another sales assistant who was resting nearby saw Lin Yifan coming out and quickly walked over to stand behind him, assisting the previous colleague by helping Lin Yifan straighten his collar and pull his shirt taut. Lin Yifan looked at himself in the mirror and asked, "Miss, how does this outfit look on me?" "This garment fits you exceptionally well, perfectly accentuating your physique and temperament. Your friend truly has excellent taste." Lin Yifan touched the white shirt on his body. He had to admit that although luxury brands were expensive, their craftsmanship and fabric were truly beyond reproach. The fabric of this shirt was comfortable, and the delicate gold thread patterns adorning it were exquisite. As for the remaining numerous sets, Lin Yifan couldn't be bothered to try them on one by one. Since these two outfits had already proven Yuyu's good taste in clothing, there was no need to try on each set individually. Of course, the main reason was that he found changing clothes too troublesome. "All right, let my friend look at the clothes first. We'll settle the bill together later." "Very well, then please go rest on the sofa, and he'll brew you a cup of coffee." Seeing that Su Yu had gone to the fitting room, Lin Yifan sat on the sofa and played on his phone. After scrolling for a while, Yu came over. "You chose so quickly?" Lin Yifan asked in surprise. Su Yu nodded and said with a slight smile, "Yes, I've already made my selection, 2 outfits and 1 handbag." Hearing that Su Yu had only picked 2 outfits and a handbag, Lin Yifan smiled wryly as he stood up and walked over to her, gently pinching her fair soft cheek. He sighed. Yu, I told you to choose freely and boldly, yet you only picked 2 sets. I don't know what to say to you. While chatting with Su Yu with a composed exterior, Lin Yifan was inwardly exasperated. Where were the materialistic women so common in web novels? Those women who were blinded by money. How was it that when he wanted to squander his wealth, he ended up encountering such an adorable and extraordinary woman as Su Yu? It was truly baffling. Earlier, she had even intended to return the money he had tipped her, but he had stopped her. Moreover, when she had money, her first thought wasn't about indulging in pleasures, but about continuing her studies to improve her skills. Now, when asked to buy clothes, she only chose 2 sets. It was too difficult. Lin Yifan was utterly speechless. Ah, forget it. A girl who could maintain her integrity in the face of money like this shouldn't be toyed with. If he wanted to squander, he should find other targets. As for Su Yu, since she was a streamer, Lin Yifan had initially only regarded her as a tool to complete his task of spending money. But at this moment, Su Yu's significance in Lin Yifan's heart had shifted. Su Yu gave a mischievous smile and said, I was afraid of making Brother Yifan wait too long, so I made it quick. By the way, Brother Yifan, have you finished trying on your clothes? Yu, your taste is quite good. Ew, I can't be bothered to try more either. Turning to the sales assistant, he said, please pack up all the clothes we've selected. Lin Yifan didn't bother to change out of the second outfit he was wearing, planning to wear it out directly. They still had to go to the Rolls-Royce 4S dealership. With such high-end clothes, why would he want to change back into his cheap online purchases to visit the 4S store? Lin Yifan didn't have the hobby of first acting low-key to invite scorn, then showing off to humiliate others. This was also why the route Lin Yifan had planned yesterday was to look at clothes first, then buy a car, and finally go house hunting. Pack all of them. The waiting sales assistant was stunned by this extravagant statement. Although she had later guessed that Lin Yifan had the spending power, she had only hoped to sell a few sets. Now, hearing the words pack everything, the sales assistant momentarily wondered if she was hallucinating. Beside her, Su Yu was also bewildered. Heavens as my witness, she had matched so many outfits for Brother Yifan mainly because she was afraid he wouldn't like her choices. So she had selected several sets in various styles. She had originally thought Brother Yifan would at most pick a few from the dozens of outfits to buy. But who would have expected him to say pack everything? Su Yu was full of question marks. Was this how tycoons bought clothes? But then she recalled how he had lavishly tipped her millions in just over an hour. Given that the dozen or so outfits she had just selected cost at most a little over $1 million, it no longer seemed strange. Lin Yifan pulled out the ordinary bank card and handed it to the sales assistant. Yes, you heard correctly. Pack all the clothes we just matched. Now, even the other sales assistants who were resting without customers heard everything. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Lin Yifan, occasionally casting envious glances at the colleagues serving him. The sales assistant took the card as if in a dream, bringing all the clothes from the fitting room to the cash register. She fumbled with the scanner, scanning the barcodes of each item one by one. There were over a dozen men's outfits plus the 2 women's outfits, and the handbag totaling more than 60 individual items. The cheapest among them cost $7,000 or $8,000, while the most expensive were nearly $100,000 each. The total came to a staggering $108,900. Esteemed guest, the total for 63 garments is $108,9600. Well, waive the change, so the total is $108,000 yuan. Please enter your password. Lin Yifan took the POS machine, entered his bank card password, signed, and handed it back to the sales assistant. Seeing the transaction succeed, the other idle sales assistants came over to help with packing. After receiving his bank card and receipt, Lin Yifan asked, "Can I leave my clothes here for now? I have other errands to run and can't carry so many things. They'll pick them up when I'm free." The sales assistant smiled and said, "There's no need for that trouble. As our esteemed guest, you can add me on WeChat. I can deliver them directly to your home. This is a basic service our store offers to valued customers." "All right, I'll send you the address then. Thank you for the trouble." With that, Lin Yifan showed his WeChat QR code to the sales assistant. This was convenient, saving him the trouble of having to come back for the clothes. After adding each other on WeChat, Lin Yifan and Su Yu left the Laputa boutique wearing their new purchases. Seeing that the 2 had left and there were no other customers in the store, the sales assistants gathered together and began to discuss. "Feifei, you hit the jackpot today. You made a single sale worth so much. Today's commission alone is worth a month or 2 of salary. I'm so envious. You have to treat us to a big meal." All right. After work, we'll go to Haili Lao and have a feast." The sales assistant who had served Lin Yifan was so happy her eyes were crinkled with smiles. "I really couldn't tell. When that customer first came in, I thought he was just browsing. Who knew he would end up buying everything we picked out? Absolutely ridiculously wealthy." So this teaches us a lesson: never underestimate any ordinary-looking customer. They might just be a tycoon like those customers from Guangdong province who wear vests and sandals. If only I could marry him. Girl, wake up. Look at the quality of the beauties beside him. Would he ever fancy you? So what? She is what I have, and mine might not be smaller. The saleswoman who spoke puffed out her chest defiantly. That young lad is clearly a scion of a wealthy family. He was probably raised frugally at home, or how could someone who swiped over 1 million without blinking wear cheap online clothes? Honestly, Feifei, didn't you add him on WeChat? Whether he has a girlfriend or not, try asking him out. Right, even if he does have a girlfriend, so what? Walls are meant to be scaled. Missing out on such a generous young master would be a real shame. The saleswoman named Feifei, who had attended to Lin Yifan, blushed at her colleague's teasing. Oh, come on, can't you all be serious? Have some decency. TCH, what use is decency? Can you eat it? Cash is what matters. Brother Yifan, what else do you need to buy? After leaving Laputa, Lin Yifan continued strolling through the commercial street with Yuyu. Su Yuyu, walking beside him, took the initiative to ask. Lin Yifan scanned the surrounding shops and said, "Wait, I plan to buy a watch. I found it. This one." Su Yuyu followed his gaze and was astonished to find it fixed on a Patek Philippe flagship store. By now she had roughly figured out Lin Yifan's shopping philosophy. This big spender wanted something both suitable and the most expensive. Brother Yifan wants to buy a Patek Philippe. Why not Rolex? After all, in China, Rolex is a more famous brand than Patek Philippe. Lin Yifan shook his head. Precisely because it's too famous. It's been bought by almost every nouveau riche coal boss, becoming synonymous with parvenus. Besides, Rolex is more suited for elite white-collar workers and successful people over 30. It's too mature for my age. Patek Philippe is more fitting. Hearing Lin Yifan's words, Su Yuyu became even more certain of her earlier speculation. Brother Yifan was definitely a young master from a wealthy family. She never thought that one day Su Yuyu would be friends with such a tycoon. But now her heart was filled with complex emotions. On one hand, it was fortunate to know such a high-status young master. But thinking of her own identity and family, she felt deeply disheartened. Even being friends with Brother Yifan felt like reaching above her station. Originally, Su Yuyu had been quite proud with decent personal conditions. But after meeting Lin Yifan, she felt all her pride had become so ordinary. She had transformed from a white swan into an ugly duckling. Excellence, after all, depends on who you compare yourself with. Seeing Su Yuyu lost in thought, Lin Yifan naturally had no idea about her inner turmoil. Without thinking, he placed his hand on her head and rubbed it gently, giving her a head pat. "Silly girl, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go." "I'll hope." Su Yuyu collected herself, a smile returning to her face as she followed Lin Yifan toward the Patek Philippe store. "Welcome to Patek Philippe." The greeter at the door, upon seeing Lin Yifan and his companion approaching and noting their clothes, immediately greeted them warmly. Lin Yifan couldn't help but sigh inwardly that this was indeed a society driven by money. "Good morning, sir and madam. Are you looking for a men's or women's watch?" "A men's watch. Please pick one with a slightly beautiful price." The saleswoman couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Yifan's phrase, beautiful price. But quickly realizing her lapse, she apologized. "I'm sorry. Let me show you one, see how you like it." She took out a men's watch with a black leather strap and black dial from the counter. "Sir, how about this platinum mechanical watch? Do you like the style?" Lin Yifan picked up the price tag and saw it started with a 2 followed by 6 digits. "Too cheap. Show me a more expensive one." "All right. Please follow me to that counter. Those are high craftsmanship watches that should meet your needs." At the other counter, the saleswoman brought out a watch with a black leather strap and blue dial. She introduced, "Sir, this watch has a platinum case, a sapphire crystal to prevent scratches, and a hand-stitched crocodile leather strap. As for the price, it's twice that of the previous one." Lin Yifan sighed helplessly. "Isn't Patek Philippe a luxury brand? Does your store only have watches worth hundreds of thousands? Don't fool me with such prices. I'm in a hurry." The saleswoman was taken aback. Watches worth hundreds of thousands were not good enough. It seemed she had underestimated this customer's spending power. "Sir, I apologize. Let me show you some of our store's flagship pieces." As she was about to fetch the million-level watches, Lin Yifan stopped her. "Don't bother. Just tell me how much is the most expensive one." "Sir, our most expensive watch is a platinum one priced at 2.7 million. Lin Yifan was puzzled. Doesn't Patek Philippe have watches worth tens of millions? Why is the most expensive here only 2.7 million? "Sir, you see, each Patek Philippe model is produced in limited quantities. Watches worth tens of millions are not in stock. They need to be custom ordered from headquarters." "How long does customization take?" "If headquarters has it in stock, it can be shipped in a few days. If not, it may take 1 to 2 months, depending on the production queue." "Bring me that 2.7 million one you mentioned. Let me have a look." The saleswoman quickly retrieved the 2.7 million platinum men's watch from the counter. She carefully took it out and handed it to Lin Yifan with both hands. The watch was indeed beautiful, with a blue starry dial, a platinum bezel, and a hand-stitched crocodile leather strap. The only drawback for Lin Yifan, who needed to complete his spendthrift task, was that it was too cheap. He put the watch on his left wrist and glanced at it. He asked Su Yuyu beside him, "Yuyu, how do you like this watch? Is it nice?" For someone who could casually spend tens of millions in one night, buying a watch for less than 3 million was hardly surprising. Not surprising at all. Su Yuyu had grown accustomed to Lin Yifan's wealth and spending habits. She smiled playfully. "Of course it's nice since the price is so beautiful. Alright, I'll take this one. Also order the most expensive watch among the tens of millions range for me. Calculate the deposit needed." Fortunately, the sales assistant at Patek Philippe was seasoned enough not to be fazed. After all, ordering a watch worth tens of millions wasn't something that hadn't happened before. Yet as she calculated the deposit, her fingers trembling slightly on the calculator, she said, "Sir, the most expensive watch currently available for order is priced at 17.68 million yuan. The deposit is 40 of the total, which comes to 7.07 million yuan. Once the watch arrives at the store, you can pay the remaining balance and collect it. Alright, also help me pick out a lady's watch." Su Yuyu, who had been gleefully observing the sales assistant's nervous demeanor, felt her heart skip a beat at his words. What did he mean? Was Yifan planning to buy her something again? Despite all that had happened, Su Yuyu's mental fortitude had grown significantly. But the thought of receiving another gift worth millions on top of the over 7 million from yesterday and the 200 yuan worth of women's clothing just bought was overwhelming. Compared to the 7 million and the potential millions for the watch, the 200 yuan for clothes now seemed like pocket change to Su Yuyu. Adding a watch worth millions would bring the total gifts to over 10 million. Was she really worth that much? Even if she were sold by the pound, she wouldn't fetch that price. Thinking that they had only met yesterday, yet he had already spent tens of millions on her, left her bewildered. What exactly did Yifan see in her? Even a bride price for a wife wouldn't cost this much. Su Yuyu felt a wave of panic. What should she do? She was desperate for an answer. As her mind drifted into a daze, she felt someone gently touching her wrist. She finally snapped back to reality. During her moment of distraction, Lin Yifan had already picked up a lady's watch and was placing it on her wrist. Startled like a frightened rabbit, Su Yuyu pulled her left hand back abruptly. "No, Yifan, I really can't accept such an expensive gift." Feeling her words lacked conviction, she bit her lip and added, "If you insist on giving me something this costly, I'd rather you be angry with me than take it." Lin Yifan paused, taken aback by her sudden stubbornness. He sensed her firm resolve and realized she was determined not to accept the watch. He sighed, thinking how difficult it was to squander his wealth. Since she refused the expensive one, he'd take a detour and offer something cheaper. Every bit counted. He couldn't let even the smallest chance to waste money slip by. "Fine, if you think it's too much, I'll pick one around 200 yuan. You can't refuse that, can you?" Hearing this, Su Yuyu hesitated for a long time before reluctantly nodding. She truly couldn't fathom the mindset of the wealthy anymore. How could Yifan, who had only met her yesterday, be so willing to spend on her? Was it simply because he had money to burn? Or was he after her body? Even if that were the case, he didn't need to spend this much. With his approach to throwing money around, he could win over any woman. Su Yuyu was utterly confused. In the end, the two watches, one at 2.75 million and the other at 2.40, totaled 2.99 million yuan. Adding the deposit of 7.07 million for the 10 million yuan watch, Lin Yifan paid 10.06 million. Under the adoring gazes of the sales staff, he left the Patek Philippe flagship store with the watches and receipts. Next up was buying a car. Lin Yifan ordered a ride through his phone. While waiting, Su Yuyu seemed to struggle with words, hesitating several times. Seeing her adorable expression, Lin Yifan chuckled. "Yuyu, if you have something to say, just say it. Isn't it uncomfortable holding it in?" Summoning her courage, Su Yuyu asked, "Yifan, we only met yesterday, and you've already spent over 17 million on gifts. Today you bought me clothes for 200, and now a watch for another 200. What is it about me that makes you treat me so well? If you don't explain, I can't accept this money and these gifts with peace of mind." Su Yuyu almost asked outright if he was after her body. Even if he were, he didn't need to spend so much. If they spent some time together and got to know each other, and she found his character and integrity acceptable, she wouldn't need him to deceive her. She'd find reasons to convince herself. Unfortunately, Su Yuyu was self-aware. A man like Lin Yifan was too extraordinary. If he wanted women, all types would willingly climb into his bed. How could he possibly be interested in someone as ordinary as her? Lin Yifan, however, was stumped by her question. Could he tell her it was to complete a task, that he needed to squander his money and spend it all? She wouldn't believe him. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? Tell her it was just because he admired her and saw her as a friend, so he treated her well. No, even he wouldn't buy that excuse. Say he liked her. spending a fortune just to make her happy. That was too far-fetched. They had only met online yesterday and in person today. Anyone would suspect whether his liking was genuine or just lust. She might slap him and call him a pervert, which would be quite the joke. Yet Lin Yifan was unaware of how his wealth had elevated his image in her eyes. He didn't know that even if he openly admitted to coveting her body, Su Yuyu wouldn't be angry. Because when Su Yuyu rushed over in the morning, the first thing Lin Yifan asked was if she had eaten breakfast. To her, that was care, a wealthy young master being attentive enough to notice she might have skipped a meal. That alone was enough to move a girl. Later at Laputa, when he bought clothes for himself, he remembered to get a few sets for her as a companion, using the excuse of a thank you gift to make her accept the expensive outfits. From Su Yuyu's perspective, this showed Lin Yifan's thoughtfulness and respect. Out of respect, he tried to make her accept the gift under the guise of gratitude. When she refused, he ultimately used a domineering, forceful approach to make her accept, preserving her dignity by implying he had compelled her. These small gestures in Su Yuyu's eyes were the hallmarks of an exceptional man. Unfortunately, Lin Yifan had never been this wealthy before. He didn't realize that ordinary actions from his past took on new meaning once he had money. Just as a rich person delivering food is seen as reminiscing about hardships or experiencing life, while a poor person doing the same is viewed as being driven by necessity. When a wealthy man personally folds 1,000 paper cranes as a birthday gift for his girlfriend, it shows true thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, a poor man might only be able to fold a basket full of them. Even turning them into a wind chime as a birthday gift feels quite ordinary. Some women might even say that the man is stingy for using something so trivial to pass off on their own birthday. You see, it's the same paper. Yet when different people use it as a gift, the perceptions vary entirely. The differences in status and wealth lead to different meanings behind their actions. This is determined by status and wealth. The rich do not need to invest much thought or effort into maintaining relationships with ordinary people. Ordinary people need to give gifts in return to express gratitude, hoping for future interactions. But do the wealthy need to put in so much effort to maintain connections? No, it's often the others who proactively seek to curry favor. As the saying goes, when poor no one cares in the bustling city, when rich distant relatives come from the mountains. That's the essence of it. This is not related to materialism, at least for Su Yuyu it has nothing to do with that. Even female animals in nature know to choose strong males when selecting mates. How much more so for higher-level humans? What woman does not like a strong man? Su Yuyu blinked her beautiful big eyes at Lin Yifan, waiting for his response. She was determined to understand Lin Yifan's true intentions today, how otherwise she really wouldn't dare remain by his side. Even if Lin Yifan were to directly tell her that he was interested, wanting to be with her, Su Yuyu would feel a bit more at ease. At least she would know what Lin Yifan's aim was. The unknown is what frightens people the most. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Yifan as he turned to Su Yuyu and said mysteriously, have you seen the movie The Rich Tomato? Huh? Su Yuyu's confused big eyes seemed to flash with question marks. I'm talking about serious matters and you're bringing up movies. What kind of logic is that? Are we not on the same wavelength? Who knew? Lin Yifan leaned in and whispered, I'll let you in on a secret, but you can't tell anyone else. I have an inheritance to claim. But the condition for inheriting it is to spend 1 billion, otherwise I won't be able to inherit the fortune. So all the money I'm spending on you and the expensive gifts is to complete this task. Su Yuyu tilted her head, biting her lip, and said nonchalantly, Big brother, guess if I believe you. If you're trying to fool me, at least find a more credible excuse. Lin Yifan couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. After all, she didn't believe him. All right, since you really want to know, I'll just tell you directly. I'm attracted to you, I desire you, and spending so much money is just to win you over. Lin Yifan boldly admitted his feelings. Who knew that upon hearing this, Su Yuyu's little face suddenly flushed red. Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel that she seemed to have sighed in relief. Wait, could it be that I misread the situation? Su Yuyu shyly said, it seems that if you don't push, you won't tell the truth. Seeing the smile on Su Yuyu's face, it was Lin Yifan's turn to be bewildered. He felt as if a herd of alpacas had swept past his head. No, sister, did you pick up the wrong script? What does this reaction mean? I said I wanted to be with you. Shouldn't you normally slap me? At the very least, you should scold me for being a pervert and leave angrily. What the hell, why aren't you following the script? Lin Yifan, completely confused, didn't even realize that the car had arrived. Su Yuyu opened the car door and turned back to Lin Yifan with a playful smile. Come on, why are you still dazed? Lin Yifan could only shake his head with a wry smile, deciding not to dwell on it, and followed Su Yuyu into the car. Inside the car, Su Yuyu asked, Brother Yifan, what else do you plan to buy next? I'm going to check out cars at the dealership. Which dealership? Rolls-Royce. I shouldn't have asked. Well, I can't keep up with your thinking when chatting with someone like you, a tycoon. At this point, Su Yuyu was clearly no longer as reserved as she had been at the beginning of their interaction. She spoke more freely and even joked around. While chatting, the car had already stopped at the entrance of the automotive market. On the roadside, they could see the prominent Rolls-Royce dealership within the market. This is the largest automotive trading market in the city center of Shanghai, and the location of the auto market is indeed worth its weight in gold. Therefore, the market is primarily filled with luxury car dealerships such as Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Maserati, and Aston Martin. Any luxury car brand that can be named has set up a sales point here. After getting out of the car, Lin Yifan took Su Yuyu straight to the Rolls-Royce store. Though called a store, the size and space of the shop could rival that of a factory workshop. As soon as they approached the entrance, the sales staff inside had already opened the glass door, bowing to welcome them. As soon as Lin Yifan stepped into the store, the welcoming staff began to assess the customers with keen eyes. When they noticed the Patek Philippe watch on Lin Yifan's wrist, their eyes lit up. In their heart, they felt that this transaction was promising. They quickly asked, "Sir, what is your surname? What car would you like to see? I can introduce you." Looking at the shiny new cars displayed in the showroom, Lin Yifan replied, "I'm surnamed Lin, and I'd like to see the Cullinan. Do you have any in stock?" "Yes, Mr. Lin, please follow me." The sales staff promptly led Lin Yifan to a row of vehicles in the back. They arrived in front of a black Cullinan, and the sales staff opened the driver's door. "Mr. Lin, this is the Cullinan you requested. You can take a look and even sit inside to experience the interior environment of the vehicle." Lin Yifan assessed the interior color of the car, but did not rush to sit down. Instead, he asked, "Apart from the black exterior, what other colors do you have in stock?" "We have 5 colors available: red, dark, tungsten, white, black, and turquoise." "Which color do you prefer, Mr. Lin? I can take you to see them." "Let's check out the dark, tungsten, white, and turquoise colors." "Sure, these colors are in the row behind. I'll open the doors for you to compare." After inspecting the 3 Cullinans in those colors, Lin Yifan asked Su Yuyu, "Which color do you think looks better?" Su Yuyu, who had been quietly accompanying Lin Yifan, furrowed her brows in contemplation upon hearing his question. After weighing the pros and cons, she said, "They all look good, but I feel that dark tungsten looks a bit better than black. White is hard to keep clean, and turquoise is better than white." Then Su Yuyu smiled and said, "Of course, Brother Yifan should buy whichever one he likes best. I was just giving my opinion." Lin Yifan nodded thoughtfully. He also leaned towards the dark tungsten or turquoise options. Black, while classic, felt too dull to him. As for white, it was simply not to Lin Yifan's taste. Unlike Su Yuyu, who only considered the exterior, Lin Yifan examined both the exterior and interior colors together. The car with a dark tungsten exterior had a predominantly black interior color scheme. The center console was adorned with walnut wood grain patterns, while the central armrest and door frames were accented with white. It exuded a sense of stability and elegance. In stark contrast, the turquoise model's interior was primarily white. The central armrest and door frames were embellished with turquoise accents, making the interior space feel exceptionally fresh and comfortable. After pondering for a while, Lin Yifan ultimately abandoned the dark tungsten and settled on the turquoise-colored model in his mind. For no other reason than that he was merely 19 years old in this world. Why choose such a somber hue? Youth is meant for boldness and recklessness. He'll take this turquoise one. How long until the temporary plates are ready? Don't you need me to give you an introduction? The salesperson was baffled, struggling to keep up with the pace. No need to waste time on that. The temporary plate procedure will take half an hour. Are you sure you want to purchase this turquoise Cullinan now? Lin Yifan nodded, and the salesperson's astonishment transformed into ecstasy. It was the first time she had encountered such a decisive customer, placing an order in less than 10 minutes of entering the store. "Very well, it'll take you to calculate the costs now and then process the temporary plates. Please follow me, both of you." Arriving at the lounge area, the salesperson, armed with a calculator and an A4 sheet, said to Lin Yifan, "Mr. Lin, the official guide price for the Cullinan is 7.8 million. Currently, our store offers a discount of 6,000, bringing the base price to 7.2 million. Would you like to pay in full or in installments? He'll prepare the cost breakdown based on your payment plan." "Full payment. There's no need to finance such a small amount." Unintentional arrogance was the most lethal. Lin Yifan had no idea how audacious his words sounded. Only Su Yuyu knew that he was speaking the plain truth. A man who could casually splurge 17 million on a live streaming platform in an hour, would he need to finance a car worth over 7 million? The very notion was laughable. That amount was hardly even pocket change compared to his gift-giving sprees. "All right, for full payment, the base price is 7.2 million. The salesperson began listing the detailed expenses on the A4 paper. The vehicle tax, compulsory insurance, and registration fee total 6,730. As for the purchase tax, the salesperson deftly calculated on the calculator and jotted down the figure. "The purchase tax is 615,385. How much commercial insurance would you like to purchase?" Lin Yifan said magnanimously, "Just handle it as you see fit. Whatever's appropriate." Very well, I'll select the insurance plan most commonly chosen by our customers. It comes to 152806. After listing all the expenses, the salesperson quickly tallied them up. Mr. Lin, the total cost comes to 7974900 Nan yuan. I'll waive the 4900, so you'll pay exactly 797 million. Lin Yifan pulled out his standard card. Swipe the card, please. Certainly, please wait a moment. He'll get the POS machine and prepare the purchase contract. As the salesperson turned to leave, the corners of her mouth finally curled up involuntarily. Customers like this were an absolute delight. Previous buyers, though capable of affording a Cullinan, had visited multiple times before placing an order and would haggle relentlessly during the process. No one had ever been like Lin Yifan, buying a Cullinan as casually as buying a pair of jeans. He didn't even hesitate to make the payment. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan noticed Su Yuyu's gaze fixed on the Cullinan she had admired earlier, and he guessed she might want to sit inside and try it out. So he asked, "You want to experience what it feels like to sit in the car?" Su Yuyu, her thoughts seen through, lowered her head in slight embarrassment. She let out a soft hum of agreement. Lin Yifan chuckled, "Silly girl, if you want to just go and feel it inside. This car is too expensive. If I accidentally dirty it, that wouldn't be good." Lin Yifan encouraged her. "It's fine, it'll be my car soon. Go ahead, even if you dirty it, it doesn't matter." "Alright, I'll go then. They'll be careful." Su Yuyu stood up cheerfully and trotted over with quick light steps. Lin Yifan, sitting on the sofa, shook his head with a wry smile and took out his phone to play with it. After a while, the salesperson returned with the POS machine and the purchase contract. Seeing Lin Yifan alone on the sofa playing with his phone, she asked with a smile, "Mr. Lin, where is Miss Yuyu?" Lin Yifan put away his phone and replied with a slight smile, "She's playing in my car." With that, he handed his bank card to the salesperson. Just as the salesperson was about to take the card, a shrill voice echoed through the quiet showroom. "Get out of there now." The salesperson about to swipe the card and Lin Yifan, who was reviewing the insurance list on the sofa, were both startled. They paused their actions and turned toward the source of the voice. At that glance, Lin Yifan's face instantly darkened. He rose abruptly from the sofa and strode over. The salesperson immediately grasped what had happened. Standing in front of the car Lin Yifan intended to buy were a man and a woman. The woman who had just shouted was the one causing the commotion. The other party involved was Miss Yuyu. Seeing this, the salesperson became instantly tense. This was a disaster. It had blown up into a major incident. The deal that was about to be signed might very well fall through. The salesperson hurried nervously behind Lin Yifan as he walked over. As he approached, he heard the woman spewing abusive words. "All sorts of riffraff can come in here now. It completely lowers the standard of this establishment." Su Yuyu had already gotten out of the car. Unaccustomed to such confrontations, she stood helplessly beside the vehicle. Lin Yifan reached her side and gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. He asked Yuyu what happened. Su Yuyu looked up, her bright, large eyes glistening with tears. Seeing Lin Yifan, she felt like a child who had found a protector. Her voice choked as she said, "Brother Yifan, I was just sitting in the car to feel the seat's comfort when they walked over. The woman saw me in the car and rudely told me to get out, claiming she wanted to test drive it. Her tone was so bad that I said there should be a first-come, first-served rule for test drives. Then she just shouted at me to get the hell out." There was no need for Su Yuyu to explain further. Lin Yifan had seen it all clearly as he approached. His face was dark enough to drip with fury. The salesperson who had followed him was about to speak, but Lin Yifan didn't give her the chance. He stared coldly at the man and woman, addressing the woman directly. "What gives you the right to tell her to get out?" The woman, seeing Lin Yifan's youth, dismissed him as a brat with a bit of family money still in school. She assumed he had brought his little girlfriend to see the car and broaden their horizons. Remembering that her boyfriend was a genuine Rolls-Royce owner, she completely disregarded Lin Yifan. Thus the woman sneered disdainfully. She taunted Lin Yifan coldly. "And who do you think you are? You dare ask me what qualifies me? My boyfriend drives a Ghost, and he's a regular here. He's tight with the owner of this dealership. So tell me, don't I have the right? Unlike some folks young and reckless trying to pick up girls at a 4S store." The man beside her toyed with his car keys. He watched Lin Yifan and his companion with a smirk. When someone stepped up, he thought they might be someone important. But upon seeing Lin Yifan's face, he chuckled inwardly. He didn't believe such a young lad could afford anything here. He assumed Lin was just showing off to impress a girl. After all, he had brought this woman here with the same scheme. Driving his Ghost to the dealership, he planned to boast in front of his date, drawing a grand picture to secure more intimate favors tonight. This preconception blinded him to one crucial detail. He failed to notice the watch on Lin Yifan's left wrist. Even if he had, with his narrow perspective head, have dismissed it as a fake Patek Philippe. Lin Yifan couldn't be bothered with such a conceited woman. Backed by his bank balance, he deemed it beneath him to engage directly. Simply put, she wasn't worth his time. He said coldly to the sales assistant, "I won't waste words. Though I'm no big shot, I have my pride. My friend was insulted here. Since she claims to know your boss, have him give me an explanation. Either they leave or we walk. Hearing this, the woman grew more insolent. She sneered, "You admit you're nobody, yet you dare demand an explanation from the boss. Do you even deserve that?" The sales assistant was frantic like an ant on a hot pan. Finally able to speak, she bowed nervously to Lin Yifan. "Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry for ruining your car buying experience. Please don't be angry. They'll call the junior boss right away to handle this." The man felt a pang of unease seeing the assistant grovel before Lin. The woman ignored while the assistant fawned over. Lin felt slighted. She continued her sarcastic remarks. "Salespeople these days are so desperate. Chasing sales is normal, but at least pick your customers wisely. Don't treat every Tom, Dick, and Harry like royalty. You'll end up being played for a fool." The assistant's anger flared. "You're about to ruin my deal, and now you're stirring the pot." Unable to contain herself, she shouted at the woman, "Shut up." The man frowned, displeased that the assistant yelled at his date. He was about to defend her when the assistant dialed a number. He held back, planning to teach her a lesson after the call. "Hello, junior boss, are you busy? Please come back to the store. There's a dispute between two customers." A young voice replied, "What? Who's fighting?" "One is a regular, the ghost buyer. The other is a new client looking at a Cullinan." "All right, I'm at a friend's shop nearby. Keep things calm, we'll be right there." "Okay, please hurry." She hung up, relieved. Luckily, the junior boss was just next door at another dealership. Had returned soon. The man overheard the call. When the assistant mentioned the new client wanting a Cullinan, his brow furrowed with renewed worry. The woman also heard. She laughed at her boyfriend. "How ridiculous. He's lying through his teeth claiming hell by a Cullinan. Why not a Phantom?" As the assistant prepared to retort, she spotted a young man rushing in. She sighed with relief. The boss was back. She hurried over and whispered urgently, "Boss, that young Mr. Lin wants a Cullinan and is ready to pay in full. But that woman with the ghost owner almost ruined it. She said her boyfriend knows you. Now Mr. Lin demands an explanation. If they don't leave, he won't buy the car." Frowning deeply, the junior boss strode over. He recalled the ghost owner had helped him with a loan for a $1.58 million down payment once. But they weren't close. The young man was unfamiliar. Yet when his gaze fell on Su Yu beside Lin Yifan, a sense of recognition stirred. Had seen her somewhere. With a flash of insight, he remembered, wasn't she the streamer Yu from last night's broadcast? The face in his memory merged with the one before him, nearly identical. He was 70 to 80% sure. The man greeted the boss with a fawning smile. "Master Li, we meet again. I brought my girlfriend to look at cars. Sorry to trouble you." Though he could afford a ghost on installments, it showed some wealth. But that was relative. Compared to Master Li, who owned a Rolls-Royce dealership in Shanghai's prime auto market, his money was negligible. Facing such a wealthy scion, he had to grovel cautiously. Unfortunately, his so-called girlfriend lacked awareness. Seeing her man greet the boss, she thought he was important. She raised her chin arrogantly at Su Yu. Li Fei, the dealership owner, ignored the ghost owner's greeting. A customer buying a ghost on finance wasn't worth his attention outside business. In his social circles, he wouldn't even glance at such a person. Now this man dared to cause trouble in his store, using his name to ruin a deal. Li Fei wouldn't give him any face, let alone acknowledge him. He was eager to confirm his suspicion. Li Fei asked Su Yu uncertainly, "Are you the Gujing player from YY?" His words stunned everyone present. But each was stunned for different reasons. Su Yu pointed at her own nose and asked with confusion, "You know me?" Upon hearing this, Li Fei was immediately certain. She was indeed the streamer Yu from YY. Li Fei clapped his hands together and said with a smile, "So it is you. I thought you looked familiar. What a coincidence. Last night in your live stream, I was the king account named Driving Phantom to collect scrap. I must say Miss Yu looks just as beautiful in person as on camera. No wonder the tycoon Xiaosa gifted you 2,000 spaceships in an hour." Su Yu had no memory of the king account Driving Phantom to collect scrap. Her attention had been entirely on Lin Yifan at the time. However, hearing the 4S shop's young boss mention the name Xiaosa, Su Yu couldn't help but let out a laugh. She turned to Lin Yifan beside her and said with a smile, "Brother Yifan, the boss here calls you a tycoon." Li Fei was momentarily stunned before quickly catching on. He looked at the cold-faced Lin Yifan beside him, and a possibility dawned on him, causing his expression to shift. He asked Lin Yifan tentatively, "Could it be? You're the Xiaosa from last night." Although Su Yu had confirmed it, the best way to prove himself was with solid evidence. Lin Yifan pulled up his personal profile page on YY and showed the information to him. Seeing the familiar username and the king icon on the YY profile page, Li Fei no longer had a shred of doubt. Then when he inadvertently glanced at the balance, Li Fei's pupils contracted. He couldn't help but swallow nervously at the string of numbers. What had he seen? Damn, when he witnessed Xiaosa casually spending over 17 million in an hour last night, he knew this new king account had real power. But he never imagined the other party's wealth to such an extent. There was still over 100 million in the balance. So last night's spending was just pocket change. Li Fei had met richer second-generation heirs than himself from circles he couldn't even access. But even people at that level wouldn't dare deposit over 100 million into a livestream platform. What kind of family background allowed such extravagance? Could he be a young master from one of those reclusive top-tier families in China? With this thought in mind, Li Fei suddenly felt an immense pressure from Lin Yifan. It was a pressure he had never felt even when facing the scions of circles higher than his own. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was indeed a top-tier rich second-generation heir. After all, his father owned several Rolls-Royce 4S stores across the country and had investments in real estate and department stores. But if this overly young man was truly a young master from one of those top-tier families, then his own family's assets meant nothing in comparison. Hadn't he seen the balance in YY starting with hundreds of millions? The saying that 90% of China's wealth is held by 10% of the people wasn't just empty words. There's always someone richer. No wonder the salesperson said the new customer wanted to buy a Cullinan outright, with the money in his YY balance. If not for the limit on purchases, he could easily afford a Koenigsegg. Li Fei quickly said respectfully, "Welcome Master Lin to our 4S store. Rest assured this matter was not Miss Yu's fault. I will handle it immediately. Please go ahead and sign the purchase contract. He'll be right over after I deal with this." Lin Yifan nodded. The boss' reaction pleased him, and he trusted that the right decision would be made. As for an apology from the other party, Lin Yifan honestly couldn't care less. Thus, led by the salesperson Lin Yifan, and Su Yuyu left directly. The owner of the Ghost Series car was stunned by Li Fei's reaction. Although the other party had the means to buy a car, he himself was a Ghost Series owner and a customer of the store. He said with a slightly aggressive tone, "Master Li, what does this mean? Even if he's buying a car, I'm still your customer. Is this how you handle things?" Li Fei curled his lip disdainfully and said coldly, "Do you really think buying a Ghost Series makes you something special? Aren't you aware of how you got that Ghost Series? His spare change could buy over a dozen Cullinans. Even I wouldn't dare offend someone like him, and you're still making a fuss. With your eyesight, you probably didn't notice the watch on his wrist. That watch alone could buy half a Ghost Series. And you're still shouting like a fool. I'm truly speechless." Thank goodness Master Lin wasn't driven away by your antics. Otherwise, not only would he not let you off, but neither would I. If you ruin this deal for me, will you compensate for the loss? You really have no eyes. The more Li Fei spoke, the angrier he became, forgetting the principle of harmony bringing wealth. Get lost now. Stop being an eyesore. In the future, keep a low profile. Don't think you're invincible just because you act tough. After saying these words, Li Fei ignored the fool and walked away without looking back, leaving behind the man whose face had turned pale and flushed and his girlfriend. Finally, the two slunk away from the 4S store in fear. Just as the contract was signed, Li Fei hurried over. From a distance, he greeted Lin Yifan with a beaming smile. "I witnessed Master Lin's lavish spending of millions last night, and I never expected to meet you in person today. What a fortunate coincidence. Your presence honors our store." In truth, most rich second-generation heirs are not fools. Growing up with substantial family wealth, they gain worldly experience and access to social circles. This inherently gives them a vision and mindset that those from ordinary families cannot match. Except for a few with extreme personalities, psychological issues, or those spoiled rotten. Most rich heirs are quite adept at handling interpersonal relationships and social etiquette. Otherwise, Li Fei's father wouldn't have entrusted the management of such a large luxury car 4S store entirely to his son. "Master Lin, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. It must have been troubling for you. As a gesture of apology, I'll sell you the car at cost price. I'll immediately instruct the finance department to refund the excess amount to your card. You're too kind, Manager Li, but there's no need for a refund. Today's matter wasn't your store's fault. I don't like owing favors, so let's proceed with the normal price." Lin Yifan replied with a smile. Respect begets respect. Since the owner of a luxury car store had shown him such courtesy, Lin Yifan wouldn't be foolish enough to hold the earlier incident against him. "Please don't call me that, Master Lin. I'm hardly a manager in your presence." Li Fei sighed first, then introduced himself. "My name is Li Fei. If you don't mind, Master Lin, you can call me Da Fei." Lin Yifan smiled. "In that case, drop the Master Lin. My name is Lin Yifan. Then I'll take the liberty of calling you Brother Yifan," Li Fei said, seizing the opportunity to address him as a brother. Li Fei immediately latched onto the opportunity and called him brother. In Li Fei's mind, being able to connect with such a top-tier young master was a godsend. Wealthy scions weren't just about flaunting money. They valued connections and social circles. Yet he didn't realize how mistaken he was. If not for the system granting him wealth, Lin Yifan would still be a nobody, let alone having connections and circles. Even now, with his fortune rivaling nations when it came to connections and circles, Li Fei could leave him far behind. This was Lin Yifun's weakness, something the system could never provide. I'm only 19, Lin Yifun said with a wry smile. Is it appropriate to call me brother? Nowadays, who judges by age? Whoever has the ability and strength is the big brother. Besides, I'm just over 20 myself, not much older. The sales assistant walked over to the boss with the signed contract and said softly, Boss, everything's ready, just waiting for the temporary plate. All right, I'll make a call to cut in line. A worker will deliver the temporary plate in half an hour. But the car insurance won't take effect until noon. If Brother Yifun isn't in a hurry, it's best to wait before driving off. If there's an emergency, you can take my car first. Lin Yifun, seeing his insistence on calling him brother, let it go and smiled. It's fine, no rush. I plan to look at houses this afternoon, nothing urgent. Looking at houses. What kind of house does Brother Yifun want? My family dabbles in real estate too. If there's something you fancy, I can get it for you at the best price. Lin Yifun raised an eyebrow. Impressive, this guy had some connections. Running a luxury car 4S store and real estate. Any properties in Lujiazui? Li Fei's throat went dry. Who was this big shot asking for a house in Shanghai's financial hub right off the bat? He gave a bitter smile. Brother Yifun overestimates me. The land in Lujiazui isn't something just any developer can snatch up. My family doesn't have that kind of clout. But if you tell me which development you're interested in, I can ask a friend. His family specializes in real estate and has a broader network than mine. Lin Yifun took a sip of tea and said calmly, the development doesn't matter as long as it has a view of the river and the Bund. Li Fei gasped sharply. Could this be human speech? Buying a Riverview apartment in Lujiazui, caring only about the scenery. Might as well name Thompson Riviera outright. But recalling the balance in his account, Li Fei steadied himself. This was probably standard for top-tier young masters. Brother Yifun, the best Riverview apartment currently on sale in Lujiazui is Thompson Riviera. Before Li Fei could finish, Lin Yifun cut him off. Skip Thompson Riviera, I'm not interested. What else is there? Not because he disliked it, but simply, well, how to put it? In the novel's head read in his past life, practically everyone owned one. Lin Yifun was tired of it. Now that it was his turn to buy, he refused to choose Thompson Riviera. Not even the law of true fragrance would sway him. No one could convince him, Lin Yifun declared. Besides Thompson Riviera, the only one with a perfect view of the Bund is Seaview 1. Of course, if you don't care about the Bund and just want a river view, there are plenty of options. Seaview Garden, Arc de Triomphe, and such. Lin Yifun ignored the rest and said to Li Fei, then let's go with Seaview 1. Do you know anyone who can help me get a unit? Li Fei pulled out his phone. Brother Yifun, wait a moment. He'll ask a friend in our King group if he has any connections. King group? From YY. Yes, it's a group of kings who hang out on YY. All the kings on the YY platform are in one group. No. Li Fei shook his head quickly. It's just a few of us who get along well privately. We set up a small group. Lin Yifun nodded thoughtfully. This must be the inner circle of the wealthy. Li Fei hesitated, then probed. Brother Yifun, would you like to join? If he could pull a top-tier young master like Lin Yifun into the group, their status would instantly elevate, rivaling even higher circles. But Li Fei didn't hold out much hope. After all different circles, this small group might not catch his interest. To his surprise, Lin Yifun gave an answer completely opposite to his expectations. Can I join? Li Fei, thrilled at the prospect, exclaimed, Brother, be confident. Drop the can. If you can't join, then none of us deserve to. Lin Yifun pulled out his phone with a smile. All right, add me as a friend and pull me in. Sure, I'll scan you. Li Fei eagerly opened WeChat's scan function. After adding him, he quickly added Lin Yifun to the group and everyone. Scavenger on Phantom, guys, look who I've brought into the group. A few messages popped up instantly. Lu Jiafei Dafei, who did you bring? Do we know them? I'm a scalper and proud damn Dafius gone pimping. Grocery store new brother, show yourself, let's get acquainted. Li Fei, fearing someone might say something inappropriate and offend Lin Yifun, didn't dare to keep them in suspense. This is the big spender who blew 200 spaceships in Gujing Yuyu's live stream last night. Holy crap, a whale has joined the group. Everyone form a line to welcome. Welcome, Dashing Whale. Brother Dashing, take care of us on YY, we beg for your support. Lin Yifun grinned at the group messages. He hadn't expected these wealthy scions to chat, just like ordinary people cracking jokes. This was different from how he had imagined their private interactions. Li Fei explained beside him, Brother Yifun, their nicknames in the group are their YY aliases. Lu Jiafei is the real estate friend I mentioned. His surname is Lu, and since his family's in real estate, he picked that alias. I'm a scalper, I'm proud. His family runs cinemas. We joke he sells tickets, so he changed to that name. As for grocery store, his family owns a chain of shopping malls, dozens across the country. After Li Fei's brief introduction, Lin Yifun nodded and politely replied in the group. Good morning, everyone. Please take care of me from now on. Lin Yifan finished speaking and changed his nickname in the group to one of Weibo's aliases. Dafei, how did you get to know Brother Xiaosa? Did you message him privately on Weibo? No, today Brother Xiaosa brought Yu to buy a car and happened to come to my shop. I recognized Yu first, and only then did I realize he was Brother Xiaosa. Wow, so Yu is the one Brother Xiaosa is backing. No wonder he gifted 200 spaceships last night. He'll have to drop by and support her when she starts streaming. Haha, what car did Brother Xiaosa buy? Was it a sports car? Dafei, show me his new ride. Seeing the conversation drifting off topic, Li Fei quickly tagged Lu Jiafei in the group. Bro, are there any good units left in Seaview 1? One with a view of the Bund. Dafei, did you come into a fortune or lose your mind? You're actually asking about Seaview 1. Exactly. If your dad found out you're buying a place in Seaview 1, he'd probably hop on a red-eye flight back to Shanghai to deal with you. Li Fei smiled wryly at the teasing. Come on, you all know my situation. Do you think I have the money for Seaview 1? Maybe after my dad passes and I inherit his estate. After sending that, Li Fei quickly added, it's not for me, Brother Xiaosa wants to buy it. This kind of money is pocket change to him. He still has over 100 million Weibo coins in his account. Li Fei subtly hinted at this information to make the group realize Brother Xiaosa's extraordinary financial background, indirectly proving his purchasing power. This was to ensure Lu Jiafei took him seriously and didn't dismiss his request. Worship the tycoon, worship the tycoon, worship the tycoon. The group instantly filled with a neat barrage of messages. Lu Jiafei tagged Lin Yifan in the group. Brother Xiaosa, I still have a few properties available. You can come take a look when you're free. Lin Yifan replied in the group, all right, thanks. He'll come check them out this afternoon. With the business settled. Li Fei looked at Su Yu, who was sitting quietly beside Lin Yifan sipping tea, and smiled. Miss Yu, is the guzheng really hard to learn? I feel like girls who play instruments like the guzheng or pipa have such elegance. If I ever have a daughter, I'll make sure she learns a skill. Lin Yifan silently marveled at the emotional intelligence and social skills of the rich second generation. While chatting with him, they still noticed Yu sitting alone drinking tea and proactively engaged her to avoid making her feel left out. Presidently, please, just call me Yu. I'm no heiress, I don't deserve such a title. The guzheng is actually quite easy to learn. Once you master basic music theory, it's not as hard as you think. With some time, you can become proficient. Li Fei teased. Alright, I'll call you Yu for now. But who knows, I might have to address you as sister-in-law later. He said this to test the relationship between Lin Yifan and Su Yu. To know how to treat Su Yu in the future. In the eyes of these rich second-generation kids, women were categorized into a few types. Some were just for fun, some were friends, and some were truly beloved. Only by understanding Lin Yifan's stance could Li Fei figure out how to interact with Su Yu. Su Yu blushed deeply at Li Fei's sudden remark. She shyly glanced at Lin Yifan and saw that he only smiled faintly without denying it. Embarrassed, she scolded Li Fei, don't talk nonsense. Brother Yifan and I only met yesterday. We're just friends. Li Fei stared at them, noticing they wore clothes and watches from the same brand. Recalling Lin Yifan's lavish gifts of millions to her last night, he thought, I almost believed her lies. If Su Yu knew what Li Fei was thinking, she would surely protest her innocence. The three chatted idly until the temporary license plates arrived, and it was already lunchtime. Li Fei stood up and said, Brother Yifan, the insurance won't be active for another half hour. Let's grab lunch first. There's a private kitchen nearby I frequent. The food's good, I want to try it. No, forget the private kitchen. I've seen those videos online about people mooching meals at 4S shops. Now that I have the chance, I want to experience what it's like to eat at a Rolls-Royce 4S store. Su Yu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. She realized that Brother Yifan had a playful side. Li Fei was baffled by this bizarre move, nearly throwing him off balance. What could he say? The mind of a wealthy scion was truly unpredictable, turning down a private kitchen for a 4S shop staff meal. It was just takeout. If a rich heir like him didn't mind, he'd gladly accompany him. Li Fei instructed his staff to order 3 extra work meals. After sitting for a while guessing the food was almost there, he led the two to the small staff cafeteria inside the 4S shop. The salesgirls witnessed a strange sight. The young boss, who had never set foot in the shop's cafeteria, was bringing a customer who just bought a Cullinan to dine there. With the boss and a VIP guest eating in the cafeteria, the usually lively atmosphere grew quiet. Chatting salesgirls instinctively lowered their voices to avoid disturbing the guests. Seeing Lin Yifan surveying the cafeteria, Li Fei said proudly, Brother Yifan, what do you think of this cafeteria I set up for the staff? One word, lavish. Haha, the staff earn money for me. Spending a little to make the environment nice so they're comfortable. Doesn't that help them create more value for me? Lin Yifan gave a thumbs up. That's visionary. Many bosses knew that treating employees well could generate more value. But when it came to paying wages or benefits, they'd hesitate to spend real money on their staff. Soon a salesgirl brought 3 lunch boxes to Li Fei. He handed one each to Lin Yifan and Su Yuyu. "Brother Yifan, try our work meal. Our shop's meal is just standard takeout, but it's from a specialized restaurant using real ingredients." Lin Yifan opened the lunchbox. Inside were 3 dishes, 2 meat and 1 vegetable plus a soup. The soup was corn and pork rib with just 2 pieces of corn and 2 ribs. But the aroma of corn mixed with meat broth was enticing, clearly slow-cooked. It was far superior to typical takeout soups. The 2 meat dishes were beer duck and braised belt fish along with bean sprouts. Lin Yifan tasted them and found them quite good. It seemed Li Fei was right. The restaurant they ordered from put real effort into the meals, though Li Fei likely paid a bit extra for it. During the meal, Li Fei chatted with Lin Yifan while also making sure not to neglect Su Yuyu, often making her laugh and cover her mouth. After the meal, it was past noon, and the insurance had taken effect. Lin Yifan planned to head to Lujiazui to find Lu Jiafei and check out some properties, but Li Fei insisted on tagging along. Li Fei claimed he had nothing to do in the shop anyway. Luxury car dealerships like Rolls-Royce rarely saw many customers in a day, so having a sales consultant on site was more than enough. The main reason was that Li Fei had finally managed to connect with Lin Yifan and wasn't sure when they'd meet again. Naturally, he wanted to spend more time together to strengthen their bond. Lin Yifan drove the Cullinan with temporary plates, while Su Yuyu sat in the passenger seat. Li Fei, on the other hand, drove a Porsche Cayenne. When Lin Yifan saw Li Fei pull out a Cayenne from the garage, he was completely dumbfounded. His family owned a Rolls-Royce 4S dealership, yet the boss himself drove a Porsche. Wasn't that undermining his own business? When customers came to buy a car and saw the owner of a Rolls-Royce dealership driving a Porsche, what would they think? Li Fei explained that the dealership had dedicated cars for business entertainment. This Cayenne was his personal ride, but for client receptions, he would still use the Rolls-Royce company car. On the way to buy the property, Lin Yifan drove the Cullinan. The interior was a delight to the eyes as he savored the driving experience of a luxury car. As his first car in this life, Lin Yifan caressed the steering wheel as if touching a lover. With a 6.7T engine, a light tap on the accelerator brought an instant surge of thrust. This driving sensation thrilled Lin Yifan immensely. Soon his car and Li Fei's pulled into the parking lot of Seaview 1. In the parking lot, a young man leaning against a Maserati noticed Li Fei's car and hurried over to it. Seeing Li Fei get out, he greeted him. "De Fei, where's the carefree bro?" Lin Yifan stepped out of his car. Li Fei introduced them. "Bro Yifan, this is Lu Jiafei from the group. His real name is Lu Xing. Bro Xing, this is carefree bro from YY Master Lin Yifan." Lu Xing immediately beamed and extended both hands to greet Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan shook hands and said with a smile, "Bro Xing, don't let Fei hype me up. Forget Master Lin, just call me Yifan." Compliments lift everyone up. Since Li Fei had shown him such respect, Lin Yifan wasn't foolish enough to think his wealth made him above others. After all, he knew his own situation. If Li Fei compared wealth to him, he indeed fell short. But without Li Fei's connections today, he'd probably have to go to the sales hall for a consultant to view properties. What Lin Yifan urgently needed now was to expand his network. These rich second-generation heirs were the best choice. At least from his dealings with Li Fei so far, he didn't have the typical vices of such heirs. He was worth befriending. Bro Yifun'll skip the formalities. If you ever need anything, just holler in the group. Li Fei also didn't forget Su Yuyu, who had been quietly by Lin Yifun's side. He introduced her to Lu Xing. Bro Xing, this beauty is Bro Yifun's companion Su Yuyu, the one who made him drop millions in gifts last night. Lu Xing, upon hearing this, though she was just a small streamer, dared not underestimate her. After all, she was the woman Master Lin had taken a liking to. He gently shook her hand and let go. Lu Xing smiled. "So Yuyu is as beautiful in person as on screen. When you start streaming, he'll have to come and support you." Li Fei chimed in. "That's right, he'll join in too." Su Yuyu naturally knew why these usually aloof rich heirs were volunteering to support her. She quickly expressed her thanks. "You two are too kind. I appreciate it, but just come to my stream and say hi, no need for gifts." Lu Xing laughed. "Support without gifts? That's not really support." Li Fei agreed. "Exactly, Yuyu, don't be shy. You'll get used to it. He'll introduce you to Streamer Lemon since you are on the same platform." Su Yuyu asked uncertainly, "Is that the top streamer Lemon on YY right now?" Lu Xing cut in. "Yes, that Lemon. She's our Fei's little darling. Get to know her and interact more." Li Fei, teased by Lu Xing, shot back. "Oh, aren't you going to introduce your little darling to Yuyu?" Then he said to Su Yuyu with a smile, "Yuyu Lao's little darling is Ling Mingze. You've heard of her, right?" Su Yuyu nodded blankly. Another familiar name. Of course, she knew Ling Mingze, one of YY's hottest streamers. So all those top streamers on YY had rich heirs backing them. But then again, because she met Yifun, two rich heirs were already coming to support her. With the financial backing of these tycoons, wasn't rising to fame only natural? Hadn't she already made a name on YY thanks to those 200 spaceships last night? What did Li Fei mean by get used to it? Getting used to receiving hundreds of thousands in gifts effortlessly. Getting used to directly connecting with top streamers for cost streams. Or getting used to skyrocketing to become the platform's top streamer. Su Yu's mind was in turmoil. Fortunately, they turned to business, and no one noticed her unease. Bro Yifun, what size property are you looking for? Any requirements? Lin Yifun pondered a moment. A high-floor unit, preferably a duplex. If not, then something spacious. Do you have any? Lu Xing quickly replied. You're in luck today, Bro Yifun. The penthouse duplex in Building 2 of Seaview 1 is up for auction. The auction starts at 3 p.m., so we'll head in soon. Damn, Building 2. Li Fei exclaimed in surprise. That's the best located and most expensive building in Seaview 1. The per square meter price must be around 16,000 to 17,000 now. As a real estate specialist, Lu Xing knew Shanghai's property prices like the back of his hand. He began explaining. For low-floor units in Building 2, it's about 16,000 to 17,000 per square meter. But high-floor units are more. Mid-level ones have already hit 17,000 to 18,000, and high-floor units are now over 19,000. If regular high-floor units cost 19,000 per square meter, how much would the crown jewel cost? Unimaginable. Li Fei, even as a rich heir, was stunned by the price. Lu Xing shook his head. Today's duplex in Building 2 has a floor area of 752 square meters, but it's not sold by unit price. It's an entire auction. Lin Yifun asked, what's the starting bid? According to inside info from the auction house, the starting bid is 160 million. Li Fei rolled his eyes. So my whole 4S dealership sold off would barely cover one apartment. Lu Xing asked Lin Yifun, Brother Yifun, the final transaction price of this house might exceed 200 million or even reach 300 million. What do you think? If it's not acceptable, I can help you look for other options. Lin Yifun said without hesitation. No need. A riverside apartment in Lujiazui is worth that price. Let's go with this one. Why would he change his mind? Lin Yifun secretly hoped the auction price would be as high as possible. Brother Xing, can you stop measuring Brother Yifun by our standards? His capabilities are beyond what people like us can compare to. Lu Xing smiled bitterly, immediately recalling that Lin Yifun had once topped up over 100 million on the YY platform. Would a man who casually spent over 100 million on an entertainment platform care about a 2 or 300 million yuan house? What kind of family background did this young Master Lin have? 100 million in assets wouldn't be considered extraordinary in their eyes, but 100 million in liquid cash was an entirely different matter. Where did his limits lie? Lu Xing dared not imagine. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but as Li Fei had said, to come up with 100 million in cash, he would probably have to sell his 4S dealership. Let's head to the auction first. It's being held at the Shangri-La. The 4 of us can take one car. All right, get in my car. Let's go. Lin Yifun nodded and turned to get into the vehicle. The Cullinan drove to the nearby Shangri-La hotel. The 4 took the elevator directly to the banquet hall where the auction was being held. Thanks to Lu Xing leading the way, the greeters at the entrance didn't stop them. Otherwise, at an auction like this, unfamiliar faces like Lin Yifun's would usually require asset verification before entering. Since it was a standalone auction for just one penthouse of Seaview No. 1 with no other items up for bid. The banquet hall was simply arranged. At the far end, seating and an auction stage had been set up. Near the entrance, several buffet tables provided a place for arriving guests to rest and socialize. With over 40 minutes left before the auction began, the hall was already filled with business elites, wealthy scions, and their inevitable female companions. Waiters moved through the crowd attending to guests. The business elites gathered in small groups, murmuring in low voices. The entire banquet hall buzzed with clinking glasses and lively chatter. Lu Xing led the trio into the venue, grabbed a glass of red wine from the buffet, and they found a quiet spot to wait for the auction to start. Lu Xing swirled the wine glass in his hand and took a small sip. He said to Lin Yifun, Brother Yifun, don't be fooled by the crowd here. When it's time to bid, only a handful will actually raise their paddles. Lin Yifun didn't understand. Then what are the others here for? Just to watch the excitement. Li Fei assumed Lin Yifun wasn't familiar with such events, having rarely attended them before. He chuckled and explained, Brother Yifun, you're not wrong. Most people are here just for the spectacle. For instance, Lu Xing and I are only here to accompany you and see what price the penthouse fetches. Some others come purely to network with big shots and expand their connections. Lu Xing nodded and added, don't be fooled by the glamorous women here, all dressed up and sparkling. Apart from a few genuine socialites, true heiresses, and the companions brought by business elites, the rest are ordinary girls from modest backgrounds here to snag a wealthy husband. Lin Yifun raised an eyebrow. They can get in. Yes, and it's common at most events. It's an unspoken understanding. It's normal for some elites and rich heirs to hunt for romance at such gatherings, and these girls are here to catch a golden catch. It's a mutual game. So the event organizers, knowing these girls lack the background to be there, don't stop them. The party needs such people. What could Lin Yifan say? He could only admit his horizons had been broadened. Just then a distinctly mocking male voice came from behind them. Well, if it isn't young Master Li Fei. Made a fortune lately. Here for the Sea-View No. 1 penthouse auction. Did you sell your 4S dealership? Hearing the familiar voice, Li Fei's face darkened. He turned and said coldly, Chun Haijun, you're like a persistent ghost. You show up everywhere. Haha, that's because I'm qualified for any event you can attend, and even those you can't. Annoying, isn't it? Li Fei was so enraged by these words that veins bulged on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth. Lin Yifan nudged Lu Xing beside him and frowned. What's going on? Lu Xing snapped back to reality and quietly explained the feud between the two. Chun Haijun's family is in real estate. They started in the south and expanded into the northeastern market. Li Fei's family mainly deals in luxury cars, but a few years ago they also planned to venture into real estate targeting the northeastern market. The two families clashed when Chun Haijun and Li Fei both set their sights on a prime piece of land, becoming inevitable rivals. Although Chun Haijun's family had more assets and was stronger in real estate than Li Fei's. Since Li Fei's family was new to real estate and weaker, Chun Haijun initially dismissed him entirely. Who would have thought that Chun Haijun's contempt would allow the well-prepared Li Fei to snatch the prime land that was supposed to be his for the taking? Li Fei's family established a foothold in the northeast thanks to that land, driving Chun Haijun furious. Since then the two have been at odds. Chun Haijun constantly targets Li Fei not just in real estate, but in every encounter. Given the disparity in strength, Li Fei always ends up on the losing side. Lin Yifan asked curiously, can't you and Li Fei team up to take him on? Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. My family's base is in Shanghai, but our strength is average, about on par with Li Fei's. If Li Fei and I joined forces, we could put up a fight against Chun Haijun, but that would only make things worse for Li Fei. How so? Lu Xing said helplessly. If I teamed up with Li Fei, Chun Haijun would feel the pressure and call in his own allies. His circle is already a notch above ours. If it came down to a clash of networks, Li Fei would face even greater pressure. So it's better to let them fight it out on your own. At worst, Li Fei just loses face. For people like us, face is everything, but when strength falls short, there's no choice but to endure. Lu Xing recounted these old tales to Lin Yifan, but in his heart a suspicion arose. Li Fei's relentless efforts to connect with Lin Yifan were likely aimed at securing him as a powerful ally. Lin Yifan nodded, finally grasping the full story. Seeing Li Fei at a disadvantage in the verbal duel, he stepped forward with a smile and said, This must be young Master Chen, right? Are you also here to bid on the penthouse of Sea-View No. 1? Chun Haijun, who had been taunting Li Fei, sneered at the unfamiliar young man who interrupted. So what if I am? Who are you? Li Fei's lackey. Lin Yifan, unperturbed by being mistaken for Li Fei's follower, replied with a calm smile. You can consider me Li Fei's brother. Li Fei, relieved by Lin Yifan's intervention, called out excitedly, Brother Yifan. The address made Chun Haijun frown. He had assumed the younger man was a new recruit of Li Fei's, but hearing Li Fei call him brother changed the implications entirely. For Li Fei to swallow his pride and address someone younger as brother could only mean one thing. This young man possessed extraordinary strength, at least surpassing Li Fei's. For wealthy scions like them, face was everything. If not for the young man's superior capabilities, Li Fei would never have done such a thing. Chun Haijun, eyeing the unknown youth warily, said, What's this? Stepping up for Li Fei, Lin Yifan shook his head and smiled. Pointless bickering is boring. Since you're both after the penthouse, let's settle it at the auction. What do you say? Chun Haijun's mind raced as he weighed his options. This sudden newcomer whom Li Fei called brother must have some skill. But he couldn't be that formidable. After all, anyone who mingled with Li Fei's crowd was nothing special. Reaching this conclusion, Chun Haijun shed his caution. This habit stemmed from the time he underestimated Li Fei and let a sure thing slip away. Chun Haijun let out a cold laugh. You're truly ignorant of your place. Fine, if you want to help Li Fei, you'll see what you're made of. Don't disappoint me. Then, well, wait for the auction. They'll show you my strength, young Master Chun, Lin Yifan replied with a wry smile. Chun Haijun stared at him for a moment before scoffing and walking away. After Chun Haijun left, Li Fei said gratefully to Lin Yifan, Brother Yifan, thank you. Don't mention it, Lin Yifan said with a casual wave. Meanwhile, Chun Haijun returned to his spot and ordered a middle-aged man, find out everything about that guy with Li Fei. I want his full background in half an hour. The man glanced toward Li Fei's direction before leaving the banquet hall. Unaware of this, Lin Yifan chatted with Li Fei for the penthouse auction. Let Yu start the bidding first. If Chun Haijun joins in, you step in and bid for me. Thrilled at the chance to compete with Chun Haijun with a powerful backer, Li Fei rubbed his hands eagerly. Sure, but I need a ceiling, brother Yifan, so I know when to stop. A ceiling? Lin Yifan chuckled. Then his smile faded, and he declared with unbridled ambition, looking Li Fei straight in the eye, there is no ceiling. If Chun Haijun dares to bid, you follow. Whether it's 500 million or a billion, if he wants to play, he'll spend 1 or 2 billion to match him. Lu Xing's eyelids twitched at these words. He quickly advised, Brother Yifan, the penthouse is rare, but it's not worth that much. By market rates, 300 million is the max. Anything more is a loss. Li Fei was stunned into silence by Lin Yifan's audacity. What kind of divine benefactor had he stumbled upon? He thought he'd boarded a big ship, but it turned out to be an aircraft carrier. Lin Yifan waved dismissively. It doesn't matter if it's worth it. As long as I can help brotherly save face, that's enough. You don't need to overthink it. I'm different from you. I don't weigh pros and cons like you do when I spend money. Understand? Li Fei choked up and called out, Brother Yifan. The words of gratitude stuck in his throat. He felt that any thanks would sound too sentimental. Lin Yifan patted his shoulder and laughed. All right, don't act like a girl. When the auction starts, just go all out. Li Fei nodded emphatically. Half an hour passed, and more people entered. The auction was about to begin. The man who had left earlier returned to the banquet hall and approached Chun Haijun. He whispered in Chun Haijun's ear, Young Master Chun, I've found out. The young man with Li Fei is named Lin Yifan, 19 years old, a sophomore at Shanghai Normal University, and an orphan. Chun Haijun frowned at this. An orphan? Without a dazzling background or substantial capital, was Li Fei out of his mind? Would he call an ordinary person brother? And wasn't Lu Xing also deferring to him? This only meant the information was superficial. The real truth was beyond his people's reach. What about the woman? Found out anything? Yes, she's an accountant at a small company, just over a year on the job, from an ordinary family. Nothing special. Hearing this, Chun Haijun rubbed his temples. The problem clearly lay with Lin Yifan. Who was this person? Even his people couldn't dig up anything. Was he hiding that deep? Never mind. He'd find out soon enough when the auction started. Chun Haijun dismissed the man and stopped worrying. After about 10 minutes, the auction began. An auctioneer hired by One stepped onto the temporary stage. The wealthy socialites and scions found their seats. Lin Yifan and his group settled in the back row. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the auction for the penthouse of Building 2 at One. Since we're only auctioning the penthouse today, I won't waste time with introductions. Some of you have seen the model units, but others haven't visited the site yet. Next, our staff will bring out a scaled-down model of the penthouse for your reference, and the projector will display the interior design. Several workers then carried in models over a meter tall and placed them beside the auction stage. The models included floor plans, three-dimensional bird's-eye views of the building, and exterior perspectives. Meanwhile, the auctioneer activated the projector. The high-definition video captured the interior of the property, revealing not only the layout, but also the exquisite decorations within. The footage was so immersive that viewers felt as though they were walking through the rooms themselves. Lin Yifan gazed at the projection, utterly captivated by the grandeur of the house. Never in his past or present life had he witnessed such opulent finishes and luxurious furnishings. The thought of soon owning a high-rise penthouse along the Huangpu River commanding a view of the Bund at night filled him with anticipation. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lin Yifan, his blood racing with excitement. The feeling of wealth was sublime. The thrill of extravagance was incomparably satisfying. After the video played twice, the auctioneer turned off the projector. Addressing the assembled tycoons, he announced, "We will now commence the auction for the crown jewel of Block 2, One. The starting bid is 160 million, with a minimum increment of 5 million each time. Bidding begins." Immediately, a balding middle-aged man in the front row raised his hand. The auctioneer, quick as lightning, called out, "Bidder number 6 offers 165 million. Bidder number 3 offers 170 million. Two participants had already placed their bids. Lin Yifan nudged Su Yuyu, who sat beside him. Snapping back to reality, Su Yuyu raised her delicate hand. Bidder number 28 offers 175 million, the auctioneer announced. At that moment, a young nobleman stood up and shouted, 190 million. Scanning the room with a smirk, he added, "Bidding in increments of millions is so tedious, a waste of time." Then he sat down. Chun Haijun, still seated, raised his hand and declared 200 million. Lin Yifan narrowed his eyes and whispered to Li Fei on his other side, "Fei, it's your turn. Don't hold back. Do whatever you want." "You got it, brother Yifan. Just watch." With that, Li Fei sprang to his feet, casting a contemptuous glance at Chun Haijun, and shouted, 220 million. Undeterred, Chun Haijun immediately raised his hand and countered 230 million. Li Fei laughed heartily. Master Chen, why so stingy with your increments? Running low on funds. I bid 250 million. Humiliated in front of the crowd, Chun Haijun's face darkened. 300 million. Li Fei, you call me stingy. Let's see if you have the guts to follow. A wave of murmurs swept through the banquet hall. No one expected Chun Haijun to leap by 50 million. It was clear to any discerning observer that two wealthy scions were locked in a fierce rivalry. Those familiar with the pair recognized them instantly and were inwardly stunned by their audacity. What madness had possessed these young masters to squander fortunes at an auction? Unfazed by the gossip, Li Fei shot Chun Haijun a cold smile and declared 350 million. Chun Haijun's expression grew even grimmer. His family had intended to secure this penthouse as a gift for a young patriarch from a powerful clan. By winning that family's support, they hoped to expand their real estate ventures into new territory. His father had spared no expense estimating the final price between 300 and 400 million. To be safe, they had prepared 500 million. This penthouse was meant to be a stepping stone, a means to forge a connection with that influential young master and secure prime land parcels. The investment would eventually pay off. But Chun Haijun never imagined Li Fei would drive the price to 350 million so quickly. Glowering, Chun Haijun turned his gaze to Lin Yifan, who sat beside Li Fei with an air of serene detachment. He knew Li Fei lacked the personal wealth to bid such sums. This was clearly on behalf of his brother Yifan. Outsiders might not realize it, but Chun Haijun understood that this had become a contest of fortunes between himself and Lin Yifan. Uncertain of his opponent's background, Chun Haijun resolved to make a bold move to intimidate him. In a low, forceful voice, he declared 450 million. This direct jump of 100 million sent a buzz through the hall. Everyone began whispering among themselves. Even the seasoned business magnates who had planned to bid for the penthouse were taken aback. One businessman, a close friend of Li Fei's father and unaware of the underlying dynamics, was so alarmed by Li Fei's actions that he left his seat to call Li Fei's father. He hoped Li Fei's father would rein in his reckless son before he was forced to liquidate assets at a loss to cover the bid. Who would dare default in such a setting? Defaulting and causing the property to fail would not only offend everyone present, but also incur the wrath of the powerful developers behind Seaview 1. Who could afford to antagonize the entity that built such a massive complex along the Huangpu River, the very heart of Shanghai's financial district? Hearing Chun Haijun's bid of 450 million, Li Fei nonchalantly added 30 million, raising it to 480 million. Gritting his teeth, Chun Haijun announced his final limit, 500 million. Li Fei, don't push your luck. The entire room, including the tycoons who had originally intended to bid, had become mere spectators. These two are absolutely insane. They cursed silently. It wasn't that they couldn't afford such sums, but who in their right mind would spend 500 million on a duplex apartment? For that price, one could buy a villa. It was utterly irrational. Li Fei, indifferent to others' opinions, reveled in Chun Haijun's frustration. Seeing his rival's exasperation was as refreshing as an ice pop on a scorching summer day. Sensing that Chun Haijun had reached his limit from his frantic tone, Li Fei smirked mischievously and deliberately added only 10 million. 510 million. After calling out the bid, Li Fei shot Chun Haijun a triumphant grin and taunted, "Master Chen, what's wrong? Running out of steam so quickly? A man should never admit defeat. I can only afford 510 million. If you add just 10 million more, this penthouse could be yours." Chun Haijun was seething with rage. He never imagined that someone he had once dismissed so easily would now be humiliating him so thoroughly. Furious, he roared, "Li Fei, I don't believe you have that much money. I demand a financial verification." His final words were directed at the auctioneer. If Li Fei couldn't produce the funds, he would be finished today. The auctioneer glanced at Li Fei, familiar with the financial standings of Shanghai's minor elites. He knew the Li family well. To raise over 500 million, they would have to liquidate several assets. Subconsciously, he had never considered that anyone would dare to drive up prices in such a setting, so the thought hadn't crossed his mind. Now, prompted by Chun Haijun, he realized the two young masters had been locked in a bidding war from the start. Snapping to attention, he nodded apologetically to Li Fei. "Master Li, I apologize, but given the substantial amount, we must conduct a financial verification. Please understand." With that, the auctioneer gestured to a nearby waiter who promptly approached Li Fei carrying a POS machine. A flicker of panic crossed Li Fei's face. He quickly looked at Lin Yifan, who gave him a subtle nod of reassurance. Relieved, Li Fei exhaled. Li Fei was also afraid. Although he had seen the balance of over 100 million in Lin Yifan's account, he had no idea whether Lin Yifan could come up with over 500 million in cash. If he couldn't, then he as the bidder would be truly finished. This subtle gesture was caught by the big shots watching the show, and they instantly understood. So after all this fuss, Li Fei was just bidding on someone else's behalf. Seeing the young man sitting calmly beside Li Fei appearing at such an occasion and daring to call out a price of 500 million, the big shots present were stunned. How had they never seen this young man before? Thinking it was due to their own ignorance, they quickly asked around to see if anyone knew his background. After asking around, all the big shots were baffled. Not a single one knew this young man. This was getting interesting. The big shots watched Lin Yifan and his group, quietly waiting to see if he was a true dragon emerging or just a paper tiger. The waiter approached Li Fei, who looked pitifully at Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan unhurriedly took out the ordinary Huaxia bank card from his wallet and handed it to the waiter. When the big shots, who had been staring intently, saw Lin Yifan pull out an ordinary bank card, their eyes went blank. What the hell? An ordinary savings card? In the eyes of the big shots present, such a card shouldn't appear at an occasion like this. They all used gold cards, silver cards, or credit cards. A strange sound escaped, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. Everyone looked over and saw Chun Haijun pointing at the ordinary card in Lin Yifan's hand, clutching his stomach with laughter. Hilarious. I thought he was some young master from a wealthy family, but he's just trash using an ordinary card. Then he taunted Li Fei. I thought you had latched onto some big shot, but it's just a country bumpkin. And you, Li Fei, bow and scrape to him like he's a young prince. Tisk Li Fei, you've really disgraced our circle. The business tycoons also looked at Lin Yifan and his ordinary card with strange expressions. Hearing Chun Haijun's mockery, Lin Yifan put the ordinary card back. Then, slowly rising under the gaze of the crowd, he said with a faint smile, young Master Chun is right. This ordinary card of mine is indeed a bit embarrassing. He'll pay with cash change instead, so I won't make a fool of myself with this card. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Paying with cash. Do you know what 500 million in cash even looks like, you hick? Chun Haijun wouldn't let Lin Yifan off. Lin Yifan ignored him, slipped the bank card back into his wallet, and casually pulled out 3 banknotes and 3 coins. These were precisely the 3 fractional notes and 3 one-fin coins he had taken from his collection when depositing money at the Huaxia Bank branch earlier. Looking at the 3 pristine fractional notes and the one-fin coins gleaming with metallic luster in Lin Yifan's hand, the banquet hall fell into a dead silence. Chun Haijun's laughter abruptly stopped. Some present couldn't help but swallow hard. Were these the rarely seen Treasury Reserve notes? Every big shot present was worth hundreds of millions at least. The wealthier ones had liquid assets reaching billions. If they wanted to exchange for Treasury Reserve notes, who couldn't? But who would carry around a Treasury Reserve note worth 100 million? After all, these notes weren't as convenient as a bank card. It wasn't like you could pay a few million or tens of millions for a business deal with a one-fin Treasury Reserve note. The other party wouldn't have change either. They'd still have to settle the difference via card transfer. What amazed everyone wasn't the Treasury Reserve note itself. What amazed them was the sheer wealth of a person who could casually carry Treasury Reserve notes worth 600 million on them. Even Li Fei, Lu Xing, and Su Yuyu beside Lin Yifan were stunned when they saw the notes. Carrying 600 million on him. Dude, aren't you afraid of getting robbed? The so-called socialites in the venue, hoping to snag a wealthy husband, stared at Lin Yifan with shining eyes. They fantasized about capturing this young man, stepping into high society, and living the blissful life of a wealthy young mistress. Some women glared jealously at Su Yuyu, wishing they could take her place. These stares made Su Yuyu, an ordinary girl unaccustomed to such scenes, feel extremely uneasy. Lin Yifan glanced indifferently at Chun Haijun and said to the auctioneer, bring the special currency verifier. The auctioneer snapped back to reality and quickly instructed the staff to fetch the verifier. In no time it was brought over. Lin Yifan placed the 3 banknotes and 3 coins into the machine one by one for authentication. The machine repeatedly sounded Treasury Reserve Note 1 fin, confirming they were all genuine. If they were fake, the machine would have announced this is a counterfeit note. Any other questions? If not, the auction can continue. Having said that, Lin Yifan casually stuffed the Treasury Reserve notes worth 600 million back into his wallet and sat down again. This sight made everyone's eyelids twitch. He truly treated money like dirt. The auctioneer glanced at Lin Yifan respectfully and announced to the room, the auction continues. The current highest bid is 510 million from young Master Li. Any further bids? Silence fell over the room. Who would dare bid against someone carrying 600 million in cash? Not to mention whether their own finances allowed it, or if the property was worth that much. Even if they won, offending such a figure would be more trouble than it was worth. Everyone present was shrewd, they all understood this logic. Even Chun Haijun, upon seeing the 6-fin Treasury Reserve notes, fell silent with a pale face. Li Fei looked smugly at the defeated Chun Haijun, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. It was a psychological reaction from being suppressed by Chun Haijun for too long. Seeing no one else spoke, the auctioneer began the countdown. 510 million going once. 510 million going twice. 510 million going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to guest 28 for securing the Sea View 1 Tower 2 penthouse. Our staff will contact you shortly for the transaction. Thank you to all the business elites for gracing this auction. On behalf of Sea View 1, I wish you all a pleasant day. The hammer fell, signaling the end of the auction. Some began to leave while others crowded around to greet Lin Yifan and make his acquaintance. Among them were those socialites hoping to land a wealthy husband. Li Fei and Lu Xing took this chance to slip away. After greeting Lin Yifan, they went to wait by his parked car. They needed to cool down and digest the day's events. As for the socialites' advances, Lin Yifan simply took Su Yiyu's hand for the first time, clearly stating his position and politely declining each one. Su Yiyu froze when Lin Yifan suddenly took her hand. A blush crept onto her face. Seeing the jealous stares from the other women, she felt a sense of happiness and pride. Lin Yifan exchanged a few polite words with the business elites, accepted some business cards, and then followed the staff to the meeting room in the back to sign the contract and complete the payment. Unbeknownst to Lin Yifan, as these business elites departed, his reputation would begin to spread that very night, becoming widely known within the upper echelons of Shanghai's business circles. The news that the premier unit of Building 2 at Sea View No. 1 had been auctioned off for over 500 million yuan quickly reached some sharp-eyed and well-connected journalists. They promptly published the story. For a time, this price stirred up a huge commotion throughout Shanghai. Fortunately, Lin Yifan's name did not appear in the reports. He was merely referred to as a certain wealthy individual. In the meeting room, the person in charge of Sea View No. 1 was waiting. Seeing Lin Yifan enter with Su Yiyu, the person in charge quickly rose to greet him. Mr. Lin, hello. I am Huang Wanfei, the property manager for Sea View No. 1. Welcome as one of our esteemed homeowners. Thank you. It's getting late, so let's proceed with the signing. Of course. Mr. Lin's time is precious, so I won't delay you. The contract is ready. Please take a look. Lin Yifan took the freshly drafted purchase contract and read it from beginning to end. After confirming there were no issues, he signed his name on the contract. He then took 3 1-cent coins and 2 1-cent banknotes from his wallet and handed them to Huang Wanfei. Only a single 1-cent banknote remained in his wallet. He'll pay 500 million in cash. For the remaining 10 million, I'll just do a direct transfer. Very well, I'll provide you with the account details. Taking the bank account information from Huang Wanfei, Lin Yifan transferred 10 million yuan to the account via mobile banking. After receiving the payment, Huang Wanfei handed him a diamond-shaped card. Mr. Lin, this is the access card for all the rooms in your house. You can use this card to set the passwords for the main door and individual rooms. Please keep it safe. We will handle the property deed and all related procedures for you. They will be kept at the property management office, and you can pick them up at your convenience. Additionally, the cleaning has been completed, and all the furniture and appliances are brand new. You only need to bring your personal belongings to move in. All right, thank you for your trouble. Lin Yifan took the diamond-shaped access card and toyed with it in his hand. No trouble at all. It's my pleasure. Huang Wanfei said with a smile. Mr. Lin, it's getting dark and it's dinner time. Allow me to host a welcome dinner for you on behalf of Sea View No. 1 to celebrate your becoming our homeowner. Thank you, Manager Huang, but my friend is waiting for me. Perhaps next time. He'll treat you then. Manager Huang nodded. All right, Mr. Lin, if you're busy, we can arrange it another time. I won't keep you. Leaving the meeting room, Lin Yifan headed straight to the parking lot with Su Yiyu. Li Fei and Lu Xing were waiting beside the Cullinan. Brother Yifan, I'm really grateful for everything today. If it weren't for you, I don't know when I'd ever get one over on Chun Haijun, Li Fei said first. Lin Yifan laughed and lightly punched Li Fei in the chest. All right, if you're really grateful, take us out for a meal. I'm starving. Li Fei was momentarily stunned, then nodded enthusiastically. Great. I happen to know a private kitchen nearby with authentic time-honored recipes. It's said to be passed down from the imperial chefs of old. Let's go there. Lin Yifan chuckled. Are you obsessed with private kitchens or something? Back at your shop you said you'd take me to one nearby, and now here in Lujiazui you're saying the same thing. Li Fei rubbed his head sheepishly and grinned. How what can I say? I'm a man of simple pleasures. I'm tired of fancy restaurants, so I love hunting down unique private kitchens. All right, let's go. Back at the Sea View No. 1 parking lot, the 3 of them got into their own cars. With Li Fei leading the way, they drove off towards the private kitchen he had mentioned. Li Fei and Lu Xing wanted to deepen their bond with Lin Yifan, and Lin Yifan also felt that these two were worth befriending. Thus their rapport grew increasingly harmonious. At the private kitchen over drinks, Lin Yifan, Li Fei, and Lu Xing clinked glasses frequently. Even Su Yiyu couldn't escape. Li Fei had specially ordered a bottle of Petrus red wine for her. The 3 of them chatted about everything under the sun. Due to their similar ages and personalities, their friendship warmed rapidly without them even realizing it. After the meal, since everyone had been drinking, they simply called for designated drivers. When the 3 designated drivers arrived at the entrance of the private kitchen, Lin Yifan and his group also came out. Faced with the 3 luxury cars, the drivers remained composed. After all, working as a designated driver in a city like Shanghai, one often encounters calls from luxury car owners. Having driven such cars many times, they were far less nervous than their counterparts in smaller cities. Nevertheless, they drove with extra caution. Li Fei and Lu Xing's cars departed one after the other. Lin Yifan, with Su Yuyu, settled into the back seat of the Cullinan. Although Su Yuyu had drunk half a bottle of red wine, she was not drunk. She sat nervously in the car, her heart full of trepidation, wondering what Lin Yifan would do with her next. After all, when they were by the roadside after buying clothes, Lin Yifan had bluntly said he wanted to sleep with her. And now he had been drinking. If Lin Yifan really took her to a hotel, what should she do? Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion, as if awaiting a final verdict. Fortunately, Lin Yifan spoke up at that moment. Yuyu, give the driver your home address. Huh. Oh, okay. Su Yuyu quickly told the driver the name of her apartment complex. After the driver set the navigation, the car started smoothly. Lin Yifan rubbed his temples. The half bottle of baijiu had left his head feeling groggy. Yuyu, let me lean on your shoulder. You'll rest for a bit. Wake me up when we get to your place. Without waiting for her response, he rested his head on her fragrant shoulder. Breathing in the faint scent of her hair, Lin Yifan closed his eyes to rest. The moment his head touched her shoulder, Su Yuyu's entire body stiffened and her mind went blank. But after a while, seeing that Lin Yifan remained motionless, as if asleep, her body relaxed. Is brother Yifan coming to my place? That was the first thought that crossed her mind. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and unbidden images of what might happen next filled her mind. She turned her head to look at Lin Yifan, who had fallen asleep on her shoulder, gazing at him for a long moment. Then her eyes drifted to the night scenery outside the window, her mind lost in a cascade of thoughts. Su Yuyu had always been quite pretty since she was young, never lacking suitors. Throughout her school years and into her career, she had only dated one boy during her freshman year of college. That boy was her first love. He played the guitar and was somewhat handsome. In the eyes of their classmates, they were a well-matched couple, both talented and beautiful. When dating, intimacy between couples is naturally inevitable. However, during her college years, Su Yuyu was still young, too naive, and somewhat conservative. She could accept holding hands, kissing, and even touching her breasts. But the one boundary she steadfastly upheld was her belief that her first time should be reserved for her wedding night. Thus, no matter how her first boyfriend tried, he was met with firm refusal from the innocent Su Yuyu of that time. After repeated failed attempts, his frustration boiled over, and he directly proposed a breakup. He even claimed that Su Yuyu didn't love him, which was why she refused to give herself to him. The breakup, coupled with his words, reduced Su Yuyu to angry tears. Back then, she could never understand if her boyfriend truly loved her. Why couldn't he wait for the sacred moment of their wedding night to consummate their union? Later, as she entered society and matured with age, her perspective grew more sophisticated. Only then did she grasp why her boyfriend had chosen to part ways with her. Nevertheless, Su Yuyu harbored no regrets over the breakup, neither for the split caused by her refusal back then, nor would she have regretted it if she had chosen to give herself to her first love only to ultimately fail and separate. She wouldn't rue it, as it was her own decision, nothing to lament. After starting her career burdened by the pressures of life in Shanghai, Su Yuyu took up a side gig as a streamer. With her looks, her streams could never be so bleak. Over these past 2 months, many had been willing to gift her, but every one of them harbored ulterior motives. They'd toss in a small sum and make demands suggesting that if Su Yuyu complied, they'd lavish her with grand presents. Though Su Yuyu was no longer as conservative as in her college days, she wouldn't degrade herself for money. She couldn't possibly acquiesce to such requests just because someone sent her a few gifts. So viewers came and went in her livestream room, wave after wave, with no one staying for long. Meeting Lin Yifan today marked the first time she'd encountered a big spender in her 2 months of streaming. The reason she agreed to meet was simple: Lin Yifan had gifted her far too much. When he offered to help, she found it impossible to refuse. She could have chosen to turn down Lin Yifan's request, or even taken the 7 million and quit the streaming industry altogether. That sum would be enough to secure her a worry-free life. But she opted to meet him, intending to return over 6 million. Who would have thought Lin Yifan would not only reject her refund idea, but also continue buying her clothes and a watch? He spent hundreds of thousands on her. After the shopping spree, while waiting for a car by the roadside, Su Yuyu asked Lin Yifan about the purpose behind his spending. Lin Yifan frankly admitted he wanted to sleep with her. To this, Su Yuyu felt no resistance inside. Because for ordinary girls, not all, but certainly the vast majority, when such a colossal sum of money is thrown at them, resistance becomes impossible. For some girls, it's purely the overwhelming amount that leaves them unable to refuse. For Su Yu, money did play a small part. She couldn't deny that against her conscience. After all, wealth enables a better life. With so much money spent on her, for Su Yu to claim she viewed money as dirt would be utter nonsense. She was just an ordinary girl. But more than the money, it was Lin Yifun's behavior from the moment they met that made her unable to resist. Su Yu was also aware of how the public viewed female streamers. As long as the money was right, there wasn't a streamer you couldn't sleep with. She understood even more clearly that if Lin Yifun wanted her, and she gave, and she would become in his eyes just another girl who could be toppled by money. She would become a woman who sold herself for cash. Lin Yifun would despise her, treating her only as a toy to satisfy his desires. Once he grew tired, he would discard her without a second thought. But Su Yu had already thought it through and made her decision. If Lin Yifun wanted it, she would willingly give him her first time. Even if after a while he grew bored and cast her aside, she wouldn't regret this choice. Su Yu let out a soft sigh and stopped dwelling on these thoughts. If it happened tonight, she would just treat it as a dream. Because whether she met Lin Yifun through streaming or at any other time, once she had a physical relationship with him, given the vast disparity in their family backgrounds, anyone would assume she climbed into his bed for money. After all, a man as young and wealthy as Lin Yifun, even Su Yu herself believed she was unworthy of him. The two were destined never to be together. What pained Su Yu, however, was that once the relationship became physical tonight, she would be reduced to a contemptible woman in Lin Yifun's eyes. This thought suffocated her with sorrow. Yet she couldn't bring herself to refuse this situation. She dared not, could not, and couldn't bear to reject Lin Yifun's desires, nor did she want to see disappointment in his eyes. The car glided steadily through Shanghai's dazzling nightscape. Thanks to the car's excellent soundproofing, the interior was eerily silent. Only when streetlights flashed past the window did a sliver of light illuminate the two streaks of clear tears on the girl's face inside. The car slowly pulled up beneath an apartment building. Su Yu hastily wiped away her tears. As the designated driver turned back, she quickly made a shushing gesture. The driver, understanding, turned around and sat obediently in the driver's seat, waiting silently. Su Yu, meanwhile, gazed adoringly at Lin Yifun's sleeping face, her eyes welling up with a mist of tears once more. After a long while, Su Yu composed herself and put on a smiling face. She gently nudged Lin Yifun and whispered in his ear, "Brother Yifun, wake up. We've arrived at my place." Lin Yifun groggily awoke. "Oh, we're here already." With that, he opened the door and got out. Seeing him alight, Su Yu froze for a moment, then gritted her teeth and opened her own door to step out. Su Yu stood by the roadside at the entrance of her rented apartment building. On the other side, Lin Yifun walked around the car to join her. As Lin Yifun approached, Su Yu was about to lead the way to her home when he suddenly pulled her into an embrace. Startled by his unexpected move, Su Yu flinched. To her surprise, after planting a kiss on her smooth forehead, Lin Yifun said, "You, I won't see you up. The alcohol's hitting me hard, and I'm dead tired. I'm heading back now. You get some rest too." Before Su Yu could react, Lin Yifun, with bleary drunken eyes, opened the passenger door, climbed in, and shut it. The car then slowly pulled away and vanished around the bend, leaving Su Yu standing bewildered in the wind. Staring at the taillights fading into the distance, her mind went blank, and she was struck by three existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? What's going on? What does this mean? After all that mental preparation, disregarding Brother Yifun's opinion to fulfill his desires, he just runs off. Bro, what kind of game is this? Are all you rich folks this wild? Or could it be that her big brother simply looked down on her? Su Yu sank into self-doubt. She recalled the scene just now and the images she had conjured in the car. Su Yu felt as if her toes had embarrassingly dug a three-bedroom Tullivingram apartment out of the ground. Her little face burned crimson with embarrassment. Finally, she stomped her foot hard, covered her face in shame, and ran back into her own home. Meanwhile, Lin Yifun returned to Shanghai Normal University. He had the designated driver park his car in a mall parking lot not far from the school's main gate. After paying the driver and locking the car, Lin Yifun went back to his dormitory, collapsed onto his bed, and fell asleep. He had only mumbled drowsy responses when his roommate greeted him at the door. Lin Yifun slept soundly, but on the other side of Shanghai, Su Yu lay wide awake. After washing up and returning home, she tossed and turned in her bed, unable to fall asleep. One moment, she would bury her face under the quilt in sheer embarrassment. The next, she would throw it off, gasping for air. She would get up for a drink of water, then lie back down, only to suddenly cover her face and let out a muffled, shameful groan while staring blankly into space. After struggling for over an hour, Su Yu abruptly sat up and grabbed her phone from the nightstand. She found a cute cartoon avatar in WeChat and dialed a voice call. After about 10 seconds, the call connected. A woman's roar came through the phone. Su Yu, are you trying to die? Calling me in the middle of the night. Don't you know it's a sin to disturb someone's sleep? If you don't want to sleep, others do. Su Yu completely ignored her outburst and said into the phone, little Lily, I think I'm going crazy. Please save me. On the other end, her best friend Chun Li, woken from her sleep and plagued by a fierce temper, continued to roar. If you're going crazy, go die somewhere far away. Don't drag me into it. Lily, I really am going crazy. Aya. Perhaps sensing the distress in her friend's voice, Chun Li's drowsiness vanished instantly. She snapped, fully awake, and quickly asked, what's wrong? What happened? Don't scare me. Tell me everything, and I'll help you figure it out. Su Yu calmed down and said softly, you know how I've been working as a part-time streamer after work every day? I know. I even watched your stream a few days ago and hung out with you. Cut the crap. Just get to the point. What happened? Chun Li interrupted her bluntly, asking anxiously. I met Big Brother yesterday. And then, he gifted me. Isn't that normal? He gifted over 17 million. Only 1700. What? How much? A shriek cracking with disbelief came through the phone. Chun Li shot up from her bed. At first, she didn't react, instinctively assuming someone had gifted Su Yu over 1700 yuan. Then it hit her. What had she just heard? Su Yu said weekly 17 million. Holy crap, did you eat dog shit? Su Yu's face darkened. It's step in dog shit. Oh, same thing. Forget that. Really 17 million. Are you sure you weren't just dreaming? Su Yu was speechless at her friend's cluelessness and didn't want to talk anymore. Holy crap, you've met a rich second-generation heir. You've hit the jackpot. Over 17 million. How much will your cut be? Chun Li roughly knew Su Yu's streaming commission and quickly did the math in her head. Then she screeched again, oh my god, over 7 million. Damn you've become a millionaire overnight. Woo, if I'd known streaming paid this well, I'd have done it too. But it's not too late. I'll order the equipment right now. Wow, I'm best friends with a millionaire. Haha, this is too good. Chun Li was clearly unhinged by the shock of Su Yu's sudden wealth. Yu, this is great news. You should be happy. Why do you sound off? You don't seem like someone who just got rich. Are you sure you're not talking in your sleep? Su Yu couldn't be bothered with her and continued, that Big Brother asked to meet me today. You should go. He gifted you so much, or what's wrong with meeting him? Chun Li said dismissively. He said he has no fashion sense and wanted me to help him pick out clothes. As Su Yu's best friend, Chun Li immediately voiced what Su Yu had been thinking earlier. Holy crap, he gifted you 17 million just to get help picking clothes. Then at Laputa, while buying clothes, he also bought me over 2,000 worth of clothes and bags. Chun Li was at a loss for words. How did all the good things fall into her silly friend's lap? Then when he went to Patek Philippe to buy a watch, he wanted to give me one worth over 2 million. But I refused. I didn't dare take it. By now, Chun Li had finally caught up. Holy crap, are you stupid? Someone offers you a watch worth millions for free and you turn it down. Is your brain clogged with shit? Su Yu rolled her eyes and continued, seeing that I thought it was too expensive. He picked out a watch worth over 2,000 to give me instead. What could Chun Li say? A fool's luck. Someone was practically forcing gifts on her. Thinking this, she immediately asked, why is he so good to you? Does he have intentions? As adults, Chun Li didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the chase. This question made Su Yu recall the scene that had embarrassed her so much she'd wanted to dig a 2-bedroom apartment out of the ground when she got out of the car. Instead of answering her friend, she continued, after buying the watch, he took me to a 4S dealership to buy a car. Holy crap, he's going to give you a car too. What does he want? Chun Li was starting to find this terrifying. No, he just bought a Cullinan for himself. Chun Li was bewildered. Bought a Cullinan? Just? Sis, have you lost your mind, or have I lost my grip on reality? A luxury car worth 6 or 7 million, and you say just? Su Yu continued her narrative calmly. At the dealership, I was humiliated by the girlfriend of a ghost owner. He rushed over to protect me immediately and demanded the dealership owner take action. He said either make the ghost owner leave or he wouldn't buy the car and would walk out. Chun Li listened, swooning. Wow, so manly. That's incredibly cool, bursting with boyfriend energy. If some rich second-generation heir treated me like that, I'd be willing to die for him. So what happened in the end? In the end, the dealership owner came over to apologize and kicked those two out. Chun Li suddenly realized why Su Yu was still awake so late and quickly asked, you two didn't go to a hotel before coming back, did you? No, after buying the car, he took me to buy a house. For a young master like him, buying a house must cost at least tens of millions, right? He went to Lujiazui. What? Lujiazui, where the Oriental Pearl is a... Yes, he bought CV1 next to Thompson Riviera. Chun Li was speechless again. Over there, Su Yu continued slowly. And it's the crown jewel of Building 2. Chun Li shuddered. Holy crap, today's news said a mysterious tycoon spent over 500 million at an auction to buy the crown jewel of CV1. Could it be? Yes, it was him. Just keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone else. Holy crap, what kind of wealthy young master is this? Wait, you quickly calculate how much money he spent from when he entered your live stream yesterday until now. So Yu recalled estimated roughly in her mind and said about 550 million, of which the house accounted for 510 million. From last night to tonight, 24 hours, spent 550 million. What more could be said? Utterly extravagant, right? Chun-Li still raised the most pressing question. So did you two sleep together? I asked him why he was so good to me, and he said he wanted to sleep with me. With such a generous young master, it's worth being slept with. If it were me, I'd be more than willing. Yu, congratulations, you're about to become a wealthy young madam. Hopefully you'll hit the jackpot and get pregnant, then marry into the family. But he sent me home and left directly. What? The twist caught Chun-Li off guard. Can you not talk in such a breathless way? The two were silent for a moment. Chun-Li hesitated. He doesn't fancy you. Then she muttered to herself on the phone. But it makes sense. A wealthy young master like him has seen all kinds of women. How could he be interested in an ordinary girl like us? But it shouldn't be. He spent so much money on you. There's no way he'd pass up a sure thing. Could his sexual orientation be off? Or maybe he's impotent. Chun-Li went full detective mode, spouting all sorts of wild speculation. Su Yu could only remain silent. Even she still couldn't figure out what Lin Yifan really meant toward her. So I couldn't sleep. Chun-Li laughed bitterly. Girl, now not only you, but even I can't sleep. My mind is a mess, and I won't be able to sleep tonight. Su Yu giggled mischievously. No wonder I feel much better after saying all this. So what are you going to do? Su Yu shook her head. I don't know. They'll just let things take their course. I won't overthink it. What's meant to come will come. True. The best way to handle this is to go with the flow. They were silent for a while. Su Yu said, all right, let's sleep. With that, she hung up, turned off her phone, switched off the light, and went straight to bed. On the other end, Chun-Li stared blankly at the disconnected call. It took her a while to snap out of it, and she angrily called Su Yu back. After trying for a long time with no response, she dialed Su Yu's phone number directly. Hello, the subscriber you are calling is powered off. Hearing this, Chun-Li was stunned. Then a woman's roar echoed from a room. Su Yu, you bastard. You get me all worked up and unable to sleep, then go to bed yourself. I curse you to never have an orgasm in your life. Bastard bitch, you're driving me crazy. The next morning, Lin Yifan, who had slept extremely well, opened his eyes feeling refreshed. Holy crap. Lin Yifan was so startled by the sight before him that he nearly rolled off the bed, blurting out a national curse. What the hell are you three doing kneeling by my bed so early in the morning? You scared the crap out of me. Looking at his three roommates, Lin Yifan, who had digested the original owner's memories, knew them well. On the left, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and thin, was Situin. Ranked second in the dorm by age, he was the legendary top student, having scored dozens of points higher than Lin Yifan on the entrance exam for the normal university. In the middle was a rebellious youth in designer clothes named Xiao Hongwei. His family ran a business with modest wealth. Having repeated a year of high school, he was the oldest in the dorm, ranking first. On the right was a boy with a mischievous grin named Du Jin, the youngest, ranking fourth. Lin Yifan was third in age in their dorm. The four of them were polar opposites in personality, yet they got along exceptionally well. Xiao Hongwei, the eldest, came from a family in the construction business, making him the wealthiest of the four. He was generous with his three roommates, never stingy. His hobby was chasing girls, always flirting with pretty senior or junior female students. A typical playboy, Situin II was taciturn around strangers. But among close friends like in the dorm, he revealed his secretly flirtatious side. Yet he was incredibly smart academically, always ready to help anyone in the dorm with their studies. Du Jin IV was a goofball with a cheerful personality. A gaming fanatic, he was hopelessly addicted despite his poor skills, always dragging his roommates into playing with him. He drove the other three crazy, and they dreaded whenever he suggested playing games. Third, something's off. You're very off. Xiao Hongwei, the eldest in the dorm, shook his head and sighed. Lin Yifan, still with his heart racing from the scare, sat up in bed to get dressed. What's off about me, you bastard? Xiao Hongwei tugged at Lin Yifan's clothes and said to Situin and Du Jin, look, do you recognize this brand? The two never paid attention to such things and shook their heads. Xiao Hongwei grinned. This is Laputa, get it, you idiots. A single piece of clothing costs over 10,000. Then Xiao Hongwei lifted Lin Yifan's left hand, showing the watch to the two. Know what brand this watch is? Patek Philippe. When I saw it this morning, I was stunned. I even searched online. It's worth over 2 million a Patek Philippe. Du Jin jumped in shock and shouted, holy crap, third, did you come into money? How can you afford such expensive clothes? Lin Yifan pulled his wrist free from Xiao Hongwei's grip and said disdainfully, I'm being kept by a sugar mommy, all right. Didn't you see I didn't come back last night? I was in a hotel room with her, a 5-star one at that. Xiao Hongwei eyed Lin Yifan's not-so-muscular build. Stop bullshitting me. Do you think I believe that? With your physique, she'd rather keep the fourth. Spill it. What's really going on? If you don't tell us, we won't play along with your act. Lin Yifan pretended to be nonchalant. It's nothing. Aren't I an orphan? Yesterday someone approached me claiming him their long-lost child, and they want to do a paternity test. After depositing the money at the bank, Lin Yifan concocted a story to explain the source of his wealth to others, fabricating a false background of a wealthy family. No matter how melodramatic the fabrication was, as long as he insisted it was true, it would suffice. Otherwise, there was simply no other excuse to explain his sudden fortune. And the result? Are they really your family? Xiao Hongwei asked with concern. I don't know if it's real or not, but the test results showed a 99 match. 99. 99. Lin Yifan muttered a reply while rinsing his mouth after getting up. Du Jin walked over and leaned against the wall, asking curiously, and then, did you acknowledge your ancestry? Lin Yifan spat out the foam and shook his head. No. Suddenly having parents appear out of nowhere was hard for me to accept. I said I needed some time to calm down, so they didn't push it. They just took me to buy a few things. So the clothes and watch you're wearing were bought by your parents. Lin Yifan nodded and said, not just these. They also bought me a car. What car? A Mercedes, BMW, or an Audi? Du Jin's eyes lit up at the mention of a car. Xiao Hongwei smacked the back of Du Jin's head and said with a mix of frustration and disappointment, can't you have a bit more ambition? If Third's parents can afford a watch worth millions, do you think they'd only buy a car worth a few $100,000? Lin Yifan couldn't help but admire Xiao Hongwei's sharp mind. Seeing the two eagerly waiting for him to reveal the answer, he had no choice but to say, it's just a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Holy shit. Damn. The three of them gasped in shock. Rich guy, please take us in. I don't ask for much, just lend me the car for a couple of days to pick up some girls. Du Hongwei's first thought was that with a luxury car, he could attract women. At this moment, Si Tuan, who had been silent, wore a constipated expression and hesitantly chimed in. If Third's ex-girlfriend knew how rich he is now, she'd probably regret it to death. Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin froze, exchanging a glance, as if silently debating whether they should just kill this guy who had high IQ but zero EQ. Why bring up the ex-girlfriend when there were 1,000 other things to talk about? If you don't know what to say, just shut up. Had they forgotten how Lin Yifan looked at the start of the semester? The heartbroken state he was in after the breakup had worried them for a long time. Now that Lin Yifan seemed to be doing better, this clueless kid just had to reopen old wounds. Fortunately, Lin Yifan felt nothing for the original owner's ex-girlfriend. He smiled faintly and said, what's there to regret? It's not like she was after my money. Even when I had nothing, she still chose me. She just finally faced reality. Right. Let the past be the past. Don't dwell on it. Yeah, Third. Now that you're rolling in it, how are you going to treat us brothers tonight? Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin, unsure if Lin Yifan had truly moved on or was just pretending, quickly changed the subject. Si Tuan, belatedly realizing he had misspoken again, chose to stay quiet in the corner. Lin Yifan waved his hand grandly and declared, tonight your dad is going all out to treat his sons to a good meal. Xiao Hongwei's eyes sparkled as images of lavish hotel feasts danced in his mind. But then Lin Yifan brought him crashing back to reality with one sentence. I'm treating everyone to spicy duck neck and beer. Pick anything under $100. Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin stared at each other. Then they shot Lin Yifan a dirty look and grumbled as they left the chat. Stop messing around. Class is about to start. Hurry up. Du Jin urged them on, and the four quickly tidied their clothes and beds. Halfway through folding his blanket, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that he and Xiao Hongwei and Du Jin weren't in the same major. He had no classes this morning. Damn it. Why am I even bothering to tidy up? I've got nothing this morning. With that, he tossed the blanket aside and lazily lay back down. Lin Yifan noticed Si Tuan, who was already dressed, and asked in confusion, Second, why are you all dressed up? You're not in the same major as them. I am going to buy breakfast, Si Tuan replied, clutching his growling stomach. Lin Yifan perked up. Great. Give me some too. They'll cover yours. He pulled out his phone and transferred 30 yuan to Si Tuan. It wasn't that Lin Yifan was being stingy or unwilling to send more now that he was rich. If he sent too much, Si Tuan wouldn't accept it. Throwing money around could easily lead to misunderstandings and hurt feelings. But treating roommates to meals was common, and no one would think twice about it. After the three left the dorm, Lin Yifan opened the Huya app he had downloaded the day before and registered an account. After some thought, he chose a vague, ethereal username and opened the recharge page. The mission to squander wealth was a long and arduous one, leaving no room for complacency. He had to waste money diligently. On the recharge page, the maximum amount listed was 50 million yuan. Lin Yifan couldn't help but feel that Huya had real guts and was quite thoughtful. Whether you could afford to recharge 50 million was your business, but setting that amount as an option was theirs. Even if users couldn't use it, it had nothing to do with them. Lin Yifan comfortably recharged twice, and 100 million yuan landed in his Huya account balance. Now came the search for a streamer. What kind of streamer should he look for? At the thought, Su Yuyu's figure flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn it. No matter what, he wasn't going to find another woman like Su Yuyu. She was a total roadblock on his path to squandering wealth. This time he had to find a streamer who would accept everything without question. Small streamers who hadn't seen much of the world were afraid to take the money, so he'd go for the big ones. They were worldly enough not to make a fuss over everything. Glancing at the various game categories at the top of the interface, he remembered he often played Honor of Kings. He casually clicked into the Honor of Kings streamer section. The first stream on the homepage featured a girl with a baby face in her profile picture. But her two enormous assets formed a stark contrast to that innocent face. Lin Yifan couldn't resist clicking into the stream. Over 4,000 viewers were watching online. The screen showed the streamer in the middle of a match with a small window in the bottom right revealing her face. Watching the streamer on camera, her two mounds heaved with every movement during the game. He glanced at her name. 2 words, simple and straightforward: baby face. The name was damn direct and vivid, as if she was afraid anyone might miss the point. The public chat scrolled, and the game screen showed the streamer getting killed by 2 opponents. The streamer Tong Yin put down her phone, looked up at the screen, and interacted with the audience. Her doll-like face was adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and she wore a white t-shirt with a smiling face. The smiling face on the shirt was clearly distorted, its eyes stretched to the sides. Without a word, Lin Yifan directly activated the most expensive noble rank, the Emperor, costing 2,000. Seeing the sudden notification of a newly activated Emperor on the public screen, the streamer Tong Yan's small mouth opened slightly. She thanked him with surprise. Wow, thank you, brother Piao Miao, for activating the Emperor for Tong Yan. Thank you, brother. Lin Yifan opened the gift list and selected the most expensive one, the Ferris wheel worth 5,000. Since it could be sent in multiples, this gift could be sent up to 10 at a time. Lin Yifan chose 10 and clicked to send. A line of text appeared on the public screen. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 10 to King streamer Tong Yan. Thank you, brother, for the 10 Ferris wheels. Thanks, big brother. Tong Yan was overjoyed. Although she was considered a top female streamer in the King section, her usual livestream revenue was only tens of thousands. She never expected a sudden divine tycoon to appear today. A new level 1 account entered her livestream, first activating a 2,000 Emperor, then lavishly spending 5,000 on Ferris wheels. But this was just the beginning. Next, Tong Yan's public screen never stopped. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 20 to King streamer Tong Yan. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 50 to King streamer Tong Yan. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 100 to King streamer Tong Yan. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 200 to King streamer Tong Yan. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 400 to King streamer Tong Yan. When Lin Yifan pressed the button 40 times and sent 400 Ferris wheels, another full channel announcement appeared on the public screen. Emperor Piao Miao has been promoted to Super God Emperor in King streamer Tong Yan's livestream. In Tong Yan's livestream, everyone, including Tong Yan herself, was stunned. They all witnessed a small account in Tong Yan's livestream in just 3 minutes. First it activated the Emperor, then became a more dazzling Super God Emperor. The Emperor required only 1,500 to activate, while the Super God Emperor needed a total spend of 2 million within a specified time to automatically upgrade. Tong Yan forgot all about playing the game at this point. She tossed her phone aside and excitedly patted her chest, the 2 mounds trembling with each pat. Wow, thank you, brother Piao Miao, for the 400 Ferris wheels. Brother Piao Miao, I'll send you my WeChat right now. Please add me. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Yifan's lips. He typed, wait, don't rush. Let me finish sending the gifts first. After sending it, Lin Yifan paid no attention to the sudden surge in viewers or the various exclamations on the public screen. Like an emotionless machine, he kept clicking to send gifts. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 500 to King streamer Tong Yan. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 1,000 to King streamer Tong Yan. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 2,000 to King streamer Tong Yan. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 3,000 to King streamer Tong Yan. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 4,000 to King streamer Tong Yan. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 5,000 to King streamer Tong Yan. Emperor Piao Miao sent Ferris wheel 6,000 to King streamer Tong Yan. Lin Yifan started tapping with one finger, but found it too slow. He switched to using his index and middle fingers alternately on the screen, doubling the speed. After tiring his 2 fingers, Lin Yifan switched back to 1 finger. In a few minutes, he had tapped 600 times, then stopped his slightly cramping hand. When the Ferris wheel count in the livestream reached 1,000, a massive number of viewers had already flooded into Tong Yan's room. Even the official administrators were alerted. Seeing the abnormal data in the live stream, the official administrators thought there was some kind of broadcast accident and rushed to Tong Yan's room. Hundreds of thousands of people crammed into Tong Yan's live stream, instantly overwhelming her public screen. Countless streamers and fans came to pay homage to the divine tycoon. When the Ferris wheel count reached 600, the entire platform erupted. Just the day before, a divine tycoon had appeared on YY, spending over 17 million in an hour. Unexpectedly today, Huya broke the record again, with another divine tycoon descending. In just over 10 minutes, he lavishly spent 600 Ferris wheels, equivalent to 30 million Nyan yuan in Chinese currency. Some speculated whether this Piao Miao was the same person as the divine tycoon Xiao Sa Zhou Yi Hui from YY the day before. Otherwise, why would two tycoons with such similar styles appear in such a short time? Both entered the live stream, activated the highest noble rank, then frantically sent the most expensive gifts, starting with tens of millions. If Piao Miao and Xiao Sa Zhou Yi Hui were the same person, who on earth could he be? Many also believed the two accounts were not the same person. Piao Miao was stimulated by Xiao Sa Zhou Yi Hui's antics on YY and decided to compete with him, creating a small account to break Xiao Sa Zhou Yi Hui's record. Regardless, these two lavish spending sprees changed the style of all live streams for the following period. Previously insignificant new accounts after these two events made streamers go wild at the sight of a new account, thinking they were potential divine tycoons and fawning over them. Some viewers seeing this registered new accounts to tease the streamers. Many new streamers were fooled and ended up being cheated. Just as Lin Yifan finished spending 30 million on Tong, Yan Situan returned from buying breakfast. Lin Yifan quickly said in the live stream, "Streamer, I'm going to have breakfast first. I'll add you on WeChat later." Before she could react, he left the live stream, leaving a delighted Tong Yan behind. Lin Yifan put down his phone, took the two meat buns Situan tossed over, finished them in a few bites, wiped his mouth, and lay back on the bed to open Huya. After finishing his meal, Situan grabbed his textbooks, said goodbye to Lin Yifan, and headed to the library. The dormitory fell silent again. Lin Yifan never thought that one day squandering money would feel as urgent as going to work in the morning. If not for the need to bring more money back to his original timeline, back to his unborn child, he would really want to lie flat and stop trying. Returning to the King section, Lin Yifan searched for new female streamers. As for Tong Yan, he had already spent 30 million on her. Lin Yifan had no immediate plans to continue spending on her. He swiped the screen a few times. A live stream with the title 5-Season 100-Star King Peak Match 2300-Point Female Technical Streamer Carrying Fans Online caught Lin Yifan's attention. In this day and age, a female entertainment streamer reaching 2300 points proved she had real skill. The peak match was different from ranked matches, it being solo queue only meant that climbing the ranks depended solely on oneself. Attracted by the title, Lin Yifan clicked in to see how skilled this streamer really was. The moment he entered the live stream, a commotion erupted. Wow, isn't that the big spender from the babyface stream just now? You stop gaming. A god-tier tycoon has descended and you're about to blow up. It's over, you is going to fall too. Lin Yifan ignored the public chat, his focus was entirely on the game. This streamer, named Wan Yue, was playing the bird girl as a jungler. After watching for a while, Lin Yifan realized her skill and game sense were truly impeccable. While farming in the jungle, she kept a constant eye on all three lanes. Even when no fight had broken out, she seemed to foresee what was about to happen. Often she would abruptly abandon a half-health jungle monster and rush toward a certain lane. By the time she was about to arrive, a skirmish would indeed erupt on that path. Just as the battle reached its peak, her bird girl unleashed a devastating ultimate on the enemy. With a full combo, she effortlessly secured a kill. Lin Yifan also noticed that Wan Yue was particularly meticulous about her vision. Unless she was ganking, she never exposed herself to the enemy's sight. This was the mark of a true expert. It seemed Wan Yue was a genuine high-level player among female gamers. Her 2,300 peak score wasn't obtained through a booster. After securing a kill, Wan Yue habitually glanced at the screen. She found her live chat going wild. While controlling her hero to recall, she quickly checked the stream situation. When she saw a dazzling emperor icon in the VIP section, she froze. Piao Miao. Wasn't that the god-tier tycoon who had just lavished 30 million in the babyface streamer's room? Had he actually come to her stream? Wan Yue immediately greeted him warmly. "Brother Piao Miao, welcome to Wan Yu's stream. Would you like to play a game? I can rank up with you." Lin Yifan typed. "I'm still in diamond. Ooh, I can't match with you glory kings." Wan Yue saw the message and laughed. "Don't worry, big bro. I have accounts at every rank. I can switch anytime to play with you. Not free right now, I'll hit you up when I have time. Alright, I'll DM you my WeChat. Add me, and when you want to play, just message me. They'll be online anytime." "Okay, let me pay the fare first." Lin Yifan opened the gift menu and Ferris wheels began to soar. Emperor Piao Miao sends King Streamer Wanyue Ferris Wheel X100. Emperor Piao Miao sends King Streamer Wanyue Ferris Wheel X1000. Emperor Piao Miao sends King Streamer Wanyue Ferris Wheel X5000. Emperor Piao Miao sends King Streamer Wanyue Ferris Wheel X8000. When the number of Ferris wheels reached 8,000, Lin Yifan stopped. He had spent 40 million. The moment Lin Yifan started sending Ferris wheels in Wanyue's stream, viewers began flooding in, all drawn by the Piao Miao account. Wanyue initially thought Lin Yifan's fare meant just a few Ferris wheels. In her view, Tong Yin might be the streamer he was backing, which was why he had lavished 6,000 Ferris wheels on her. After that, she figured Lin Yifan probably didn't have much left. After all, blowing 30 million in one go was no small sum even for a wealthy rich kid. But as Lin Yifan's gifts in her stream kept piling up, eventually surpassing what he had given Tong Yin, Wanyue was stunned. Was Tong Yin not the streamer he was backing? Had he casually thrown 30 million just because she caught his eye? Just how wealthy was this young master, scattering money everywhere? He had already blown 70 million in one morning. Seeing Lin Yifan finally stop, Wanyue quickly expressed her gratitude with excitement. Thank you for the tips, brother Piao Miao. You're mighty, you're awesome. The audience in the stream was dumbfounded. What kind of god-tier tycoon is this? How much family wealth does he have to be so recklessly extravagant? Big shot, does your mansion need stone lions at the gate? I could squat at your door as a guardian beast. WTF, is this what they call a fair? Damn, whose convoy charges this much to board? 40 million. A dream he'll never reach in a lifetime. Enough for an ordinary person to buy a house, a car, and a wife. Ignoring the chaos in Wanyue's stream, in another stream of the King section, Tong Yin had stopped playing altogether. Staring blankly at the gift notifications flashing on the public chat, she was dumbfounded. The god-tier tycoon had just finished spending in her room, and now he was splurging in someone else's. And he was spending even more than he did here. If she had found a way to keep him in her stream, wouldn't all those gifts have been hers? At this thought, a wave of disappointment surged in Tanjian's heart, along with a feeling of a massive loss. Someone in Tanjian's chat exclaimed in awe. This Piao Miao sure can spend. Just dropped 30 million on Tong Yin, then turned around and threw 40 million at Wanyue. Who is this Wanyue? Is she better endowed than Tong Yin? How come the god-tier tycoon spent more in her room? Tong Yin saw this message too. Anxiety gnawed at her. Could Wanyue really be more endowed than her? But then a viewer who had watched Wanyue's stream chimed in with an explanation. It's not about figure. Wanyue has a normal build, not as big as Tong Yin. But she's been a 100-star king for several seasons in a row and has a high peak score. The god-tier tycoon is probably drawn to her skill. Looks like Tong Yin is out of luck. The tycoon cares about gameplay, not chess size. Exactly, when it comes to chess, Tong Yin beats Wanyue by 10 streets. But in terms of skill, Wanyue crushes Tong Yin. It's over. Tong Yin is losing favor. These words stung Tong Yin. She silently vowed to train hard after going offline. She would strive to win the god-tier tycoon's favor through skill. At the same time, she needed to be more proactive and find a way to secure him. With this dual approach, she was confident no one could compete with her. After leaving Wanyue's stream, Lin Yifan entered the entertainment section. He picked a random dance streamer, and after watching a dance performed just for him, he spent the remaining 29.85 million all on this female dance streamer. While Lin Yifan was splurging on Huya, Su Yuyu on the YY platform also started her stream. She had submitted her resignation email early in the morning, agreeing to hand over work and process departure procedures the next day. Fortunately, she was only an assistant accountant, so the company could easily replace her without requiring advance notice. This was also why Su Yuyu wanted to pursue further studies. A junior accountant could only work as an assistant in a company handling the most tedious, trivial tasks. She could be replaced at any moment, which is why she decided to improve herself. She had already planned that after resigning, she would enroll in an accounting training class to further her studies. At the same time, she could continue live streaming without conflict. In Su Yuyu's live stream room today, Chun-Li showed up with dark circles under her eyes to accompany her best friend during the broadcast. Of course, early in the morning, Chun-Li had scolded Su Yuyu, thoroughly blaming her for last night's insomnia. In the end, she succumbed to Su Yuyu's barrage of snacks and feasts, choosing to forgive Su Yuyu's infuriating behavior. As soon as Su Yuyu started streaming, dozens of loyal fans flooded into the room, with small gifts fluttering across the screen. Su Yuyu smiled warmly and thanked each fan who sent gifts one by one, not looking down on these modest tokens despite having 7 million in her bank card. While interacting with the fans in the live stream, she tuned her Gujing. A conspicuous entry notification appeared on the public screen. A king-level account named Kai Huanying Show Poland entered the room. Recognizing the familiar username, Su Yuyu immediately knew who had entered. She cheerfully greeted him. "Welcome, brother Huanying. Are you not busy today?" Su Yuyu wisely refrained from using Li Fei's real name in the livestream. Fans in the room, seeing a king-level account arrive right at the start of the broadcast, marveled that Su Yuyu was truly on the rise. Some knowledgeable fans recognized the king account. Isn't this the big spender from Lemon's room? Why is he here at Yuyu's? Did Lemon not start streaming? Maybe the big spender has switched his affection to Yuyu. Haha, didn't the Phantom Tycoon drop by Yuyu's room a couple of days ago to check things out? Perhaps he's taken a liking to Yuyu and came to support her today. Strange, why isn't Carefree Bro in Yuyu's room today? These big spenders don't have time to hang around live streaming platforms all day. They just do it for fun and relaxation, not like us. Kai Huanying Show Poland was none other than Li Fei, the owner of the Rolls-Royce dealership. He had previously promised to support Su Yuyu, and upon seeing her start streaming, he immediately entered. Haha, Yuyu, you know me. I don't need to worry much about the shop. I just wander around the market when I'm free, and as soon as I saw you streaming, I rushed over. Su Yuyu gave a sweet smile to the camera. Thank you, brother Huanying, for your support. As promised yesterday, he'll introduce Lemon to you. He'll call her to your room now, so you two can get to know each other, follow each other, and do more costumes later. Su Yuyu quickly nodded okay. While typing in Su Yuyu's live stream chat, Li Fei also privately messaged his streamer Lemon on WeChat. He told her to come to Su Yuyu's room and get acquainted. He specifically urged her to be proactive and warm, emphasizing that this streamer was favored by an even bigger tycoon than himself, so she shouldn't take it lightly. As the two chatted, several more king-level accounts entered the room. Su Yuyu quickly welcomed them. Welcome brother Lu Jiafei to Yuyu's room. Welcome brother Huang Yo to Yuyu's room. Welcome brother Zhuo Dian to Yuyu's room. Su Yuyu greeted each one warmly, surprised by the sudden influx of king accounts. She guessed these must be friends brought by brother Li Fei. Indeed, after seeing Su Yuyu start streaming, Li Fei had sent a message in their group. He said that Yifan Brothers Lady had started streaming and called for them to come and show support. Several group members who weren't busy saw the message and hurried over, catching Li Fei chatting with Su Yuyu in the room. Lu Jiafei, Yuyu, do you still remember me? Su Yuyu thought for a moment, then noticed the character Lu in his username. A spark of recognition lit up her mind, and she asked happily, are you Bro Xing? Lu Xing sent a sneaky smile emoji. Smart, you guessed it right away. The other kings also typed on the public screen. Was sure Huang Yo would jiao. Oh wow, so this is the lady Carefree Bro likes. She's really beautiful, no wonder he didn't hesitate to spend millions. Zhao Jian, without further ado, let's send a few spaceships to Carefree Brothers Lady. With that, Zhuo Dian immediately sent 20 cosmic spaceships to Su Yuyu. This action prompted the other kings, who each sent cosmic spaceships as a greeting gift to Su Yuyu. The minimum was 20. Lu Xing sent 30, while Li Fei directly sent 50. In total, these four kings sent 120 cosmic spaceships, generating $1 million in revenue for Su Yuyu. This spectacle startled Su Yuyu's best friend Chun Li, who was accompanying her in the room. $1 million in revenue. Had her friend just earned over 4,000 in this short time? The money was too easy to make. Her friend had merely greeted a few people in front of the camera and earned more than she could in a year. Just as the gifts finished, a streamer account entered the room. Li Fei took the initiative to greet Lemon. This is the streamer Yuyu I told you about. Get to know each other and support one another during your streams. Lemon typed first, hello Yuyu, I'm Lemon. Nice to meet you. He'll follow you. So Yuyu politely replied, okay, let's follow each other. Look out for each other in the future. As they just followed each other, another streamer account entered the room. It was Lu Xing, who had called in his own streamer Ling Mingzi. In the minds of Li Fei and Lu Xing, Su Yuyu was the streamer Lin Yifan had his eye on. Regardless of how far their relationship would go, for now, they were on good terms. For the two who wanted to curry favor with Lin Yifan, taking the female companion route was also a good option. So they proactively called their own streamers to befriend Su Yuyu as another way to strengthen their bond with Lin Yifan. After the two streamers followed Su Yuyu and exchanged greetings, they said they would co-stream later and then left Su Yuyu's room. Su Yuyu chatted with the kings for a while before starting the day's content, playing the Guzheng. Li Fei and the others occasionally sent cosmic spaceships to liven things up. After playing two pieces, Su Yuyu began random co-streaming. This was a daily routine for streamers. Unexpectedly, she connected with a major streamer. The other streamer was a female dancer. After they connected, the dancer noticed Su Yuyu's delicate features and refined appearance and became intrigued. When discussing the penalty for losing a PK battle, she directly proposed that the loser perform grinding tofu until the punishment time ended. The dancer was completely unafraid. From the PK values, it was clear Su Yuyu was a smaller streamer. The dancer had a big spender in her room at the moment. Encountering such a beautiful streamer, she naturally wanted to tease her to entertain her own patron. Upon hearing the suggestion of grinding tofu, Su Yuyu instinctively wanted to refuse. Having streamed for over 2 months, she knew exactly what grinding tofu meant. But she didn't want to engage in such matters. Unexpectedly, the opposing streamer's face changed, instantly asking Su Yuyu if she couldn't afford to play, and if so, she shouldn't have accepted the PK. Upon hearing this, Li Fei and the others in the livestream room grew furious. They immediately typed in the chat urging Su Yuyu to accept the PK. With the encouragement from Li Fei and the rest, Su Yuyu hesitated only briefly before accepting the PK. The outcome would then be determined by the number of gifts each side received, and the opposing streamer began rallying her own audience for donations. In contrast, Su Yuyu simply sat quietly in her chair, watching the others' performance. The opposing side's top spender immediately sent 10 cosmic spaceships in a row, confident of victory. Even the female streamer on the other side believed she had this match in the bag, thinking she could soon treat her benefactor to a show of beautiful women. But then the kings on Su Yuyu's side began to make their move. Li Fei and the other three each sent 5 cosmic spaceships, instantly doubling the opponent's votes and crushing their PK bar. The opposing streamer was stunned by the turn of events. What was happening? Weren't they supposed to be small-time streamers? Were all small streamers this fierce nowadays? Seeing his PK bar suppressed, the opposing benefactor's face darkened. It seemed they had stumbled upon a tough opponent. Gritting his teeth, he quickly added 20 more spaceships, reclaiming the lead. The dance streamer, seeing her benefactor turn the tide, instantly lit up with joy. She showered him with praise in her live stream, calling him mighty and domineering. However, they hadn't anticipated that Su Yuyu had 4 kings on her side. Seeing the opponent's persistence, Li Fei and the others simply sent dozens of spaceships each. This pushed the total votes for the match to over 10 million. Faced with such a daunting number, the opposing streamer's face turned ashen, and her benefactor was utterly disheartened. He was merely a minor king accustomed to spending a few thousand or 10,000 yuan for fun. Today's PK had consumed his pocket money, saved over some time, all in an attempt to show off in front of the streamer. He had boasted to the streamer in the live stream that he would lead her to 20 consecutive PK victories. He had believed that his accumulated savings of over 300,000 yuan would easily suffice for 20 matches. The first few PKs were indeed won effortlessly, costing him as little as a few hundred or 1,000 yuan, at most a few thousand. After several matches, seeing how much money still remained in his account, the benefactor decided to make a grand gesture. When matched with Su Yuyu, he boldly sent 10 cosmic spaceships. Who would have thought had run into Su Yuyu of all people? And coincidentally, Li Fei and the other wealthy scions were present in her livestream room. This was a direct collision with an immovable force, and he was swiftly taught a lesson. The female streamer on the other side was still struggling, acting cute and pleading in her broadcast, desperately trying to rally votes. The minor king, sensing something amiss, created a secondary account to check Su Yuyu's stream. Upon seeing 4 major kings prominently displayed in the viewer list, he realized he was doomed. There was no way to save face now. Using his main account, he explained the situation to the dance streamer and slunk away from the live stream, leaving the female streamer with a face alternating between pale and flushed. After losing the PK, the female streamer completed the forfeit without a word of courtesy. With a gloomy expression, she ended the PK herself, sitting alone in her livestream room, growing more furious the more she thought about it. Losing to a major streamer might have been acceptable, but being so thoroughly beaten by a small one was infuriating. Even more galling was the benefactor who had bragged in front of her. It turned out he was all bark and no bite, crumbling after just a few matches. Fuming with resentment, she unwillingly picked up her phone to summon reinforcements, determined to reclaim her honor today. As a popular dance streamer who had been active on YY for over a year, she naturally knew several wealthy benefactors with real influence. She messaged these benefactors privately on WeChat, pleading, acting cute, and playing the victim one by one. She even promised to unlock more daring moves if they helped her win. Soon, several king-level tycoons appeared in her livestream room. Seeing the big spenders arrive, the female streamer's mood finally improved. Although she would have to return most of the gifts these benefactors sent after taking her cut, the remaining portion was still a considerable sum. Moreover, these kings were nothing like the poser from earlier. Each of them spent tens of millions annually. At the very least, they could genuinely spend millions in a single PK, easily helping her get revenge. Even if the small streamer's benefactor had just spent over 1 million, could he really compare to her own powerful supporters? He would be effortlessly crushed. Once the king benefactors had gathered and agreed on the forfeit, the streamer, buoyed by the anticipation of imminent revenge, searched for Su Yuyu in the PK history. She clicked the revenge button. Su Yuyu, who was chatting with Li Fei and the others in her live stream, saw the notification for the streamer's revenge and frowned, murmuring to herself, "Why is she connecting with me again?" Li Fei overheard and asked curiously, "Yuyu, who's connecting with you?" "That dance streamer from earlier. She's challenging me to a revenge match." Li Fei chuckled. "She dares to seek revenge. Then let's connect and see what tricks she has up her sleeve." Lu Xing also laughed. I didn't think anyone would be so stubborn these days. We already spent over 10 million votes last match, and she still wants revenge. The king account named Zhou Jian laughed. She probably found some big spenders thinking we're tapped out after spending over 1 million just now. Li Fei sneered. Let's wait and see. Yu accept her revenge. In his mind, Li Fei had already made a decision. If the other side really did find powerful backers, he was prepared to spend millions today to protect Su Yu. One reason was the pride of a wealthy scion. If any random nobody could trample him, how would others perceive him? The other reason was Lin Yifan. As long as he could strengthen his bond with Lin Yifan and cling to that powerful connection, an investment of a few million was insignificant. After all, it was usually impossible to forge a relationship with such a prominent young master, even with money. Once the PK connected, the opposing female streamer immediately spoke. Host, let's make this match a tough one. The loser has to. And then place the paper in front of the camera for the benefactors to see. Do you dare? Li Fei, who was drinking water, heard the streamer's words and sprayed out a mouthful. Holy crap. This female streamer was ruthless, playing for such high stakes. Su Yu was even more dumbfounded. She had heard about this kind of forfeit from veteran streamers before. She still remembered the first time she heard about it. Just from the veteran's description, Su Yu's face had blushed crimson. But later, after the authorities cracked down hard and banned some live streams with swift measures, no one dared to try this kind of play anymore. Little did I expect to encounter it today. This was a move to get their own stream banned. What deep-seated grudge could there be? The other streamer, fearing Su Yu wouldn't dare to accept, began taunting the big spenders in her room. Could it be that the big spenders on your side lack the strength? If your big spenders have what it takes, the punishment isn't on you. What are you afraid of? When the dance streamer first connected with Su Yu, she had no idea that the big spender in her own room had turned pale at the name Gujing Yu. The main reason was that this streamer had been busy with personal affairs these past few days and hadn't had time to follow the latest news on YY. Naturally, she was unaware of the news about a mysterious new big spender lavishing over 17 million on a Gujing streamer in just 1 hour. But she didn't know, unlike the big spender in her room. The leading king in the room, feeling uneasy, clicked into Su Yu's stream and scanned the online audience. Seeing no sign of the king account carefree wanderer, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, he's not here. Perhaps because Lin Yifan hadn't shown up for days after splurging 17 million in Su Yu's room, and there had been no other activity on YY. Many assumed the big spender had burned through his cash. The king thought the same. After all, news often broke about a company's financial officer embezzling funds for tips, or some guy selling his house to donate. If that carefree guy truly had means, why would he vanish after splurging? Maybe he was now eating prison food. Though he didn't spot the king account carefree wanderer, he unexpectedly saw a familiar king account. Li Fei also noticed this king entering Su Yu's stream, and his expression darkened. So it's this guy? No wonder the opposing streamer had suddenly gained such confidence, daring to propose such harsh PK penalties. With him around, if it came to a real fight, this round might be tough. Since Li Fei and his group had small circles like the YY King group, others naturally had theirs too. This guy was the leading king in one such circle. In real life, he was a wealthy second-generation rival to Li Fei. They had clashed a few times at annual galas and other events, each supporting their own streamers and vying for rankings. Because Li Fei always kept a level head, while playing on YY, he hadn't blindly thrown money into those competitions. As a result, he lost to this king every time. The king, having gotten the upper hand over Li Fei, grew arrogant and started telling everyone that Li Fei lacked real strength. Over time, he genuinely believed he could dominate Li Fei. Now encountering his old rival again, he taunted in Su Yu's stream, "Oh, isn't this my defeated foe? What a small world, meeting again today. Looks like this little streamer is doomed." Li Fei typed coldly, "You really think you're something just because you won a few times? I was just holding back. Don't you get it? Ha, I need you to hold back. If you've got no strength, you've got no strength. When you lose, you take it like a man, understand? Not to look down on you, but everyone in that circle of yours, every single one is trash." Li Fei couldn't be bothered to argue further and typed directly, "Fine, let's settle it today and see who comes out on top, so you can stop deluding yourself." The king ignored Li Fei's harsh words and continued to mock Su Yu. "Oh, isn't this the female streamer who made YY news a couple of days ago? What's the matter? Where's your carefree guy? After blowing 17 million on you, he's vanished. Did he run out of cash? Oh right, you didn't stream yesterday. Probably want to find him for some personal fun, and now you've been dumped after he got bored." Su Yu saw the insulting words he posted on the public screen and flushed with anger, her big eyes turning red. Li Fei, seeing him start to attack Su Yu, quickly redirected the fire. "You spout nothing but filth. If you want to fight, fight. Why all the nonsense? Can't win with money, so you make up for it with trash talk. You're lowering the bar. Oh ho. The rain stopped, the sky's clear, and you think you've got what it takes again. So eager to get beaten. Final grant your wish. Don't disappoint me, little chicken. He'll give you time. Call everyone from your circle over. He'll crush you all in one go. After this group, Taunt the King returned to the female streamer's room. Li Fei gritted his teeth and began recharging a large amount of money into his YY account, preparing ammunition for the upcoming battle. On the other side in the dormitory, Lin Yifan exited the Huya stream after splurging 100 million. He found the WeChat contacts privately sent to him by the two Huya streamers Tong Yin and Wan Yue and added them as friends. As for the dance streamer who had received nearly 30 million, Lin Yifan ignored her. After adding the two on WeChat, they both messaged him one after another. Tong Yin Piao Miao, after I go offline later, I'll send you a special treat. The message was followed by a shy emoji. Wan Yue Piao Miao, if you want to play games, remember to call me. I'm always online to help you rank up. Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow at Tong Yan's mention of a special treat, a lecherous expression creeping onto his face. Although he had no intention of developing a romantic relationship with any woman in this timeline, focused solely on completing his spending mission and returning to his original world, he wasn't about to play the saint when it came to such easy prey. He'd take what was offered, wipe his mouth afterward, and feel no guilt. After all, they came willingly, drawn by money with clear intentions. Lin Yifan saw it as mutual benefit. So he replied with a lecherous emoji and wrote, "I'll be waiting for your treat." Then he opened one use message and responded, "Sure, when I feel like gaming I'll message you." After replying, Lin Yifan returned to the WeChat main page. Seeing a new message in the YY King group, he opened it and took a look. Open Phantom Scrap Collector Brothers not on YY, come to the Gujing streamer Yu's room on YY if you're free. Load up on ammo. We're going head-to-head with Wang Xiao and his crew today. Beneath the message was a screenshot of the chat in Su Yu's room. The most prominent line was the dance streamer's King Wang Xiao, saying everyone in Li Fei's circle is trash. A fight breaking out in Su Yu's room. Lin Yifan frowned. Though he had no intention of falling in love or getting emotionally involved, he had a good impression of Su Yu, considering her a true friend rather than just a streamer for his spending mission. Regardless, since he'd come across it, he might as well check it out. He still had 100 million in his YY account anyway, so he could spend it while he was at it. In her livestream room, Su Yu had already asked her best friend Chen Li for her YY account details. She was fully prepared. If things went south, she would log into Chen Li's YY account, top it up with 6 million, and gift herself. She absolutely could not lose this battle, nor could she perform the embarrassing punishment in front of so many people. If even self-gifting 6 million wasn't enough, she would have to break the contract and leave YY. Two more kings entered Su Yu's livestream room. They were from Li Fei's group, previously unseen. Now Su Yu had 6 kings on her side. For this PK battle, both Su Yu and Li Fei tacitly refrained from sending messages to Lin Yifan. Su Yu felt that Lin Yifan had already spent over 10 million on her, and she had given nothing in return, making it hard to ask him for help. Li Fei, on the other hand, felt partly responsible for today's events. Besides, he had finally established a connection with a wealthy patron like Lin Yifan and didn't want to bother him over such a trivial matter. Wasting their newly formed bond wasn't worth it. After a brief wait, the battle officially commenced. The kings on both sides launched spaceship after spaceship, causing the PK bar numbers to surge. Yet the gap remained narrow, with both sides locked in fierce competition. In an instant, the PK value soared past 5 million votes, meaning each side had spent over 500,000. The opposing dance streamer screamed hoarsely at the camera, cheering on her kings. Even Su Yu was infected by her intensity, nervously eyeing the PK progress bar as she began rallying for votes in her own room. However, compared to the opposing streamer's frantic antics, Su Yu's vote appeal was much more composed. The fierce battle among the kings ignited the passion of ordinary viewers in the room. Even these regular fans started sending small gifts to support their streamer. In no time, the PK vote count surpassed 10 million. The intense clash and full-screen server announcements instantly captured the entire platform's attention. Countless tourists and fans flooded into both streamers' rooms, wide-eyed at the king's relentless lavish spending. Seeing so many dukes, marquises, and counts among the incoming tourists, the opposing dance streamer had a sudden brainstorm. She quickly began to flaunt herself before the camera, trying to seduce these well-off tourists into gifting her. Most of the money spent by her kings would have to be refunded. But tips from random passers-by didn't need to be returned. That was another hefty income. This tactic proved effective as the dance streamer's PK value noticeably accelerated compared to before. After 5 minutes, Su Yu's PK votes broke through 60 million. The growth rate gradually slowed as the balance in Li Fei and his friends' accounts neared depletion. At that moment, the opposing side's votes were approaching 80 million. Although their growth had also slowed, there was still a gap of roughly 2 million in RMB. Just as Su Yu was about to log into Chun Li's YY account and top it up, Lin Yifan's King account entered her live stream room. Seeing Lin Yifan's sudden appearance, Su Yuyu exclaimed in surprise, "Yifanj." The viewers in the room, spotting his king account, immediately shouted on the public screen, "That man is back." Li Fei, who had been diligently sending gifts, heard Su Yuyu's voice and saw Lin Yifan's king account. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, quickly typing a greeting to Lin Yifan on the public screen. Then he continued, gifting tirelessly. Lin Yifan smiled and typed on the public screen, "You guys, you didn't call me about this. If I hadn't checked the group, I wouldn't have known what was happening." Su Yuyu stuck out her little pink tongue and said sheepishly, "I didn't want to trouble you, Yifanj. I was about to top up and gift myself." Lin Yifan quickly stopped her. "Silly girl, since I'm here, don't waste your money. Just watch quietly. With me around, who dares to bully you?" With that, Lin Yifan joined the lavish gifting spree. The PK votes in Su Yuyu's room skyrocketed. Su Yuyu felt a tremor in her heart at his words, as if a warm current enveloped her. Her heart swelled with happiness. This feeling made Su Yuyu want to cry. She was just an ordinary girl, a 9-to-5 office worker. If not for the fortunate encounter with Lin Yifan, she would still be working tirelessly for a living, streaming part-time after work, dealing with tourists harboring ulterior motives. When had she ever experienced such a sense of being protected or been so extravagantly pampered? Chun-Li, who had spent a few thousand to support her best friend in the live stream room, finally got to see the wealthy patron Su Yuyu always talked about. But when she saw Lin Yifan's last words to Su Yuyu, she was so envious her non-existent organ turned purple. Well, if she had won. What domineering words. Chun-Li felt like she was watching a CEO romance drama. She sighed inwardly at her best friend's fortune. First, she caught the eye of a wealthy patron and earned over 7 million. After today's PK battle, she would probably make another few million. Damn, her best friend was now a multi-millionaire. Thinking this, Chun-Li felt her world was turned upside down. "Su Yuyu, give me back the few thousand I just gifted you, rich woman," Chun-Li wailed in her heart. When the opposing side finally struggled to reach 90 million votes, they found that Su Yuyu's side had not only caught up, but was surging even more fiercely. The opposing kings were momentarily stunned. Only when they saw the banner on the public screen did they realize in horror a name that filled them with despair. That king account, which had risen and then vanished, had returned. Seeing this, the kings, whose YY balances were depleted, exchanged helpless glances. How could they compete? They had barely scraped together 90 million votes, investing over 9 million. Just as they were about to exhaust Li Fei and his group, this mysterious king suddenly appeared in the opposing room. What a joke. Now they could only hope that this newly risen king had limited funds and would run out after spending a few 100,000 or 1 million. But watching the vote count climb, they knew it was wishful thinking. When the opposing side's votes stalled at over 90 million, Su Yuyu's side slowly overtook them. Eventually, the count broke through 100 million votes, and the numbers kept changing. They lost. The kings in the opposing room stared grimly at the screen, abandoning all struggle. Even the streamer, seeing the name Xiaosa Zoe Hui on the banner, glared at Su Yuyu with envy. She hated that this wealthy patron wasn't hers, that he had chosen this small streamer instead. If only he were my own big brother, then I wouldn't have to fly around tirelessly delivering things everywhere. Just sticking with this one big brother and satisfying him would be enough to crush everyone else. When Su Yuyu's PK votes reached 150 million, the opponent was still stuck at over 90 million. Everyone knew that in this unprecedented PK, Su Yuyu had won with absolute dominance. But Lin Yifan didn't stop. He kept breaking and refreshing the vote count, leaving everyone in both live streams utterly dumbfounded. 200 million votes, and he didn't stop. 300 million votes, and he kept on going. The onlookers felt like they were going insane. 300 million already. Excluding the over 6 million that Li Fei and the others had previously contributed, Carefree Wanderer alone had thrown in over 23 million. Carefree Tycoon shattered his own record set just 2 days ago, delivering a resounding slap to all those who doubted his wealth. When the final vote count settled at 500 million, Lin Yifan finally stopped his lavish spending spree under everyone's gaze. Su Yuyu's face lit up with joy before the camera. It wasn't because she had received 50 million in gifts from this PK, but because winning meant she wouldn't have to endure that embarrassing and humiliating punishment. Even less did she have to think about breaking her contract and quitting YY. Brother Yifan, ill return the share of the gifts you sent after the platform takes its cut, and the same goes for Brother Huanying and the others. It was an unspoken rule in the streaming circle that for large gifts from guilds or big spender streamers would return 60 to 80% of the amount. Many viewers knew this too, but Su Yuyu, in her obliviousness, had just blurted it out. This was a common practice, and streamers were happy to return the money. As long as a big spender supported them, a single lavish splurge could bring fame and buzz, elevating their streaming status, something streamers valued even more. Moreover, a tycoon's generous spending could drive many ordinary fans to send gifts, as well adding up to a considerable income. So no matter how much they returned, streamers never lost out. Lin Yifan said calmly in the live stream, "All right, don't bother returning such a small amount. I never take back gifts I've given. Don't mention this again. Small amount." Everyone in the live stream was stunned. After Lin Yifan had spent over 40 million, hearing those words only reshaped their perception of him. Li Fei and the other kings also spoke up in the stream, "Yu, the gifts we sent are just welcome presents for you. No need to return them." Because of the earlier king battle, Ningming and Ling Mengzi, who had been drawn in by their own big brothers, now stared wistfully at the messages from their supporters on the public screen. "Brother, in my live stream, you never said not to return gifts." But neither streamer was tactless enough to voice that thought. They only kept it to themselves. Besides, the money Li Fei and the others spent in their streams came with a much lower return rate than most streams. What more could they ask for? Yet their gazes towards Su Yuyu were filled with envy. After all, which streamer wouldn't envy Su Yuyu for having such a big brother? A generous tipper who didn't even ask for his gifts back. Where could you find a brother like that? Didn't you see the rival streamer's eyes turning green with jealousy? Ningming and Ling Mengzi both thought the same. Seeing that she had won the PK, Su Yuyu asked in the stream, "Brother Carefree, should we make the opponent do the punishment?" Looking at the dance streamer on the other side, in his past life, Lin Yifan would have been eager to witness such a thrilling scene. But since becoming wealthy, his mindset had subtly shifted. He said in the stream, "I can't be bothered to watch. You decide whether to enforce the punishment, Yuyu." The opposing dance streamer, having lost the PK, had already taken out her phone and prepared tissues. If Su Yuyu ordered the punishment, she was ready to perform in front of the camera. She was an open-minded woman anyway, a bit of suggestive content on camera was no big deal. What if her performance caught the eye of the big spender on the other side? Wouldn't that be even better? But Su Yuyu didn't give her that chance. She said to the dance streamer, "All right, let's forget the punishment. Don't set up such penalties next time, or you might trap yourself." With that, Su Yuyu ended the PK connection. It wasn't because she was kind-hearted. Su Yuyu's kindness wasn't freely given. When someone had practically insulted her, she wouldn't just swallow her pride. The main reason was that the punishment was too vulgar, and Su Yuyu genuinely didn't want to watch it. With the excitement over, the crowd began to disperse. Ningming and Ling Mengzi returned to their own streams to start broadcasting. After witnessing the strength of Su Yuyu's big brother, they didn't need their own supporters' advice to know how to act. Once they started streaming, they took turns connecting with Su Yuyu for interactive chats and played lighthearted games to liven the atmosphere. Lin Yifan greeted Li Fei and the others before logging out of YY. He checked the afternoon classes on his phone, and after confirming there were no important ones, found a female classmate on WeChat. "Yihan, gorgeous, what are you up to?" Lin Yifan planned to skip the less important afternoon classes and go check out the house he had bought. The reply came quickly with a teasing tone, "Shopping with my bestie at the supermarket." "What's up, little Lin?" Yihan was Lin Yifan's high school classmate. They had known each other since those days. Unexpectedly, they ended up at the same university in the same department and class, so their relationship had always been good, like close buddies. However, after Lin Yifan started dating his ex-girlfriend in his freshman year, Yihan kept an appropriate distance, and their contact dwindled, though the bond never faded. Many of their old high school classmates couldn't understand it. Yihan was attractive with a lively and cheerful personality, and she had been in the same class as Lin Yifan from high school all the way through university. With such a connection, the fact that they hadn't ended up together seemed almost unbelievable. Lin Yifan saw that Yihan had replied instantly and chuckled, "Committee member, I have a favor to ask." Yihan was the discipline committee member for their class, responsible for taking attendance every lesson. The committee member's roll call was different from the teachers'. Except for very strict teachers and important subjects, some teachers were casual about attendance. They might let a random student answer for an absent one, and elective courses might not even take roll. But the discipline committee member's roll call was different. Since they were all classmates, Yihan just needed a glance to know who was missing, and her attendance records went directly to the counselor. So if Lin Yifan wanted to skip the unimportant afternoon classes, he had to get the nod from Yihan first. Otherwise, losing some moral education points would be a real hassle. "What? You want to cut class?" As soon as he called her committee member, Lin Yifan knew exactly what she meant. "Miss Yi, you truly possess prophetic insight. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. Could you possibly be lenient?" "All right, there aren't any important classes this afternoon anyway. You can go." Yihan agreed readily. After all, skipping classes and dating were part and parcel of university life. Yihan, being the discipline committee member, naturally wouldn't nitpick and earned everyone's disdain. "Great, thanks a lot, Miss Yi. He'll treat you to your favorite stinky tofu then." Yihan was a true blue girl from Hunan province. Having known her for years, Lin Yifan was well aware of her habits. Her most beloved snack was the famous stinky tofu from her hometown. "What do you take me for?" Do you think I'd cover for you just for a serving of stinky tofu? What are you thinking? One serving isn't enough. You'll have to pay extra. Yihan declared with feigned righteousness. Lin Yifan read the message on his phone, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He knew Yihan would say that. Having known her for so many years, he could roughly predict her personality and what she would say next. After agreeing to Yihan's terms, Lin Yifan got out of bed, tidied up, and left the school. He still hadn't seen the house he bought yesterday, and the clothes he ordered were still at the Laputa boutique. He needed to get the house ready and have the store deliver the clothes. Arriving at the underground parking lot of the mall near the school gate, Lin Yifan found his Cullinan, got in, and set the navigation. From the normal university to Seaview 1 was less than 10 kilometers. However, the route required crossing the Huangpu River, taking about half an hour. Lin Yifan drove straight to Seaview 1, parked in the underground garage of Building 2, took the elevator, and swiped his access card to reach the floor where his apartment was located. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Yifan stepped into the corridor. The door opposite was his. He pressed the access card against the reader beside the main door, and a soft click sounded. Opening the door, Lin Yifan entered the room with anticipation and excitement. Although his card held immense wealth facing his first luxury home, he couldn't remain indifferent. In his past life, he had worked himself to the bone just to afford a modest 100-square-meter apartment in a small city. He never imagined he would one day live in such a magnificent house. Stepping into the vast living room, the first impression was emptiness. Yes, emptiness. The living room alone was larger than his entire previous apartment. The clean walls and floors, the tidy arrangement of furniture, and the perfectly coordinated decorative paintings on the walls created a minimalist yet elegant atmosphere. The floors, walls, and ceiling were all white. Even the shoe cabinet, bookshelf, and TV cabinet were white. The sofa and the rug in front of it were made of gray fabric, while the black piano beside the TV cabinet served as the perfect finishing touch to the color scheme. However, Lin Yifan was puzzled whether this apartment was a duplex or a split level. If it were a duplex, the ceiling height clearly exceeded the standard, reaching over 5 meters. But if it were a split level, the entire house wasn't completely divided into 2 floors. At least the living room area near the entrance was open from floor to ceiling. Yet this thought barely crossed his mind before he dismissed it. Suppressing his joy, he surveyed the room's layout. Taking the main door as the central axis, to the left were the sofa and TV cabinet area, and beyond that a spacious open balcony overlooking the Huangpu River and the Bund. To the right of the living room were the dining table, kitchen, and the staircase leading to the second floor. The open-plan kitchen with its brand-new utensils made cooking here feel like a pleasure. Directly opposite the entrance was a hallway leading to other rooms. Lin Yifan walked straight through the living room toward the hallway, intending to inspect the first floor first. There were 3 doors in the hallway, 1 on the left, in the middle, and 2 on the right. Lin Yifan opened the door on the left and peeked inside. It was the gym he had seen in the auction video, but the video hadn't conveyed its true size. Now seeing the gym space firsthand, Lin Yifan was secretly amazed. Stepping out, he checked the 2 rooms on the right. The one near the living room was a mahjong room, and the one further down was a guest bedroom. Lin Yifan then climbed the stairs to the second floor. Standing in the corridor looking down at the living room and open kitchen below, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The second floor had a simpler layout: 1 oversized master bedroom, 4 secondary bedrooms, and a study. All the bedding had been replaced with new sets by the property management overnight after the auction. Towels and bath towels, still unopened, were high-end luxury brands. Lying on the 2-meter master bed with its soft mattress and comfortable sheets, Lin Yifan found it hard to get up. After several attempts, it was only the thought that everything here now belonged to him that finally made him reluctantly rise from the bed. Back in the first floor living room, Lin Yifan walked onto the balcony where a tea table, a pair of rattan chairs, and a hanging basket in the corner were arranged. Sitting in the hanging basket, gazing at the surging Huangpu River below and the bustling Bund, an indescribable surge of pride welled up from the depths of his heart. As the hanging basket swayed gently, Lin Yifan immersed himself in this feeling. After sitting for nearly an hour, he slowly came to his senses, as if waking from a grand dream. This luxury mansion was fully equipped, from large furniture to small daily necessities. If he wished, Lin Yifan could move in immediately. However, the refrigerator was empty, and although towels and toothbrushes were provided, the wardrobes and shoe cabinets were bare. Thinking of the wardrobes and shoe cabinets, Lin Yifan suddenly remembered that his clothes from Laputa were still stored at the boutique. He had initially planned to have them delivered after buying the house, but that plan had been delayed until today. Lin Yifan found the contact of the boutique sales assistant he had added earlier and sent her a message. Zhou Fei, who was organizing items in the store, heard her phone ring. Taking it out, she was pleasantly surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, that big spender sent me a message." A colleague nearby asked curiously, "Fei, which big spender messaged you? Since when did you get to know such a person?" "It's Mr. Lin, the one who bought over a 1 million yuan worth of clothes a couple of days ago. What? What did he send you? Other colleagues hearing Mr. Lin gathered around, buzzing with gossip. Zhou Fei glanced at the message and chuckled. He's asking if I'm busy, if I have time to deliver the clothes. Then what are we waiting for? Reply right away. I already replied. I told him I'm free anytime, and if he needs it to send the address, and he'll drive the shop's car to deliver it. As soon as Zhou Fei finished speaking, a new message came through, a WeChat location. Zhou Fei opened the location and looked at it, her expression turning slightly surprised as she said to her colleague, "It looks like Sea View 1. Her colleague snatched the phone for a closer look and exclaimed in shock, "It really is Sea View 1. Oh my god, he really is a rich young master, a big shot living by the Huangpu River. Damn, isn't this a real-life version of a domineering CEO? Fei, you've got to seize this opportunity. Who knows, you might just become the Cinderella of a romantic drama." Zhou Fei, however, kept a clear head and sighed. How is that possible? Even if I were willing, he might not be interested. Besides, marrying into a wealthy family isn't as simple as it looks in TV shows. A colleague nearby rolled her eyes and advised helplessly, Fei, are you crazy? Who cares if he's interested or not? You need to take the initiative and seize the chance. Are you waiting for the young master to make the first move? Another colleague also offered advice. Exactly. Even if you can't marry into the family, being a mistress to a wealthy man like him isn't shameful. Who knows, the pocket money he gives you might be more than your monthly salary. Zhou Fei was wavering under the persuasion of these women when her phone buzzed with another message. With too many bags to carry alone, another colleague helped load the remaining clothes into the car. On the way to the parking lot, that colleague kept nagging Zhou Fei to seize this opportunity, to take the initiative, and not to miss such a rare chance. Arriving at the parking lot, they found the car and loaded the clothes into the trunk. After thanking her colleague, Zhou Fei drove the shop's car out of the lot and headed for a nearby supermarket. At the supermarket, Zhou Fei picked out some fruits and vegetables. Thinking that Lin Yifun's new place probably had no food, and that a meal couldn't just be vegetables, she also went to the meat and seafood section to buy chicken, duck, fish, and pork. After making her purchases, Zhou Fei took photos of the selected items and sent them to Lin Yifan. Mr. Lin, I've bought the items you requested. Please check if there's anything else you need. Lin Yifan was sitting on the soft, comfortable sofa watching TV. When he heard the ringtone, he picked up his phone and saw it was a message from the clothing store assistant. After looking at the photos of the items, Lin Yifan replied, "Miss, could you also help me buy some seasoning and rice?" "No problem, I'll go get them now." "All right, thank you for the trouble. Let me know the total cost after you buy everything, and I'll transfer the money to you." "It's my pleasure. There's no need to transfer the money, these things don't cost much. Consider it my thanks for your last purchase." Zhou Fei politely expressed her gratitude and declined Lin Yifan's offer to transfer the money, continuing to select the remaining items for him. She was a smart woman. The last time Lin Yifan had bought over a 1 million yuan worth of clothes from her, and her commission alone had exceeded 10,000. With additional sales bonuses, that single order was worth nearly 2 months of her salary. This was a major client, and opportunities to curry favor were rare. As long as she left a good impression, given Lin Yifan's spending power, the commission from just one future purchase would far exceed what she spent on these items today. So Zhou Fei didn't hesitate to pay for these items out of her own pocket. If Lin Yifan insisted on paying in the end, she wouldn't refuse outright, but she still needed to offer the necessary polite refusals. If Lin Yifan didn't pay, it meant she had done him a favor, and he would likely consider her first for any future clothing purchases. Even if Lin Yifan didn't acknowledge the favor, Zhou Fei wouldn't lose much. After all, the commission itself came from him. Once everything was purchased, Zhou Fei, with the help of a store assistant, used a shopping cart to haul the items to her car in the underground parking lot, stuffing them all inside. After thanking the assistant, Zhou Fei drove straight to Sea View 1. Half an hour later, she arrived at the main gate. Since it was an outside vehicle, it couldn't enter the complex, so she sent Lin Yifan a message. "Mr. Lin, I've arrived at the gate, but I can't get into the complex. I'll call the property management right away. Please wait a moment." After replying to Zhou Fei, Lin Yifan called the property management, explained the situation, and they quickly agreed to let her in. Realizing that Zhou Fei didn't know his exact apartment and that a young woman would have to carry so many things alone, Lin Yifan politely asked the property management for assistance. The property management readily agreed. The guard at the gate immediately let Zhou Fei in and even assigned a security guard to guide her. At the underground parking lot, the guard helped Zhou Fei load everything into the elevator and used his access card to grant her direct access to Lin Yifan's floor. When the elevator arrived at Lin Yifan's floor and the doors opened, the first thing Zhou Fei saw was the face that had frequently appeared in her thoughts these past few days. "Mr. Lin." Zhou Fei greeted him with delight. Lin Yifan looked at the elevator full of supplies with Zhou Fei's slender figure surrounded by the pile and smiled at her. "Thank you for your trouble." Zhou Fei quickly waved her hand. "It's my duty." Providing good service to valued clients like you is our store's mission. Lin Yifan smiled and began moving the items, and Zhou Fei immediately helped. After moving everything out of the elevator, Lin Yifan led Zhou Fei carrying the bags into his home. As she followed him into the luxurious residence, Zhou Fei was stunned by the interior frozen in place. Wow, what a beautiful house. That was the first thought that crossed Zhou Fei's mind. Lin Yifan put down the items and looked up to see Zhou Fei still standing there dazed. Her reaction a mirror of his own when he first entered the house earlier that day. So he understood her reaction perfectly. Hey, wake up. Zhou Fei snapped out of it, and seeing Lin Yifan looking at her with an amused grin, her face flushed slightly. Forgetting to admire the house any longer, she shyly lowered her head and began moving the items. Oh no, mister. Lin saw me acting like someone who's never seen the world before. Will he look down on me now? Zhou Fei moved the items awkwardly, her mind filled with anxiety. After everything was brought in, Lin Yifan clumsily began to organize and put things away. Seeing this, Zhou Fei volunteered, telling Lin Yifan to rest, as she took over the task from him, carefully organizing and neatly storing everything that needed refrigeration into the fridge. Lin Yifan watched her deftly tidying up, but didn't simply sit idly by you. Instead, he helped by handing her items. As Zhou Fei crouched on the floor, placing various cuts of meat into the freezer, the elegant curve of her back was revealed to Lin Yifan involuntarily, making him swallow hard. To be fair, being able to work in a luxury store in a metropolis like Shanghai proved that Zhou Fei was not unattractive and had a decent figure. In his past life, Lin Yifan was an ordinary man struggling to make ends meet. Without the system granting him immense wealth, he wouldn't even have had the right to pursue a woman of Zhou Fei's caliber. Despite now being wealthier than entire nations, Lin Yifan's mindset couldn't change overnight. He still retained the mentality of an average person. Just as some wealthy individuals are labeled nouveau riche, while others are considered aristocratic families, this distinction requires time to refine. Lin Yifan chatted casually with Zhou Fei. By the way, I still don't know your name. My name is Zhou Fei. You can also call me Fei Fei, just like my colleagues do. Zhou Fei replied without turning her head while organizing the fridge. Lin Yifan glanced at his watch and asked, Fei Fei, can you cook? Yes, I usually have to eat at the store during work hours, but after work I always cook at home. Takeout isn't nutritious, and eating too much of it is bad. Alright, it's almost lunchtime. Would you mind cooking here? You can eat before heading back to the store, and he'll join you for a meal. Opt. Zhou Fei turned her head in surprise to look at Lin Yifan. Then, hiding her inner delight, she turned back to continue organizing, replying in a slightly shy, low voice, okay. After finishing with the fridge, Zhou Fei selected a few ingredients and began preparing in the open kitchen. This time, Lin Yifan didn't offer to help. He leaned back on the sofa watching TV while pondering his next spending plan. The current rate of spending was too slow. If he didn't pick up the pace, when would he ever return to his wife and child? Meanwhile, Zhou Fei stood in the comfortable open kitchen preparing lunch, her mind swirling with thoughts. Lin Yifan inviting her to cook at his place meant more alone time together. This filled Zhou Fei with an inexplicable joy. She decided to give her best performance and make this meal exceptional, hoping to leave a better impression on Lin Yifan. This open kitchen was truly wonderful. Even the mood for cooking brightened. Gazing at the spacious, bright, brand new and luxurious kitchen, Zhou Fei sighed inwardly. Unlike the cramped kitchen in her rented apartment, where she had to bend down to find things in cabinets and watch her every move to avoid bumping into something. If only she could live in such a mansion, cooking daily in this open kitchen, then lounging on the comfortable sofa to binge-watch shows after meals. At night, sitting on the balcony admiring the dazzling lights of the Bund, then collapsing into bed when tired. Such a life would be simply blissful. No wonder her colleagues were eager to marry into wealthy families, some even actively seducing old rich men. Thinking of this, Zhou Fei stole a glance at Lin Yifan on the sofa, indulging in sweet fantasies. How wonderful it would be to marry a young, handsome, and wealthy man like him. Though she knew it was impossible, it didn't stop her from secretly dreaming. Lost in these fantasies, she finished washing and cutting the ingredients. The rice was cooking, the soup was simmering, and now it was time to stir-fry. Zhou Fei quickly gathered her focus and cooked earnestly. This meal couldn't go wrong, but she had to make sure Lin Yifan was satisfied. Half an hour later, at 1130 a.m., the aroma of food began wafting through the living room. Lin Yifan, drawn by the scent, walked over and asked with a smile, Fei Fei, it smells amazing. Is it ready to eat? I'm getting hungry just from the smell. Hearing Lin Yifan's indirect compliment on her cooking, Zhou Fei's heart blossomed with joy. She smiled softly and said, just wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. A few minutes later, Zhou Fei brought the dishes to the table and invited Lin Yifan to eat. Lin Yifan picked up a piece of steamed sea bass and tasted it. His eyes lit up slightly as he sincerely praised, Fei Fei, your skills are truly impressive. The flavor is excellent. Zhou Fei, sitting across from him, had been worried that someone of Lin Yifan's status might not enjoy her cooking, her heart filled with anxiety. Upon hearing this compliment, her eyes curved like crescent moons as she said, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Please try the other dishes and see if they suit your taste." Lin Yifan picked up another dish and said, "Fei Fei, stop calling me Mr. Lin. My name is Lin Yifan. Just call me Yifan." Hearing Mr. Lin all the time feels awkward. With a mouthful of fish, Zhou Fei hummed in agreement and nodded. Inwardly, she was overjoyed. The change in address signified a slight improvement in their relationship. After the meal, Zhou Fei proactively cleared the table and washed the dishes. Just as she was finishing, Lin Yifan approached and asked, "Fei Fei, are you in a hurry to get back to the store?" Zhou Fei shook her head. "No rush. Brother Yifan, do you need my help with something else?" She thought Lin Yifan had another task for her. To her surprise, Lin Yifan smiled and said, "If there's no urgency at the store, take a break before heading back. You worked hard on lunch." He patted the spot beside him on the sofa and said, "Sit down, watch a movie, and relax. You can go back to the store later." "What movie do you want to watch?" Zhou Fei looked at the seat next to Lin Yifan, her heartbeat quickening. As adults alone together in this private space, she had already imagined what might happen next. Yet after only a moment's hesitation, she unresistingly sat down beside Lin Yifan. Though nervous inside, she spoke softly on the surface, "Let's watch a horror movie. I love horror films, but I'm too scared to watch them alone at home." At the mention of horror movies, Lin Yifan's heart stirred. Wasn't this a classic couple activity? After saying this, Zhou Fei's face flushed, so red it seemed ready to drip. Good heavens, why was she so eager to suggest watching a horror movie? Even a blind person would understand the implication. Lin Yifan browsed for a horror film and chuckled. Watching a horror movie is only fun with the right atmosphere. With that, he summoned the smart home system in the mansion and ordered it to close the curtains and dim the lights. After issuing the command, the curtains of the balcony and other windows slowly drew shut, and all the lights in the living room went dark. The living room was pitch black, as if plunged into night, with only the glow from the television screen illuminating the space. Zhou Fei was already so nervous that her hands resting on her knees had clenched into fists. As for what exactly she was nervous about, the horror movie or what might happen next, even she herself couldn't tell. Lin Yifan selected the horror film he wanted to watch, and the movie began playing on the screen. He lounged lazily on the sofa, while Zhou Fei sat upright, looking somewhat restrained. As the movie started, both of them gradually focused on the film. A few minutes later, eerie scenes began to appear, accompanied by spine-chilling music. Lin Yifan, reclining on the sofa, could clearly see Zhou Fei's body stiffen as she trembled slightly in fear. Lin Yifan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She was truly a scaredy-cat who loved this stuff. Suddenly, a terrifying image flashed on the screen, startling Zhou Fei, who was fully immersed in the movie. She let out a scream and lunged into Lin Yifan's arms. Lin Yifan, who had been watching the movie, was stunned. With the beauty in his arms, he caught a faint, alluring scent from her and instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, holding her close. Zhou Fei's leap into Lin Yifan's embrace was a natural reaction to the scare from the movie, but when he encircled her waist, she snapped back to reality. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her waist, Zhou Fei's body went limp and she lacked the strength to sit up. The two of them remained motionless in silent agreement. They pretended to continue watching the movie while staying in that embrace. With the beauty in his arms, Lin Yifan's mind was no longer on the film. He struggled to restrain himself, caught in a fierce inner conflict. But in the end, he couldn't resist. His hand began to slowly wander over Zhou Fei's waist. Zhou Fei, leaning against him, felt a tingling sensation wherever his hand passed, and her breathing grew slightly quicker. The battle ended with Lin Yifan's overwhelming victory, leaving only scattered remnants. They tidied up the battlefield briefly, then held each other in a tender embrace. Lin Yifan stroked Zhou Fei's silky hair and asked softly, "Fei Fei, do you regret it?" Zhou Fei cast a charming glance at him from his arms and shook her head, indicating she had no regrets about what had just happened. Lin Yifan was almost tempted again by her teasing look. "Let's skip work this afternoon." Now that Zhou Fei was his woman, Lin Yifan immediately thought of a plan to spoil her. I didn't ask the store manager for the afternoon off in advance. Besides, I really can't handle any more." As she spoke, Zhou Fei's voice dropped shyly. Zhou Fei lifted her face, still flushed with lingering color, bit her lip, and hesitated for a moment. Lin Yifan was taken aback by her words, then filled with tenderness, he pulled her close and said, "All right, but before that, shouldn't you ask the store for the day off?" When Zhou Fei heard about taking leave, she suddenly remembered she had been out for so long without returning or replying to any messages. She realized her colleagues at the store probably knew exactly what had happened. Embarrassed, she quickly sat up from Lin Yifan's arms and pulled out her phone from her bag. A glance at the screen confirmed that her colleagues had sent her a flurry of messages. At first they asked when Zhou Fei would be back. Gradually their messages turned into speculation, and between the lines there was a palpable sense of envy. Zhou Fei covered her face with her hands. This was it. She was going to be teased by her colleagues for a long time. But since they had already guessed the truth and weren't worried, she decided not to reply. Mainly she didn't know how to face their gossip. Just as she was about to text, the store manager Lin Yifan suddenly spoke up. By the way, Fei Fei, is your store up for transfer? Zhou Fei was baffled by his question. Transfer? Why would the owner want to transfer a perfectly good store? It has a monthly revenue of over $1 million, and it's a new store that's only been open for 3 months. The owner would have to be out of their mind to transfer it. Lin Yifan thought for a moment and asked Zhou Fei, do you have your boss phone number? Yes, brother Yifan, why do you want to contact our boss? Zhou Fei quickly found her boss number in her contacts and handed the phone to Lin Yifan, her mind racing with guesses. Could it be that because she was now his brother, Yifan wanted to buy the store from the boss and have her manage it for him? Without answering Zhou Fei, Lin Yifan used his own phone to dial the number from her contacts. The call was answered quickly. Hello, who is this? Lin Yifan held Zhou Fei in his arms and said into the phone, hello, is this the owner of the Laputa specialty store? Yes, may I ask who you are? Hello, boss, my name is Lin Yifan. I'm calling because I want to take over your Laputa store. Lin Yifan. That name sounds familiar. Wait, you wouldn't happen to be that young master Lin Yifan from the Shangri-La auction that day, would you? Lin Yifan was taken aback. Could this boss have been at the auction too? He nodded and said, yes, that's me. I'm calling to ask if you'd be willing to transfer the store. I can buy it at a premium. A hearty laugh came from the other end. Haha, young master Lin is too kind. If you've taken a liking to my store, it means I chose the right location. Forget about a premium. Just transfer me the amount I invested and the store is yours. By the way, which Laputa store are you interested in, young master Lin? Is it a full transfer or a bare transfer? He'll give you a quote. Upon realizing that the caller was the wealthy young master who had spent $500 million at the auction that day, the boss naturally declined the premium offer. Getting on the good side of such a wealthy young master was already a great opportunity, so the boss was happy to do Lin Yifan a favor and outright refused the premium. Lin Yifan was amused when he asked which store he wanted. So this boss was a big shot too, owning multiple specialty stores in Shanghai. It's the store on Liyuan Plaza Commercial Street. I want a full transfer. Oh, that store? It's only been open for a little over 3 months. When I took it over, the transfer fee was 58000 yuan. The 3-year rent plus a 1-year deposit totaled 200 yuan. The current inventory cost is around 1.6 million yuan. Since you want a full transfer, the renovation cost me about 200 yuan. They'll give you a 50 discount, so call it 100 yuan. The total comes to roughly 2.48 million yuan. If that works for you, I'll settle on that. Lin Yifan did a quick mental calculation and found the price fair. For a bare transfer, the renovation cost wouldn't be included, but the transfer fee would be higher. A full transfer was different. It bundled the inventory and renovation together, usually with little or no extra transfer fee, though the renovation was included at a discounted rate. The key point was that the store had only been open for 3 months. Everything was brand new and the business was profitable. Now Lin Yifan was the one seeking to buy it, not the boss selling due to poor business. Out of respect, the boss had halved the renovation cost. Effectively, the boss had invested all that money only to lose half the renovation cost after just 3 months of operation. It was like spending over 100 yuan to build a good relationship with Lin Yifan. Under normal circumstances, this deal was very advantageous for Lin Yifan. But was Lin Yifan an ordinary person? No, he wasn't. He needed to squander his wealth. The more money it took to buy the shop, the better he wanted it to be. If not for the system's warning that his spending must be reasonable, Lin Yifan would have gladly paid 24.8 million or even 250 million to take over the shop. But such a method of spending had long been blocked by the system. That sly one. Boss, business is business, let's be objective. Your shop is doing well, and it's new. I'm willing to take it over. 2.48 million is a fair and reasonable price. But I want to take advantage of you. I hate owing favors. Under normal circumstances, you'd recoup your investment in a little over a year, and after that it's pure profit. If you're willing, I'll double the price to compensate for your loss. The boss on the other end was stunned. It was the first time he'd heard of someone offering a premium, let alone doubling the price, when taking over a shop. Was a scion of a wealthy family, always so generous, without any thought for profit or maximizing returns. On the phone, Lin Yifan was haggling over the premium with the owner of Laputa. Zhou Fei, nestled in Lin Yifan's arms, was utterly bewildered by his outrageously extravagant move as she listened to his conversation with her boss. After a long back and forth, the boss finally agreed to Lin Yifan's double premium offer, and they settled on a price of 5 million yuan. The extra tens of thousands came from the boss calculating the close at only 1.6 million. Lin Yifan, sensing from his words that the clothes were worth more, simply added a few thousand to round it off. They agreed to meet at the shop in the evening to sign the transfer contract, then chatted for a while longer. Young Master Lin, I have a question. With your family's wealth, you couldn't possibly be interested in a small shop like mine. Why would you want to take it over? Fearing that Lin Yifan might not want to disclose certain matters, he added, of course, if it's inconvenient, just pretend I didn't ask. Lin Yifan, his hand playing with the jade peak beneath Zhou Fei's clothes, chuckled. It's nothing inconvenient. I'm buying this shop mainly for Fei Fei. Hearing Lin Yifan mention her to the boss and feeling his teasing, Zhou Fei's face burned with shame. The boss on the other end paused, then asked, Fei Fei, Zhou Fei from our shop. After receiving Lin Yifan's affirmative reply, the boss immediately understood and silently marveled at his employee's fortune in catching the attention of someone like young Master Lin. Knowing why Lin Yifan was taking over the shop, the boss didn't dwell on it. They exchanged pleasantries and hung up. Putting down his phone, Lin Yifan stole a kiss from Zhou Fei and laughed. Now you don't have to worry about asking for leave. Even if you skip work, it's fine. Zhou Fei didn't know how to respond. Just because you thought asking for leave was too troublesome, you doubled the price to buy the shop. Bro, is throwing money around like this really okay? Doesn't your family care? Seeing Zhou Fei's lack of reaction, Lin Yifan slapped her shapely bottom. Come on, go out with me. The slap sent a wave of numbness through Zhou Fei. She asked dazedly, where to? To buy you a car so you can get to work easily. Zhou Fei's heart trembled at the mention of buying her a car. So this was the reward for climbing into high society. No wonder those women used every trick and spared no expense to squeeze into the upper class. Some even willingly became mistresses of the rich, ignoring the fact that these men had families. She used to scoff at such women in TV dramas. But now that it was her turn, she fell silent. It was too tempting. Miss Yu, forgive me. Zhou Fei silently repented in her heart. Yet she could never have imagined that Su Yuyu and Lin Yifan were merely friends. She was in fact Lin Yifan's first woman in this world. If order mattered, she would even be the rightful wife. Shaking off her guilt, Zhou Fei smiled playfully at Lin Yifan. Do I have a choice to refuse? Lin Yifan shook his head with a grin. No. Then let's go. Zhou Fei naturally took his arm. At the garage, seeing Lin Yifan's Cullinan, Zhou Fei was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. Someone who could afford a huge place like Seaview 1 wouldn't bat an eye at a Cullinan. Nothing surprising. In the car, Lin Yifan asked, Fei Fei, what car do you like? Zhou Fei thought for a moment. A Golf. It's small and suitable for someone like me who has a license but rarely drives. Even the shop's car makes me nervous. Lin Yifan hadn't expected such a surprising answer from her. This was mainly due to Zhou Fei's mindset. She thought Lin Yifan and Su Yuyu were a couple and that she was the third party. So despite having been intimate with Lin Yifan, Zhou Fei didn't dare to assume she was important to him. Under these circumstances, Zhou Fei remained rational and didn't dare to casually ask for a car from a brand like BBA. She knew that even buying a BBA was pocket change for Lin Yifan, who could afford such cars like toys. But Zhou Fei feared that asking for too much would displease him. When Lin Yifan heard her suggest a car worth about 100,000, he shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, let me choose for you. I'd be embarrassed to give you a car worth only 100,000. Lin Yifan started the car and headed straight for the automotive market. Upon arriving, Lin Yifan didn't contact Li Fei, mainly because he was afraid that if Li Fei heard he was buying a car with his connections, he might get the boss to offer a discount or even pay for it himself. That would be terrible news for Lin Yifan, who needed to squander his wealth. So unless he was buying a Rolls-Royce, he'd rather not contact Li Fei and have him mess things up. After all, no matter how rich someone is, they wouldn't turn down a discount. That just didn't make sense. Just thinking about Li Fei's enthusiasm when informed gave Lin Yifan a headache. Hadn't he just used the shop's good performance to convince the owner to accept the double premium when he contacted the boss of Laputa? Lin Yifan parked the Cullinan in front of the Porsche dealership. Zhou Fei, sitting in the car, stared at the showroom, utterly dumbfounded. She had thought that even if he bought her a car, it would be at most a BBA model worth 300,000 or 400,000. After all, even for a favored mistress, spending that much on a car was more than enough. Who would have thought Lin Yifan would take her straight to a Porsche dealership? Fei Fei, what are you waiting for? Let's go check out the cars. Zhou Fei, still in a daze, followed Lin Yifan out of the car and into the Porsche showroom. Do you have any cars around $1,000,000 that would suit a girl? Lin Yifan asked the sales consultant. The sales consultant glanced at Zhou Fei, who was still in her black work uniform beside Lin Yifan, and enthusiastically introduced, Sir, for a lady driver ID, recommend the Panamera 911 or 718. Which one catches your fancy? Lin Yifan turned to Zhou Fei and asked, Fei Fei, the car is for you. Choose whichever you like. Don't worry about the price. Zhou Fei snapped back to reality and said without hesitation, do you have any SUVs? Lin Yifan asked in surprise, don't you prefer something smaller? Why an SUV? Zhou Fei smiled coyly and coaxed. I've changed my mind now. I want an SUV. Is that okay? Fine, fine. Whatever you say. Let's look at SUVs then. The sales consultant flattered enviously. Sir, you really dote on your girlfriend. For SUVs ID, suggest the Macang or Kian. Let me show you both. Zhou Fei had suddenly changed her mind about wanting an SUV because she wanted more space. Convenient for when Lin Yifan might want to get creative later with plenty of room to spare. Having now accepted her role as Lin Yifan's mistress, Zhou Fei naturally sought ways to please and gratify him. The three of them arrived at the SUV section where Macangs and Kians in various colors stood in neat rows. The sales consultant analyzed for Zhou Fei. Miss, if you prefer something compact, the Macang might be more suitable as its body is slightly smaller than the Kian's. However, if interior space is what you're after, the Kian offers a bit more room than the Macang. Take a look at the exteriors and interiors first and see which one appeals to you more. Zhou Fei circled both models, then sat inside, each to feel the space. After getting out, she weighed her options and finally said to Lin Yifan, Yifan, I think the Kian is better. Lin Yifan smiled and asked, what about the exterior color? Which one do you like? Zhou Fei scanned the row of Kians and pointed at the bright red one. That red one. Lin Yifan nodded and told the sales consultant, we'll take this one. Full payment by card. Both Zhou Fei and the sales consultant were stunned by his words. The sales consultant's thoughts mirrored those of the one who had helped Lin Yifan by the Cullinan earlier. How long had they been there? And he was already placing an order. Zhou Fei had assumed Lin Yifan was just taking her to browse today, but he bought the car as soon as she made her choice. Ignoring their astonishment, Lin Yifan walked over to the sofa, sat down, and placed his bank card on the table. The sales consultant snapped out of it and quickly calculated all the expenses. The total cost for the car came to 1.2 million yuan. Lin Yifan had Zhou Fei hand over her ID to the sales consultant, swiped his card for payment, and then they waited for the temporary license plate to arrive before they could leave. After everything was settled, Lin Yifan finally called Li Fei. Li Fei, who was wandering around the market, answered Lin Yifan's call, and upon hearing that he was at the auto market and waiting at the Porsche 4S dealership, immediately scurried over. Li Fei entered the store with the familiarity of his own home, and the sales consultants greeted him politely. Spotting Lin Yifan sitting on the sofa, he walked over with a grin. However, when he noticed Zhou Fei sitting close beside him, Li Fei paused for a moment, but quickly acted as if nothing had happened and greeted Lin Yifan. Yifan, go, why didn't you tell me you were coming to buy a car? I know the owner of this store well. I could have gotten you a discount. Lin Yifan rubbed his forehead, thinking he had guessed right. That was exactly what he wanted to avoid, a discount. By the way, Yifan Gu, is this my sister-in-law? Aren't you going to introduce me? Now that he was more familiar with Lin Yifan, Li Fei felt bold enough to tease him. Lin Yifan ignored the sister-in-law remark and simply introduced them to each other. After the sales consultant organized all the purchase documents, she mentioned that complimentary interior accessories like floor mats were included and asked Zhou Fei to pick out colors and styles. Zhou Fei apologized to Lin Yifan and Li Fei, and only after Lin Yifan nodded did she follow the sales consultant. The moment Zhou Fei left, Li Fei immediately sidled up to Lin Yifan. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Yifan Gu, impressive. A few days ago you brought a stunning beauty to my shop, and today it's someone new. So who's the real deal? Lin Yifan chuckled and said, what are you thinking? They're just my friends. Li Fei winked lecherously and grinned. Yifan Gu, I get it really. Back in the day I had my share of flings too, including some college girls. Ignoring his frivolity, Lin Yifan got down to business. Brother, I called you over to ask for a favor. I can't drive my car away later, so can you have someone deliver it to CV1? No problem, easy. He'll have someone from my shop take care of it right away. Lin Yifan handed Li Fei the keys to his Cullinan and said, great, thanks. Just park it in the underground garage of Building 2 and leave the keys with the property management at the entrance. Li Fei took the keys, winked playfully, and laughed. They'll get on it then. I won't interrupt your good time. Hit me up when you're free and well, grab a proper drink. Lin Yifan nodded and Li Fei left the dealership with the keys. When Zhou Fei returned after picking out her accessories, she saw only Lin Yifan sitting alone on the sofa and sat down beside him. Yifan, where's your friend? Lin Yifan pulled her into his arms and said, I asked him to take my car back to CV1. He'll ride with you in your car. It's too much hassle to drive too. Okay, whatever you say. By the way, Yifan, when is Manager Xiao coming to transfer the shop to you? Manager Xiao was the owner of Zhou Fei's store. Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Do you have any other plans this afternoon? Lin Yifan shook his head. No, why? Zhou Fei asked eagerly. Can we go to the cinema this afternoon? I haven't been to the movies in ages. Of course we can. We'll leave as soon as the car's ready, Lin Yifan said with a smile. Thank you. Zhou Fei exclaimed joyfully and planted a kiss on his cheek. After a short wait, the sales consultant brought over the processed temporary license plate. Zhou Fei took the temporary plate and all the vehicle documents, grabbed the car keys handed to her by the sales consultant, and drove the bright red Kian, now parked at the entrance, out of the dealership, heading straight for a nearby mall. After parking the car in the mall's garage, they arrived at a private cinema on the top floor. Yifan, what movie do you want to watch? Lin Yifan scanned the upcoming movie listings on the screen and finally pointed at a Hong Kong film. Let's watch this one. Zhou Fei approached the front desk requesting a private double box. After paying, a staff member escorted the two of them to the cinema box. Following Zhou Fei's instructions, the attendant played the requested movie. Once the film began on the large screen, the staffer left the box, closing the door behind them. The sofa inside the private cinema box resembled a two-seater couch. However, it was electrically adjustable, capable of reclining into a semi-reclining bed. After they sat down, Zhou Fei pressed a few buttons on the remote control. The leg rest extended outward, and the sofa back slowly lowered. Once it reached a semi-reclining position, Zhou Fei set down the remote, rested her head on Lin Yifan's shoulder, wrapped her arms around his waist, and began watching the movie. Lin Yifan naturally placed his hand on Zhou Fei's waist. The two lay on the sofa in this intimate posture, watching the film. Inside the dimly lit box, halfway through the movie, Lin Yifan was deeply immersed in the plot. Suddenly sensing Zhou Fei's restless movement, Lin Yifan smiled wryly. "Little girl, behave yourself. Don't play with fire, or you'll be the one to suffer later." To his surprise, Zhou Fei propped herself up on one arm, looking down at Lin Yifan lying on the sofa. She teased with a mischievous grin, "Come on, who's afraid of who? There are only exhausted oxen, never worn-out fields." After speaking, she shot him a provocative glance. When Lin Yifan had willingly bought her the Porsche, Zhou Fei didn't know how to repay his kindness. The only thing she could offer in return was this small gesture, so Zhou Fei set aside her reserve and took the initiative. She thought her provocation would make Lin Yifan unable to resist pouncing on her. Even though she was still feeling somewhat unwell, she intended to endure the pain and attend to him properly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yifan shook his head and stroked her hair. "Silly girl, stop messing around. You're probably still uncomfortable. Behave yourself. There will be plenty of opportunities later, and I won't let you off." Zhou Fei was stunned by his words. A wave of emotion surged from the depths of her heart. In the darkness, a thin layer of mist formed over her eyes. This sudden tenderness and consideration from Lin Yifan struck her deep within, warming her heart. The movie finally ended 2 hours later. It was now past 3 in the afternoon. As soon as Lin Yifan stepped out of the private cinema, he received a call from President Xiao. Originally scheduled to sign the transfer contract at 6 p.m., President Xiao said he had finished his other matters early and was now on his way over. If Lin Yifan was available, they could meet at the store earlier to sign the contract. Wanting to get things settled quickly, Lin Yifan agreed to meet President Xiao at the shop. Seeing that Lin Yifan had business to attend to, Zhou Fei drove him directly to the store. The bright red Kian pulled up in front of the Laputa shop. Zhou Fei's colleagues inside, thinking a customer had arrived, hurriedly opened the door to welcome them. But when the colleague saw Zhou Fei getting out of the car, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Then, forgetting her composure, she shouted to the other colleagues inside, "Sisters, come quick. Help me see if I'm hallucinating." The shop was quiet, with other sales clerks either organizing stock or chatting. Hearing their colleagues' call at the door, they all rushed over in a flurry. As they asked, "What's wrong? What's all the fuss about?" When they saw Zhou Fei closing the car door and walking toward the shop, they burst into a chorus of excited shrieks. She had only gone out to deliver clothes half a day ago, yet here she was a colleague they'd worked with for so long, returning in a luxury car. It seemed she had really won over that wealthy young master. Otherwise, where would the luxury car come from? But it all happened so fast. She went out in the morning to deliver clothes and came back in a luxury car by afternoon. Just as they were about to gossip, they noticed Lin Yifan getting out of the passenger seat. They quickly composed themselves and greeted him one after another. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin." "Hello, Mr. Lin." "Good afternoon, Master Lin." Hearing the women chattering their greetings and thinking that he was about to take over the shop, Lin Yifan smiled and replied, "Good afternoon, ladies." The women welcomed Lin Yifan into the store like a star, offering him tea and water with great enthusiasm. Seeing how easygoing and approachable he was, they relaxed and began chatting freely. "Master Lin, our Fei was out all afternoon. Did she almost not make it back? Master Lin, have you already won our Fei over? Master Lin, when are you treating us to wedding candies?" Listening to the incessant chatter and such blunt questions, Lin Yifan felt his head spin. He smiled wryly and cast a pleading look at Zhou Fei, who had been pushed aside and ignored by the crowd. Catching his distress signal, Zhou Fei squeezed her way in and blocked the gossip-hungry colleagues. "Sisters, can you be a little more reserved? Don't scare him off, okay?" Little did she know her intervention only drew the fire onto herself. Oh look, our Fei Fei is getting protective. I think it's not protectiveness. Little Fei Fei is jealous afraid while steal her man. Don't worry, little Fei Fei, we won't take your man away. Watching Zhou Fei flustered by her colleagues teasing Lin Yifan was secretly amused. Just then a middle-aged man's voice came from the entrance. What are you all doing during work hours? Crowding together like this, what does it look like? Hearing the familiar scolding, the girls scattered in fright, wiping the playful expressions from their faces. They greeted the entering middle-aged man in unison. President Xiao. The owner Xiao Yong walked in with a stern face. Because the employees were gathered together, he hadn't noticed Lin Yifan's presence. Only after the employees scattered in fright did they recognize the familiar face of the man who had casually splashed 500 million at the auction. He quickly bent over to greet him, putting on a smile and extending his hand, saying, "Young Master Lin, my apologies, I didn't notice you were in the store just now." Lin Yifan politely shook his hand, smiling. Manager Xiao is too kind. Thank you for reluctantly parting with this store and transferring it to me. Xiao Yong beamed. Oh, what are you saying, young Master Lin? You paid double the price, so I'm still making a profit. Investing just over 2 million and flipping it for double in 3 months. Where else could I find such a deal? Anyone would be willing to transfer the store to young Master Lin. Lin Yifan smiled. Strictly speaking, Xiao Yong was not at a disadvantage. It was a win-win situation. Xiao Yong's investment of over 2 million had doubled in 3 months, a return not even seen in the stock market unless you're dealing with futures. But the risks of futures are no joke. High profits come with high risks. For Lin Yifan, who was determined to squander his wealth, buying a store at double the price was exactly what he wanted. Thus the two reached an agreement, each achieving their own goals. The idle employees nearby overheard the conversation between Lin Yifan and the boss, catching crucial information. Young Master Lin is taking over this store. That means they have a new boss. Could it be? Because of Fei Fei, young Master Lin was willing to pay double the price just to acquire this store. Looking at the brand new Kian outside, still without license plates, clearly just driven off the 4S lot, everyone in the store stared at Zhou Fei with envy. They never imagined Zhou Fei could so easily snag a wealthy young master like this. A rich, handsome, and generous young heir was every woman's dream. Even as a mistress, it was a rare opportunity. Moreover, this young master was so open-handed and generous with women. He had just gifted a $1 million car on first contact, and now for Zhou Fei, he didn't hesitate to spend a fortune to acquire this store. It was likely that Zhou Fei would soon be promoted to store manager with full control over the entire shop. The women in the store speculated among themselves, thinking how this opportunity had once been available to everyone. If they hadn't thought it unlikely and had been more proactive instead of urging Zhou Fei, maybe they would be the ones driving a luxury car now. This filled every saleswoman with deep regret. If only they had known it was this easy, they would have tried their luck. Now it was too late to say anything. Young Master Lin, if there are no other issues, let's sign the transfer contract. Xiao Yong pulled out the prepared contract from his briefcase and handed it to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan read through the contract thoroughly and said to Xiao Yong, "Manager, Xiao, the contract is fine, but there's one point that needs changing. Please go ahead, young Master Lin." Lin Yifan glanced at Zhou Fei, who was still oblivious, standing with her colleagues. Turning back to Xiao Yong with a smile, he said, "Change the name of party, B, to Zhou Fei." "What?" Xiao Yong exclaimed in shock, staring at Zhou Fei. "Right, Zhou Fei's name." Lin Yifan spent 5 million to buy this store, just to give it to Zhou Fei. Initially, he thought Lin Yifan was buying the store to promote Zhou Fei to store manager, but he never expected it to be a direct gift. What magical charm did his former employee possess to make a man like young Master Lin so infatuated, willing to spend millions to win her favor? Zhou Fei, hearing her name suddenly, was slow to process it, only to see everyone in the store staring at her in shock. Once she digested Lin Yifan's words, realization dawned on her belatedly. Zhou Fei felt a loud bang, and her mind went completely blank. Her thoughts seemed to float in a void, unable to react, standing there like a wooden statue. For the other girls in the store, the more generous Lin Yifan appeared, the deeper their regret grew. If the occasion weren't so inappropriate, they would have burst into tears to vent their remorse. Xiao Yong, a seasoned businessman, quickly pieced together the likely story. He no longer found it strange. Such things were common in wealthy circles. "All right, I'll go print a new contract right away. Please wait a moment, young Master Lin." Xiao Yong hurried out of the store to a nearby copy shop to draft a new contract. Modifying the contract wasn't troublesome, it only required changing the name of Party B. Soon Xiao Yong returned with the new contract, signed his name, pressed his fingerprint, and handed it directly to Zhou Fei. Zhou Fei took the contract, instinctively staring at the 2 thin sheets of paper in her hands. These 2 sheets represented millions in value. Once she signed her name, she would instantly own assets worth several million. Moreover, if she managed the store well, she could expect a stable monthly income of hundreds of thousands. When she became Lin Yifan's woman, she knew her life would change. But at most she thought Lin Yifan would give her some money to get by or a few thousand in monthly allowance. At best he might buy her a nice house and car to keep her. She never imagined Lin Yifan would be so generous from the start. First a $1 million car and now ownership of a luxury boutique. The store's value of over $2 million wasn't the point. What mattered was that Lin Yifan had given her an opportunity. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Zhou Fei lifted her gaze from the contract, looking at Lin Yifan in confusion, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Lin Yifan smiled at her. Don't hesitate, just sign it. Urged by Lin Yifan, Zhou Fei finally accepted his kindness, picked up the pen, signed her name next to Party B, and pressed her fingerprint. The contract was in duplicate. Zhou Fei returned one copy to Xiao Yong. Xiao Yong took the contract and said to Zhou Fei with a smile, "Congratulations, Zhou Fei. You are now the owner of this store. Manage it well, and it will bring you generous returns." Zhou Fei replied flatteringly, "Thank you, boss." "Oh, I'm not your boss anymore. You are your own boss now." Xiao Yong chuckled, then turned to Lin Yifan. "Young Master Lin, I won't disturb you further. Feel free to call me anytime for a gathering. I hope you'll grace me with your presence." Lin Yifan shook hands with Xiao Yong, saying, "You're too kind, Manager Xiao. Thank you for today. Give me a call whenever you have time." After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Yong left contentedly with the $5 million that Lin Yifan had transferred to him. Watching Xiao Yong leave, Lin Yifan glanced at the balance message on his bank card. Seeing that the balance still showed over $7 billion, he couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh. In just a few days since crossing over, Lin Yifan had been scattering money everywhere. In this short time, he had thrown away over $700 million, excluding the $500 million worth of 5-cent cash used to buy a house. The remaining $250 million was spent via card. Spending $700 million in a few days would seem unbelievable to an ordinary person, but for Lin Yifan this rate was still too slow. Lin Yifan summarized his spending and found that the fastest way to squander money was still the house purchase. Whether buying cars or shops, the average expense per transaction was only a few million. Giving gifts on live streaming platforms was quite fast for squandering money, but the downside was that it was tiring. It seemed he needed to adjust his method of squandering, or it would be hard to complete the task. From now on, buying cars and shops would only be for leisure, and tipping on live streaming platforms would be a backup task. The focus should still be on buying houses, as that was the major expense. Shifting his thoughts, Lin Yifan set his sights on high-end real estate. With this in mind, he said to Zhou Fei, who was still studying the contract, "Fei, I'm going out. Give me the car keys." Zhou Fei quickly handed him the keys to the Qian. "Yifan, how long will you be out? Should I wait for you at the store?" Lin Yifan took the keys and nodded. "Wait for me to finish. I'll come back to pick you up." With that, disregarding the other employees in the store, he embraced Zhou Fei, kissed her on the forehead, and turned to leave the boutique. After Lin Yifan left, the other girls in the store immediately surrounded Zhou Fei. "Wow, we never thought our Fei would suddenly become the boss lady. Fei is so lucky to have landed such a wealthy young master." "Exactly, we're all so envious. It just shows that Fei's charm is irresistible. Even someone like young Master Lin has fallen into her gentle embrace. Boss lady, please take care of us, give us a hand." Now that these women were working under Zhou Fei, they naturally wanted to curry favor, surrounding her with flattery. Faced with the sycophancy of her former colleagues, Zhou Fei's face beamed with happiness and joy, yet she remained humble and didn't let it go to her head. Because everyone in the store knew that Lin Yifan also had Su Yuyu by his side. Regardless of whether Su Yuyu was Lin Yifan's official girlfriend, the fact that Zhou Fei was a mistress couldn't be changed. In the end, Zhou Fei was just lucky to have become Lin Yifan's woman. In her heart, since she could so easily become his woman. Who could guarantee that these former colleagues wouldn't become Lin Yifan's women in the future? So Zhou Fei knew clearly that she had no reason to be proud. She blushed and smiled, saying, "All right, sister, spare me." "What, boss lady? Don't make fun of me." Meanwhile, the story splits into two threads. Lin Yifan drove the Qian he had bought for Zhou Fei, speeding along the Shanghai Boulevard. He planned to take advantage of the early hour. It was only 3 p.m. to spend some more money quickly. This time his target was the Bajiantang Villa area. Bajiantang Villa area was not far from Haijing Yihao. From there, it was only a half-hour drive, without traffic. Although it wasn't the most top-tier villa estate, it was still well-regarded in Shanghai. Lin Yifan's destination wasn't the Bajiantang Villa itself, but a well-known real estate agency in the city. After all, he would need to buy more houses in the future, and he couldn't always search for them himself. It would be better to entrust an agency to save effort and worry. As for the high commission the agency would charge, wasn't that just what he needed, like coal in a snowstorm? Arriving at Huayuan Real Estate, Lin Yifan parked the car and headed straight into the company. Upon entering, Lin Yifan found the place bustling with activity. At almost every desk, an agent was explaining properties to 1 or 2 clients. Inside the agency, a girl named Han Qingyun sat wearily at her small desk, dejected. She had joined Huayuan Real Estate nearly a year ago. Under the guidance of the company assigned mentor, her first 2 months were spent familiarizing herself with the road conditions around Shanghai and thoroughly mastering the property listings available for sale. After the probation period, she started selling independently. In the first few months, her luck was decent, and she never ranked last in the monthly sales rankings. Because the company had a rule implementing a bottom-out elimination system. If an employee ranked last in internal competition for 3 consecutive months, they would be dismissed. Han Qingyun had always managed to escape the bottom elimination by luck. But in recent months, her luck seemed to have run out as she had been last for 2 consecutive months. This month was the final one. If Han Qingyun didn't sell a house, given the current rankings, she would undoubtedly be last again. If she ended up at the bottom of the rankings by the end of the month, according to company policy, she would have to pack up and leave. In real estate sales, the base salary wasn't high, just enough to barely get by without starving. All of an agent's income came from commissions on house sales, leading to extreme income polarization in this field. Some agents were lucky enough to close a deal on a luxury home or villa, earning commissions as high as hundreds of thousands from a single transaction. If they only sold small apartments or new developments, the commission could be as low as a few thousand or up to 10,000. The income seemed decent, but the prerequisite was closing at least 1 deal per month. Otherwise, like Han Qingyun, after 2 months without a sale, she could only live on the base salary, barely scraping by. And in the 3rd month, she faced the threat of unemployment. This month, Han Qingyun had gone all out, spending every day either finding new clients outside or contacting previous interested clients to view properties. But even though her high heels had worn blisters on her heels, there was no progress. Now in the last week of the month, Han Qingyun felt hopeless. It wasn't that none of her client resources wanted to buy a house. A few were indeed interested, but Han Qingyun didn't want to close those deals. Among these people, the more disgusting ones hinted during property viewings that they would only sign the contract if she spent a night with them. The slightly better ones suggested that if Han Qingyun agreed to be their mistress, she would not only get the deal, but also a generous allowance. This was the inherent disadvantage for women in this line of work. Originally, these people just wanted to buy a house, but seeing that the agent was a woman and attractive, they inevitably developed improper intentions, turning a normal house purchase into a bargaining chip. Han Qingyun detested such people and would scold them mercilessly without any hesitation from the start. Yet when the specter of unemployment loomed, if she truly had to leave this place, what decent job could she find with her qualifications? Under the weight of life and reality, Han Qingyun's resolve began to waver. Especially in these last 2 weeks, she had poured in countless efforts, rushing around every day to show properties, yet still not a single deal closed. The urge to compromise grew stronger within Han Qingyun, and she hesitated many times about whether to accept reality. She planned to pick one among several interested clients that seemed tolerable and give in. But she simply couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Today she had spent another whole day showing houses to a new client, even skipping lunch and wolfing down whatever was handy. After a day of frantic running, all she got was the client's remark, "Let's compare a bit more." Escorting the client out, she saw it was nearly dinner time before dragging her exhausted body back to the office. She plopped down onto her desk chair, utterly drained of energy. As if venting her pent-up frustration, Han Qingyun kicked off her constricting high heels, slumped onto the desk, and stared blankly in dejection. A knock came at her desk just as she had been lying there for a moment. Thinking it was the manager coming to scold her, she lifted her head listlessly. When she saw a young boy standing by her desk smiling at her, Han Qingyun shot up instantly. She hurriedly asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Yifan glanced around and said to the only idle agent in sight, "Excuse me, I'd like to buy a house, but your colleagues are all busy, and I saw you resting, so I thought I'd bother you." Upon hearing he was a buyer, Han Qingyun's eyes lit up immediately. She fumbled to put on her shoes, then broke into a smile and asked, "Hello, sir, my name is Han Qingyun. What kind of property are you looking for?" Lin Yifan introduced himself first, then said, "I'd like to see the houses in the 8-room villa district. Does your agency have any listings there?" At the mention of 8-room villa, the excitement on Han Qingyun's face visibly dimmed. If this young man had said he wanted an apartment or a small unit, she might have believed him. But to bring up the 8-room villa district right off the bat, she thought he was just curious and wanted to take a look. Still, she mustered her spirits, kept her smile, and said, "Mr. Lin, our agency does have a few listings in 8-room villa. Would you like to get some information first or go see the properties in person?" Whatever, whether he's just looking or not, I'll treat it as a shot in the dark. I've stuck it out this long, but one more wasted trip won't hurt. Han Qingyun consoled herself inwardly. Lin Yifan said, "It's getting late, let's just go see the properties directly." "All right, I'll go get the keys. We can talk on the way." After picking up the keys for the 8-room villa listings, the two left the office. Han Qingyun was about to hail a taxi when Lin Yifan walked to the curb, pulled out his keys, and pressed a button. Then under Han Qingyun's stunned gaze, a brand new bright red Kian lit up its unlock lights. Lin Yifan opened the driver's door and was about to get in when he noticed Han Qingyun still standing there in a daze. "Come on, what are you waiting for? It's going to get dark soon." Hearing Lin Yifan's call, Han Qingyun snapped out of it and quickly walked over to the passenger seat. Lin Yifan set the GPS and drove toward the 8-room villa district with Han Qingyun. On the way, Han Qingyun pondered to herself. Even though she guessed from the young man's attire and his million-yuan car that he might be a rich second generation, she still felt uncertain when he said he wanted to see houses in the 8-room villa district. The standalone villas there cost tens of millions at the very least, with some even reaching several hundred million. Compared to those prices, Lin Yifan's car wasn't very convincing. Forget it. If he's just browsing, he'll try to recommend some city center properties instead. Compared to villas worth hundreds of millions, apartments at tens of thousands per square meter should be within this young man's budget. If I close this deal, I won't have to worry about losing my job for a while, and I won't have to make any disheartening compromises with older men. With that thought, Han Qingyun felt a bit lighter. When they arrived at the 8-room villa district, the twilight illuminated the entire neighborhood. Han Qingyun directed Lin Yifan to the property listed by her agency. They stopped in front of a standalone villa, got out, and Han Qingyun unlocked the iron gate to the courtyard with the company key. Han Qingyun led Lin Yifan into the yard, opening the villa's main door while explaining the basic details of the property. As Han Qingyun talked Lin Yifan toward the entire villa. It was a Chinese-style residence built over water, covering a little over 2 mu. The house was enclosed by walls, giving the courtyard a somewhat tranquil feel. Lin Yifan asked about the price, and this small villa was listed at 56 million yuan. Lin Yifan didn't comment, planning to check the remaining listings first. Han Qingyun, thinking he was intimidated by the price, was already considering which city center property to recommend on the way back. But then she heard Lin Yifan ask to see the other listings. The customer was king, so Han Qingyun had no choice but to accompany him to the next villa. The next two standalone villas were largely similar in style, differing only in land area and interior decoration. One was priced at 72 million and the other at 110 million. After viewing all three villas, Lin Yifan thought for a moment and asked Han Qingyun, "Miss Han, do you have any more expensive properties? I'd like to see them." Lin Yifan was frustrated. When he bought the penthouse at Sea View 1, the price had been driven up to 500 million by him and Chen Haijun, but its actual value was still around 2 to 300 million. He hadn't expected these standalone villas to be even cheaper than the duplex. Han Qingyun, on the other hand, was even more frustrated. If it weren't for wanting him to buy a city center property, Han Qingyun would have rolled her eyes at him. He was really getting into this act, pretending to be a big shot when he couldn't afford it. Annoyed but unable to vent, Han Qingyun finally mentioned a property that had been listed with her agency for a long time. That property was several times more expensive than the most costly one they'd just seen, but it also had a much larger area. "Mr. Lin, there is actually one such property. The owner has had it listed with us for months, but because the asking price is too high, it hasn't sold." Hearing that the price was too high, Lin Yifan's eyes lit up. "Where is it? Take me to see it quickly." Han Qingyun explained, "Mr. Lin, the owner wants to negotiate directly with the buyer, so the keys aren't with our agency. But if you want to see it, I can call the homeowner." Lin Yifan urged, "Then make the call now." Han Qingyun had no choice but to step aside and dial the homeowner's number. After a brief conversation with the homeowner, Han Qingyun returned to Lin Yifan's side. "Mr. Lin, the homeowner will be here shortly. Let's wait a moment." The two sat on a bench by the roadside in the villa district, chatting idly about the property to pass the time. After more than 20 minutes, a Bentley sedan pulled up not far from them. A middle-aged man in a suit, his face etched with worry, stepped out of the car. Spotting the homeowner's arrival, Han Qingyun led Lin Yifan over. "President Wu, this is Mr. Lin, the client interested in your property. I apologize for troubling you to come out so late. It's fine, you're helping me sell the house after all." President Wu concealed his troubled expression, mustered his spirits to exchange pleasantries with Han Qingyun, and then scrutinized Lin Yifan from head to toe. His discerning eye was far superior to Han Qingyun's. The value of Lin Yifan's attire instantly formed a corresponding impression in his mind. "Mr. Lin, I presume Miss Han has already given you a general introduction to the property. Let's go straight to see the house, and we can discuss the price afterward." With that, President Wu opened the courtyard gate and led the two inside. After showing Lin Yifan around the entire villa, they settled on the living room sofa on the first floor. President Wu asked, "Mr. Lin, now that you've seen the house, what do you think?" Lin Yifan nodded, quite satisfied with the property. Though the house was only slightly larger than his previous villa, the courtyard was significantly more spacious. Moreover, the villa's decor was distinctly more ingenious. "The house is quite nice. What's the price for this villa? President Wu paused for a moment, then held up 3 fingers. I bought this villa for 4 billion initially. Property prices have risen quite a bit since then. I won't add too much. If you want it, Mr. Lin, you can take it for 3 billion. 3 billion. Lin Yifan mused for a moment. The price is acceptable. I'm tired of looking. We'll take this one. Hearing Lin Yifan's acceptance, President Wu's face lit up with joy. Han Qingyun, who had been idly watching them negotiate, was stunned when she heard Lin Yifan say he would buy the villa. 3 billion. So many previous viewers had admired this house, but they all gave up upon hearing the price. She never expected this young client to decide to buy it without a moment's hesitation. Realizing the deal was about to close, Han Qingyun suppressed her excitement and quickly began calculating her commission for this transaction. For this second-hand property, the agency only facilitated the introduction, and the commission rate for a closed deal was 0.4. So if the deal closed at 3 billion, the company would collect 1.2 million in agency fees. For such luxury properties, the company's commission to employees was 40. After a round of calculations, Han Qingyun finally arrived at her commission. A whopping 480,000. She had just earned hundreds of thousands in one go. Han Qingyun felt as if she were dreaming. Just over an hour ago, she had been fretting over her performance and impending unemployment. Unexpectedly, in a flash, fortune had turned. In an instant, not only was her sales volume at the top of the company, but she had also earned hundreds of thousands in commission. Meanwhile, President Wu, seeing Lin Yifan buy his villa without hesitation, instantly elevated his impression of Lin Yifan by several notches. Considering his current predicament, President Wu asked eagerly, Mr. Lin, do you think we could sign the contract today? Fearing his urgency might be misinterpreted, he quickly added, rest assured, Huayuan Real Estate has already investigated the property's title. They will also guarantee the transaction process. Their company has the qualifications to provide such guarantees. You can ask Ms. Han about this. Lin Yifan turned his gaze to Han Qingyun. Having worked at the company for so long, she was well versed in these matters. She nodded to Lin Yifan, confirming President Wu's words. Lin Yifan felt reassured. Still, he asked curiously, President Wu, why are you so eager to sign the contract today? President Wu explained with a wry smile. To be honest, I'm in the foreign trade business. Not long ago, I was preparing to ship a cargo worth 500 million back from Shini port. But a sudden violent storm at sea wiped out several cargo ships. I've been overwhelmed dealing with this mess. The losses from the ship's compensation for the deceased crew, the loss of goods, and penalty fees for breach of contract, all of it piled up. If it were just these issues, I could grit my teeth and get through by diverting working capital from the company to cover the compensation gaps. But it coincides with the maturity of a bank loan for the company. The cash flow is insufficient, so I have no choice but to sell off property. Lin Yifan nodded thoughtfully. So that was it. No wonder he was in such a hurry to sign the contract tonight. He needed the 3 billion to alleviate his company's predicament. All right, since you need the funds now, will help in times of urgency. Let's sign the contract. Hearing Lin Yifan's prompt response, President Wu said gratefully, Mr. Lin, I'm truly grateful. Rest assured, I'll handle all the subsequent property transfer procedures smoothly for you. With that, President Wu pulled the prepared contract from his briefcase. After reviewing the contract, confirming it was correct, signing and stamping it, Lin Yifan transferred 3 billion directly to President Wu's account. As for the property transfer procedures, President Wu and Huayuan Real Estate would handle them. Lin Yifan only needed to show up for signatures requiring his presence. Another 3 billion gone. Indeed, to complete the mission, large transactions were the way to go. During his conversation with President Wu, some spendthrift ideas suddenly surfaced in Lin Yifan's mind. His perspective had been too narrow before. Being spendthrift didn't necessarily mean buying physical items or giving tips. He could change his approach entirely. For instance, he could dabble in stocks, futures, or even set up an investment company. Others played the stock market to make money, so they carefully selected stocks. But he didn't need to. He could pick stocks on the market that were performing poorly and plummeting. He could buy high and sell low. Futures were even more thrilling. He could use the maximum leverage, operate in reverse, and simply wait for the position to be liquidated after buying. The same went for an investment company. Any project that was unreliable or had no prospects was his best choice. What others scrambled to invest in, Lin Yifan wouldn't touch. What others were unwilling to invest in, Lin Yifan would. That was his caprice, his brute force approach. Lin Yifan grew more excited the more he thought, his mind beginning to spiral uncontrollably. He then turned his thoughts to gambling on rough stones, a game famously said to bring heaven or hell with a single cut. This was perfect. Although the raw stones ranged from a few thousand to tens of millions, the price wasn't exorbitant, and the best part was it wasn't exhausting. Unlike the strenuous effort of streaming for tips, and it burned through money quickly. Once you've picked one and paid, just have the stone dealer cut it open. If it turns out to be just rock, you toss it away, money gone right. Haha, the system's only rule was that I couldn't destroy cash outright. But gambling on stones isn't damaging cash. Sure, cutting open a rock is practically burning money, but it's a loophole within the system's rules, a bug to exploit. Lin Yifan clapped his hands together. That settled it. Head set out tomorrow, off to squander his fortune on stone gambling. After signing the contract with Lin Yifan and exchanging pleasantries, Boss Wu excused himself, saying he needed to return to the company to handle the matters, and left. Lin Yifan drove Han Qingyun back to Huayuan Real Estate. On the way, he said, "Miss Han, I'll leave the house matters to you. Just call me when you need my signature." Han Qingyun, now free from her earlier dejection, replied cheerfully, "Mr. Lin, this is my duty. We'll handle the property transfer for you. Rest assured." Lin Yifan drove the Qian with one hand, while opening his WeChat QR code with the other, holding it toward Han Qingyun. "Miss Han, add me on WeChat. He'll need to buy more houses in the future, and I'd rather not trouble multiple people. He'll just come to you directly." Of course, of course. Thank you so much for your patronage, Mr. Lin." Han Qingyun's face flushed with excitement as she quickly pulled out her phone to scan the code. She hadn't expected to not only close such a huge deal today, but also build a connection with such a major client. Hearing that he planned to buy more in the future, it meant she'd never have to worry about her performance again, right? With a client like this who cared about being at the bottom of the rankings. As long as Lin Yifan stuck with her, even if she came in last for 3 months straight, the boss wouldn't dare fire her. After dropping Han Qingyun off at the entrance of Huayuan Real Estate, Lin Yifan drove away in his Qian, heading toward Laputa as she bowed and waved him off. Once Lin Yifan's car had disappeared into the distance, Han Qingyun clutched the contract in her hands and walked briskly into the company, heading straight for the manager's office. Entering the office, she handed the contract to the manager and said with a smile, "Manager, this is the deal I just signed. Please take a look." Manager Zhou took the contract from Han Qingyun, a hint of surprise in his mind. He hadn't expected this employee, at the bottom of the performance charts and about to be fired, to actually close a deal. But as he flipped through the contract, his casual demeanor instantly shifted. "This villa was sold?" Manager Zhou asked in astonishment. Han Qingyun kept a smile on her face, a trace of pride in it. "Yes, the contract's right there in your hands." Manager Zhou glanced at the buyer's signature. Lin Yifan. Those 3 words seemed familiar. Then it hit him. Wasn't this the name of that young master from the Seaview No. 1 auction? As one of the top real estate agencies in Shanghai, Huayuan Real Estate naturally kept a close eye on property news. Manager Zhou had been present at the Seaview No. 1 auction, being from a leading agency in the city. He had personally witnessed Lin Yifan spend over 500 million to win the crown jewel of Seaview No. 1. Now, just a few days later, this young master had come to his company to buy a villa. Manager Zhou was now pondering one thing: what exactly was the relationship between this young master Lin and Han Qingyun? Otherwise, how could such a windfall fall into her lap? After all, Manager Zhou was well aware of the unsavory dealings in the real estate circle, having even experienced them himself. Some female employees would approach him to secure connections and resources, offering themselves willingly. Could it be that Han Qingyun had done the same with this young master Lin? Of course, Zhou Shuwen wouldn't dare ask Han Qingyun outright. He could only speculate. Staring at Lin Yifan's contact information on the contract, Zhou Shuwen's eyes darted as a devious idea took root in his mind. For an ordinary client, a manager wouldn't bother competing with an employee for resources. But for a premium client like this, Zhou Shuwen had no intention of letting it slip away. As a manager, quietly pulling strings to snatch a major client was common practice. Having been at the company for so long, Han Qingyun had witnessed such tactics many times. Seeing Manager Zhou's eyes darting around, she knew exactly what he was plotting. So she casually remarked, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Lin mentioned he'll need to buy more properties in the future. He said he'd rather not trouble multiple people and would just message me on WeChat for any house purchases." Zhou Shuwen was indeed taken aback by Han Qingyun's words. The two had even exchanged WeChat, and he had specifically said he'd come to her for future purchases. Zhou Shuwen couldn't be sure if Han Qingyun was telling the truth, but he didn't dare take the risk. He had no choice but to set aside his scheming. With a forced chuckle, he said to Han Qingyun, "Qingyun, well done on this deal. Since young Master Lin said he'll come to you for more houses, make sure you take the initiative and maintain the relationship. Keep up the good work and aim for another big deal." Han Qingyun sneered inwardly, but kept her composure, replying, "Rest assured, manager, he'll take good care of the major client." Zhou Shuwen waved his hand and said, "All right, go ahead and follow up on this deal." Han Qingyun left the contract in the manager's office and walked out. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan was driving back to the Laputa store to pick up Zhou Fei. But Zhou Fei had run into trouble at the store. A young man in designer clothes holding a scantily clad seductive woman walked into the Laputa store. "Baby, I'll buy you a bag today, then we'll have a big meal. Don't go back to school tonight. He'll drive you back tomorrow morning. the young man said flirtatiously to the college girl in his arms. The woman twisted coyly and said shyly, "Brother Jiang, stop it. Let's talk about it later." The young man laughed heartily. Though she hadn't agreed verbally, he knew it was just a game of playing hard to get. A sales associate in the store spotted the customers and quickly approached them. Jiang Kaishuan, holding the woman, said to the associate, "Show us your bags." The associate gestured and said, "This way, sir." The three of them headed toward the bag counter. After a few steps, Jiang Kaishuan caught sight of a familiar figure and stopped abruptly. "Zhou Fei," he called out as if unsure. Zhou Fei, who had her back to Jiang Kaishuan, was contemplating how to rearrange the store's clothing displays. After all, this would soon be her own shop, and she needed to run it with care. Suddenly, hearing a familiar voice, Zhou Fei spun around. Jiang Kaishuan, seeing the once familiar face, smiled lightly and said, "Oh, it really is you." The girl beside Jiang Kaishuan sensed a crisis rising in her heart as her boyfriend seemed quite familiar with this beautiful saleswoman. She coquettishly asked, "Brother Jiang, who is she? Do you know her?" Jiang Kaishuan looked Zhou Fei up and down, who was dressed in a sales uniform, and sneered, "Know her? Of course I do. This is my ex-girlfriend." He then said to Zhou Fei with a hint of sarcasm, "I never thought you'd end up like this working as a salesperson. After everything that's happened, do you regret your impulsive decision back then?" The surrounding staff looked at the scene in surprise, sensing a juicy story between the two. Zhou Fei gazed at the man she once deeply loved and said calmly, "Regret? You think too highly of yourself. The only thing I regret is not breaking up with you the moment I found out you were cheating. I actually believed the lies of a scumbag like you." Jiang Kaishuan had intended to look down on Zhou Fei as a victor, making her realize how wrong she was to dump him. He wanted to see her in pain and regret, which would bring him relief. As a wealthy second-generation heir, this was the first time he had been dumped by a woman. He arrogantly believed that he was the one who did the dumping, never imagining a woman would willingly leave him. But Zhou Fei was the exception. Just because he fooled around with other women, Zhou Fei didn't hesitate to break up with him. Even if Jiang Kaishuan had only been playing with her, being dumped by a woman still stung his pride. Still bothered by this, Jiang Kaishuan unexpectedly ran into Zhou Fei working. He planned to savor her regret, hoping she would beg to come back to him. Just as Jiang Kaishuan was secretly gloating, he never expected her to suddenly say such a thing. Caught off guard, he was furious that this wretched woman not only showed no remorse, but even called him a scumbag in public. Jiang Kaishuan's veins bulged with anger. Disregarding any past affection, he sneered at Zhou Fei. "Just keep being stubborn, huh? My girlfriend. I can buy her designer bags anytime, take her to fancy restaurants, and chauffeur her around in luxury cars. And you're only fit to work in a store like this, toiling away for a salary that barely lets you survive in this city. You'd have to save for months just to afford a bag." Zhou Fei listened coldly to Jiang Kaishuan's words, watching him show off like a clown. She found it laughable. Even before she met Lin Yifan, she wouldn't have been affected by Jiang Kaishuan's arrogant boasts. She didn't want to waste any more time on this man. Lin Yifan might return at any moment, and Zhou Fei didn't want him to misunderstand. "My affairs are none of your business. Mind your own life and leave my store now." Zhou Fei issued a cold dismissal. "Your store?" Jiang Kaishuan was taken aback, then burst into unbridled laughter. "Are you delusional? Do you know how much it costs to open a store on this commercial street? Can you afford a store like this?" Zhou Fei ignored him and said to her colleague, "Lily, please escort them out. We won't serve him." Lily, who had been enjoying the drama, quickly responded, "Sure, boss lady." With the boss lattice backing, Lily unceremoniously ordered Jiang Kaishuan to leave. "Sir, our boss lady has said we won't serve you. Please leave." Having overheard the conversation, Lily roughly understood the situation. Jiang Kaishuan had cheated and was now humiliating Zhou Fei. As a woman, she naturally sided with her boss. Jiang Kaishuan, however, refused to believe the store belonged to Zhou Fei, thinking the saleswoman was just playing along. "Who the hell do you think you are? Call your boss out. I want to see how long you two bitches can keep up this act." Jiang Kaishuan's loud cursing in the store drew the attention of other saleswomen. One of them stepped forward coldly. "Sir, watch your mouth. Sister Fei is indeed our boss lady. If you keep causing trouble, we'll call the police." Hearing a second saleswoman confirm that Zhou Fei was the owner and seeing her confidence in mentioning the police, Jiang Kaishuan began to waver. It seemed genuine. Could the store really be Zhou Fei's? How could she possibly have that much money to open a store on such a busy street? Could it be Zhou Fei was being kept by someone? That must be it. There's no way she could have come up with that much money on her own. Putting two and two together, Jiang Kaishuan sneered. "Zhou Fei, I never expected you to be so low. And here I thought you were noble. So you ended up hooking up with some rich old man for money. I underestimated you. Impressive, impressive." If Jiang Kaishuan's earlier taunts hadn't bothered Zhou Fei, this remark struck a nerve. She gritted her teeth, ready to retaliate when a young man's voice came from the doorway. I'm an old man. How come I didn't know? Lin Yifan, who had just returned, overheard Jiang Kaixuan's words and walked into the store with a teasing tone. He came to Zhou Fei's side, pulled her into his arms, and stared sharply at Jiang Kaixuan. What's this? Coming to my store to cause trouble and insult my woman. Who do you think you are? Jiang Kaixuan frowned at the imposing Lin Yifan. Was this the man who spent money to open a store for Zhou Fei? Judging by his attire, he seemed wealthy. Maybe another second-generation rich kid. A sarcastic smile appeared on his face, pale from a life of indulgence. Oh, I see someone's come to her defense. Bro, how's the woman I used up tasting? You should thank me, really. If I hadn't taken her first and trained her well, you'd have had a lot more trouble enjoying her, haha. Jiang Kaixuan tried to provoke Lin Yifan with this, hoping to embarrass him. If Zhou Fei hadn't told Lin Yifan about her past, revealing it now would surely anger this hot-headed young master. After Zhou Fei was dumped, he would take his time to toy with her. Having said those inflammatory words, he deliberately rubbed his hand under his nose, his lecherous gaze fixed on Zhou Fei's voluptuous chest. As if savoring the memory, Zhou Fei heard him say such things in front of Lin Yifan and saw his obscene gestures. Her fury surged like a mountain, a torrent of rage rushing to her head. She was about to lose her reason and charge at him in a desperate fight, but she couldn't break free from Lin Yifan's powerful grip. Lin Yifan held Zhou Fei tightly, soothing her with affectionate words as her eyes reddened with near madness. Silly girl, I don't care about your past, so why are you so furious? Which girl hasn't encountered a few scumbags in her youth? Let's just consider it a bite from a dog or a prick from a needle. What's past is past, let's not dwell on it. Hearing Lin Yifan's words, Zhou Fei instantly calmed down. She could disregard Jiang Kaixuan's or others' opinions, but she cared about Lin Yifan's thoughts. She had thought Lin Yifan would turn and leave upon hearing this, and was at a loss, but then she heard such heartwarming words, and her eyes as clear as autumn waters reddened. A line of moved tears streamed down her face. Unable to contain herself, Zhou Fei leaned into Lin Yifan's embrace, holding him tightly, afraid that if she let go, the person before her would vanish. This scene made the other girls in the shop envious. They had been angry at the scumbag Jiang Kaixuan and felt sorry for Zhou Fei. Now they wished they could take Zhou Fei's place to rest in that secure embrace. Hearing Lin Yifan compare himself to a dog and call himself a needle, and openly embracing Zhou Fei in a display of affection, this infuriated Jiang Kaixuan, his face flushing red. He gritted his teeth and said, "You dare curse me? Fine, if this shop of yours can still operate, they'll take your surname." With that, he pulled out his phone to call his uncle at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Lin Yifan watched him calmly as he stepped out to make the call without stopping him. He led Zhou Fei to the sofa in the rest area and sat down. Zhou Fei hadn't expected things to escalate like this. Worried, she said to Lin Yifan, "Yifan, that Jiang Kaixuan's uncle works at the bureau. Could there be trouble?" "Don't worry. At worst, they'll find an excuse to shut down the shop. Let's see what tricks he can pull. He'll find someone to handle it." Lin Yifan sent a message to Li Fei, giving him a brief rundown of the situation. As for whether Li Fei could handle it, Lin Yifan wasn't concerned. Even if Li Fei couldn't solve it, and it came down to the shop being closed, so what if the 3 million invested went down the drain? Others might feel the loss, but did Lin Yifan care? If it were shut down, he could just find another place and invest a few million to open a new shop for Zhou Fei. He had more money than he knew what to do with anyway. But this incident served as a reminder to Lin Yifan. No matter how wealthy he was sorely lacking in connections. The only people he knew now were Li Fei and a few others. In the future, he needed to expand his network. Although money could solve many problems like this time. If the shop were truly shut down, he could find the person who ordered it and use money to resolve the issue with their direct superior. But doing it that way still wouldn't be satisfying enough. Before long, a few staff members in blue uniforms walked in, with Jiang Kaixuan following behind, a smug look on his face as he eyed Lin Yifan and Zhou Fei. As if to say, "This is what you get for crossing me." The leader, a portly middle-aged man with a large head, spoke bluntly, "Who's in charge here? We received a report that this shop is selling counterfeit goods and defrauding consumers. We're here to investigate." He was Jiang Kaixuan's uncle at the bureau, Zhou Xing. Upon receiving his nephew's call that a shop owner had bullied him, Zhou Xing, who happened to be near the commercial street, immediately brought his men to help his nephew settle the score. Lin Yifan looked at Zhou Xing with a cold smile. "Defrauding consumers? When have we ever defrauded consumers? If you claim we sell fakes, fine, produce the evidence, and we'll accept the penalty. So you're the person in charge, right? Well, investigate the evidence, but since a complaint has been filed, your shop must close for a few days pending rectification." Zhou Xing put on a stern face and spoke in bureaucratic tones, immediately demanding a suspension of operations to shut the shop down for a few days. Lin Yifan was about to challenge him. Just then, another arrogant voice came from the entrance. "Oh, Who's so blind as to come here looking for trouble and threatening to shut down the shop? Lin Yifan smiled at the familiar voice, swallowed the words he was about to say, and sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs to watch the show. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Li Fei swaggered into the shop. He looked at the leading Zhou Xing with a hint of disdain. Are you the one trying to shut down my brother Yifan's shop? Zhou Xing, seeing Li Fei's demeanor, stiffened his face and asked, Who are you? Planning to obstruct our lawful enforcement? How lawful enforcement, you say? Li Fei sneered. You know the enforcement procedures better than I do. I won't waste words with you. You're from Puxing District, right? Let me call your director and ask how he leads his team. Li Fei then dialed a number directly. After a few rings it connected. Haha, young Fei, what brings you to call an old codger like me today? The voice on the other end belonged to Feng Jia, the director of the Puxing District Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Li Fei's father had built a business in Shanghai for years, cultivating many connections. The head of a district bureau was naturally within his reach. Later, when he left Shanghai to expand his business elsewhere, he entrusted all the connections in this stronghold to Li Fei to manage. Li Fei, running the business in Shanghai, inevitably had to deal with these administrative departments, including the bureau director. Thanks to his father's connections, Li Fei usually addressed these people as uncles. Li Fei spoke politely into the phone. Hee, Uncle Feng, what are you saying? You're still young, how can you call yourself an old codger? Feng Jia laughed heartily at Li Fei's words and said, All right, you always know how to say nice things. What's the matter today? Getting down to business, Li Fei said seriously. Uncle Feng, hey, race the thing. Today a friend of mine had a disagreement with a rich second generation named Jiang Kaixian at his shop on Liyuan Commercial Street. He threatened to have his uncle deal with my buddy, and soon after your men showed up at the shop looking for trouble, demanding a shutdown without a word. It was a trivial matter not worth troubling you, just a few days of closure, but this elder brother of mine. At this point, Li Fei lowered his voice, casting a glance at Lin Yifan, and continued into the phone. This elder brother of mine has an extraordinary identity. He's most likely from a major family in the capital. If this situation escalates. Li Fei left the rest unsaid. He had already conveyed enough. There was no need to spell it out. Feng Jia, being as shrewd as a fox, could not fail to grasp the implication. Actually, given his relationship with Feng Jia, if Li Fei took the matter upon himself, Feng Jia would not stand idly by. However, with the enigmatic presence of Lin Yifan, Li Fei naturally leveraged this influence in front of Feng Jia. After all, being able to connect with someone from a capital family showcased his impressive network, even able to call such a figure a brother. Though Li Fei had told Feng Jia that Lin Yifan might be from a major capital family, his time spent with Lin Yifan had already convinced him that Lin Yifan was indeed a scion of such a prestigious clan. After hearing Li Fei's words, Feng Jia fell silent on the phone. The name Jiang Kaixian immediately told him who Li Fei's subordinate was. But that wasn't the main point. He caught the underlying message in Li Fei's words. It involved a capital family. If Lin Yifan was truly a young master from a capital family, then his influence was not to be underestimated. The matter Li Fei mentioned could be minor or major. Mishandling it could jeopardize his own career. After a brief pause on the phone, Feng Jia said in a deep voice, Xiao Fei, I understand. He'll make a call to inquire. By the way, thank you for this. Before hanging up, Feng Jia specifically expressed his gratitude to Li Fei. Li Fei understood the meaning behind his thanks. He had helped defuse a potential bomb. Returning to Lin Yifan's side, Li Fei gestured to him, indicating that the matter was handled. Jiang Kaixian's uncle's heart sank when he heard Li Fei say he would call his superior. He intended to act swiftly, sealing the shop first to avoid any complications later. Once the shop was sealed, even if this person could indeed bring his superior, it would be too late, and he could negotiate afterward. But just as he was about to order the seal, a phone call came through. Glancing at the caller ID, his heart skipped a beat. It was indeed Feng Jia. So fast. He answered with a bitter expression. Hello, director, any instructions? Feng Jia got straight to the point. Zhou Xing, are you at a shop right now about to seal it? Director, it's like this. I received a complaint about this shop selling counterfeit goods and defrauding consumers, so I'm preparing to suspend operations for a few days for investigation. Jiang Kaixian's uncle Zhou Xing still tried to bluff his way through. But Feng Jia bluntly exposed him. Consumers. It's your nephew causing trouble for no reason. Their call reached me. Seeing that the young man had indeed managed to get the director involved, Zhou Xing was somewhat surprised. But now that things had come this far, he decided to drop the pretense. After all, Feng Jia was about to be transferred, and his own backer was the incoming deputy director who had never gotten along with Feng Jia. As the saying goes, a magistrate is less formidable than a current official. A Suntobe former director, while he is a section chief backed by the future director, had no reason to fear him. Director, I don't understand what you mean. Since I received a complaint, I'm obliged to investigate according to regulations. I don't see anything wrong with my actions. Feng Jia realized that Zhou Xing no longer respected him, knowing it was due to the impending personnel changes that had stirred up ulterior motives among his subordinates. Feng Jia laughed in anger. If you want to court death, that's your business, but don't drag me down with you. You didn't even check his background before blindly sticking up for your nephew. I'm telling you, if you dare seal his shop, not even your backer can save you. He'll be in trouble himself. I won't say more. Now immediately right now, take your people back to the bureau. Otherwise think it over yourself. With that, Feng Jia hung up without ceremony. Hearing the dial tone, Zhou Xing stood frozen, his face ashen. Anyone in officialdom wasn't a fool. Feng Jia's words were clear. The shop had powerful backing. If he sealed the shop, not only would he risk his position, but even his backer, the deputy director, would be implicated. What also unsettled him was Feng Jia's attitude. He hadn't expected Feng Jia to make such a fuss over a shop despite his impending transfer. This was something Zhou Xing hadn't anticipated. Indeed, Feng Jia was leaving so Zhou Xing could disregard him in minor matters. But if he openly defied Feng Jia even with a backer, it would still cause him considerable trouble. After all, Feng Jia was still in office, still the director. If the top leader tore off all pretenses and was determined to deal with him, it wouldn't be particularly difficult. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou Xing finally gritted his teeth, called off the operation, and left with his men. Seeing his uncle take the call and then leave without a word, Jiang Kaixian was dumbfounded. He rushed out of the shop and caught up to his uncle as he was about to get into the car. Uncle, what's going on? Didn't you say you'd teach this reckless boss a lesson? Why are you leaving? Humiliated, Zhou Xing glared at his spoiled nephew and snapped, Teach him. Teach your mother. All you do is cause trouble picking fights without knowing someone's background. It's you who's reckless. Jiang Kaixian muttered under his breath, Isn't my mother your sister? What did you say? Jiang Kaixian quickly shook his head and asked, Uncle, is their background that strong? Zhou Xing shot him a cold, sarcastic glance, someone who can make Feng Jia go all out to defend them. What do you think? So we just let him off? Zhou Xing scolded, frustrated. What else? You want to challenge him? Do you have the ability? With that, Zhou Xing ignored his nephew, turned around, and got into the car with his men driving off. Jiang Kaixian stared resentfully at the shop for a moment before finally slinking away, his face dark. Li Fei, observing that the matter in the store had been settled and that he had some minor affairs to attend to, briefly explained the situation to Lin Yifan before leaving the Laputa specialty store. After departing from Laputa, Li Fei committed this incident to memory. He planned to contact a few individuals later and conspire to teach the arrogant Jiang Kaixian a proper lesson, making him understand that some people are not to be trifled with. Perhaps with Lin Yifan's influence, he could deal with Jiang Kaixian without Li Fei's intervention. However, whether Li Fei took the initiative to act on this matter was a different matter entirely. Thus, when action was required, he had to demonstrate his stance through deeds. Lin Yifan escorted Li Fei out of the store. After he left, Lin Yifan returned to Zhou Fei's side, glanced at the time, and smiled at her. Fei, are you hungry? Zhou Fei, delighted that the issue had been resolved by the people Lin Yifan had summoned, replied cheerfully, A little bit. I was waiting for you to have dinner together. Then let's go. Time to eat. With that, he took Zhou Fei's hand and left Laputa amid the envious glances of the other girls in the store. The two had dinner at an upscale restaurant. Lin Yifan suggested that Zhou Fei not return home tonight, but stay at Seaview 1. Zhou Fei, recalling what Lin Yifan had said after their first time, blushed slightly and nodded in compliance. After they drove back to Seaview 1, Zhou Fei took the initiative to shower first. When she emerged clad in a gray luxury bathrobe with her hair still damp, looking like a lotus emerging from water, Lin Yifan couldn't help but swallow hard. He then hurried eagerly to the bathroom. While Lin Yifan was showering, the idle Zhou Fei wandered around the house a few times before finally stepping onto the grand riverview balcony. Her delicate hands rested on the tempered glass railing as she gazed at the myriad lights of the towering buildings below and listened to the occasional foghorn from ships on the river. From this vantage point, she could fully appreciate the vibrant bustle of the Bund. The scene before her felt surreal, like a dream, to Zhou Fei. She recalled how when Lin Yifan first entered the store, she had looked down on him for his cheap Taobao clothes. Little did she expect that he would spend over $1 million on apparel in one go, earning her nearly 2 months' salary from that single transaction. After Lin Yifan left with his purchases, Zhou Fei was overjoyed by the huge commission and occasionally indulged in fantasies. She dreamed of becoming the girlfriend of such a wealthy second-generation heir, never having to worry about life again, living in a mansion, driving a luxury car, and enjoying a life envied by ordinary people. But it was just a fleeting thought. She knew well that such rich heirs might not fancy an ordinary girl. Even if they did, it would only be for a momentary thrill, just a game. Who would have thought that a simple delivery of clothes today would lead to all this? Soon after, a luxury car far more expensive than she had imagined was hers. Though there was no mansion, she was gifted a store worth over $1 million. This gift was no less impressive than a mansion. How long would Lin Yifan's affection for her last? Or rather, how much time would pass before she was discarded like a toy that had lost its novelty? Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Just as Zhou Fei was lost in thought, while gazing into the distance, a pair of strong arms suddenly encircled her slender waist, and a voice whispered softly in her ear. Startled by the sudden sound, Zhou Fei's body trembled slightly. Then, regaining her composure, she clasped her hands over the large hands resting on her abdomen. Leaning against Lin Yifan, she sighed softly. I'm wondering if everything today is just a dream. It all feels so unreal, as if the dream could shatter at any moment. Lin Yifan, resting his chin on Zhou Fei's head, paused for a moment before laughing. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Dreams or no dreams, even if you wake up, all this is real. Zhou Fei chose not to dwell on it further. She was an open-minded person. Instead of overthinking and adding unnecessary worries, it was better to cherish the present and enjoy the kindness this man showed her. Having made up her mind, Zhou Fei's face once again bloomed with a sweet smile. She turned around, rose on her tiptoes, and pressed her lips to Lin Yifan's. Then, with her eyes half closed, she whispered softly, Yifan. Her cheeks flushed, and she pouted her lips, presenting herself as if offering a plucked fruit. Since she had taken the initiative, Lin Yifan naturally did not refuse. The details of the ensuing intimate encounter are omitted here. After a strenuous battle, Lin Yifan finally surrendered, while Zhou Fei, too exhausted even to get up and freshen up, fell into a deep sleep in his arms. Lin Yifan pondered the next day's jade gambling plans for a while, before gradually drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Zhou Fei woke up first. Playful, she used her hair to tickle Lin Yifan. Awakened by the tickling sensation, Lin Yifan saw Zhou Fei full of vitality after a good night's rest, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Fei, I need to tell you something. Zhou Fei, who had been causing mischief with her hair, was caught red-handed by Lin Yifan, who gave her a symbolic pat on the back. Hearing his words, she asked, What is it? I have to go on a trip today. They'll be back once I'm done. All right, I'll wait for you to return. Zhou Fei didn't pry into where he was going, simply telling him she would wait. Lin Yifan's hand traced along the smooth curve of Zhou Fei's waist as he said, Also, I'll have an agent handle the transfer of this house to your name later. Aunt. Zhou Fei gasped, abruptly propping herself up, oblivious to the pair of full breasts that quivered in the air as the blanket slipped. Last night, she had been thinking that although he hadn't given her a mansion, he had gifted her a store. Who would have guessed that today Lin Yifan would voluntarily offer to transfer this house to her? A top-tier luxury residence at Seaview 1. Zhou Fei had seen the news the building's crown jewel had sold for 500 million yuan. Was he really giving that to her? Who kept a woman by giving her such a house? Perhaps some wealthy men keeping models or celebrities might do such a thing. But she was just an ordinary salesgirl. True, her figure and looks weren't bad, but there were plenty like her. She wasn't worth such a price. In Zhou Fei's mind, the most a kept woman could expect was a house in the suburbs and a mid-range luxury car worth 400,000 or 500,000. That would already be considered generous. Yet Lin Yifan was about to gift her a Riverview mansion worth 500 million. Zhou Fei felt dizzy, as if she were walking on clouds. Yifan, why are you so good to me? Zhou Fei asked, lying on his chest, her voice dreamy. Lin Yifan stroked her silky hair and smiled. Silly girl, you're my woman. Since I have the means, it's only natural that I treat you well. Besides, if one day I'm no longer here, these things will ensure you a worry-free life, so I can rest a bit easier. Lin Yifan's mention of no longer here referred to his own return to his original world after completing his mission. After all, Zhou Fei was his first woman in this timeline, so he naturally had to secure her future. But Zhou Fei, unaware of this, felt a tremor in her heart, interpreting his words as a sign that he would tire of her and abandon her. A surge of sorrow overwhelmed her. Fighting back the mist in her eyes, she tightly embraced Lin Yifan, momentarily at a loss for words. Unaware of her distress, Lin Yifan absent-mindedly stroked her hair, his mind preoccupied with the day's plan for gambling on rough stones, scheming how to spend as much money as possible. Meanwhile, Zhou Fei repeatedly comforted herself. Wasn't this the outcome she had anticipated? Since everything was already set in stone, she would cherish every moment by Lin Yifan's side before he left. After consoling herself, Zhou Fei forced a smile and rose to prepare breakfast for Lin Yifan. Once she left the bedroom, Lin Yifan resumed pondering the stone gambling venture. The largest rough stone market in the country was Uli City in Yunnan province, bordering Myanmar and serving as the hub for Southeast Asian jade distribution and wholesale. Thus, aside from Myanmar, the best place for stone gambling was Uli City, with its ample supply of rough stones for Lin Yifan to squander. But going alone would be too dull. Who should accompany him? Zhou Fei had just taken over the shop and needed to learn how to manage it, so Lin Yifan didn't intend to take her away at this critical moment. So Yu had just resigned and didn't need to work, so she could be an option. However, from their casual chats, Lin Yifan knew she had enrolled in a CPA tutoring class to prepare for the intermediate accountant certification. With only a few women in his life in this world, who should he ask to accompany him to gamble on stones? Just then, the image of a woman in a black uniform surfaced in Lin Yifan's mind. After a moment's thought, Lin Yifan decided to send her a message. "Are you there?" He typed to a contact named Yang Qian, labeled Huaxia branch on WeChat. A reply came instantly. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm here." A smiley emoji followed the message. Seeing her cute emoji, Lin Yifan smiled and typed, "Manager Yang, how have you been lately? Busy with work?" "Thanks to you, Mr. Lin. Because of your deposit, the branch promoted me to deputy branch manager to maintain a good relationship with such a valued client." Yang Qian was genuinely grateful to Lin Yifan for her promotion to deputy branch manager. Without the colossal deposit of over 350 million yuan that Lin Yifan had placed with her, how could she, with no connections or backing, ever become a branch deputy manager? A deposit of 3.5 trillion yuan was enough to draw other banks like sharks scenting blood, as such a massive sum brought immense profits to any institution. When the funds were first credited, even the head office was alerted and called immediately. After learning the details, the head office took corresponding measures to retain such a major client and maintain the relationship. Thus, Yang Qian, as the sole link between the bank and Lin Yifan, was promoted beyond the usual protocol. However, Yang Qian had been swamped over the past few days, busy with the handover and familiarizing herself with her new role as deputy branch manager, leaving her no time to contact Lin Yifan. To her surprise, Lin Yifan reached out to her today. He was somewhat astonished to learn that his deposit alone had elevated Yang Qian to a branch deputy manager. He replied, "It's fine. I'd have deposited the money in some bank anyway, so no need to thank me." Yang Qian responded, "Still, I owe my promotion to your deposit. By the way, Mr. Lin, are you calling today to withdraw a large amount or handle some business?" "No, I just wanted to ask if you're free in the next few days. I'm planning a trip to Ule City in Yunnan and would like you to accompany me for some matters." "I'm planning a trip to Ule City in Yunnan and would like you to accompany me for some matters." In the Huaxia Bank deputy branch manager's office, Yang Qian paused to ponder the message, her hand resting on her still flat belly, hesitating inwardly. Her hesitation stemmed from the fact that she was nearly 3 months pregnant. A month ago, after her period was delayed by half a month, she went to the hospital with her boyfriend and discovered the pregnancy. The doctor had advised her to take care, as the first 3 months carried the highest risk of miscarriage. But now, with her major client requesting her company on a business trip, she found it hard to refuse, especially as she was trying to strengthen their relationship. After some thought, she figured that since she was already 3 months along, the fetus was relatively stable. As long as she took precautions during the journey, it should be fine. Having made up her mind, Yang Qian replied, "No problem. As deputy branch manager, I have flexible hours. I can accompany you to Ule City." Lin Yifan responded, "Great, get ready. Pack some clothes. We'll catch a flight this afternoon, and we might stay there for a few days." "All right, I'll head home now to pack. Just let me know when you're ready to leave." After their conversation, Zhou Fei brought breakfast into Lin Yifan's bedroom. Yang Qian first went to the branch manager's office to inform him of her upcoming plans. Upon hearing that she was accompanying the bank's largest client on business, the branch manager immediately offered to cover her work, instructing her to focus solely on keeping the client satisfied. Leaving the manager's office, Yang Qian drove home. Her boyfriend, surprised to see her back during work hours, asked why she had returned. Pulling out her suitcase and packing her clothes, Yang Qian explained, "A major bank client asked me to accompany him to Ule City for some business. It might involve a large sum of money, so he called me along." Her boyfriend's eyes flickered briefly before he thoughtfully helped her pack, saying, "Be careful on the road. You're carrying our baby. Don't risk a miscarriage." Sitting on the bed watching him organize her luggage, Yang Qian smiled. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself and the baby." "How many days will you be gone?" "We have an appointment for wedding photos and we need to discuss the wedding arrangements." Uncertain, Yang Qian replied, "I'm not sure how many days yet. If I can't make it back in time for the appointment, just reschedule with the studio." The two chatted idly about domestic matters while Yang Qian, having packed her luggage, waited at home for Lin Yifan's departure notice. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yifan greeted Zhou Fei and left the house. Sitting in his car, he first asked Yang Qian for her ID number, purchased 2 afternoon flight tickets to Ule City, and then drove to the school. Lin Yifan planned to visit the school's faculty leadership to discuss the issue of his time on campus, hoping to find a way to avoid having to stay at school every day, which was too inconvenient. Lin Yifan still wanted to experience a complete university life, so he naturally wouldn't consider dropping out. However, taking a leave of absence would essentially extend his graduation time, which was also not a desirable outcome for him. Ideally, he would not have to stay at school every day, could return to campus to experience life whenever he had free time and still receive his diploma on schedule. As for whether he could succeed, it depended on how he negotiated with the faculty leadership. If it truly didn't work out, he would have no choice but to apply for a leave of absence. Throughout the journey, Lin Yifan pondered how to negotiate with the faculty leadership. By the time the car stopped at the school's administrative building, he had finally formed a preliminary plan. He got out of the car and headed straight to the faculty leadership office. Finding the room, he saw Dean Xiao Wenjie flipping through documents inside. Lin Yifan knocked on the open office door. Xiao Wenjie, wearing glasses and looking weathered, lifted his head, shifting his gaze from the documents to the doorway. Seeing Lin Yifan standing at the door, he smiled kindly and said, "What can I do for you, student? Come in and talk." Lin Yifan walked up to the dean's desk and said politely, "Hello, Dean. I'm Lin Yifan, a student from the class of 2020 in the Business Administration Department. I'm here today to discuss the issue of my time on campus with you." Hearing this, Xiao Wenjie asked with concern, "Time on campus? Are you feeling unwell and want to take a leave of absence, or is it for some other reason?" Lin Yifan shook his head and replied, "Dean, it's not about taking a leave of absence. I wanted to discuss whether it's possible to have fewer restrictions on my time on campus." Xiao Wenjie then understood what Lin Yifan meant. "You're saying you want the school not to regulate your time on campus?" Lin Yifan nodded. Xiao Wenjie immediately furrowed his brows, put down the documents, and said to Lin Yifan with a slightly stern tone, "Student Lin Yifan, as a student, your primary task is to study. Now you're asking the school not to manage your time on campus. Do you think that's a feasible idea? Without a reasonable justification, I cannot agree to such an absurd request." Lin Yifan said calmly, "Dean, in the coming period, due to business matters, I won't be able to stay at school every day. But I don't want to drop out or take a leave of absence, so I wanted to discuss the issue of my time on campus with you." Before Xiao Wenjie could speak, Lin Yifan quickly added, "Of course, if the dean could grant my request, I would be willing to donate 500 million yuan to the college for its infrastructure development." This was the trump card Lin Yifan had thought of on the way here, using money to persuade the dean to agree. The Business Administration College had long wanted to expand its teaching building and library, but due to the university's fund allocation issues, the planned expansion had been delayed. Additionally, Lin Yifan wanted the dean to understand that he was wealthy and the business he mentioned was not a part-time job or a small venture earning pocket money, but a genuine enterprise. Being able to casually donate 500 million to the school demonstrated that he had already reached the pinnacle of life before even graduating. For ordinary students, a diploma was a stepping stone to the workplace. But since he was already so wealthy, he didn't need a diploma to work for money. That was one reason. The second reason was that Lin Yifan speculated the dean would find it hard to refuse a donation of 500 million yuan, which would be enough for the college to build new teaching facilities or fund academic research. This involved the status of the Business Administration College within the normal university. Considering all these factors, Lin Yifan believed the dean couldn't refuse his modest request. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Yifan mention a donation of 500 million yuan to the college, Xiao Wenjie was stunned. He looked at this student in astonishment, never imagining that his own college had someone from such an incredibly wealthy family. Xiao Wenjie weighed the pros and cons internally. A donation of 500 million yuan was truly something he couldn't refuse. With this money, how much could he accomplish during his tenure? If he refused Lin Yifan's request, and Lin Yifan dropped out or transferred, the school wouldn't get a single cent. As a college dean, Xiao Wenjie had the authority to make such arrangements. It was a perfectly normal operation, and agreeing to Lin Yifan's request about time on campus wasn't a big deal. After some consideration, Xiao Wenjie said hesitantly, "Student Lin, I can arrange your time on campus, but you must attend the semester exams, not fail too many courses, and earn enough credits. Otherwise, I won't be able to issue you a diploma." Lin Yifan was overjoyed and quickly assured Xiao Wenjie, "Dean, rest assured. I will definitely take the exams on time and earn enough credits." "Thank you, Dean." Xiao Wenjie nodded. Since the matter was settled, he smiled and said, "All right, I'll make the arrangements for you later. From now on, come back to school whenever you have time. Be sure to attend the exams on time and don't make things difficult for me." "Okay." Lin Yifan nodded happily and then asked, "Dean, should I transfer the donation to you now?" Xiao Wenjie quickly waved his hand and said with a wry smile, "Don't get me into trouble. If such a large sum goes through my personal account, the inspection department will be after me tomorrow. They'll give you the college's public financial account. Transfer the money to this account and just note it as a donation from a community member to support education." With that, Xiao Wenjie found the college's financial account number and handed it to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan entered the account number on his mobile banking app and transferred the 500 million yuan donation as instructed by the dean. After the transfer was successful, Lin Yifan showed the transaction page to Xiao Wenjie. Seeing that the money had been transferred, Xiao Wenjie nodded. After a moment of thought, he said thoughtfully to Lin Yifan, "Student Lin, normally, when a community member donates to the school, we should hold a commendation ceremony and a donation event. But your situation is special. If we really hold a donation ceremony, you'll become a celebrity on campus. Everyone will be watching your every move. If they see you are often absent, it could have a negative impact." So, Lin Yifan quickly interjected, "Dean, I understand. I don't need such a ceremony either. Just treat it as an anonymous donation." Xiao Wenjie smiled with satisfaction. Lin Yifan's discretion saved him a lot of trouble. "Dean," Lin Yifan said, "since matters are settled, I'll take my leave. I have a trip to Yueli City this afternoon." "Very well, go ahead. Don't worry about the school affairs, I'll handle them for you." Lin Yifan left the dean's office with a satisfactory outcome. He returned to the parking spot downstairs, opened the door of his Rolls-Royce Cullinan, slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove away. Unbeknownst to Lin Yifan, as he settled into the Cullinan, a girl on a nearby campus path witnessed the entire scene. She stared in disbelief at what she had just seen. Lin Yifan sent a message to Yang Qian informing her that he was on his way to pick her up for the airport. Yang Qian promptly shared her home address. En route to her place, Lin Yifan dialed Han Qingyun of Huayuan Real Estate. Han Qingyun, who was showing a client a property, saw Lin Yifan's incoming call and stepped aside to answer. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Han Qingyun's crisp, melodious voice emanated from the car's speakerphone. As he drove, Lin Yifan said, "Miss Han, I have a favor to ask." "Please go ahead, Mr. Lin. I have an apartment in Building 2 of Seaview 1. I'd like to entrust you with transferring it to someone else. I'm heading to Yunnan province soon and won't be able to handle the transfer in person. They'll send you her phone number shortly. Please contact her directly and help me take care of this. Is that all right?" "No problem. I already have all your personal documents from when you purchased the atrium villa. You'll only need to come in person to sign the final papers. Thank you for your trouble." "My pleasure. By the way, Mr. Lin, should the transfer fee be paid to you by the other party, or should our company collect it on your behalf?" "No need. This apartment is a gift free of charge. Just handle the transfer." Oh, of course. All right, I appreciate it. I'm driving, so I'll hang up now." Lin Yifan ended the call. While waiting at a red light, he sent Zhou Fei's phone number to Han Qingyun, then continued his drive toward Yang Qian's home. After hanging up, Han Qingyun was still reeling from Lin Yifan's mention of a free property transfer. Her mind churned with astonishment. Every apartment in Seaview 1 was worth tens of millions at the very least. And this young master was just giving one away. Could it be a debt settlement? But that didn't make sense either. He had just spent 300 million Nyan on an atrium villa. If he needed to settle debts, why would he buy another property? It seemed superfluous. As she was lost in wild speculation, her phone buzzed. Lin Yifan had sent a name and phone number. Han Qingyun dialed the number, and after a few rings, someone answered. "Hello, who is this?" Hearing a young woman's voice on the other end, a bold guess flashed through Han Qingyun's mind. But she suppressed her curiosity and focused on the task at hand. "Hello, am I speaking with Ms. Zhou Fei?" "Yes, that's me. Who is this?" "Ms. Zhou, my name is Han Qingyun. I'm a real estate consultant from Huayuan Real Estate. Mr. Lin Yifan has entrusted me with handling the property transfer for an apartment. Since it's being transferred to you, I'm calling to see when it would be convenient for you to proceed." "So he really intends to give me the apartment?" Zhou Fei, who was at her shop, exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the caller's purpose. She hadn't expected things to move so quickly. Was a luxury mansion worth 500 million Nyan about to become hers? Han Qingyun said, "Yes, that's what Mr. Lin instructed. So when would be a good time for us to meet and handle the transfer?" "I'm at the Laputa Boutique on Liyuan Commercial Street. You can come find me here. All right, I'll be right over." After ending the call, Han Qingyun approached the client she had been showing properties to. With their consent, she immediately called a colleague from the office to take over. Once her colleague arrived, promptly Han Qingyun gathered all the necessary documents and headed straight for the Laputa Boutique. Meanwhile, let's turn to the other side of the story. Following the GPS, Lin Yifan arrived at the building where Yang Qian lived. Since he had sent a message beforehand, Yang Qian knew he was coming and was already waiting downstairs. As Lin Yifan got out of the car, Yang Qian, who had been waiting by the roadside, greeted him with a smile. Noticing the young man accompanying her, Lin Yifan nodded and smiled in acknowledgement before asking, "And this is A?" Yang Qian introduced him. "Mr. Lin, this is my boyfriend. Since I'm not feeling too well physically, he helped me bring my luggage downstairs." Lin Yifan shook hands with Yang Qian's boyfriend and exchanged pleasantries. Then, with a hint of concern, he said to Yang Qian, "You should have told me earlier if you weren't feeling well. I could have made other arrangements." Yang Qian quickly waved her hand, saying, "It's nothing serious, really. Please don't worry, Mr. Lin." She was anxious not to leave a bad impression on her first assignment for Lin Yifan and hurried to reassure him. "Well," Lin Yifan hesitated. "This was hardly prudent. Seeing Lin Yifun's hesitation, Yang Qian's boyfriend chimed in, Mr. Lin, rest assured Qian is fine. Honestly, even if something were to happen, it wouldn't be your responsibility. You have nothing to worry about. Lin Yifan frowned at the boyfriend's remark, but seeing the pitiful look in Yang Qian's eyes and realizing it was too late to find a replacement, he reluctantly agreed. Lin Yifan helped load Yang Qian's suitcase into the car, bid farewell to her boyfriend, and drove off toward the airport. The flight was scheduled for 1:00 p.m. It was already past 1:00 a.m., and reaching the airport would take nearly an hour. They would arrive just in time for boarding. As they drove to the airport, Lin Yifan and Yang Qian engaged in casual conversation. Director Yang, what's this about you not feeling well? Please tell me so I can be mindful and avoid any issues. Lin Yifan voiced his primary concern. Mr. Lin, please call me Yang Qian or Xiao Qian in private. No need for formalities. Yang Qian said with a touch of embarrassment. In front of Lin Yifan, her position as deputy director meant little. There's really nothing wrong. I'm just nearly 3 months pregnant, so I can't lift heavy things. That's why my boyfriend helped me down. It doesn't affect my travel. Lin Yifan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's good to hear. Now I can relax a bit. I was starting to get worried. Yang Qian covered her mouth with a chuckle. The first 3 months are the most delicate. The doctor advised me to be careful at work. But now that I'm almost at the 3-month mark, the baby is more stable. I heard you still call him your boyfriend. Now that you're expecting a child, when do the two of you plan to hold the wedding? Speaking of her marriage, Yang Qian said with a blissful expression, we're already making preparations. We plan to take wedding photos first, and we'll hold the ceremony after the baby is born. That sounds wonderful. Be sure to notify me when the wedding comes around. I'd love to join in the festivities, Lin Yifan said with a smile. Sure, we'll definitely send you an invitation then. Yang Qian then asked curiously, by the way, Mr. Lin, what do you plan to do in Ule City this time? Gambling on stones. Lin Yifan replied with a smile as he drove. Yang Qian had initially thought that Lin Yifan asked her to accompany him to Ule for something important. She never expected it to be gambling on stones. The question was, why did he bring her along? She knew nothing about it. But never mind. She just needed to keep the big client happy. Even if Lin Yifan hadn't sought her out, she would have found a way to strengthen their connection. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, it saved her the trouble. Mr. Lin, have you had any experience with stone gambling before? Lin Yifan shook his head. No, I've only heard about it. I just thought I'd give it a try. Yang Qian said with some concern, stone gambling is quite risky. People say one cut can make you rich and the next can leave you broke. Without extensive experience and expertise, it's hard to win. Lin Yifan chuckled and said to Yang Qian, do you think I'm the kind of person who cares about winning or losing a little money? Yang Qian then remembered. Lin Yifan was a wealthy young master with over 350 million Chinese yuan, not to mention the unknown funds in his Union Bank black card. Would he care about the money at stake in stone gambling? As the two chatted, the car arrived at Shanghai International Airport. Lin Yifan parked in the terminal parking lot and took Yang Qian to pick up their tickets. After obtaining the boarding passes, Lin Yifan had purchased first-class tickets and went straight to the airline's VIP lounge. They rested briefly in the lounge while economy-class passengers endured the tedious wait. An airline staff member then escorted Lin Yifan and Yang Qian through the VIP channel to board first. The first-class cabin was located near the cockpit ahead of the boarding entrance, while economy class was behind it. There were only 2 rows in first class with a total of 8 seats. After all, this was a domestic route, and the destination wasn't a major first-tier city, so the airline couldn't allocate too many first-class seats to avoid waste. Lin Yifan had flown many times in his past life, but always in economy class. He had never seen what first class looked like. Now that he no longer had to worry about money in this world, he unhesitatingly bought first-class tickets, splurging while enjoying the luxury. Stepping inside, he marveled at the first-class cabin. The gap between rows was wide enough to fit another row, unlike economy class, where tall passengers' knees pressed against the seatbacks in front. Moreover, the first-class seats were 3-sided leather sofas, spacious and reclinable for a half-laying rest, a luxury absent in economy, where even the armrests had to be shared between 2 adjacent seats. Guided by the flight attendants, Lin Yifan and Yang Qian took their seats next to each other while the other first-class passengers also settled in. Shortly after they sat down, the boarding gate buzzed with noise again as economy-class passengers began boarding. Half an hour later, the commotion subsided. The flight attendants closed the cabin door and, while waiting for tower instructions, began explaining safety procedures. A beautiful attendant demonstrated in front of the first-class section. After the demonstration, the attendants returned to their seats. The plane gave a slight shudder and then, pushed by a tug vehicle, slowly reversed. At the designated spot, the plane's 2 massive engines started, and it gradually taxied toward the runway. Upon reaching the takeoff point, the thrust suddenly increased, and the plane sped down the runway. Lin Yifan felt a strong push against his back, slightly uncomfortable, so he closed his eyes to rest. As the speed grew, the plane suddenly tilted upward. Lin Yifan sensed a sinking feeling, the sensation of the aircraft leaving the ground. The plane climbed steadily until it reached cruising altitude, then leveled off. The flight attendants rose and began serving the passengers. The attendant who had demonstrated safety in first class walked over to Lin Yifan, smiled softly, and asked, "Sir, would you like a drink or some water?" Lin Yifan said, "I'll have an iced cola, please." "Certainly," the attendant replied. She then asked Yang Qian beside him, who due to her pregnancy only requested a bottle of mineral water. After checking on the other 5 first-class passengers, the attendant returned to the crew rest area to prepare their beverages. When the attendant returned with a tray to first class, Lin Yifan saw that besides his iced cola and Yang Qian's mineral water, the other passengers had ordered either hand-brewed coffee or cocktails. Lin Yifan smiled wryly, muttering to himself, "Even though I'm now as rich as a nation, my habits are still as uncouth as ever, ordering drinks the way I did in economy class." Since it was a midday flight, lunch was served. Shortly after the drinks, the flight attendants brought in the first-class meals, filling the cabin with the aroma of food. The attendants smiled as they handed each first-class passenger a lunch tray, which included milk, fruit, and a lunchbox. Lin Yifan lifted the lid of the lunchbox and glanced inside: 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, a small steak, a portion of sweet and sour ribs, and 2 greens. Though the steak wasn't top-notch, the first-class meal was far superior to what economy class offered. After finishing his lunch and waiting for the attendants to clear the dishes, Lin Yifan nodded to Yang Qian in the adjacent seat, then reclined his seat and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't know how long he slept until a flight attendant's voice roused him groggily. "Sir, the plane is about to land. Please adjust your seat and fasten your seatbelt to ensure safety." Lin Yifan adjusted his seat as the plane began to descend. After a bout of turbulence, the aircraft touched down on the runway and slowly taxied to the terminal's jet bridge. As soon as the plane came to a stop, the flight attendants came in to let first-class passengers disembark first. Exiting the airport, Lin Yifan thoughtfully pulled Yang Qian's luggage for her. They hailed a taxi at the airport exit and went straight to Huading Hotel in Ule City, where they booked 2 deluxe suites and retired to their rooms to freshen up. Not long after, Lin Yifan went to Yang Qian's door and knocked. Yang Qian, who was packing her luggage, heard a knock on the door and opened it. "Xiao Qian, are you tired? If you will take a rest first, we can head to the jade gambling market later," Lin Yifan said from the doorway. Yang Qian smiled and replied, "I'm not that delicate, you know. We've been traveling by car and plane the whole way. How tired could I be?" "All right, then let's go now and experience the allure of jade gambling." The two closed the door, hailed a taxi at the hotel entrance, and told the driver to take them to the largest jade gambling market. The driver stepped on the gas and, familiar with the route, delivered them to their destination. Arriving at the Ule Jade Gambling Market, they were greeted by a bustling scene filled with the clamor of voices and the roar of machinery. The market was vast, with rows of stalls neatly lined up, though they appeared rather crude. These so-called jade gambling stalls were simply makeshift sheds erected on the open ground, just enough to shield from wind and rain. The environment and decor were far from luxurious, with piles of dull grayish stones casually scattered on the floor inside. Against the wooden walls and shelves of the stalls, some unremarkable rough stones were also displayed, but these differed slightly from those on the ground. The stones placed on the shelves had been appraised by experienced masters, deemed more likely to contain jadeite. Throughout the market, small groups of people gathered around the rough stones, occasionally murmuring in discussion. Some seasoned gamblers pulled out professional flashlights and shone them on the stones, hoping to catch a hint of jadeite. Lin Yifan led Yang Qian to a relatively quiet stall. The stall owner, spotting potential customers, eagerly approached to greet them. "Would you two like to take a look at the materials? What price range are you considering? I can help introduce some options." "No need, we'll browse first. We'll call you if we need anything." Lin Yifan declined the owner's sales pitch. "All right, then feel free to look around." The owner, understanding, stepped away to attend to other customers. After the owner left, Lin Yifan strolled over to a wooden shelf and examined the rough stones placed there. On this shelf were 8 stones of varying sizes and shapes. The largest was as big as a car tire, while the smallest was no bigger than a fist. Among them, 3 stones had been cut open to reveal windows. Although this was Lin Yifan's first time engaging in jade gambling, he had read many novels in his past life, including those involving this practice. Though novels were fictional, some details within them were not. Lin Yifan had a habit of researching unfamiliar topics by consulting information. Thus, even without prior experience in jade gambling, he possessed basic knowledge. For instance, stones with windows were called half-gambling materials, while those without were full gambling materials. As Lin Yifan inspected the stones, Yang Qian, looking at the rough rocks before her, asked, "Mr. Lin, are you saying that beautiful jade is hidden inside these stones that look just like ordinary rocks? Lin Yifan chuckled and explained, not necessarily. Some contain jadeite while others are just stone. Even if there's jade, its quality might be too poor to be valuable. Yang Qian asked, puzzled, there's so much to it. Can you tell which ones have jade? Lin Yifan shook his head with a wry smile. If you could tell for sure, why would it be called gambling? Before a rough stone is cut, no machine can detect what's inside. Even the most experienced jade gambling masters can't be certain of its contents. No wonder people say jade gambling is a blade to heaven or hell. So how do you choose? Pick at random with your eyes closed. Yang Qian sighed, curious. Lin Yifan replied, experienced masters can roughly gauge the likelihood of jade from the stone's exterior, but the odds aren't high. So truth be told, experience plays a part, but it's mostly a matter of luck. Yang Qian nodded thoughtfully while Lin Yifan's gaze settled on the smallest stone on the shelf. That fist-sized stone was a half-gambling material with a window the size of a fingertip revealing jade flesh, clearly containing jadeite. As for the exact type of jadeite exposed, Lin Yifan, not being a frequent handler of jade, couldn't pinpoint it precisely. He guessed it might be glass or ice type. Many assume that glass type automatically means high value, but that's not always the case. The value of jadeite is determined by a combination of its type, water content, and color, along with the size of the extracted piece and any flaws like cotton-like inclusions or cracks. If discussing these factors separately in terms of value, among jadeite types, glass type is indeed the most expensive. Regarding water content, the more transparent and lustrous, the higher the value. As for color, green typically commands a higher price than others. However, these factors must be considered together to determine the final value. For instance, with green jadeite of the same color and water content, if it's glass type, it becomes the renowned imperial green of glass jadeite, the most precious in existence. But if it were bean type, the value would be significantly reduced. The windowed stone before them had decent type and water content, but its color fell short. Not imperial green, but a slightly translucent hue. If it were imperial green, this windowed stone would have been quite valuable. Yet even with imperial green, the stone's size limited its worth. At only fist-sized, even if entirely jadeite, it could yield only 2 or 3 pendants and a few ring faces, not enough for bracelets. The ability to craft bracelets from extracted jadeite vastly alters its value. Lin Yifan reached for the stone, but before his hand touched it, another hand appeared simultaneously. Lin Yifan glanced at the hand's owner, a young man in his 20s, distinguished and spirited, also reaching for the same stone. Seeing their shared target, both withdrew their hands. Impressed by the young man's gesture, Lin Yifan smiled and asked, "Friend, are you interested in this piece too?" The man nodded politely and said, "My grandmother's birthday is approaching. I want to give her a meaningful gift, so I plan to buy this stone, hoping to extract jadeite and carve a Buddha statue for her to bring her joy." He then negotiated with Lin Yifan, "Brother, would you consider letting me buy this piece? I've been looking for ages and finally found one that suits me." Lin Yifan, seeing that the man intended to use the material to show filial piety, promptly replied, "No problem. Since you're planning to make it into a birthday gift, I'll yield this piece to you. I can pick any other." The man, grateful for Lin Yifan's understanding, said with appreciation, "Brother, I'm truly thankful. If I miss this piece, who knows how long it would take to find another suitable one. You're too kind. They'll go check out other materials." As Lin Yifan turned to look at other rough stones, the man called out to stop him. "Brother, wait." Lin Yifan turned around in surprise and asked, "What's the matter? Is there something else?" The man pulled out a card holder from his pocket, extracted a business card, and handed it to Lin Yifan. "Brother, let me introduce myself. I'm Sun Xiaowu. I owe you one for today. If you ever visit Shanghai, give me a call." Lin Yifan took the card, introduced himself, and asked curiously, "Are you from Shanghai?" Sun Xiaowu smiled bitterly. "Yes, I've been here from Shanghai for a few days. I've bought several pieces and even paid experienced masters to appraise them, but either they turned out worthless or the jadeite quality was unsatisfactory. I'm at my wit's end." Lin Yifan pocketed the card and said with a smile, "Then I wish you good luck with this piece. I might stay here a few more days. We'll catch up when I'm back in Shanghai." Sun Xiaowu's eyes lit up. "Brother Yifan, are you from Shanghai too? What a coincidence. Let me save your number. When I return, I'll host a dinner to thank you for your kindness today." Lin Yifan shared his phone number. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Xiaowu took the piece and called the stall owner over. "Boss, how much for this piece?" The stall owner glanced at the stone and began flattering him profusely. "Sir, you have excellent taste. Though this piece is small, it's an old pit material with a glassy texture. The chances of finding jadeite inside are exceptionally high." Pausing, the owner feigned reluctance and said through gritted teeth, "If you want it 5800, and it's yours. Can you lower the price? It's such a small piece, 5800 is a bit steep." Sun Xiaowu remained unmoved by the owner's sales pitch and began bargaining directly. He had heard such spiels too many times over the past few days. Every stall owner claimed their rough stones were exceptional, with high chances of yielding jadeite. Yet each time the stones turned out worthless, wasting his money. While he wouldn't confront the owners, he was no longer naive enough to believe their so-called possibilities. The stall owner hesitated. Bro, 5800 really isn't expensive for this piece. Look at the window. It's solid, glassy, transparent iced jade. Isn't that worth 5800? Lin Yifan watched their haggling with interest. Sun Xiaowu ignored the owner's words and countered, the jade quality at the window means nothing. Who knows what's inside? I've already cut 2 windowed pieces today. The windows looked stunning, but both were worthless after the cut. The owner hesitated again, then said reluctantly, I can only knock off the odd number. Any lower, and I can't sell it. Seeing the second price was reasonable, Sun Xiaowu glanced at the window on the stone and nodded, deciding to buy it. After transferring 500 nars, the owner, now paid, asked proactively, Sir, do you need help cutting this stone? Yes, cut it. If jadeite comes out, I'll find a carver to process it. The owner cheerfully replied, all right, follow me. They'll start the machine now. With that, the owner headed to the cutting area. Sun Xiaowu looked at Lin Yifan and invited him, Brother Yifan, want to come watch? Lin Yifan wasn't in a hurry to pick stones and hadn't witnessed the cutting process before, so he accepted. The 3 of them went to the cutting area. The stall owner said to Sun Xiaowu, Sir, this stone is small, so cutting isn't necessary. If it's cut poorly, even if there's jadeite, it'll be wasted. I suggest grinding first to avoid damaging the jade inside. Sun Xiaowu nodded and handed the stone to the owner. All right, you're the expert. He'll follow your advice. The owner secured the stone on a stand and began grinding its surface. As water splashed onto the contact point between the grinding wheel and the stone, the owner slowly polished around the window. Misty spray flew from the other side of the wheel. After about 10 minutes of grinding, the window area had expanded several times. The owner rinsed the stone in clean water, pulled it out, and examined it. Seeing the result, he looked up helplessly at Sun Xiaowu. Sir, this piece is a dud. Sun Xiaowu's face darkened as he took the stone. Lin Yifan leaned in to look. The exposed interior showed a transition from the glassy white iced jade at the window into ordinary rock. Sun Xiaowu sighed in frustration and smiled bitterly at Lin Yifan. This is the 3rd windowed piece I've cut today that turned out worthless. No wonder they say windowed stones are scams. You only see the best part. Lin Yifan patted his shoulder sympathetically. Brother, that's the nature of gambling on stones. No one knows what's inside until it's opened. Sun Xiaowu tossed the useless stone aside, wiped his hands with a tissue, and sighed. Brother, I'll leave you now. I need to find other stones. I must get jadeite for the birthday gift. All right, I'm planning to try my luck with a few pieces too. Let's see who strikes jadeite first. They bid farewell. After Sun Xiaowu left, Lin Yifan returned to the rack of rough stones to search for his target, intending to try a few to get a feel. Yang Qian said beside him, Mr. Lin, the man just now had his stone turn out worthless at this stall. Maybe you should choose another shop. Yang Qian observed that Sun Xiaowu had just suffered a loss at this stall and deemed it unlucky, suggesting Lin Yifan consider purchasing raw stones from another vendor. However, Lin Yifan remained unfazed, smiling at Yang Qian and saying, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's like a lottery. The more people who don't win in front of us, the greater our chances of winning. Yang Qian felt that Lin Yifan's logic was a bit strange, yet found it somewhat reasonable. In the end, she chose to remain silent, quietly accompanying Lin Yifan as he selected materials. Lin Yifan called over the stall owner, pointing at the largest raw stone on the shelf, asking, what's the price for that largest raw stone? The owner glanced at the stone and held up 2 fingers, saying, Boss, this stone is 209 yuan. All right, let's proceed with the transfer, and please have it processed for me. Lin Yifan did not hesitate. He took out his phone and transferred the payment to the stall owner. This swift action left the stall owner momentarily stunned. Having dealt with customers for many years, he found it quite rare to encounter someone who paid promptly without haggling. After receiving the payment, the owner asked with a smile, please write this way. I will have a master assist you with the stone processing right now. The stall owner hurriedly signaled to the stone movers outside to bring the largest raw stone to the processing machine, then called over the processing master, asking Lin Yifan, how would you like it processed? Lin Yifan casually waved his hand, saying, let the master handle it. After all, he is the professional and knows better how to cut it than I do. The owner nodded and signaled the master to start. The master skillfully drew lines on the raw stone, adjusted the cutting machine, closed the dust cover, and then turned on the switch. The cutting machine roared to life, spinning at high speed, while the water pipe sprayed a jet of water onto the cutting edge. The sprayed water was used to cool the blade during the cutting process, protecting both the machine's blade and the stone, preventing damage from the heat generated while cutting. As the cutting machine started, the noise attracted nearby onlookers who were also selecting raw stones to gather and watch the stone processing. When the master began to press the cutting machine down, a small amount of stone dust escaped from the dust cover. Through the observation port of the dust cover, the situation inside was visible. The cutting blade raised a cloud of gray dust, and as the master continued to cut downwards, suddenly a hint of green dust was ejected from the gray. A person in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "It's green, it's green." Next, we'll see what kind of jadeite it is. This stone, I recall, is the one priced at 2,000. If it's just ordinary water jade, it might still fail. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some customers who had observed this stall's stones naturally remembered this 2,000 raw stone. Yang Qian also anxiously watched the stone inside, unconsciously gripping her clothing. 2,000 yuan hinges on what this cut reveals. In contrast, Lin Yifan appeared unfazed, as if the stone being cut were not something he had just purchased. When the cutting machine finished its task, the stone was split in half, and the master promptly turned off the machine. Only after the cutting blade completely stopped spinning did he open the dust cover under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The situation inside was immediately revealed to everyone. A stone lay in two halves slanted against the box, with a cluster of green jadeite in the center of the cut surface. An experienced person in the crowd immediately voiced disappointment, saying, "What a pity. This stone cut out such a large piece of jadeite, yet it's only of the flower green variety. If it had been glass type, it would have been a windfall." What are you thinking? This year the market has only produced a few glass types. They're not easy to come by. Exactly, don't even mention glass type. Even if it were ice type or glutinous type, that would be good enough. Opening a piece of flower green with 2,000 yuan is a significant loss. As the crowd discussed, there were also quite a few merchants among the onlookers who specialized in collecting jadeite stones. They lurked in the gambling stone market, not participating in the bets. However, whenever a stall had a customer processing a stone, they would come over. If jadeite was cut out, they would approach the owner to buy it. After purchasing the jadeite, they would take it back for processing into finished products, displaying them in their wholesale gallery for buyers from all over the country to select. Although this was merely a piece of flower green material, several merchants quickly gathered around Lin Yifan. Though the quality wasn't great, it was cheap enough to make decent low-end jadeite accessories in bulk. "Boss, are you selling this material?" asked one of the merchants who had approached, while the others remained silent, waiting for Lin Yifan's response. Though these merchants were competitors, they had established an unspoken set of rules to avoid vicious competition that could harm the market. As long as one peer inquires about the price, the others wait. Ultimately, it is the price offered that will satisfy the owner that determines who gets the jadeite. Lin Yifan nodded and said, "Of course, I have no use for such ordinary material. Just give me your price." The speaking merchant extended his hand, but Lin Yifan was taken aback. Seeing Lin Yifan's expression, the merchant understood that this was his first time at the gambling stone market and that he was unaware of the customs. Such novices were common in the gambling stone market, with many visitors coming from all over the country, some seeking the thrill of betting on stones, while others hoped to strike it rich by uncovering rare jadeite. The merchant smiled at Lin Yifan, saying, "Boss, in our trade we negotiate prices using hand signals, commonly known as swallowing golden sleeves. This helps prevent price leaks and maintains good relations. Seeing as you likely don't understand the signals, I'll first teach you this set of negotiation gestures. Once you grasp them, we can discuss the price." Afterward, the merchant leaned close to Lin Yifan, teaching him the various gestures that represented different numbers and how units were represented. These hand gestures were not difficult to learn. After the merchant demonstrated twice and gave a few examples, Lin Yifan had already mastered all the gestures. Seeing that Lin Yifan had learned, the merchant smiled and said, "Boss, let me give you a price now." Lin Yifan nodded, extending his right hand to shake hands with the merchant's right hand. The merchant then took out a thick silk scarf and placed it over their clasped hands so that bystanders could not see their gestures. Under the silk scarf, the merchant's fingers moved skillfully, pinching Lin Yifan's hand a few times. In Lin Yifan's mind, he mentally reviewed the gestures he had just learned, and upon comparing them with the gestures made by the merchant, he instantly understood the merchant's quoted price. Seeing that Lin Yifan had understood, the purchasing boss withdrew the hand hidden beneath the silk scarf and stepped aside, while several other purchasing bosses approached him and turned to gesture their bids. After all the prices were quoted, Lin Yifan had memorized each offer. The highest bid was 55,000 in AR dollars, while the lowest was 43,000 in AR dollars. This meant that even if Lin Yifan sold this piece of flower green jadeite at 55,000, he would still incur a loss of 145,000. Lin Yifan finally nodded to the boss who had offered the lowest price, saying, "This jadeite is yours." The boss beamed with joy, walked over to Lin Yifan, transferred 43,000 AR dollars via his phone, and then hired a porter from the market to transport the purchased stone back to his shop. Seeing the transaction concluded, the other purchasing bosses dispersed without further words, resuming their search for stalls with stones to be cut. Once the payment and goods were settled, the purchasing boss was about to leave when Lin Yifan called him back. "Excuse me, where can I find more expensive rough stones here? I mean the kind that costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions each." These men who frequented the market year-round had an intimate knowledge of its affairs, making them ideal sources for inquiries. Startled by Lin Yifan's words, the purchasing boss froze in place, scrutinizing the unusually young man before him, wondering if he had misheard the mention of tens of millions. Seeing Lin Yifan's calm and composed demeanor, the worldly wise boss realized that this youth was likely a scion of a wealthy family. He said warmly with a smile, "Boss, rough stones worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions aren't found in a market like this. Such stones only appear at public auctions." The Myanmar public auction. At the mention of a public auction, Lin Yifan's mind immediately turned to the renowned Myanmar auction known far and wide. The boss shook his head and said to Lin Yifan, "There's no need to go abroad. Yunnan province itself hosts two major auctions, the Yuli public auction and the Yingjiang public auction." Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow, having always believed that public auctions were exclusive to Myanmar. He hadn't realized that such events existed domestically. When do these two auctions take place? The boss recited the details with ease. The Yingjiang auction concluded over a month ago, and the next one won't be for half a year. The Yuli auction, however, is set to begin in 2 days, and many raw material wholesalers are already en route with their goods. Lin Yifan nodded, thoughtfully relieved that he had arrived just in time. Had he been a few days later, he would have missed both auctions in Yunnan, which would have been a significant inconvenience. After a moment's contemplation, the boss added, "Of course, if you need stock urgently, boss, you could visit a stall called the Jade Emperor Pavilion in this market. Their rough stones are the finest and most expensive in the entire market, with many pieces worth millions. You could try your luck there, boss. With good fortune, you might even come across a few rough stones worth tens of millions." What's more, they recently brought in a batch of their flagship treasures, old pit rough stones originally purchased at the Myanmar auction. Each one is worth over 100 million and is intended to be the highlight of their entry in the upcoming Yuli auction. Lin Yifan's interest was piqued. "Where is this Jade Emperor Pavilion? I'd like to see it." The boss quickly gestured and said with a smile, "This way, boss. We'll take you there." Lin Yifan, accompanied by Yang Qian, followed the boss deeper into the market. Along the way, the purchasing boss chatted enthusiastically with Lin Yifan. As they approached a bustling stall, the boss stopped and turned to Lin Yifan, saying, "Boss, here we are. This is the most famous stall in the market, the Jade Emperor Pavilion." Lin Yifan nodded and was about to enter with Yang Qian when the purchasing boss hesitated, then stepped in front of him with a humble smile. "Boss, would it be possible for me to tag along? If you happen to cut some jadeite later and my price is close to others, could you give me priority?" Lin Yifan paused, not giving a direct answer, but said with a smile, "Sure, as long as your price suits me, I'll definitely give you priority." After saying this, Lin Yifan thought to himself, "Buddy, whether you get my goods depends on how ruthless your heart is." Hearing this, the boss was overjoyed. With Lin Yifan's word, as long as his price was reasonable, he could secure the goods first, saving the trouble of searching for sources elsewhere. Entering the stall, Lin Yifan noticed it was significantly larger than the previous one he had visited, roughly 3 times the size, yet it felt much more cramped. This was due to the abundance of rough stone shelves and customers selecting stones, as it was the most renowned stall in the market with a popularity unmatched by others. Lin Yifan asked the purchasing boss beside him, "Where are their most expensive rough stones? Take me to see them." The purchasing boss promptly led the two of them further inside, saying, "Boss, this way. Let me first show you their best goods. As for those flagship treasures, they're reserved for the auction and not displayed openly. Whether you can buy them depends on if you can persuade the owner." Lin Yifan smiled dismissively, unconvinced by the boss' words. In his view, all principles in the world were merely a matter of insufficient leverage. After all, hadn't the stall owner gone to great lengths to bring these rough stones from the Myanmar auction and hold on to them until the Yuli auction just to have buyers compete and drive up the prices? As long as he offered a price the stall owner couldn't refuse, he was confident the deal would go through. Lin Yifan was brimming with self-assurance. The purchasing boss led Lin Yifan and Yang Qian through the outer stone area to the innermost part of the stall, where a pile of a dozen or so stones of various sizes lay on the ground. Many people were already examining them. "Boss, the most expensive stones here are mostly in this area. Take a look and I'll go fetch the stall owner for you. As for that special batch, you'll have to negotiate with him yourself." Lin Yifan nodded, his gaze shifting to the rough stones scattered on the ground before him, each varying in size. Seeing that Lin Yifan was focused on the stones, the purchasing boss refrained from disturbing him. He turned and wandered through the stall until he found the busy owner. Boss Huang, I've finally found you. Boss Huang of the stall heard someone calling him and turned around smiling as he said, Old you, why aren't you waiting by the stone-cutting machine to collect goods? What brings you here? Boss Yi, who was collecting goods, smiled mysteriously and said to Boss Huang, Old Huang, don't say I'm not looking out for you. Today I've brought you a major client. Well, thanks. He'll treat you to a late-night snack after work. How big of a client? One who's asking for tens of millions worth of material. What do you think? Boss Yi grinned smugly. Boss Huang was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Well, looks like tonight he'll have to treat you to more than just a snack. Maybe a trip to the club too. Where's this boss? Take me to greet him. Hold on, Boss Yi stopped him. Old Huang, I told him about that batch of material you're preparing for the Yueli public auction. You might want to take a look later. Boss Huang pondered for a moment, then chuckled, fine. Since my material is going to auction anyway, as long as he has the means and can meet the price, it doesn't matter who I sell it to. But I have to make it clear first, I'm keeping the best piece. It's not about the money. I need to save a top-grade piece for the auction. If the Yueli public auction, such a grand event, is missing our Jade Emperor Pavilion, we'd lose face. Boss Yi nodded. He understood Boss Huang's concern. In business, one must consider not only profit, but also reputation. The name of the Jade Emperor Pavilion brought in revenue and popularity that couldn't be measured by mere money. Don't worry. It's not even certain he can afford several of your top-tier pieces. Boss Huang smiled proudly at that. After they reached an agreement, Boss Yi led Boss Huang to find Lin Yifan. When they arrived, Lin Yifan was pretending to examine the stones, leaning over them. In truth, he understood nothing. To him, these stones looked no different from roadside rocks. How could he possibly tell which contained jade? But he had to put on a show, otherwise if he just bought everything outright, they'd think he was a rich fool. Boss Yi nudged Boss Huang and gestured toward Lin Yifan, whispering, See that young man crouching over the stones. He's the big client I told you about. Boss Huang frowned at the youthful Lin Yifan. He's too young. Does he really have the means to look at my prized material? Boss Yi replied, Just now at the front stall he bought a rough stone for 200 without blinking. Then he asked if I had material worth tens of millions. I figured he's probably a rich second generation, so I brought him here to take a look. As for his means, we'll see, won't we? After staring for a long time, Lin Yifan stood up in confusion. He still hadn't figured out how to determine which stone contained jade. Boss, found anything you like? Boss Yi quickly approached with a smile as Lin Yifan stood up. Lin Yifan glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and guessed this must be the owner of the Jade Emperor Pavilion. Lin Yifan pretended to nod approvingly and smiled. These stones are indeed good. Much better than the ones at the previous stall. No wonder the Jade Emperor Pavilion has the best reputation in the market. The quality is excellent. Boss Huang, hearing Lin Yifan praise his stall, immediately beamed with joy and replied, You have a keen eye, sir. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Huang Youwei, owner of the Jade Emperor Pavilion. May I ask your surname? It's Lin. Mr. Lin, have you seen anything you like? Just let me know and they'll give you a price. Lin Yifan looked at the dozen or so rough stones on the ground and asked Boss Huang, Boss Huang, what's the price for all these? Boss Huang pointed to each stone one by one, quoting a price for each. After Boss Huang finished introducing the prices of all the stones, Lin Yifan sighed inwardly. The cheapest among them was only about 1.5 million, while the most expensive was 12 million. Most were in the range of 3 to 4 million. Within the market, these stones were indeed top tier, but asking an ordinary person to gamble millions on whether they contained jade was no easy feat. Lin Yifan nodded and said to Boss Huang, They'll take all these stones. Please calculate the total. Hearing Lin Yifan casually say he'd take them all, Boss Huang felt a bit breathless. Boss Yi was dumbfounded. Yang Qian, standing beside Lin Yifan, was stunned. The customers nearby who had been examining stones now focused on Boss Huang and Lin Yifan. They were all left speechless by Lin Yifan's words. The surroundings fell into sudden silence. Yang Qian was startled. Forgetting that it was Lin Yifan's own money, she quickly tried to stop him. Mr. Lin, this is too risky. Buying all of them would cost tens of millions. Maybe just open one or two first. Lin Yifan reassured her, Don't worry, I'm confident. Then he whispered in her ear, Besides, it's just tens of millions of Nyan. Even if I lose it all, it's no big deal. Hearing this, Yang Qian remembered that Lin Yifan was not short on money at all. The 11 billion Nyan in his regular card alone was more than enough. Besides, she had no real connection to him, so what right did she have to stop him? He was spending his own money. She had been too anxious. Realizing her overstep, Yang Qian blushed and stepped aside, saying nothing more. Finally, Boss Huang came to his senses. He swallowed in shock and asked incredulously, Mr. Lin, you mean all these stones? You want them all? Yes, all of them. Lin Yifan said matter-of-factly. I've looked at them and they're indeed good. It proves the Jade Emperor Pavilion's reputation is solid. I trust your name. Boss Huang smiled wryly. Mr. Lin hearing that puts a lot of pressure on me. But let me be clear first, the Jade Emperor Pavilion's reputation only guarantees the quality of the stones, not that every piece will yield jade, and certainly not that it will be fine jade. I hope you understand to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings later. To be honest, Huang Yue was worried. If this young man who clearly came from a wealthy family ended up losing money after cutting the stones, and being young and hot-headed couldn't accept the loss, and cause trouble, it would be a huge headache. Unconsciously, Huang Yue had started addressing Lin Yifan with the respectful term you. Lin Yifan laughed. I understand. Gambling on stones is all about luck. Rest assured, even if I lose, I won't blame the Jade Emperor Pavilion. He'll only blame my own poor judgment. Mr. Huang gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Lin is truly generous. Since you say so, let me calculate the total price for you. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Mr. Huang quickly calculated the combined price of all the raw stones using his computer. After adding up the prices of the 12 raw stones, Mr. Huang pressed the final price and the calculator displayed 12 million. Mr. Lin, the total for these 12 raw stones is 12 million na yuan. They'll give you a package price of 55 million na yuan. How does that sound? All right, let's transfer the money. Have the master help me with the on-site stone processing, Lin Yifan said as he took out his phone to transfer the money to Mr. Huang. Once the 55 million was received, Mr. Huang cheerfully called over the master in his shop to help Lin Yifan prepare for the stone processing. At this moment, news of Lin Yifan spending over 50 million to buy all the top goods at Yuangshuan spread throughout the market. Hearing that the stone processing was about to happen, both professional masters and customers flocked to the stall. Even many other stall owners came to join the excitement, eager to witness the scene of a 50 million stone processing. After securing the stone on the processing machine, the master began to carve lines on the stone. As the cutter's blade gradually delved into the stone, a hint of green emerged from the crack. It's green. It's green. Cheers erupted from the crowd, as if the jade being revealed was theirs. After the tension, the sight of green brought joy to everyone present. However, one person was not happy, and that was the young master Lin. Lin Yifan looked at that hint of green dust and silently prayed that it wouldn't turn out to be good quality. If a piece of glass-type imperial green worth over 100 million were to come out after spending a few tens of millions, it would be infuriating if a stone not only recouped the cost, but doubled the profit. Lin Yifan felt he would be so furious he might spit blood. Gambling stones while praying not to win might be something only Lin Yifan would do. While others wished for the raw stones they bought for 1,000 to yield jade worth over 100 million, Lin Yifan hoped it was all just stone. Unfortunately, the raw stones from Myanmar were relatively reliable, and Lin Yifan's prayers were destined to be in vain. When the master finished processing the stone and washed away the dust, the condition of the stone was revealed to everyone. The stone processing master smiled and congratulated Lin Yifan. Congratulations, boss. The first piece yields a full green jade. Although the quality is a bit lacking, such a large piece of jade can still be considered a small profit based on market prices. Lin Yifan forced a stiff smile and said, Is that so, master? Thank you. After saying this, he silently added the words for the family in his heart. He remembered that this piece cost 8 million. The master called the workers to unload the processed stone and prepared to continue cutting the second raw stone. During this interval, the onlooking buyers gathered around asking Lin Yifan if he was selling this piece of jade. Upon learning that Lin Yifan was considering selling, the buyers individually approached him to negotiate the price. The boss Yi who brought Lin Yifan to Yuangshuan was among them. When he quoted his price, Lin Yifan deliberately noted it, but unfortunately his offer of 9 million was the third lowest, and Lin Yifan certainly would not choose him. Finding the buyer who offered the lowest at 58 million, Lin Yifan indicated he would sell it to him. The buyer was instantly overjoyed and proceeded to transfer the money to Lin Yifan, then called for someone to take the jade away. Meanwhile, the processing machine had already started on the second raw stone, and everyone's attention shifted back to the machine. After about 10 minutes, the processing machine had cut the raw stone in half, but there was no sign of green throughout. The onlookers felt their hearts sink, but Lin Yifan was secretly pleased. Opening the dust cover, the master washed away the dust from the cut surface, revealing that it was still just stone. The crowd sighed in regret. The processing master awkwardly asked Lin Yifan, Boss, do you want to cut it one more time? Perhaps cutting again might reveal green. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifan felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his head. Cut again. What if you cut out jade? With this system in place, discarding was against the rules, and selling at a low price was not allowed either. In this situation, it was the best outcome. Regardless of whether there was jade inside, he didn't care, he just wanted to squander. Of course, Lin Yifan could choose to keep the jade he opened. The system stated that as long as money was turned into assets, it also counted as squandering. Buying cars or houses or gambling stones all counted as assets, unlike recharging on a live streaming platform where one had to spend all the money to complete the task. However, the jade pieces revealed were not top tier. Even if Lin Yifan wanted to keep them, he would only retain top-quality jade. He looked down on these ordinary jades which would only take up space at home. Forget it. Since the first cut with the highest chance of revealing jade didn't yield anything, there's no need to waste time. Let's move on to the next one. Since the customer had said not to cut, the processing master remained silent, removing this raw stone from the machine and placing the third stone on. From the third stone to the sixth, every piece cut out was just stone. The onlookers felt their hearts bleed while Lin Yifan pretended to frown, but inside, he was elated. When it came to the seventh piece, the cutter's end revealed a long-lost hint of green, which made Lin Yifan's heart skip a beat. After the cutting was completed, the master opened the dust cover, washing away the dust from the cutting surface. Once the dust was cleared, the surface revealed indeed was jade. Some experienced professionals in the crowd, upon seeing this jade first, showed a hint of joy on their faces. However, after realizing the situation, they silently shook their heads, inwardly lamenting the loss. The cutting master examined the jade closely, shook his head at Lin Yifan, and sighed, "Boss, what a pity. This ice-type full-green jade is worth more than the first piece, but the inclusions are too many and too deep. This piece of jade cannot be made into jewelry, it's essentially wasted." This is the nature of gambling stones. Anything can happen, especially with jade that has flaws. Clearly, it was a good piece of jade, but due to inclusions, cracks, and veins, the value was greatly diminished. If the flaws were smaller, it would only slightly affect the value of the jade. The most unfortunate scenario, like Lin Yifan's piece, is that the entire jade is rendered worthless due to these flaws. Finally, Lin Yifan felt relieved from his earlier anxiety. He lamented it was hard to get green, yet it turned out to be a waste. Let's move on to the next one. I refuse to believe that out of over 10 pieces, I won't find a good one. The processing master promptly cleaned the processing table and continued to cut the eighth piece. This time, a complete piece of jade was revealed, and it was an ice type with floral patterns. After each of the receiving bosses made their offers, Lin Yifan sold the piece to one of them at the lowest price of 3.2 million. The ninth and 10th pieces turned out to be worthless rocks. So far, only 2 uncut stones remained, and Lin Yifan had only unearthed 2 pieces of jadeite, together fetching a mere 5.78 million. The onlookers were secretly startled by the perilous nature of gambling on stones, seeing Lin Yifan's 50 million dwindle to 5 million, a tenfold reduction. Truly, one cut leads to paradise, the next to hell. No, Lin Yifan's situation couldn't even be called hell, it was more like the abyss. A colossal pit. It was quite rare for so many pieces from the old Burmese pits to turn out this poorly. Throughout the process of cutting over a dozen pieces, the stonecutter had been uneasy, not for no reason. So far, only 3 of the 10 pieces had yielded anything, and one of those was worthless. This experience of cutting failures left the stonecutter deeply anxious. In the worst of times, even with so many old Burmese pit stones, one could at least cut out a few pieces showing green. But today was unusually unlucky. Several pieces in a row were just rocks. Just as the pressure mounted and the stonecutter thought this one had also failed, he noticed something odd after cleaning the surface. After rinsing the cut surface, the sight within stunned everyone. This didn't seem like stone at all. The stonecutter examined it carefully, quickly reached a conclusion, and exclaimed joyfully, "Boss, we've struck jadeite, a golden silk variety." Golden silk jadeite has sparse green, and with the dust from cutting, the faint green was hidden, making it hard to spot. The stonecutter had thought the 11th piece was also a failure, but this unexpected turn came. Though golden silk wasn't particularly valuable, it could at least help the client recoup some losses. By now, the cutter had given up hope of a big win. Any jadeite, regardless of type, brought him great relief, showing just how immense the pressure was. He had never felt so doubtful about cutting stones. If he hadn't known the shop stock came from legitimate old Burmese pits, he would have suspected the boss used new pit stones given the low rate of green. Thus, when he saw the jadeite, he couldn't help but shout excitedly. As the jadeite appeared, the surrounding merchants gathered, and Lin Yifan, with a bitter expression, negotiated prices with them. After some haggling, Lin Yifan sold the golden silk jadeite to Boss Yi, who had brought him to Jade Emperor Pavilion at the lowest price of 1.8 million. Next came the final uncut stone. If this one also failed to show green, then the 55 million Lin Yifan had just spent would result in a loss of over 47 million. Thinking of losing nearly 50 million in such a short time, Lin Yifan's gloom over the jadeite find actually eased a bit. The roar of the machine sounded, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the last stone through the observation window. As the blade cut deeper, it finally sliced through completely. To everyone's surprise, not a trace of green appeared throughout the process. The last piece had also failed. The onlookers sighed silently, their gazes falling on Lin Yifan with a hint of pity and regret. Seeing such a low rate of green from the 12 stones, the stonecutter felt it was tarnishing his shop's reputation. Stubbornly, he directed workers to move the rubble. Without even greeting Lin Yifan, he prepared to make another cut. Lin Yifan was puzzled. What did this cutter mean? Did he think this stone still had a chance? But he didn't stop the cutter. The crowd about to disperse paused at the cutter's action, curious to see if he could reverse fate. Yet the result was destined to disappoint. A luck was still on Lin Yifan's side. This cut also showed no green. The stonecutter looked at the cutting machine in dismay, unable to face Lin Yifan's gaze. Throughout the cutting process, Huang Youwei, the owner of Jade Emperor Pavilion, had been watching. Seeing the 12 stones turn out so poorly, he approached to console Lin Yifan. But Lin Yifan, seeing him approach, asked, "First boss, I heard you have some stones prepared for the public auction. Are they for sale?" "Mr. Lin, you still want to buy?" Huang Youwei was indeed surprised by Lin Yifan's reaction. Most people, even if they accepted the loss without cursing, would think the shop was unlucky and wouldn't buy stones here again if they wanted to gamble. Yet Lin Yifan still wanted to buy stones. He was clearly addicted to gambling. "I do have stones for the public auction. If you want, I can take you to see them." Lin Yifan nodded and said, "What are we waiting for? Take me to see the stones." Huang Youwei hesitated, then decided to warn him, "Mr. Lin, those stones for the public auction are not like the ones out here. They are carefully selected from the Burmese public auction and are much more expensive. If they weren't expensive, I wouldn't bother looking." Lin Yifan muttered to himself, waving his hand nonchalantly. "As long as the stones are good price is no issue. Also, I must make it clear, even immortals struggle to judge jade in uncut stones. Though these are old pit stones from the Burmese public auction, no one can guarantee what's inside until they're cut. All I can guarantee is that my stock is genuine old pit material from the Burmese public auction." Seeing the boss fear that he might cause trouble if the stones failed, Lin Yifan couldn't help but laugh. "All right, enough chatter. I know the rules. Just take me to see the goods quickly, or it'll be dark soon." "Very well, the stones are in the warehouse. Follow me." Huang Youwei led Lin Yifan and Yang Qian to the warehouse behind the shop and unlocked the iron door. When the lights came on, 8 sizable uncut stones lay on the small warehouse floor. "Mr. Lin, these 8 stones were bought at the Burmese public auction and are top-tier goods intended for the Yueli public auction. Each one starts at 100 million. Lin Yifan's eyes lit up. "Finally, top-tier stones. Mr. Huang, how much for all these stones?" "They'll take them all." Huang Youwei pointed to the stone in the center, looking troubled. "Mr. Lin, I can sell you at most 7. I need to keep this one for the Yueli public auction." Lin Yifan asked in confusion, "Isn't the Yueli public auction also for selling? Or are you worried I can't afford the price?" Huang Youwei gave a wry smile and explained, "It's not that I doubt Mr. Lin's financial capability, but the Yueli public sale is a grand feast for jade merchants. Our Jade Emperor Pavilion simply cannot miss it. Our name needs to be showcased through such channels to maintain the hard-earned reputation. All right, since President Huang puts it that way, I won't insist. Please calculate the price for the other 7 pieces. As for the one destined for the public sale, I can just bid on it there." Huang Youwei quoted the prices for each of the 7 rough stones to Lin Yifan. The cheapest was 130 million, while the most expensive reached 800 million, totaling exactly to 5 billion nars. However, the price Huang Youwei quoted was merely the starting bid for the public sale. He naturally wouldn't sell at that price. Negotiations were necessary, otherwise why would he sell to Lin Yifan? After all, at the public sale, bidding could drive the price far higher. Lin Yifan rubbed his chin and asked, "President Huang, at what price would you be willing to let go of these 7 pieces?" Huang Youwei pondered for a moment. "Mr. Lin, each stone's price increase at the public sale varies. Some might only rise 20 to 30% above the starting bid. But some stones, if coveted by multiple buyers, could see their final price multiply several times." Lin Yifan interrupted Huang Youwei directly. "President Huang, be straightforward. Just name a price for all these stones together. We can discuss it if it's not suitable." Huang Youwei quickly calculated in his mind and raised 7 fingers. "Mr. Lin, how about 70% above the base price?" Huang Youwei based this on his past experience and data from public sales he had submitted to or participated in. Typically, the price increase ranged from 50 to 60%. Although some stones could double or even triple in price, there were also cases where stones were overlooked, leading to no bids and failure to sell. Taking the overall average, the increase was 50 to 60%. Asking for 70% allowed room for negotiation if Lin Yifan wanted to bargain. When Lin Yifan heard 70% too, 5 billion plus 70% equaled 4.25 billion. Without a second thought, he transferred 4.25 billion nars to Huang Youwei's account via mobile banking. Seeing the SMS notification, Huang Yue was stunned by Lin Yifan's move. He had expected a lengthy back-and-forth negotiation with him finally conceding to close the deal. Who would have thought the man would just transfer the money directly? This made Huang Yue momentarily wonder if he had quoted too low a price. Lin Yifan, unconcerned with his thoughts, said after the transfer, "President Huang, please have the workers move these 7 stones out and cut them open now." Huang Yue collected himself and quickly called workers to move the rough stones to the back, while leading Lin Yifan and his companion to the stone-cutting area up front. Once the workers had transported the 7 rough stones to the cutting machine, the master cutter directed them to secure the first stone onto the machine. "Mr. Lin, how should we cut? Will you draw the lines, or shall the master do it?" Lin Yifan patted the stone fixed on the machine and said, "Same as before. Let the master draw the lines and cut." Hearing this, the master deftly marked the cutting lines, adjusted the cutter head, aligned the machine with the drawn lines, and pressed the switch to begin cutting the first rough stone. Since Lin Yifan had immediately gone to select more stones after the previous batch was cut, many onlookers who had witnessed the earlier process stayed in the Jade Emperor Pavilion's cutting area waiting to observe. Now that cutting resumed, the crowd gathered again. The machine roared and dust flew. When the cutter had only penetrated a fifth of the stone, a hint of green emerged amidst the flying dust. The onlookers exclaimed in amazement, shouting that green had appeared. Seeing green again on the first stone, Lin Yifan could only hope it would yield a top-quality jadeite. Either no jadeite or a top-tier one. That was Lin Yifan's thought. A top-tier jadeite could be made into jewelry with collector's value, while ordinary jadeite would just be sold off normally. After all, he would continue gambling on stones and cutting them. Once the yearly public sale started in a couple of days, he would need to stock up again. It would be too troublesome to keep all the jadeite, good or bad, and bring it back. A pile of ordinary jadeite at home would also be an eyesore. When the master finished cutting the stone and opened the dust cover to clean the surface, he exclaimed, "Damn, it's imperial green and glass type at that. A rare sight. I never thought I'd witness the cutting of top-tier jadeite today. This young man just lost tens of millions, but now this one stone has won it all back. Looks like old Huang will be setting off firecrackers." The cut surface of the stone revealed a large expanse of rich, deep green. The crowd buzzed with admiration, staring enviously at the full green glass-type jadeite. The cutting master, beaming, said to Lin Yifan, "Boss, I'm glad I didn't let you down and brought out fine jadeite for you." Lin Yifan smiled and thanked the master. Huang Yue also came forward to congratulate Lin Yifan and then mentioned he would set off a string of firecrackers. This was an unspoken rule in the stone gambling market. Whenever a stall yielded top-grade jadeite, firecrackers were lit. First, to congratulate the customer on a successful gamble. Second, to make a noise and tell everyone in the market that premium goods had come out of their stall, inviting them to come and pick stones. After Boss Huang left, a group of purchasing merchants drawn by the rare glass-type imperial green jadeite, like sharks to blood, swarmed around. "Boss, are you selling this piece? I can offer 800 million. Only 800 million. Boss, sell it to me, you'll give 1 billion. Boss, if you're willing to sell, you'll pay 1 billion. 3 billion, deal immediately." By now, the purchasing merchants had abandoned subtle bargaining, each shouting higher prices. For ordinary jadeite, the merchants would follow the unspoken rules, as stone gambling happened everywhere daily and low-end jadeite was abundant. One more or less purchase didn't matter. But when top-grade jadeite appeared, they couldn't care less about rules. Everyone knew its rarity. Whoever secured such a piece could make it the centerpiece of their shop to attract customers. "Everyone quiet down and listen to me," Lin Yifan shouted to the quarreling merchants. As the crowd gradually settled, he clasped his hands and said, "Gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of selling this stone. Please disperse." A middle-aged man among the merchants quickly said, "Boss, is it because the price is too low? We can negotiate. How much would you consider selling for?" Another chimed in immediately, Yes, I can offer 5 billion. Lin Yifan shook his head. "It's truly not about the price. I intend to keep this jadeite for my own collection. Everyone please disperse." The crowd lingered for a while, then dispersed in disappointment, seeing that Lin Yifan had no intention of selling. Upon hearing that Lin Yifan wanted to keep the stone for himself, Huang Yue promptly instructed the craftsman to fully extract the jadeite from the rock. The 2 extracted lumps of jadeite combined were as large as a basketball. This sight made the group of merchants stomp their feet in frustration and covetousness. For such a large piece with such water and texture, it wouldn't be a loss even if they spent 20 billion, let alone 5 billion. Unfortunately, the owner wouldn't sell, so they could only gaze helplessly. The stonecutter then proceeded to work on the second piece. After cutting just 3 or 4 centimeters into it, a hint of purple appeared in the dust flying from the edge. "No way, another good find. Is his luck really this good?" Could it be violet jadeite inside? Since there's purple, what else could it be but violet jadeite? Earlier we said this young man would lose tens of millions, but now fortune has turned and he's struck two premium pieces in a row. Although violet jadeite isn't as valuable as the glass-grade imperial green, it's still top-tier jadeite. It seems this young man can recoup his costs with these two pieces alone. Amid the crowd's chatter, the craftsman fully extracted the stone, washed off the dust, and revealed what lay inside. An olive-sized piece of violet jadeite was embedded within the rock. Seeing that it was indeed violet jadeite, Huang Yue instructed an assistant to set off another string of firecrackers. He then sidled up to Lin Yifan, beaming as he congratulated him. "Mr. Lin, congratulations. 2 consecutive premium finds, both top-tier goods." Lin Yifan replied with a polite smile, "Not at all. If I've struck lucky, it's mainly thanks to Boss Huang's fine stones." Huang Yue felt immensely pleased by Lin Yifan's tactful compliment. These rough stone dealers don't envy customers who uncover fine jadeite at their stalls, nor do they wring their hands in regret upon seeing a customer's success. They profit from the margin on rough stone sales and hope every customer strikes it rich at their stall. That way business flourishes and more buyers come to purchase stones. Any dealer who covets a customer's successful find inevitably ends up bankrupt. Either their reputation is ruined or they yield to temptation and start cutting stones themselves, gambling until they lose everything. The sound of firecrackers once again crackled before the Jade Emperor Pavilion stall. Some newcomers to the market, hearing 2 consecutive rounds from the same direction, knew the custom and followed the sound out of curiosity. They crowded around the Jade Emperor Pavilion stall, forming an impenetrable throng. This sight made Huang Yue grin from ear to ear. Such popularity meant money. Without waiting for Lin Yifan to speak, he eagerly urged the craftsman to cut the third rough stone, even lending a hand to help move it. After the third stone was secured, the craftsman drew lines and began cutting. When the blade had cut a third of the way, and a peculiar color resembling pig's blood appeared in the dust at the edge. Among the onlookers, some experienced jade experts gasped sharply at the sight. "Master, what's wrong?" "Yes, what's this? Why isn't it green? Could it be that there's no jadeite inside? Why is the dust blood red? Could it be red agate instead?" Some novice players in the crowd, unfamiliar with jade knowledge, asked the jade experts nearby, who wore strange expressions. The seasoned jade master shook his head and explained to those around him, jadeite or feitsui is actually divided into fei and cui. Fei mostly refers to red and yellow, while cui generally means green. However, because most jadeite extracted is green, the public mistakenly believes jadeite is only green. In truth, jadeite comes in many colors: red fei, yellow fei, black jadeite, white jadeite, violet jadeite, and more. The violet jadeite just unearthed and this red fei are both high-grade jadeite. If this red fei has good quality, it will be another premium piece worth over 100 million. Upon hearing the master's explanation, the layman finally understood that jadeite came in colors beyond green and violet. Under the gaze of the crowd, the craftsman shut off the cutting machine, washed away the dust, and revealed the cut surface to all. Inside the stone was a mass of red jadeite with a flawless, fully saturated red core at its center. From this core, the red radiated outward, gradually diminishing with irregular red streaks extending toward the periphery. Huang Yue's grin widened as he quickly instructed an assistant to set off a third string of firecrackers. Amid the explosions, many in the crowd couldn't resist rushing into the store to select rough stones. With a ready-made example before them, 3 consecutive top-tier jadeite finds, everyone wanted to ride this wave of luck and try their hand at gambling on stones. The merchants also surrounded Lin Yifan, chattering about whether he would sell the violet jadeite and red fei. Without even listening to their offers, Lin Yifan flatly refused. Why not keep such rare jadeite for his own collection? What use was money anyway? The jadeite he had personally extracted carried a commemorative significance that bought pieces could never match. It seemed Lin Yifan's luck had run out. The remaining 4 stones yielded not even a trace of jadeite. They were all just plain rock. After all 7 purchased stones were fully cut, the crowd dispersed, seeing the excitement was over. Just as Lin Yifan was chatting with Yang Qin, someone suddenly darted out of the crowd. Lin Yifan looked closely and recognized him as Sun Xiaowu, the man who had vied with him for the same windowed stone at the earlier stall. Lin Yifan greeted him with a smile and asked, "Brother, did you find a suitable stone?" Sun Xiaowu shook his head ruefully. "Lost another 100,000 or so, still no good stone." After speaking, Sun Xiaowu hesitated, then tentatively asked, "Brother Yifan, I heard you've uncovered some fine stones here." Lin Yifan nodded and pointed to the jadeite displayed on the table. "I found 3, 1 glass-grade imperial green, 1 red fei, and 1 violet jadeite." Sun Xiaowu, who had hurried over, finally noticed the 3 top-tier pieces, and his eyes lit up. Brother Yifan, could we make a deal? Could you spare a small piece for me to carve into a Buddha amulet as a birthday gift? Don't worry, name your price. I want haggle. Lin Yifan had no intention of selling to the merchants, but he was happy to help Sun Xiaowu. After all, Sun Xiao's courtesy at the stall earlier had left a very favorable impression on him. He promptly replied with a cheerful tone, no problem. Let's find a workshop now, and I'll have these jadeite made into jewelry as well. Sun Xiaowu was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. Brother, I know there's an old brand workshop in this market. The engraver, there is a renowned master in the circle. Once several top-grade jadeite with severe flaws were left untouched by other master engravers, and eventually they sought him out. After his miraculous craftsmanship, the resulting ornaments were so exquisite that they became classic artworks of great renown. He was thus hailed as the BNK of the engraving world, possessing the ability to bring life back to dead materials. However, he was now advanced in years and had largely retired, focusing on mentoring disciples to pass down his skills, rarely taking up the carving tool himself. Lin Yifan had been worried that without a skilled master engraver these fine jadeite would be wasted. He hadn't expected Sun Xiaowu to have such connections. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go visit this master and see if he can help with the design and crafting. Sun Xiaowu smiled confidently. Brother, rest assured. With such excellent material before him, he won't be able to resist. Besides, my grandfather was quite close to him back in the day, so he'll surely grant us some favor. Lin Yifan packed the 3 jadeite and along with Yang Qian followed Sun Xiaowu to a narrow alley behind the jade market. Their small storefronts with wooden signs stood in disarray. Some signs were brand new, while others, weathered by time, had faded and peeled. After several twists and turns in the alley, they finally found an old storefront. The door was made of wood, and the sign read Wang's jade carving. The 6 characters had once been gilded, but after years of wind and rain the gold paint had nearly worn off. Inside, a middle-aged man was bent over a jewelry workbench carving a jade piece as the grinding machine emitted a whirring sound. Sun Xiaowu stepped forward and greeted Brother Zhou, busy at work. The man called Brother Zhou was holding a jade pendant blank, shaping its surface under a stream of water with the pointed bit of the grinder. Hearing someone call him, he paused and looked back. Oh Xiaowu, what brings you here today? It's been 2 or 3 years since you last visited. I thought you'd forgotten all about us. Sun Xiaowu smiled apologetically. Brother Zhou, how could you say that? I could never forget you or Master Wang. My grandfather specifically told me to pay respects to Master Wang on this trip to Yunnan. Brother Zhou put down the jade piece, stood up, and invited Sun Xiaowu, Lin Yifan, and the others to sit in the main hall serving tea. Then, sizing up Lin Yifan and Yang Qian, he asked with a smile, Xiaowu, who are these 2? Sun Xiaowu introduced them. Brother Zhou, this is Lin Yifan, and this lovely lady is his friend. By the way, is Master Wang around? Brother Zhou nodded. Yes, he is. He should be practicing Tai Chi in the back courtyard at this hour. I'll go fetch him. Great, thank you, Brother Zhou. Don't mention it. Make yourselves comfortable. Brother Zhou nodded to Lin Yifan and Yang Qian, then left the living room to find Master Wang. After Brother Zhou left, Sun Xiaowu said to Lin Yifan, Brother Yifan, Master Wang became acquainted with my grandfather when he was stationed in Yunnan years ago. Since my grandfather's only hobby was a deep passion for jade, they had an excellent relationship. Later, when my grandfather was transferred to Shanghai, visits became rare due to work, so I usually came on his behalf. Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow, slightly catching an important detail in Sun Xiaowu's words. His grandfather had been stationed in Yunnan. The term stationed was often used for official positions or high-level corporate roles. It seemed this newly acquainted brother's son came from a significant background. Haha, a rare guest indeed. Xiaowu, what brings you to visit an old man like me today? A hearty voice came from the side door, and an elderly man in a tang suit strode out energetically, with Brother Zhou following behind. Sun Xiaowu quickly stood up and said warmly, Master Wang, you flatter me. Are you scolding me for not visiting you often enough? I admit my mistake. I promise to come and see you regularly from now on. Lin Yifan and Yang Qian also rose and waited as Sun Xiaowu exchanged pleasantries with Master Wang. You. Master Wang shook his head with a smile. No wonder your old son's grandson. You talk just like him, full of smooth words. Then he looked at Lin Yifan and Yang Qian beside him. Sun Xiaowu promptly introduced Master Wang. This is a young brother I met today at the Jade Market, Lin Yifan. I brought Brother Yifan here today to ask you to come out of retirement and help polish a few jade pieces. Master Wang shook his head with a resigned smile. You little rascal. For any carving, just ask Brother Zhou. He's already mastered my craft with about 70 to 80% of my skill. The only thing he lacks is creativity and imagination. I'm afraid Brother Zhou might not dare to take on these jade pieces. Sun Xiaowu smiled confidently, then nodded toward Lin Yifan. Brother Yifan, show Master Wang what we've got. Oh, looks like you found something good. Master Wang, who knew Sun Xiaowu well, grew intrigued. Having watched him grow up, he knew the boy wouldn't speak without reason. For him to be this cocky, it must be top-grade jadeite. After all, when Sun Xiaowu's father served in Yunnan province, the boy loved visiting him as a child and had seen all kinds of jadeite. Ordinary pieces wouldn't make the normally composed Sun Xiaowu act this way. Lin Yifan casually pulled a piece of jadeite from his bag. The top one was the red jadeite, which he brought out first. When the red jadeite appeared, Master Wang's expression remained unchanged. Having worked with jade all his life and seen many fine pieces, he wasn't easily impressed by a red jadeite. He merely nodded inwardly. Brother Zhou, however, had a glint in his eye, looking eager to try his hand. Lin Yifan held the red jadeite in both hands and presented it to Master Wang. Master Wang took it, examining the piece that had been split in half, and praised indeed a fine material. The central area has a uniform bright red without flaws, and the surrounding red distribution is quite good. Sun Xiaowu asked with a grin, Master Wang, what do you think this piece can be made into? Is it suitable for jewelry or a decorative piece? Master Wang shifted his gaze from the red jadeite to Lin Yifan and asked Xiao Lin, right, what do you want to make from this piece? If it's jewelry, Xiao Zhou can handle it for you. If you want a decorative piece, I can carve it myself as a favor to Xiaowu, but it will waste more material. Then it'll trouble Master Wang to craft an ornament for me. It's fine to waste a bit of the material. Having it as an ornament at home as art would be wonderful. Lin Yifan didn't care about the material wasted on the ornament and unhesitatingly chose to have it made. Master Wang nodded, examining the red jadeite in his hand, and said calmly, all right, making an ornament will take some time because I need to first conceive the final shape based on the material's form and size before I can start carving. This step is the most time-consuming. Lin Yifan nodded, no problem. Also, Master Wang, please take a look at the other materials and see what they are best suited for. There's more. Master Wang was somewhat surprised. Such a fine piece of red jadeite was already a rare find, and he hadn't expected this young man to have more materials yet to reveal. Under Master Wang and Brother Zhou's astonished gazes, Lin Yifan removed the layer of bubble wrap lining his handbag and pulled out the lavender jadeite and the glassy imperial green jadeite from the bottom. When he first brought out the lavender jadeite, Master Wang was merely surprised, but upon seeing the glassy imperial green jadeite, even the well-traveled expert was stunned, let alone Brother Zhou. Glassy imperial green jadeite also has its grades, and based on Master Wang's experience, Lin Yifan's piece was of superior quality. After examining the two jadeites, Master Wang said, this lavender jadeite could be made into an ornament, but for the glassy imperial green, I recommend crafting it into jewelry. This imperial green jadeite is uniformly green throughout, with an even color all over. Making it into an ornament would not only lack a sense of layering, but also waste the value of this imperial green. Lin Yifan smiled slightly. All right, I'll follow your advice, Master Wang. Since you're the expert in this field, let's make the lavender jadeite into an ornament and the glassy imperial green into jewelry. Also, please set aside a piece of the glassy imperial green for Brother Sun. I promised him some material earlier. Lin Yifan turned to Sun Xiaowu and said, Brother Sun, what kind of jewelry would you like? Let Master Wang make it for you along with the rest. Sun Xiaowu nodded gratefully at Lin Yifan and said to Master Wang, Master Wang, please make me a plain plaque. Master Wang seemed to recall something and asked thoughtfully, I remember now, my old sister-in-law's birthday is coming up soon, isn't it? Xiaowu, are you making the plain plaque as a birthday gift for your grandmother? Yes, I've been searching the gambling stone market for days to find a gift for my grandmother's birthday. I spent a lot of money opening stones, but never found a suitable piece. If it weren't for Brother Yifan's help, I don't know if I'd have found good jadeite for the gift. Sun Xiaowu then said to Lin Yifan, Brother Yifan, once the jewelry is done, let Master Wang appraise it at market value, and he'll transfer the money to you. Lin Yifan merely smiled faintly and did not respond to his words. Master Wang handed the jadeite to Brother Zhou and said to Lin Yifan with a smile, I will design and carve the red jadeite and lavender jadeite according to the material. For this glassy imperial green, I'll try my best to use it efficiently, making various pieces of jewelry without wasting too much material. Once it's done, I'll call you to come pick it up. Lin Yifan said politely, Thank you for your help, Master Wang. Please name your fee for the design and craftsmanship. Master Wang waved his hand dismissively. I'll forget about the fee. Since you're a friend brought by Xiaowu, there's no need to discuss this. Lin Yifan said seriously, Master Wang, let's keep things separate. The fact that you're willing to design and craft for me is already out of respect for Xiaowu, but one must not be presumptuous. What is due should still be given. Hearing this, Master Wang's gaze toward Lin Yifan revealed a hint of appreciation. He hadn't expected such a young man to be so tactful and sophisticated in his dealings. It seemed that Xiaowu had made a friend of good character. Lin Yifan continued, On the way here, I asked Brother Sun about your usual rates. Normally, crafting a piece of material into jewelry costs between 300 and 800, while design fees for ornaments range from 1 million to 3 million. Of course those are prices from a few years ago. Master Wang, what do you think? How about 1 million for crafting the glassy imperial green 4? 5 million for designing the 2 ornaments, and rounding it up for the 3 materials, a total of 10 million in craftsmanship fees. The 4 people in the room were stunned speechless by Lin Yifan's words. They had seen people rounding down to negotiate a price, but never rounding up to increase it. To be honest, given Master Wang's status in the carving world, he had no trouble earning money and had amassed considerable wealth over the years. With age, his desire for money had waned. Yet, even he was shocked by Lin Yifan's generous gesture. Master Wang shook his head repeatedly. Shaolin, it really doesn't need to be this much. Master Wang, hear me out. No matter how good the jadeite material is, its value is limited. But once a master like you designs and crafts it into art, the material's value increases greatly. Compared to a piece worth billions, a few million in craftsmanship fees is truly not much. Please don't refuse. Master Wang hesitated and looked at Sun Xiaowu, since this was his friend. Sun Xiaowu glanced at Lin Yifan and then said to Master Wang with a smile, Master Wang, since Brother Yifan sincerely wants to give it, it's out of respect for your skill. Please don't refuse. Besides, Brother Yifan isn't short on money. He spent over 4 billion on materials just today. Lin Yifan quickly chimed in, that's right, Master Wang, please don't refuse. Hearing that Lin Yifan had spent such a colossal sum on gambling stones, even Master Wang was momentarily dazed. He hadn't expected such a young man to take such a huge risk. How dared he? There was really no guarantee in gambling stones. If he didn't strike good material, losing for billion wasn't impossible. It wasn't uncommon in the market for people to lose everything gambling on stones. But looking at the 3 top-grade jadeites on the table, at least he had hit the jackpot this time. The value of the glassy imperial green alone, once crafted, would recover about 2/3 of his investment. And with the value of the red jadeite and lavender jadeite made into ornaments, Lin Yifan would still come out ahead. Master Wang could only say that the young were fearless. Yet as luck would have it, he struck it rich every time he gambled. All right, then I'll accept Xiao Lin's kind gesture. I promise that the ornaments and jewelry I craft will be worth the price you've paid. Seeing that Master Wang had finally agreed to accept the craftsmanship fee, Lin Yifan felt a weight lift from his heart. After receiving Lin Yifan's transfer, Master Wang prepared to work on the ornament designs overnight. Despite Lin Yifan and Sun Ziwa's attempts to dissuade him, Master Wang stubbornly insisted on finishing the pieces as soon as possible. Helpless Lin Yifan and Sun Xiaowu could only abandon their attempts to mediate, merely instructing Brother Zhou to look after old Wang before taking their leave. Having been busy until so late, Lin Yifan and Yang Qian had yet to have dinner. On the way, Lin Yifan chatted briefly with Sun Xiaowu and intended to invite him for a meal, but Sun Xiaowu had already eaten. Sun Xiaowu mentioned he needed to visit an old friend of his grandfather's and departed by car. After Sun Xiaowu left, Lin Yifan first took Yang Qian to a restaurant outside the gambling stone market to savor some specialty cuisine of Yunnan province before returning to the hotel. Since Yang Qian was pregnant and had been exhausted from the day's activities, Lin Yifan urged her to rest early. After seeing her to her room, he returned to his own to freshen up. After washing up, Lin Yifan lay on the bed. His phone chimed with a WeChat notification. It was a video from the Huya streamer Tong Yin, accompanied by a message. Ethereal brother, what have you been up to lately? You never visit my live stream anymore. Oh, I just bought a new outfit today. Ethereal brother, take a look and tell me if it's pretty. I've only shown it to you, you know. The message ended with a sweet smile emoji. Curious, Lin Yifan opened the video Tong Yin had sent. After a few dozen seconds, Lin Yifan dashed into the bathroom, turned on the cold water, and doused himself, muttering inwardly, what a vixen shall be the death of me. The video Tong Yin sent was a self-recorded dance clip. In it, she wore a half-length tight top, an ultra-short form-fitting pencil skirt, and a cat-ear headpiece. Her curvaceous figure was accentuated perfectly by the clinging outfit. Because the clothes were so tight, Lin Yifan could faintly discern certain details. Was she wearing nothing underneath? Coupled with the possibilities suggested by the skirt, Lin Yifan couldn't contain himself and rushed into the bathroom to extinguish the flames within. A few minutes later, after the cold water had calmed him, he dried off and returned to bed, but he dared not watch the video again or even reply to her message. This woman was too terrifying. If she sent a few more videos, Lin Yifan feared he would lose his mind tonight. Who could withstand such temptation? As for Yang Qian in the next room, if she were single it might be different. But she had a boyfriend and was pregnant. Lin Yifan dared not touch her, nor did he wish to. Though he was no saint and didn't mind indulging in this new world, he still had basic moral principles. Scrolling through his phone, he recalled the 3 streaming platforms he had downloaded: YY and Huya he had already used, but Douyin remained unregistered. Lin Yifan opened Douyin and created an account, planning to spend lavishly to pass the time. Browsing the livestream square, a title caught his eye: challenge all big shots, gifts for punishments. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yifun's mouth. Interesting. Someone this bold. Looks like I'll have to teach them a lesson today. Entering the stream, he saw a seductively dressed female host with about a dozen viewers. Someone was sending gifts and the host was performing punishments, squats. A list of punishments was posted on the wall behind her, clearly stating which gift corresponded to which penalty. Lin Yifun scanned the list: squats, jumping jacks, strap snaps, splits, back bends. The more difficult the punishment, the larger the gift required. Since his account was a level 1 newbie, the host was busy with punishments and didn't greet him. Lin Yifun didn't mind and watched this novel streaming style with interest. The gift giver had sent over 50 lollipops, and the host named Lele had done over 50 squats. After finishing the punishments, she sat back down slightly out of breath and asked the viewer, "Big shot, is that all you've got?" Over before it even started. The gift giver remained silent, so she taunted, "Big shot, a man can't say he can't. I've just warmed up and you've already fizzled out." Then smiling at the camera, she said, "Any other big shots want to try? I challenge all of you." No sooner had she spoken than a few viewers sent small gifts, and Lele promptly performed the corresponding punishments. "Big shots, is that all you've got? I'm not even satisfied yet. At this rate I could bankrupt you all." Hearing her provocative words, Lin Yifun typed, "Host, if I send gifts you won't welch, will you?" Lele noticed a level 1 account named Tunglong speaking and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, big shot. I guarantee I won't welch. You send and he'll do it." A mischievous grin spread across Lin Yifun's face as he opened the recharge interface and topped up until he had deposited 100 million neon. He typed in the chat, "Do I have to send punishment-specific gifts?" "No, big shot. Just send whatever and tell me which punishment to do. They'll convert the gift value into the number of reps." Lin Yifun typed, "All right, I'm sending now. The punishment will be strap snaps. How many times? Count for yourself after I'm done." He opened the gift menu and selected the most expensive item, a royal cannon worth 500 neon. Like on Huya, the maximum percent was 10. Lin Yifun sent 10 in a row, 500 neon, soaring up. The screen displayed a golden cannon salute animation. Tunglong sent royal cannon x10. Lele saw the 10 cannons and thanked him ecstatically. Tunglong sent royal cannon x100. When Lin Yifun sent 100, Lele was in a frenzy. She had never received such a huge gift since starting her stream, nor even seen one. Tunglong sent royal cannon x1000. By the time the cannon count exceeded 1,000, Lele's expression began to dull as she realized the gifts were intended for punishment. Tunglong sent royal cannon x5000. When it finally stopped at 500 cannons, Lele's face was etched with despair. Lin Yifun's 25 million neon barrage propelled Lele's stream to the top of the platform for that time slot. Under normal circumstances, such a sum would drive any streamer wild with joy. But since Lin Yifun had declared it was for punishment, Lele was torn. If she followed through, even her bra straps would snap. If she welched, she'd be trending on Douyin tomorrow, and her reputation would be ruined. Besides, who would dare to pocket such a massive sum and go back on their word? Lele pouted coquettishly before the camera, pleading, "Brother Tunglong, could you let little sister off this once? If I really have to do the punishment, my shoulders will probably be bruised all over." "Let you off? I'm not a horse herder, why should I let you off? The punishment was set by you yourself. Didn't you just say you wanted to challenge all the big shots on the platform?" Lin Yifun typed teasingly in the public chat. Lele still unwillingly tried to beg for mercy, but Lin Yifun merely watched her performance in silence. The other viewers in the live stream were all stirring up trouble, urging the streamer to snap the strap. Seeing that Lin Yifun was determined to enforce the punishment, Lele had no choice but to reluctantly begin snapping her shoulder strap. She pursed her lips, pinched the strap on her shoulder with one hand, pulled it up, and released it. With a crisp snap, the strap struck her shoulder, producing a sharp sound. This scene thrilled the livestream audience. Lele snapped her strap again and again while the viewers counted along with her. Some spectators who relished the excitement even helpfully calculated how many times she needed to snap it and posted it in the public chat, teasing the streamer to get on with it. After watching for a while, Lin Yifun found it uninteresting and typed in the chat, "Brothers, keep an eye on the count for me. They'll browse around and come back later." "Got it, big bro, take care. We'll make sure she does it. Take it easy, big bro. Remember to come back and check on us." The other viewers in the live stream replied one after another. Lin Yifun smiled and left the stream. Lying in bed, he scrolled through Douyin, liking interesting videos and swiping away those he didn't enjoy. Whenever he stumbled upon a live stream, while scrolling, he would drop in and randomly shower it with extravagant gifts ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. Lin Yifun acted like a money-dispensing prodigal, splurging everywhere. The fortunate streamers who caught Lin Yifun's attention were stunned by his generous barrage of royal salutes. Some were still in a daze even after he finished, utterly bewildered. Other streamers were overjoyed by the massive gifts, their hearts blooming with delight. They couldn't stop smiling as they cooed and thanked the big spender before the camera. Unlike other platforms, Douyin had no flashy titles or entrance effects. The only way to distinguish spending power was the accounts level in the live stream room. Lin Yifun's Douyin account had already reached the maximum level of 60 after he spent 25 million in Lei live stream. Every time he splurged in a live stream, he attracted a flood of followers. As a result, his new Douyin account, which had never posted a single video, already had over 100,000 fans. They had all followed him from the various live streams where he gifted generously. Lin Yifun spent 100 million Nyan in just over an hour. But during this gifting spree, he felt increasingly bored. It was no longer like when he first transmigrated, when gifting brought him pure joy and made him addicted to the thrill of tossing money around and the sweet voices of female streamers thanking him. By now, Lin Yifun had grown weary of gifting. He felt lost, even beginning to loathe the sensation of squandering money. After spending all 100 million Nyan, Lin Yifun didn't recharge. Instead, he lay lazily in bed scrolling through videos. Even when he came across hilariously funny clips, he couldn't laugh, merely swiping through Douyin out of sheer boredom. Until he stumbled upon a video that made him stare blankly at the screen. A wave of sorrow surged from the depths of his heart. The video showed the launch of the latest iPhone model, with consumers lining up outside Apple stores eagerly waiting to buy it. Lin Yifun could even spot a pregnant woman with a swollen belly in the crowd queuing for a phone. Lin Yifun truly couldn't understand. Even if the iPhone outperformed domestic phones, was it worth such a grueling wait? Couldn't they just buy it when it was fully available? Did getting the phone a few days earlier really matter that much? He recalled a high school student who had sold blood multiple times at shady clinics just to afford this phone, only to flaunt it in front of classmates. Due to poor hygiene at those clinics, the student contracted a disease during one of the blood sales, ruining his life forever. Lin Yifun wasn't a radical nationalist, nor did he oppose normal consumption. Everyone had their freedom to spend. But the sight of people queuing just to get the phone first was utterly incomprehensible to him. Seeing his compatriots so fervently chasing after American products, Lin Yifun felt a deep sense of frustration and disappointment. Watching the looped scene in the video, a sudden impulsive thought surged within him. He wanted to make phones. He aspired to create a domestic phone brand that would make the nation proud. Once this idea took root, it grew uncontrollably. Even the earlier sense of aimlessness dissipated. Lin Yifun felt he had found a new purpose in life. Since he was going to squander money anyway, he might as well do it meaningfully. With his immense wealth, he could surely make a mark. The idea gradually took shape in his mind. Once decided, he acted immediately, searching online for headhunting firms. To make phones, he first needed professionals in the industry, whether in R&D, operations, or management. He had to gather a team before he could establish the company. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, he wouldn't even know where to start. After carefully researching several well-known domestic headhunting firms online, Lin Yifun finally settled on one called Falcon, intending it as his long-term partner. This headhunting company had a solid reputation in the industry. Though not the most famous, Lin Yifun chose Falcon for two reasons. First, the company had mature channels and a strong reputation overseas. Second, its China headquarters was conveniently located in the Shanghai Financial Center. Lin Yifun found the customer service number on Falcon's website and dialed it directly. After a brief wait, someone answered. "Hello, this is Falcon International Consulting. How may I assist you?" A crisp female voice came through the line. "Hi, I'd like to inquire about hiring senior talent for a company." Lin Yifun stated his needs directly. "May I ask your surname, sir?" "My surname is Lin." "Good evening, Mr. Lin. May I ask which industry you need to recruit talent for, so I can recommend a suitable headhunting consultant?" "The mobile phone industry." "All right, Mr. Lin, please hold on. A headhunting consultant from our company will contact you shortly. Please keep your line open. Thank you for calling and have a pleasant day." Having said that, the customer service representative hung up the phone, presumably to arrange for a headhunting consultant within the company to liaise with Lin Yifun. Lin Yifun lay on the hotel bed, waiting quietly. Only a few minutes passed before Lin Yifun's phone rang. A private number was calling. Lin Yifun answered, and a man's voice came through, greeting him proactively. "Good evening, Mr. Lin. I am He Chin, a headhunting consultant from Falcon Company. First of all, thank you very much for choosing our company. We will serve you with all our dedication. May I ask what specific talents you need in the mobile phone industry?" "Consultant, the situation is like this. I want to enter the mobile phone industry, but I have never been involved in this field before. Therefore, I need a management-oriented talent who is very familiar with this industry and can take charge of the overall situation. That is the most important point. In addition, I also need related technical R&D talents, operational service talents, and product design talents in this industry. Can your company handle such an order?" He Chin, on the other end of the phone, listened attentively to Lin Yifun's needs. Hearing the talent requirements, he felt a secret thrill of excitement. A client needing so many high-end talents. This was a huge deal for the company. Mr. Lin, please trust in the professional capabilities of Falcon Company. We will go all out to meet your needs. I need to first understand the basic situation of your current existing company, such as the company name, company scale, establishment date, and other basic information so that I can communicate with the talents you need. I don't have a company. Isn't that why I'm hiring you to poach people and set up a company? He Chen on the other end of the phone fell silent. So there was nothing at all, not even a shell company. Of course, situations like Lin Yifun's were not unheard of. Apart from most self-started companies, there were still some wealthy young masters who established their own companies, starting by approaching headhunting firms to poach talent and build an initial team. What is there a problem? Mr. Lin, the thing is, for clients without a registered company, we need to collect a certain deposit before we start our service. Of course, this deposit will be used to offset the service fee later. Just name the amount. Lin Yifun agreed readily. Wasn't it just money? Problems that could be solved with money were not problems at all. He Chen thought for a moment and said over the phone, Mr. Lin, for the high-end talents you need to recruit, our company generally requires a deposit of 1 to 2 million. Add me on WeChat and send your company's bank account number to my WeChat. Alright, I'll add your WeChat first. Once the deposit is in place, I'll first send you the relevant talent profiles from our company's talent pool. If none of them satisfy you, I will help you search for other talents. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yifun's WeChat showed a friend request. Lin Yifun accepted He Chen's friend request. The other party sent a bank account number. Lin Yifun transferred 2 million directly to Falcon Company's account via mobile banking, then took a screenshot and sent it to He Chen on WeChat. Upon receiving Lin Yifun's deposit, He Chen immediately sent several documents over WeChat. Lin Yifun received the files, opened the documents, and began to browse through them. Inside were resumes of talents. Not only did they contain personal information, but also particularly detailed work experience, with Falcon Company's evaluation of the talent appended at the end. The information on the resumes was quite complete, but contact information was conspicuously missing. This was normal headhunting companies to prevent both parties from contacting each other privately, and bypassing the agency would not include the talent's contact details. Of course, this did not completely eliminate the possibility of bypassing. If someone was truly determined to make private contact, finding the phone number of a certain high-end talent was not impossible. However, doing so would put both parties on the blacklist of the headhunting company and even the entire industry, making them unwelcome to headhunting firms. It would then be impossible to seek jobs or recruit through headhunting companies in the future. Lin Yifun opened the resumes and began to read. Pang Shirqing, male, 45 years old, native of U City, Huaxia. Bachelor's degree from Shenzhen University, major in marketing, CET 6. He worked at Lianhua Technology Group for 7 years, successively serving as marketing manager, sales director, branch general manager, and group chief operating officer. Expected salary 5 million. Wang Ming, male, 37 years old, native of Wan Province, Huaxia. Master's degree from Tsinghua University, major in international business, TM8. He worked at Shenghua Technology Company for 6 years, serving as sales manager, deputy branch manager, and chief executive officer. Expected salary 6 million. Li Na, female, 34 years old, native of Jin City, Huaxia. Graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a master's degree in visual design, CET 6. She had won multiple awards in renowned domestic and international design competitions. Expected salary 5 million. Lin Yifun flipped through each resume, weighing his options in his mind. When he reached the last resume, Lin Yifun's gaze sharpened. Lu Jie, male, 33 years old, native of Hu City, Huaxia. Graduated from Harvard University with a Ph.D. in business administration, TM8. He had served as marketing director, branch general manager, and chief strategy officer at Galaxy Technology Co., Ltd. in the United States. Expected salary 5 million. What caught Lin Yifun's attention was a particular work experience on Lu Jie's resume. When Galaxy Technology, where Lu Jie worked, decided to enter the television industry to compete for market share, it convened all branch general managers to prepare for the establishment of a television department. At that time, the television industry in the United States was already stable, making it extremely difficult for a new brand to establish a foothold. While other branch general managers were still deliberating, Lu Jie stepped forward without hesitation and volunteered to take on the task. In just 3 short years, Lu Jie and his team led the newly established television brand to break into the top 3 in the U.S. television industry, capturing 1/5 of the entire market share. Wasn't this experience remarkably similar to the mobile phone company he was about to establish? This was precisely the most ideal and suitable candidate in Lin Yifun's mind. So he directly dismissed the previous resumes and settled on Lu Jie. Lin Yifan dialed He Yichen's number. Consultant, he is this Lu Jia currently abroad or in Huaxia? Mr. Lin. Mr. Lu Jia has recently returned from abroad. Many domestic companies have extended offers to him, but he hasn't decided which company to join yet. Hire him. Also, I want that Lina as well. Send me the other candidates when you find new ones. He Yichen asked, Mr. Lin, do you have any issues with the salaries they've proposed? And what positions do you plan to offer them? He Yichen needed to first clarify whether Lin Yifan was willing to accept their proposed salaries. If not, he had to understand what salary range Lin Yifan could offer. Additionally, the positions offered to them in the new company were crucial. Only with this key information could he proceed with the recruitment negotiations. Without clarifying these details, even if he managed to persuade them to come over, a disagreement over salary or position would lead to a bitter fallout, embarrassing Falcon Company and compromising the professionalism of the headhunting firm. Lin Yifan replied decisively, the salary is no issue at all, don't worry about that. As for positions, I plan to hire Lu Jia as the company's general manager and Li Na as the chief designer. Alright, I'll communicate with them. They'll also keep an eye out for other talents and send you suitable candidates for your review. After hanging up and tossing his phone aside, Lin Yifan let out a long sigh. Now he could only wait for He Yichen's good news. Once Lu Jia arrived, he could set up the company and begin his business spending spree. Lying in bed, Lin Yifan felt he had forgotten something. After tossing and turning for a long time, he suddenly blurted out, damn, and slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten that streamer who was snapping her bra strap? He wondered if she was still doing it. Lin Yifan opened Douyin and found Leilai's live stream. Upon entering, he saw a sizable audience. Leilai was snapping her bra strap in front of the camera while acting cute and pitifully begging the viewers to save her. Seeing Lin Yifan's avatar enter the stream, Leilai whined, "Brother Tenglong," and pouted as she continued snapping her strap. Since Leilai was wearing an off-shoulder top, her shoulders were fully exposed. Lin Yifan could see that both her shoulders were now noticeably red from the repeated snapping. Regular viewers in the stream saw Lin Yifan and quickly typed, "Brother Long, I've been keeping an eye on her for you. She snapped it over 500 times now. A few people have sent gifts to save her, but it only covers about 700 snaps. So she still has to snap it over 2 million times. Haha, hilarious. 2 million times. How many straps will that break? I no longer envy the money she made today. This is pure manual labor. The classic case of a big brother teaching a lesson. Love to see it." Lin Yifan typed amusedly, "Alright, since you obediently accepted the punishment, let's stop the strap snapping here." Leilai's sorrow turned to joy. She quickly stood up and bowed to the camera, thanking him. "Thank you, Brother Long, for your magnanimity. Love you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yifan's account logged out of the stream. He had never intended to make her complete the punishment, he only wanted to see her attitude. Since Leilai was sensible and didn't play tricks, Lin Yifan let her off. It was still early, so Lin Yifan chatted with Su Yuyu and Zhou Fei for a while. Su Yuyu no longer needed to work. She attended CPA tutoring classes during the day and streamed at night. Zhou Fei's mindset had also changed. Previously working for others, she was now her own boss, full of enthusiasm, spending every day researching how to boost the store's revenue. After chatting with the two women, Lin Yifan found Huya's Honor of King streamer Wan Yu on WeChat and played a few ranked matches with her before going to bed satisfied. The next morning, Lin Yifan was startled awake by Yang Qian's knocking. Sleep-eyed, he opened the door to let her in. Yang Qian was already freshened up, wearing a flowing dress that made her look exceptionally elegant. Although she wasn't wearing makeup due to her pregnancy, her delicate and beautiful features needed little adornment to be stunning. Lin Yifan groggily washed his face and brushed his teeth, mumbling, "Xiao Qian, why didn't you sleep longer? You need plenty of rest during pregnancy." Yang Qian sat on the sofa in the room and smiled, "I'm fine. I've slept enough. Besides, pregnancy isn't that delicate." After freshening up, Lin Yifan changed clothes in the bathroom, tidied himself, took Yang Qian to the hotel for breakfast, and then headed straight to the Jade gambling market. For the next 2 days, Lin Yifan immersed himself in the Jade gambling market, taking Yang Qian around to gamble and cut stones. He visited nearly every stall in the market. He became the most famous player in the entire ULE Jade gambling market. Almost all stall owners and buyers knew him. Because he never complained when he lost and remained calm when he won, he became the most popular customer at every stall. Excluding the money spent on the first day at Yuangshuan, Lin Yifan had thrown another 4 billion into Jade gambling over the past 2 days. He sent the high-quality stones to Master Wang for processing and sold the ordinary ones cheaply to buyers. On the third day, the highly anticipated ULE public sale officially began. That morning, Lin Yifan woke up on his own without needing Yang Qian's wake-up call, as he had to go to the public sale to stock up. The quality of stones at the public sale was incomparable to that of the gambling market. They were premium rough stones from old mines in Myanmar. After Yang Qian got ready, Lin Yifan took her directly to the public sale venue. The public sale venue was adjacent to the jade gambling market. When Lin Yifan and Yang Qian arrived, the venue was already packed with people. To enter, one needed to verify assets and pay a deposit at the entrance's notary office, similar to other auctions, to prevent reckless bidding from disrupting the normal auction process. The ULE public sale had two methods: blind bidding and open bidding. In blind bidding, each wholesaler placed their prepared stones on the auction display stand with a starting reserve price. If a customer was interested in a stone and wanted to bid, they wrote their offer on a piece of paper and placed it in the bid box next to the stone. After the bidding ended, the highest bidder in the box won. Open bidding was like a regular auction with participants competing against each other. This ULE public sale lasted 2 days. The first day was mainly for blind bidding and the second day for open bidding. After the open bidding, the winners of the blind bidding would be announced. Lin Yifan verified his assets at the venue entrance, paid a 10 million deposit, and the staff registered his personal information, giving him a bid book with a unique number. After verifying their assets, each attendee received a bidding booklet for the silent auction. If a customer fancied a rough stone, they only needed to write their offer on a slip of paper and drop it into the bidding box. Once the silent auction concluded, the wholesaler would open the box, retrieve the highest bid, and hand the slip to the event staff. The staff would then contact the bidder using the phone number registered upon entry to finalize the transaction. If the winning bidder defaulted, the 10 million deposit would be forfeited directly as compensation to the rough stone wholesaler. The layout of the silent auction area resembled a market stall arrangement, neatly aligned and well-organized, with each shelf displaying a varying number of rough stones. Some shelves held as few as 1 stone, while others had no more than 4 or 5. After all, this was a public auction, and most participants were experts in stone gambling, and not just any material would be put on display. If a wholesaler tried to pad their display with ordinary stones just to increase quantity, they would be ridiculed for lacking quality, as such inferior material had no place at a public auction. Thus, every stone placed on the shelves was carefully selected based on stone gambling expertise deemed promising. Lin Yifan led Yang Qian through the silent auction area, strolling slowly and observing. The first 2 stalls failed to catch his interest, but he paused when they reached the third. Lin Yifan's gaze swept over the uniquely shaped rough stone on the shelf. It was long and cylindrical, roughly over 1 meter in length and as thick as a grown man's waist. "Xiao Qian, what do you think of this piece?" Lin Yifan turned to ask Yang Qian, who was beside him. "It's huge. If it's all jadeite inside, it must be worth a fortune." Lin Yifan studied the stone with keen interest and glanced at the base price posted nearby. 530 million. Others would examine stones by shining a flashlight across the surface or judging the likelihood of jadeite based on the exterior. Only Lin Yifan and Yang Qian, 2 novices, focused solely on size. As they chatted, someone had already dropped a bid slip into the box beside the base price sign. "Since you said it might be all jadeite, I'll bet on this stone." With that, Lin Yifan smiled, took out his bidding booklet, pondered for a moment, wrote down 1 billion, tore it off, and tossed it into the box. Before Yang Qian could stop him, she watched helplessly as Lin Yifan slipped the slip bearing the 1 billion bid through the slot. "No way, bro, did you mishear me? I said if. Yang Qian's mouth gaped in shock. Was this man insane? He only heard half of what she said. Just like that, 1 billion was gone. "Come on, since the bid's already in, let's check out other stones." Lin Yifan gestured for Yang Qian to move on. What else could Yang Qian say? She was utterly bewildered, silently vowing to watch her words from now on, truly terrified by Lin Yifan's comprehension skills. Treating it like a shopping spree, Lin Yifan wrote bids for stones that caught his fancy and dropped them into the boxes. In half a day, the pair had covered the entire silent auction area. The entire public auction featured only about 100 rough stones. Lin Yifan submitted over 20 bids, with the highest being 1 billion nars for the meter-long stone and the lowest starting at 100 million. Before arriving in ULE, aside from spending 500 million in cash on Cvuno, Lin Yifan had only used a little over 500 million nars from his card. During his days in ULE, Lin Yifan had poured in nearly 4 billion nars, with the bulk going to Huangshuan's batch of rough stones, totaling over 2 billion. All told, since his transmigration, Lin Yifan had spent nearly 5 billion nars, leaving about 6 billion of the original 11 billion in his regular card. If all his bids in this silent auction were successful, the total of over 20 slips would exactly drain the remaining 6 billion from his regular card. It wasn't that Lin Yifan didn't want to bid higher, but if one person claimed all or even half the stones in the silent auction, it would be too conspicuous. He would surely make the news, either as a mysterious tycoon who bought out the entire ULE public auction, or as a wealthy man kidnapped and killed for flaunting his riches. This realization made Lin Yifan aware of his personal safety. Initially, he had only tipped on live streams and bought houses and cars, spending modestly without drawing attention. But his stone gambling exploits in Ule had already turned heads, especially in remote Dianan province near the border. Unlike Husher, being too flashy here could invite trouble. Hiring bodyguards was now a priority. Just as he was about to head back to the hotel with Yang Qian, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was He Chen. "Hello, consultant. Any good news for me?" Lin Yifan asked with a smile. He Chen replied with a wry laugh, "Mr. Lin, I spoke with Lina last night. She said as long as the salary meets her expectations, she's fine with starting anytime." "But Lu Jia?" Lin Yifan frowned. "Lu Jia isn't on board. I called him last night and explained the situation, telling him the salary could match his target. He initially refused outright, citing concerns about the company not being established and the unclear background of the investors fearing instability. I met him again today for a detailed talk. He said if it were just about salary, he wouldn't have returned to China. His annual income in the U.S. was no lower. He gave up that high pay to build a career back home. I probed him. Huawei Technologies had also approached him a few days ago, and he was tempted, possibly considering joining them. I persuaded him that if he wanted to achieve something domestically, what could be more fulfilling than building a brand from scratch and growing it strong? After several rounds of persuasion, he wavered, but set a condition: he would only join if he could meet the company's founder face-to-face to decide. After hearing He Chen's words, Lin Yifan smiled calmly. He wasn't surprised by Lu Jia's concerns. A company that hadn't even been founded with a boss who wasn't a business titan, it was natural to have reservations. The fact that they could talk was a good sign. Lin Yifan was confident he could convince him. What he feared most was being denied the chance to negotiate. After all, with a resume like Lu Jia's, he would have no shortage of offers, and any company would treat him well. Did he say when they would meet? He Chen said over the phone, "Mr. Lin, I suggest you meet with Lu Jia as soon as possible. According to the information I've received, other headhunters have already approached him. To avoid any unforeseen complications, if you truly want to secure Lu Jia, it's best to finalize this matter quickly." Lin Yifan considered for a moment and replied to He Chen, "All right, I'm in Yunnan now. He'll book a flight back to Shanghai right away. Help me arrange a meeting with him tonight." "Okay, I'll take care of it." After hanging up, Yang Qian, who had overheard the conversation, asked, "Mr. Lin, are we heading back to Shanghai?" Lin Yifan said to Yang Qian, Qian, "I have urgent matters to attend to in Shanghai. I'd like you to keep an eye on the public auction for me. If we win a sealed bid, let me know how much is needed and I'll transfer the funds. Then please arrange for it to be sent to Master Wang for processing." "Sure, no problem. Go handle your business." Yang Qian agreed readily. Lin Yifan asked with some concern, "Will you be okay here alone? After all, you're pregnant." "Oh, come on, Master Lin, I'm pregnant, not an idiot. I won't get lost." Still uneasy, Lin Yifan thought for a moment and realized the only acquaintance here was Sun Xiaowu, so he called him. "Brother Sun, could I ask you for a favor?" "Brother Yifan, there's no need for such formality between us. Just tell me what you need, and if it's within my power, I won't refuse. It's like this: I need to rush back to Shanghai today to handle some matters. Yang Qian will need to follow up on any potential winning bids at the public auction, but she's pregnant and alone here. I'd like to ask you to look after her." "Sure, no problem. Are you at the auction now?" "They'll come over right away. By the way, you mentioned urgent business in Shanghai. Mind telling me what it is?" "I have some connections in Shanghai. Maybe I can help." Lin Yifan smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Sun. I'm planning to start a mobile phone company, and I've found a top-tier talent. I need to return for a face-to-face meeting to recruit him. They'll have to leave the auction matters to Yang Qian." "Haha, that's something I can't help with, but taking care of your friend is no problem. Wait for me." After the call ended, Yang Qian said with amusement, "Master Lin, I told you I can take care of myself. Why go to the trouble of bothering him? Just to be safe? I brought you here, and now I'm leaving you alone." Lin Yifan smiled. "It's no big deal." Yang Qian rolled her eyes. The two waited at the entrance of the auction hall. Soon Sun Xiaowu arrived by taxi, and Lin Yifan quickly went to greet him. "Brother Sun, I entrust Xiao Qian to your care." "Thank you." Sun Xiaowu lightly tapped Lin Yifan on the shoulder and chuckled. "All right, don't be so polite with me. Go attend to your business." Lin Yifan said goodbye to Yang Qian and then headed straight to the airport by taxi from the entrance. In the car, Lin Yifan booked the earliest flight to Shanghai. He sat in the back of the taxi, closing his eyes to rest while contemplating how to persuade Lu Jia. At a little past 5 p.m., Lin Yifan exited Shanghai's airport, found his Cullinan in the parking lot, and drove straight to the city center. On the way, he called He Chen to inform him of his return and asked him to arrange the time and place for the meeting with Lu Jia. Soon he received a message from He Chen on WeChat saying he had arranged for Lin Yifan to meet Lu Jia at the Xingyue Tea House at 7 p.m. And had booked a private room for them. Lin Yifan set the navigation destination to Xingyue Tea House and drove there. Arriving at the tea house a little after 6:40 p.m., Lin Yifan informed the receptionist of the private room reserved for the meeting. The young receptionist told him that a guest had already arrived in that room and then led him to it. This guest must be Lu Jia. Lin Yifan thought, surprised that he had arrived early. At the door of the private room, Lin Yifan pushed it open. Inside, a young man sat by the tea table with a neat haircut, dressed in a white shirt and suit trousers. The man also noticed Lin Yifan entering. Seeing how young he looked, like a college student, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He wondered silently whether this was someone who had entered the wrong room or the boss trying to recruit him. It wasn't until Lin Yifan proactively asked, "Are you Mr. Lu Jia?" Lu Jia confirmed the other's identity. This young man was indeed the boss who had arranged the meeting. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Jia quickly regained his composure, stood up to greet Lin Yifan, and after some polite exchanges, they both took their seats. The young receptionist prepared tea for them, and then left, closing the door behind her. Lu Jia spoke up, "President Lin, I didn't expect the boss, that consultant he mentioned, wanted to recruit me, to be so young. I have a question. Why do you want to venture into the mobile phone industry? Isn't it more popular to focus on the internet these days? After all, that's the easiest sector to make money in. Sometimes, even a single concept can sell for a lot." Lin Yifan smiled. "The reason I want to start a mobile phone brand is simple. The other day, the new iPhone was released. Seeing people lining up for hours just to get one felt a bit disheartening. The iPhone does perform better than domestic phones in some ways, but is it truly impossible for domestic brands to catch up? I don't believe that, so I want to give it a try." Hearing Lin Yifan's reasoning, Lu Jia smiled slightly and pinpointed the issue. The main reason for the iPhone's superior performance is its chip. But that's the biggest weakness domestically, because we lack lithography machines. Without lithography machines, we can't develop chips, and ultimately we have to rely on imports. Lin Yifan said casually, "If we don't have lithography machines, then we'll spare no effort to develop them. If we can't develop them, we'll find a way to acquire one and reverse engineer it. Isn't that what our country excels at?" Lu Jia was somewhat disappointed by Lin Yifan's naive words. He shook his head with a bitter smile. "President Lin, lithography machines aren't so easy to come by. There's a technology blockade from abroad. It's not something you can just talk your way into getting." But Lin Yifan sighed calmly. "That's right. Back in the day, our country struggled to develop aircraft carriers, and foreign nations also imposed a joint technology blockade. Who would have thought that eventually a visionary would help the nation acquire one?" Hearing this, Lu Jia knew who he was referring to and fell silent. He hadn't expected to misjudge the situation. Indeed, it seemed impossible, but if so, then he would find a way to make it possible. Who would have thought this young boss possessed such boldness and drive? Lu Jia's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yifan and asked, "Mr. Lin, do you have any idea how much manpower and financial resources it takes to develop a lithography machine?" Lin Yifan nodded. "I know. It requires the efforts of countless researchers, with initial funding in the hundreds of millions, and even then success isn't guaranteed. If the development fails, all the money invested goes down the drain. And you still want to go ahead?" Lu Jia unconsciously used a respectful address. Lin Yifan shrugged. "Someone has to do it right. Others might weigh the pros and cons and shy away from such a risky endeavor, but I genuinely want to give it a try. If I fail in the end, I'll accept it. And the funding? This is no small investment." Lin Yifan took out his wallet and pulled out a diamond card from Huaxiao Bank. "There are 350 yuan in here, and I mean yuan, not yuan." Lu Jia was stunned. A card using the national reserve currency with yuan as the settlement unit. Just who was this boss trying to recruit him? 5 trillion yuan. He had initially thought developing a lithography machine was a pipe dream, that the project would fizzle out due to funding shortages. But it turned out this man was carrying a fortune. Lin Yifan continued, "If this money isn't enough to develop the lithography machine, I'll find another way, until it's done." His black card still had 3600 yuan, but showing the ordinary card was enough to prove his financial strength. There was no need to reveal all his wealth, so he simply said he'd find other means if it wasn't enough. After witnessing Lin Yifan's financial power, Lu Jia had already made up his mind. Just as the headhunter had said, creating a brand from scratch and leading it from zero to the pinnacle. What could be more fulfilling than that? Besides, this young boss philosophy resonated with his own. Hadn't he returned to his homeland to help domestic brands surpass foreign ones and shine on the global stage? Most importantly, this boss had the financial backing to support his dreams. Having made his decision, Lu Jia stood up resolutely, extended his hand, and said solemnly, "Mr. Lin, it's an honor to fight alongside you and realize our shared dreams." Lin Yifan stood up with a smile and extended his hand. The two clasped hands. This handshake years later would mark the rise of a domestic high-end smartphone brand and the gradual emergence of a massive conglomerate before the world. "Boss, what's the next plan?" After confirming his place in Lin Yifun's yet-to-be-established company, Lu Jie immediately stepped into his role, starting to think on his behalf. Lin Yifun gestured for Lu Jie to sit down, leaned back in his chair, and sorted through his thoughts and plans. After a long pause, he said, "A lithography machine can't be developed by just a few researchers. We need a complete R&D team. We can start on that slowly, but the priority is to establish the company first. My idea is to design and produce a phone first to build the brand. Once the lithography machine is developed, we'll create our own chips and integrate them into our phones." "No problem." Lu Jie carefully noted Lin Yifun's words. Lin Yifun tapped his fingers unconsciously on the desk, recalling his plan. As for the company's departments and personnel, legal, product design, R&D, production, after-sales, sales network, if you have suitable candidates, try to poach them with high salaries. If not, leave it to Falcon Company, and you just handle the interviews. Oh, and I've already set my sights on a woman named Li Na for the product design manager. When the time comes, ask Falcon Company and consultant He for her details. Also, I have someone in mind for the finance department. I'll arrange that later." "Understood." Lu Jie noted down Lin Yifun's instructions, but asked with some confusion, "Boss, isn't the production department a bit redundant? We could just outsource phone manufacturing to a foundry. Building our own factory would cost a fortune." Lin Yifun shook his head. "No, the factory cost is minor. Foundries are unstable. If cooperation breaks down, we'd have to scramble for alternatives. To avoid future trouble, it's better to invest a bit more and set up our own production line from the start." He knew outsourcing saved costs, but did Lin Yifun need to save costs? So he used the instability argument to convince Lu Jie to drop the idea. Well, since the boss had money to burn, Lu Jie didn't argue further. "Also, we need a headquarters. Renting an office is too expensive, so let's just buy a building. Scout for suitable ones." Lu Jie rolled his eyes at that, at a loss for words. "Boss, isn't this a bit extreme? The company isn't even up yet, and you want to invest this much up front?" Lin Yifun countered, "Don't you believe in your own abilities?" Lu Jie was puzzled. "I do, but what does that have to do with buying a building?" Lin Yifun said calmly, "Exactly. I believe in your abilities too, and with my financial support, the company will surely grow strong. Once the company expands, we won't limit ourselves to the phone industry. We'll diversify and form a conglomerate with more and more employees. Moving the office later would be a hassle, so it's better to buy a building now as the group headquarters and avoid all that trouble. Don't you agree?" Lu Jie was baffled by Lin Yifun's reasoning. It sounded logical, yet something felt off. Oh well, the boss was the boss, he called the shots, so let him do as he pleased. "Boss, what's the company name?" Knowing the name, Lu Jie could proceed with registration. "Tunglong." Lin Yifun uttered the two words without hesitation. Chinese people had been fascinated by dragons since ancient times, a soaring eastern dragon. The name resonated deeply with him. And the phone brand? The phone brand. Let's call it Pangu. Pangu phones, symbolizing how our company will carve out a new realm in the market like Pangu, separating heaven and earth. Just like Rin Zhengfei's Huawei, Huaxia mighty and accomplished. The two continued discussing company details. Since registering the company required the legal representative's involvement, Lin Yifun couldn't completely wash his hands of it. So tomorrow he would still go with Lu Jie. The two exited the tea house, having agreed on the time and place to meet the next day. Lu Jie left first, his vehicle a sleek black Audi A7. After exchanging a brief farewell with Lin Yifun, he slowly drove out of the tea house parking lot. After Lu Jie departed, Lin Yifun also got into his Rolls-Royce Cullinan and drove towards Seaview 1. He parked in the lot of Building 2, took the elevator to the top floor, and entered his home only to realize Zhou Fei had not yet returned from work. Just as he was about to head to his room for a shower, he noticed a document envelope resting on the coffee table. Lin Yifun sat down on the sofa, picked up the envelope from the coffee table, and opened it to find the property transfer contract for Seaview 1. It was then that Lin Yifun recalled that during his trip to southern Yunnan, he had asked Han Xinyun of Huayuan Real Estate to transfer the property into Zhou Fei's name. It seemed Han Xinyun had already taken care of the matter. As he glanced over the contract, all the clauses were drafted. Only Lin Yifun and Zhou Fei's signatures and fingerprints were needed for the property to be gifted to Zhou Fei. Lin Yifun retrieved a pen and ink pad from the drawer, signed his name on the contract, pressed his fingerprint, and placed the document back into the envelope. Having done all this, he returned to his room, took a shower, and then lay comfortably on the large bed watching television while waiting for Zhou Fei to finish work. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of the past 2 days of travel, Lin Yifun, while watching TV on the soft, comfortable bed, drifted off to sleep at some point. In his slumber, Lin Yifun vaguely felt someone teasing him. Gradually, his consciousness returned, and as he awoke, he opened his eyes to the alluring gaze of Zhou Fei, her eyes soft and seductive. Off work, Lin Yifun pulled Zhou Fei into his arms. "Little one back, and already being naughty. Let's see how I punish you. With that, he flipped over and pinned Zhou Fei beneath him. After a long while, the battle concluded. Lin Yifan held Zhou Fei close, savoring the tender moment. Zhou Fei nestled in Lin Yifan's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Why are you back so early? Did everything go well? As she asked languidly. There wasn't much to do in southern Yunnan this time, just some jade gambling. I was supposed to stay 2 more days, but a call came from Shanghai. Since I wanted to start a company and found the right person to recruit, I came back early. Zhou Fei lifted her head. A company? What kind of company are you planning to start? Lin Yifan smiled faintly. A mobile phone company. It's still in the planning stages. Then he whispered in her ear, Fei, I've already signed the contract on the coffee table. Sign it tomorrow and give it to Han Qingyun to finalize the property transfer. Zhou Fei hugged Lin Yifan, kissing him deeply with gratitude. Yifan, thank you. Lin Yifan gently patted her and laughed. All right, get some rest. I have to handle the company's setup tomorrow. The next morning, when Lin Yifan woke up, Zhou Fei was no longer in bed. Assuming she had gone to her shop, he got up to wash and freshen up. As he dressed and prepared to leave, he reached the living room only to find a graceful silhouette busy in the open kitchen preparing breakfast. Fei, I thought you'd gone to the shop. Seeing Lin Yifan emerge, Zhou Fei smiled and called him over for breakfast. After setting out the meal, she said, now I don't have to rush to work on the dot. I woke up and decided to make some breakfast. The two ate breakfast together, chatting casually about starting the company. When they finished, Zhou Fei cleaned up the dishes, and they took the elevator together to the underground parking lot. After a brief embrace, Lin Yifan walked Zhou Fei to her Qian before returning to his own Cullinan. The 2 cars drove out of the parking lot one after another. Lin Yifan and Lu Jie had agreed yesterday that Lu Jie would first handle the preliminary procedures for setting up the company at the relevant departments, and Lin Yifan would come when his presence was needed as the legal representative. Before that, Lin Yifan had one more matter to attend to: purchasing an office building as the company's headquarters. On his way to Huayuan Real Estate, he dialed Han Qingjian's number. Hello, Mr. Lin. Miss Han, I'm on my way to your office. Please prepare a list of office buildings currently for sale in Shanghai for me to review. Hearing this, Han Qingjian's voice brimmed with surprise and delight. Mr. Lin, are you planning to buy an office building? How many floors do you need? They'll help you select suitable options. Not just a few floors. I'm starting a company and need an entire building as its headquarters. Compile the information for me first. I'm on my way. Even after Lin Yifan hung up, Han Qingyun remained seated at her desk, dazed. A surreal feeling washed over her, as if she were dreaming. An entire office building. How much would that cost? At least several billion, if not more. If the deal went through, how much commission would she earn? Although she had only briefly dealt with Lin Yifan when he bought the 8-room villa, Han Qingyun could vaguely sense his character. As long as the property met his requirements, he would close the deal swiftly, never bothering about the price. Han Qingyun silently thanked her luck that she had been the one to assist Lin Yifan with the villa purchase back then. Otherwise, how could such a golden opportunity to sell an office building have ever fallen into her lap? Hey Qingyun, what are you daydreaming about? A female colleague from the adjacent desk who was close to her waved a hand in front of her eyes. Han Qingyun snapped back to reality, her face beaming with joy. Yaya, I'm about to hit the jackpot, haha. The colleague named Yaya asked amusedly, what good fortune has come your way? Share it with me. Remember the 8-room villa I sold last time? Han Qingyun teased her mysteriously. Yaya nodded. Of course. That property had been listed for ages, and then you found a client who closed the deal after just a brief viewing. It saved you from losing your job. The story's all over the company. Then a thought struck Yaya. What, that client contacted you again? What does he want to buy this time? Han Qingyun struggled to contain her excitement, trying not to seem too smug, but the crinkles at the corners of her eyes betrayed her joy. He just called me. He said he wants to buy an office building. Han Qingyun glanced around, then leaned close to Yaya's ear and lowered her voice. And he's not buying a few floors. He's buying the whole building. Holy shit. Yaya blurted out a curse, stunned by the staggering news. She looked enviously at Han Qingyun. Qingyun, you're so lucky to have encountered such an impressive client. Looks like you're going to make a killing again. Han Qingyun tried to suppress her delight, waving her hand. On nothing set in stone yet. They've only expressed interest. Who knows if it'll work out. I gotta go now. The client will be here soon, and I need to find some documents for them. With that, she rose gracefully and walked briskly to the manager's office to search for office building listings on the computer. Yaya watched Han Qingyun leave, feeling a pang of envy and jealousy. She secretly wondered how Han Qingyun had landed such a generous client. She must be sleeping with him. Why else would he keep coming back to her? It probably started when she sold him that 8-room villa. TCH, it's all about using her body. Nothing to brag about. Han Qingyun, oblivious to her colleague's thoughts, had only been in the workforce a few years and hadn't yet seen the depths of human malice. Not everyone wishes you well. The manager's office was empty. Han Xingyun searched the shared computer for all internal listings of office buildings for sale, compiled them into a spreadsheet, and prepared to print it for Lin Yifan to review. Just as she was about to print, Manager Zhou returned. "Xiaohan, what are you looking for?" Han Xingyun glanced at him, feeling a twinge of disgust, but replied calmly, "Manager, the client wants to see office buildings. I'm printing out our listings." She continued working on the computer. Manager Zhou settled at his desk and asked casually, "Are they looking to lease?" "No, they want to buy." Manager Zhou leaned back in his chair, took a sip of tea from his thermos, and asked offhandedly, "Oh, buying. How many floors?" "One entire building," Han Xingyun said succinctly. A loud sputter followed as Manager Zhou sprayed tea everywhere, coughing violently. Han Xingyun found the scene oddly amusing. After a moment, when he had recovered, Manager Zhou stood and walked over. "Is it that Mr. Lin who bought the atrium villa last time?" Han Xingyun nodded and turned on the photocopier. Manager Zhou watched her, opening his mouth several times as if to speak, hesitating. Finally, he voiced his ulterior motive. "Xiaohan, for such an important client, I should handle the meeting. As manager and more senior, the client will trust me more." Han Xingyun had anticipated this. Everyone knew Manager Zhou's character, but there was no hiding such matters. She tossed the printed documents onto the desk and said flatly, "Fine. If you can handle it, I don't care. But if you mess up and lose the deal, the company suffers the most." Her uncharacteristic defiance made Manager Zhou uneasy. Could the client really be so fixated on Han Xingyun that had only buy through her? In truth, Han Xingyun was gambling, betting that Manager Zhou would back off. If he didn't shed half the hope, Lin Yifan insisted on dealing with her. But she knew the latter was unlikely. She had no special relationship with Lin Yifan. Why would he insist on buying from her? So she bluffed, hoping to intimidate the scheming manager. Manager Zhou wavered, then gave an awkward smile. "How about this? I'll handle the client, but you join me to fill in any gaps. Deal?" Han Xingyun bit her lip, reluctant, but ultimately nodding in compromise. They sat in the office, each lost in their own thoughts, until her phone rang. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Have you arrived?" "Yes, I'm at your company, but I don't see you. Did you step out?" Han Xingyun quickly replied, No, I'll come out to meet you." She hung up and went to receive Lin Yifan. Manager Zhou followed, infuriating Han Xingyun, who clenched her teeth in silent anger. At the entrance, Han Xingyun saw Lin Yifan waiting. Before she could greet him, Manager Zhou darted past her. He scurried up to Lin Yifan, bowing and extending both hands with a fawning smile. "Mr. Lin, welcome to Huayuan Real Estate. I'm Zhou Shuwen, manager of the Puxin district." "Mr. Lin, you're truly accomplished at such a young age. Buying an office building. Surely you're destined for greatness, a titan of commerce." Lin Yifan stared blankly at the bald, sycophantic man, utterly confused. He wondered if the beautiful agent had transformed until he spotted Han Xingyun smiling in the distance, confirming he was in the right place. Manager Zhou's obsequiousness irked Lin Yifan, but he greeted him coolly. "Oh, Manager Zhou, I came to see Miss Han. I didn't expect to trouble you." Manager Zhou replied with a respectful smile. "It's my pleasure. A distinguished guest like you deserves a personal welcome to show Huayuan's esteem. Please come in." He led the way inside. Lin Yifan followed, exchanging a brief smile with Han Xingyun as she fell into step behind him. Manager Zhou escorted Lin Yifan directly to his office and offered him a seat. After Lin Yifan sat, Zhou returned to his own chair on the opposite side. The office had only 2 executive chairs and a sofa in the reception area. With no seat left, Han Xingyun stood by the desk. Manager Zhou had deliberately seated Lin Yifan at his desk rather than the sofa to exclude Han Xingyun. Frowning at her standing there, he pulled a packet of tea from his drawer and handed it to her imperiously. "Xiaohan, brew Mr. Lin a cup of my finest Longjing tea." Han Xingyun fumed, but had no choice. She took the tea and went to prepare it. Once she was gone, Manager Zhou handed Lin Yifan the stack of documents Han Xingyun had printed, smiling ingratiatingly. "Mr. Lin, here are all our current office building listings. Please take a look." Lin Yifan, being perceptive, had witnessed the entire process and naturally deduced the conflict of interest between Manager Zhou and Han Xingyun. He remained silent, merely taking the stack of documents and examining them without any change in expression. These documents were all listings of office buildings for sale in Hushi, meticulously filtered according to Lin Yifan's requirements, entire buildings only. There were properties in the Hongkou district, the Yuhui district, and also the Puxin district. Lin Yifan first picked up the sales information for the skyscraper in Puxin district and began to peruse it. Huanyu Tower, a Class B office building located at No. 666, Renmin Road, Puxin district, covering an area of 980 square meters with 12 floors, a total office area of 1080 square meters, and a selling price of 1.2 billion. Baoxin Tower, a Class B office building located at No. 222, Jianxi Road, Puxing District, covering an area of 180 square meters with 19 floors, a total office area of 190 square meters, and a selling price of 2.35 billion. Hualong Tower, a Class A office building located at No. 126, Zhongshan Road, Puxing District, covering an area of 150 square meters with 26 floors, a total office area of 3640 square meters, and a selling price of 4.8 billion. As Lin Yifan flipped through the property listings, Han Qingyun placed the brewed tea on the table and quietly waited for him to finish reviewing the documents. After reading the last document, he set the others aside and kept the one for Hualong Tower. Please give me the specifics on this Hualong Tower. Manager Zhou immediately cleared his throat and began his introduction. Mr. Lin, the basic details of Hualong Tower are also in the document. It is a Class A office building covering 1500 square meters with 26 floors, priced at 4.8 billion. The building's paperwork is completed, is unencumbered, and the title can be transferred at any time. The first floor lobby has a 10-meter high ceiling, while other floors have a ceiling height of 3.8 meters with a net height of 3.2 meters. There are a total of 266 parking spaces, both underground and on the surface. The building is equipped with 8 large passenger elevators and 2 freight elevators. The building was completed 10 years ago with 30 years remaining on the land use rights. Currently, all tenant leases for the entire building will expire in 1 month. Since the owner needs to transfer the property, none of the leases have been renewed. If you take over, Mr. Lin, you can decide the fate of all the tenants. After listening to Manager Zhou's introduction, Lin Yifan had a general understanding of the situation. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering. This building perfectly met his requirements, and the tenant leases were about to expire. This way, the floors he needed would be vacated, and he could continue leasing the remaining floors he didn't immediately require to the old tenants. Take me to see the building. Having gathered enough information, the next step was a site inspection. If everything was satisfactory, he would proceed with the purchase. Manager Zhou was overjoyed, never expecting Lin Yifan to be so decisive. He quickly stood up and said with a smile, Mr. Lin, this way, please. They'll take you to see the building. However, Lin Yifan gave a slight smile and shook his head. No need to trouble Manager Zhou. Miss Han can take me to see it, it's a minor matter. Manager Zhou was stunned upon hearing this. The reason he had been so enthusiastic in receiving Lin Yifan today was precisely because he saw that Han Qingyun's client was interested in buying an office building. Faced with such a substantial transaction, he couldn't resist intervening to claim a share. And now he was being left out. If Lin Yifan hadn't spoken up, he could have used his authority to take over the matter, framing it as a joint deal, and then split the commission with Han Qingyun after the transaction. Even if Han Qingyun reported it to the head office, he wouldn't have worried. But if after the client had explicitly requested to buy from Han Qingyun, he still intervened to split the commission, it would be a clear violation of the rules. In such a scenario, if Han Qingyun escalated the matter to headquarters, he would not only have to return the commission, but also face more severe penalties. After all, covert maneuvers were harmless, but they had to operate within the bounds of the game's rules. At the very least, everything had to appear flawless on the surface, otherwise it would be considered breaking the rules. And those who broke the rules usually came to a bad end. Manager Zhou's face alternated between pale and red. Meanwhile, Han Qingyun, upon hearing Lin Yifan's words, couldn't help but beam with joy. Han Qingyun, who had already resigned herself to her fate, never expected such a dramatic turn of events at the last moment. Finally, Manager Zhou gave an awkward laugh and said, "All right, since Mr. Lin has spoken, let Xiao Han take you to see the building." He then turned to Han Qingyun with a blank expression and said, "Xiao Han, make sure to provide excellent service to Mr. Lin. Don't tarnish the company's reputation." Han Qingyun, not one to antagonize her manager in such a situation, restrained her smile and said, "Rest assured, manager. I will do my best to provide good service." Paying no heed to Manager Zhou's expression, Lin Yifan strode out of the office with Han Qingyun following closely behind as they walked out of the company's main entrance. Lin Yifan drove the Cullinan with Han Qingyun heading straight for Hualong Tower. When the car arrived at Zhongshan Road, Han Qingyun pointed to the 20-plus story building by the roadside and said, "Mr. Lin, this is Hualong Tower." Lin Yifan parked the car in the Hualong Tower surface parking lot, and the two got out. They first walked around the perimeter of the building, then entered the lobby under Han Qingyun's guidance. The lobby was decorated in a simple yet upscale style. Directly opposite the entrance was the building's reception desk. The spacious and bright lobby felt vast. Since the building had not yet been transferred, the previously established companies were still operating. As it was working hours, there were few people coming and going in the lobby. Past the reception desk were the elevators. Han Qingyun explained, "Mr. Lin, this building has 8 passenger elevators and 2 freight elevators operating in zones. 3 of the passenger elevators serve floors 2 to 10, 3 serve floors 11 to 20, and the remaining 2 serve floors 21 to 26. The freight elevators serve all floors. Lin Yifan nodded, thinking to himself that if he bought this building, he could locate his company on floors 21 to 26, thus avoiding interference from other companies. As for the companies currently above the 20th floor, if there were vacant spaces on the lower 20 floors, he would ask them to move down. If there wasn't enough space, there would be no other option. Mr. Lin, which floor would you like to see? The 26th floor. Han Qingyun waited for a moment until the elevator for the high zone arrived. After the people inside got out, Lin Yifan and Han Qingyun stepped into the elevator. The elevator control panel had the usual buttons for opening, closing, and delaying the doors. There were only 7 floor buttons, 1 for the first floor and 6 for floors 21 to 26. Han Qingyun pressed the button for the 26th floor. The elevator swiftly arrived at the 26th floor. Lin Yifan stepped out and surveyed the entire floor. The elevator was located in the middle of the building with corridors on either side adjacent to the office areas. Lin Yifan walked along the corridor, observing the entire office area. Take me to see a vacant office space. Han Qingyun nodded and said, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Han Qingyun led Lin Yifan to an unleased office area on the 26th floor and opened the glass door. Before them lay an office space spanning nearly 200 square meters, entirely empty, with pristine white ceramic tiles on the floor appearing exceptionally clean. Lin Yifan walked to the window, or rather it was more accurate to say the entire outward-facing wall was made of glass. From ceiling to floor, every inch was composed of tempered glass panels set into a sturdy stainless steel frame with a waist-high railing along the floor. Resting his hands on the railing, Lin Yifan gazed through the window at the staggered high-rises outside and looked down upon the bustling cityscape of Shanghai. In that moment, a surge of emotion swelled within him and a sense of grandeur arose. With a single glance, Lin Yifan had already decided to purchase this building. Imagining his company established here, working in such lofty offices, he felt it would be one of life's greatest joys. Currently, his company was just about to be founded with plans only to venture into the mobile phone industry, and buying this building would be more than sufficient. If the company expanded in the future, branching into more industries and evolving into a group with a larger workforce, he could consider purchasing an even taller building or simply constructing a new one as the group headquarters. Han Qingyun explained from behind, Mr. Lin, all the partitions in this building's office areas are removable. If you need to connect 2 adjacent spaces to enlarge the area, you just need to remove the partition and merge them into one. Lin Yifan, still facing the view, replied without turning, Miss Han, please contact the owner of this building. In buying it. Han Qingyun was overjoyed. She knew Lin Yifan was decisive in his purchases, but she hadn't expected him to decide after just one look. Of course. They'll contact him right away. Han Qingyun nodded happily and took out her phone to call the building owner who had listed it for sale. After the call, Han Qingyun respectfully said to Lin Yifan, Mr. Lin, the building owner is on his way. He suggests you rest in the property management office in the lobby for a while. All right, let's head down then. The two took the elevator back to the first floor. Han Qingyun found the receptionist and asked her to escort them to the property management office. The receptionist led them to the office, opened the door, and invited them in. She served them tea, gestured for them to rest on the sofa, then closed the door and returned to her post. As Lin Yifan and Han Qingyun sat down on the sofa in the reception area, a middle-aged man in a suit emerged from a private office inside. Seeing two strangers on the sofa, he asked in surprise, "May I ask what brings you here?" Han Qingyun noticed his name badge read Property Manager and stood up saying, "Manager, I'm Han Qingyun, a sales representative from Huayuan Real Estate. This gentleman beside me is Mr. Lin, a client interested in purchasing this building. We've already contacted Mr. Li, who is on his way. He asked us to wait here in the property office." The property manager's eyes lit up upon hearing they were there to buy the building. The original owner's need to sell due to financial issues was no secret. Not only were the tenants uneasy, but the property management company was also on edge. They feared the new owner might dismiss the current property management company and replace it with another. Though the manager was surprised by the youthfulness of the potential new owner, he warmly approached, hoping to gauge whether the new boss intended to change the property management company. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Xiao Fuguei, the property manager. On behalf of the entire property team, I welcome you for your inspection." Lin Yifan smiled and nodded in greeting at the manager's politeness. "How did your inspection go, Mr. Lin? Are you satisfied with our property services?" the manager asked humbly. "It's quite good. The security guards outside are very diligent, standing still at their posts. The receptionist is warm and attentive, and the building's environment is clean and tidy." Hearing Lin Yifan's praise, the manager breathed a sigh of relief. At least the potential future owner seemed content with the property services. Unable to suppress his smile, he said courteously, "You flatter us, Mr. Lin. This is what our property company should do. Our duty is to manage and serve the entire building well. If you find any shortcomings, please point them out. We'll correct them if we have them and strive for improvement if we don't. You've done an excellent job. I don't see any areas needing improvement for now. The manager chatted with Lin Yifan for a while, subtly probing his intentions. Upon learning that Lin Yifan had no plans to replace the property management company after buying the building, his smile grew even broader. Not long after, a middle-aged man pushed open the door and entered. The property manager immediately stood up and greeted him, Mr. Wang. Han Qinyun and Lin Yifan also rose. Han Qinyun stepped forward with a smile. Hello, Mr. Wang. We just spoke on the phone. She then gestured toward Lin Yifan. Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Lin Yifan. Mr. Lin is interested in purchasing your building, so I invited you here to discuss it. Mr. Wang looked at the young Lin Yifan, not daring to underestimate him. Someone who could buy a building couldn't be judged by age. Hello, Mr. Lin. Would you like me to give you a tour of the entire building? Lin Yifan shook his head. Mr. Wang, Miss Han has already shown me around. I have a general understanding. When can we proceed with the transaction? I'm in a bit of a hurry. Hearing this, Mr. Wang was stunned. The property manager was also dumbfounded. Only Han Qinyun was unfazed. She was already accustomed to Lin Yifan's decisiveness in purchases. He had been just as swift when buying the atrium villa. Then, about the price. Lin Yifan said directly, at your listed price for 8 billion, not a penny less. Mr. Wang was bewildered. Could spending money be so capricious? This might be the fastest deal he had ever closed in his life. Just moments after entering and exchanging greetings, the deal was done. Mr. Lin speaks candidly. In that case, let's sign the contract and handle the payment. He'll stay here to expedite the transfer procedures. With the transaction settled, the next step was drafting the contract. After printing the property transfer agreement and having both parties sign and fingerprint it, Lin Yifan transferred 8 billion yuan to the account provided by Mr. Wang, and the deal was concluded. Next, Han Qinyun and President Wang would handle the property transfer procedures. Once the formalities were completed, this building would entirely belong to the Lin family. With the matters here settled, there was nothing left for Lin Yifan to attend to. Since Lu Jie still needed his presence for the company registration, he took his leave first. On the way to the Puxin District Bureau of Industry and Commerce, Lu Jie called to inform him that the preliminary procedures for establishing the company were complete and the remaining steps required Lin Yifan's personal presence. Lin Yifan told him he was already on his way and ended the call. No sooner had he hung up than another call came in. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was from Yang Qian. Hello, Xiaoqian, what's up? Is the auction over? Lin Yifan asked while driving. Yes, Mr. Lin. The sealed bids have been finalized. Of the over 20 rough stones you bid on, 8 were successful, including that 10 billion stone. How much is needed? I'll transfer the funds to you after I park. The 8 stones total 86 billion. After deducting the 10 million deposit, you still need to pay 85 billion. You can only take possession of the stones after payment. Lin Yifan kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Xiaoqian, I don't have enough money in my regular card. Ask your branch manager to withdraw some funds from my diamond card, convert them into Nayuan, and deposit them into my regular account. Not enough. Don't you still have 6 billion Nayuan in your regular card? Why do you need to convert from the diamond card? Yang Qian asked in astonishment over the phone. As the deputy branch manager and Lin Yifan's dedicated account manager, Yang Qian knew the balances of his 2 Huaxia bank cards inside out. She distinctly remembered he still had 6 billion when he was in Ule. I bought a building today and just spent 8 billion. Now I only have 2 billion left in the card. Ask your branch manager to withdraw 10 yuan in Huaxia currency from my diamond card, convert it into Nayuan, and deposit it into my regular account. Yang Qian quickly responded. All right, I'll contact the branch manager right away to arrange it. However, for the conversion and transfer, you'll need to provide a verification code so the manager can proceed. No problem. Have him call me. Yang Qian hung up and immediately called the branch manager in Husher, explaining the situation and asking him to transfer money to Lin Yifan's regular card. Soon the branch manager called back. Hello, Mr. Lin. Li Tiaming, manager of the Huaxia Bank Hongkou branch. Deputy Manager Yang just mentioned that you need to convert 10 yuan in Huaxia currency from your diamond card into Nayuan and deposit it into your regular card. Is that correct? Yes, please proceed, Manager Li. Very well. He'll convert the 10 yuan in Huaxia currency into Nayuan and transfer it to your regular card. Your card will then have 340.05 yuan in Huaxia currency remaining. Shortly. Wait. What do you mean by 340.05 yuan? Lin Yifan interrupted abruptly. Li Tianming was puzzled on the other end. That's correct. After deducting 10 yuan, you have 340.05 yuan in Huaxia currency. Not 340 yuan. Why is there an extra 5 cents? Lin Yifan was baffled. He distinctly remembered depositing a round number, so where did the decimal come from? Li Tianming suddenly understood. Oh, Mr. Lin, it's like this. When you made the deposit, Deputy Manager Yang calculated the interest at the highest demand deposit rate of 0.35. Your deposit of 350 yuan in Huaxia currency has accrued 5 cents in interest over the past 15 days. Holy shit. A classic expletive slipped out of Lin Yifan's mouth, leaving Li Tianming on the other end utterly bewildered. He secretly wondered if this esteemed client was dissatisfied with the interest rate, thinking it was too low. But this was already the highest rate their branch could offer. Most other banks only gave about 0.03. As Li Tianming's heart raced, worried the client might be unhappy, he pondered whether to approach the head office to request a rate increase for Lin Yifan. Little did he know that Lin Yifan's thoughts were far from what he imagined. Damn it. I had to bid frantically and overpay just to buy the Sea-View 1, barely managing to spend 5 cents. Now in just half a month you're telling me the interest on this 350 yuan has already earned 5 cents. Does that mean I bought that seaside house for nothing? All my money wasted. The terrifying part is if half a month yields 5 cents in interest, then in a month I'd be earning an extra 10 cents every month. This is 10 billion yuan. I worked so hard to squander tens of billions in ULE, and now you're telling me I'd earn an extra 10 billion in interest every month. Even more terrifying is his black card, which still has 3,600 yuan in Huaxia currency. The mere thought of the interest on that black card made Lin Yifan feel dizzy. Damn it. Lin Yifan finally understood why the system, that sly old fox, had such a strange tone when he chose the option to spend money and squander his fortune. At the time he hadn't sensed anything, but now he realized he had been a complete fool. However, Lin Yifan was wrong this time. The system's teasing tone back then wasn't about the interest at all. It was mocking how naive he was to think he could spend all that money. Lin Yifan slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. Picking up his phone, he said to Li Tianming, "Manager Liam, making a formal request. I want all interest on my bank cards cancelled." Li Tianming swore this was the most absurd request he had ever heard in all his years working in the banking system. For a moment, he thought his ears were playing tricks on him, and he had misheard the client. "Mr. Lin, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it, please?" Lin Yifan enunciated each word slowly. "I said I demand to stop the interest. Is there a problem? If so, I'll withdraw all my money from the bank." Well, Li Tianming was now certain he hadn't misheard, but he was even more bewildered. However, hearing a major client like Lin Yifan threaten to withdraw his funds hit him like a nuclear bomb. He set aside his confusion over why Lin Yifan would make such a bizarre request. His priority was to satisfy the client and retain the clients. Money at any cost. He couldn't let this fortune leave the bank. Besides, such a big client foregoing interest was a boon for the bank. How much money would that save them? "No problem, I'll cancel the interest on both your cards immediately." Seeing the manager so accommodating, Lin Yifan nodded with satisfaction. "Good. After canceling the interest, convert that 5 cents of interest along with the 10 yuan into yuan and deposit it into my regular card. I have a quirk. I'm obsessive-compulsive and can't stand odd numbers. Alright, I'll assist you with the operation now. Please hold the line. You'll receive a verification code on your phone shortly. Kindly provide me with the code so I can complete the transfer." Lin Yifan then heard the rapid clatter of a keyboard through the phone, followed by 2 text messages arriving on his mobile. One was a bank notification informing the user that the interest on their card had been cancelled. The other message indicated an ongoing transfer, followed by an 8-digit verification code. Without waiting for Li Tianming to ask, Lin Yifan relayed the code to him. Shortly after, 2 more texts arrived. Lin Yifan glanced at them. The first showed a deduction of 10.05 yuan from his diamond card. The other displayed a deposit of 105 billion yuan into his standard card. "Mr. Lin, everything has been handled according to your instructions." With the issue resolved, Lin Yifan said politely, "Alright, thank you for your help directly." After finishing with Huaxia Bank, he transferred 85 billion for the rough stone payment to Yang Qian via mobile banking. He then dialed Yang Qian's number. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I've received the money you sent." "Yes, Xiao Qian. Please proceed with the payment. Once you obtain the rough stones and have them cut, if any jade is extracted, arrange for someone to deliver it to Master Wang. Ask him to design and craft it. Let me know the processing fee and I'll transfer it to him." "Alright, I'll go handle the payment now." Having arranged matters with Yuli, Lin Yifan then contacted the customer manager of the World United Bank. Upon inquiring, he learned that the interest on his black card had reached 5 jiao and 2 fun. That was 2 billion. Damn it. The trip to Yuli had been for nothing. This thought flashed through Lin Yifan's mind, and his vision darkened as he nearly collapsed in his seat. He hastily asked the United Bank to cancel the interest as well, then let out a despairing sigh. As Lin Yifan sat in a daze, another call came in. He listlessly picked up his phone, seeing an unfamiliar number without a saved name, yet it stirred a faint sense of recognition. Answering and placing the phone to his ear, a voice achingly familiar reached him, Lin Yifan. That voice instantly revived a nearly forgotten fragment of his memories. Wasn't this the very benefactor of his transmigration, the original host's young girlfriend, Jiang Yan? Is there something you need? Lin Yifan asked flatly. The one who had feelings for her was the original host. Though Lin Yifan inherited those memories, he was unaffected by the emotions, hence his indifferent demeanor toward his ex. Jiang Yan hesitated on the phone. Earlier I saw you driving a Rolls-Royce away from the school administration building. Is that your car? Lin Yifan replied without a hint of emotion. No, I rented it. To show off and pick up girls. With that he hung up, leaving Jiang Yan bewildered in her dorm room, pondering whether his car was truly rented. It must be, she thought. After all, Lin Yifan was an orphan with no money. How could he afford a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce? This reasoning solidified her conviction, and the tormenting anxiety she felt upon seeing him in that luxury car dissipated like smoke. Lin Yifan had no virginity complex, nor did he mind married women, and he knew Jiang Yan had done nothing wrong to the original host. But that didn't mean he would revisit the past. Unfazed by the call, Lin Yifan's emotions remained undisturbed by this minor episode. He switched his phone back to navigation and continued driving toward the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Arriving at the bureau and meeting with Lu Jie, Lin Yifan proceeded to handle the remaining formalities for establishing the company. After several hours, all procedures were completed. The Tunglong Technology Company was officially founded. When Lin Yifan informed Lu Jie about purchasing Hualong Tower, Lu Jie was left speechless. In all his years in the business world, he had never witnessed an acquisition where someone decided to buy a skyscraper one day and close the deal the next. Stepping out of the bureau, Lin Yifan said to Lu Jie, now that the company is established and the office building is acquired, we need to get the company running. There are several tasks for you to handle. Certainly, President Lin. Please go ahead. First, address the lease renewals for tenants in Hualong Tower. Relocate all companies from the 21st floor and above to below the 20th floor. We'll use the 21st floor and above for our own company, even if it remains vacant temporarily. If the available space below the 20th floor can't accommodate all relocated companies, terminate the contracts for the rest and have them find other office buildings. Also, when renewing leases, amend the contracts to include a clause should our company need the office space for expansion, we reserve the right to request their relocation without any liability for breach. Hearing this, Lu Jie looked troubled. President Lin, that's not appropriate. Other companies would feel insecure, fearing eviction at any moment. They won't agree to such terms. Lin Yifan smiled confidently. That's why we'll make concessions. When renewing, reduce the rent by 70 from the original rate. I believe they'll accept. If any company still refuses, there's no need to renew. Let them move out. All right, Lu Jie replied hesitantly. With that condition, the renewals would be easier to manage. To be honest, after years in business, Lu Jie considered himself well-traveled and knowledgeable. But for the first time, he found someone inscrutable, and that someone was now his boss. A 70 rent reduction for such a massive skyscraper meant a staggering loss for his boss. Though he understood the intention, to ensure office space for expansion at any time, it seemed far too premature. Lin Yifan felt helpless too. If possible, he would have rented the entire building to those companies for free, collecting no rent at all. But recklessness had its limits. Going too far would backfire. If the system, that sly old fox, deemed such a move a violation, all his efforts would be in vain. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Lin Yifan continued, second, find a headhunting firm quickly to recruit all the necessary talent. The company needs to get on track as soon as possible. They'll also arrange for the finance department to be staffed soon. When the company needs funds for development, you can approach the finance manager. All right, Lu Jie nodded. Lin Yifan continued, also, once the procurement department is established, immediately arrange for the purchase of the phone components needed by the company. First, contact a few contract manufacturers for production and ensure strict quality control over the phones. At the same time, start looking for land to build our own factories and assembly lines. Eventually, transition production in-house. Lu Jie nodded, noting everything down. Though his boss' occasional inexplicable moves, like insisting on setting up a production department or buying a skyscraper only to lower its rent, left him baffled. Such tactics by business logic seemed irrational, clearly increasing costs and risks. But regardless of how unreasonable, Lin Yifan was still his boss now. His role was to offer suggestions, though whether to adopt them was the boss' call. Moreover, witnessing a company take shape under his own hands was the very thing he yearned for, filling Lu Jie with drive and passion. Let's leave it at that for now. Go ahead and make arrangements. Once the team is fully assembled, it'll meet everyone and lay out the company's future plans. All right, President Lin. He'll get on it. Lin Yifan nodded, and they parted ways at the entrance of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Lu Jia went to handle Lin Yifan's instructions while Lin Yifan prepared to find his company's finance manager. Just as he got into his car, he received a call from Yang Qian. Wow, Mr. Lin, your foresight and luck are incredible. Out of 8 rough stones, you struck top-grade jadeite from 4. The 1 billion piece was solid jadeite all through. I've sent photos to your WeChat. Take a look. Yang Qian's excited voice came through the phone. Lin Yifan smiled, minimized the call, and opened the photos she had sent. For images, 3 smaller jadeite pieces, each with a note beside them indicating their quality, likely taken during the exhibition at the public auction. Then there was a massive piece towering on the display, stand nearly as tall as a child. All 4 jadeites were of exceptional quality, glass-like in clarity. Though none were imperial green or fully saturated, their colors were far from poor. Mr. Lin, did you see the photos? Many people here are asking if you're selling especially the 1 billion piece. Someone has already bid nearly 6 billion. With so much money, should we sell? Yang Qian chattered on. Lin Yifan said calmly, no. Send them all to Master Wang for design and crafting. All right, after the auction exhibition, Brother Sun and I will deliver them. Good, thank you for your hard work. Once it's done, if Brother Sun is heading back to Shanghai, go with him. So you'll have company on the way. Okay, I'll let you go now. The exhibition is almost over. Brother Sun and I will take the pieces to Master Wang. After hanging up, Lin Yifan dialed Su Yuyu. Hello, Brother Yifan, I'm in class. Wait a bit, I'll call you back after it's over, Su Yuyu whispered softly. Imagining her sneaking a call in the CPA class, Lin Yifan chuckled. She hung up, and he sent her a WeChat message. Yuyu, send me the location of your CPA class. She quickly shared a WeChat location, and Lin Yifan navigated there. Arriving at the building, he messaged her as she replied that class would end in a few minutes and asked him to wait downstairs. Lin Yifan played on his phone in the car. Soon the passenger door opened, and Su Yuyu's cute, delicate face peered in. She cheerfully called out, Brother Yifan, then slid into the seat. What brings you here today, eh? Yuyu, I'd like to discuss something with you. Sure, go ahead. Lin Yifan paused. Are you still streaming? How's it going? I've been streaming regularly. When I'm not in class, I study at home and go live. If there's CPA class, I stream in the evening afterward. With Lemon and the others' help, I've established myself on YY and have a steady audience. Lin Yifan stroked his chin. Hey, Race, the thing, I've started a company and I'd like to hire you to manage the finance department. Of course, it won't interfere with your CPA studies. You can attend class whenever needed. But if you take the job, streaming might have to go. Think it over. Su Yuyu's face showed surprise. Brother Yifan, me manage finance. I'm afraid I can't handle it. He smiled. Silly girl, you're an accountant. Why wouldn't you be able to? She worriedly explained, Brother Yifan, it's different. I'm willing to help, but at my old company, I was just an assistant handling trivial tasks. I've never truly managed accounts. I'm afraid I'd mess up and cause trouble. Lin Yifan thought briefly. How about this? I'll hire an experienced accountant, and you'll be the cashier. Just manage the money and oversee the department. That should work, right? After all, with so much money in the company account, it's safer to have someone I trust. Someone I trust. Hearing that, Su Yuyu's heart fluttered like a deer, her cheeks flushing crimson. I don't want to be led on, but Brother Yifan called me his own person. All right, I'll stop streaming and come work for you, she said with a sweet smile. She knew firsthand how hard it was for newcomers to find jobs. Without standout experience, everyone started with the most trivial tasks. Now that Lin Yifan was giving her this opportunity, she wouldn't let it slip away. Seeing her adorable expression, Lin Yifan couldn't resist ruffling her hair. At the company, learn from the accountant, ask questions, and gain experience. This is your field. When the company grows, you'll handle finances with ease. Su Yuyu nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Yifan, when can I start working? Once the office and staff are ready, I'll call you. Be prepared to start any time in the coming days. Okay. Su Yuyu nodded, obediently, daydreaming about her days as a cashier and manager. After driving her to her apartment and bidding farewell, Lin Yifan headed straight to the furniture and electronics market. With the company set to launch soon, there was much to prepare. The building needed office space, cleared departments, required staffing, and all necessary equipment had to be procured. Urgent matters all. Currently, the official staff consisted only of Lin Yifan as CEO General Manager, Lu Jia Financial Manager, Su Yuyu, and Li Na the Yetajoin Design Manager. Every task fell to Lin Yifan and Lu Jia. Such was the plight of a startup with no suitable delegates. Lu Jia was handling the building relocation and contract renewal, while the Falcon Company could scout for department staff. The remaining task, procuring office equipment, required Lin Yifan's personal touch. Fortunately, this was his first company, and he relished building it from scratch, so he felt no weariness. Arriving at the furniture and electronics market, Lin Yifan immersed himself in browsing every store, from large items like desks and projectors to small ones like paper, pens, tape, and folders. He noted down store names and numbers for quality items regardless of price in his phone's memo. Once the office space was ready, he would call a freight company to haul everything. During his shopping, Lin Yifan received 2 calls. One was from the Patek Philippe flagship store. The 17 million yuan watch he'd ordered had arrived, and the sales assistant informed him he could pick it up anytime. The other call was from Yang Qian, who was returning to Shanghai with Sun Xiaowu and about to board the plane. Yang Qian briefed Lin Yifan on the situation in Ule. The 4 secretly auctioned jade pieces had been delivered to Master Wang, who would send them to Shanghai after finishing the work. As for the design and processing fee for the 4 jade pieces, Master Wang said the initial 10 million yuan was sufficient. However, after hanging up, Lin Yifan transferred an additional 20 million yuan to Master Wang's account via his mobile banking history. Given that the billion yuan jade piece was massive and more challenging to design, Lin Yifan didn't want to owe a favor, so he paid 20 million yuan for the design and processing of all 4 rough stones. Why owe favors when money can solve problems? Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. After finalizing all the company's needs, Lin Yifan left the market and drove to Patek Philippe, where he paid the remaining 61 million yuan and swapped his watch for the multi-million-dollar timepiece. Then, estimating the time, he arrived at the airport just as Yang Qian's plane landed. He tried calling her, and the call connected. "Qian, where are you now?" "Mr. Lin, I just got off the plane with Brother Sun. We're at the baggage carousel waiting for our luggage." "All right, once you get your luggage, come out through exit 3A with Brother Sun. My car is parked there." Yang Qian was pleasantly surprised that Lin Yifan had come to pick them up. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for coming all the way." After about 10 minutes, Lin Yifan spotted Yang Qian and Sun Xiaowu at exit 3A. He waved at them, and Sharpie Yang Qian immediately saw him. As she approached, Lin Yifan thanked her for staying in Ule to handle the secret auction. Yang Qian merely smiled softly. Sun Xiaowu walked up to Lin Yifan, saw the Rolls-Royce behind him, and asked wryly, "Brother Yifan, honestly, what do you do?" "If I hadn't heard rumors in the market about a young man spending billions on rough stones and confirmed it with Qian, I'd never have known you dropped tens of billions on those pieces." Lin Yifan loaded their luggage and ushered them into the car using the same excuse he'd given his roommate. "I don't really know my parents' background, but they're never short of money." Hearing this, Sun Xiaowu assumed Lin Yifan didn't want to elaborate. Given his own upbringing and principles, he suppressed his curiosity and didn't probe further into Lin Yifan's identity. Instead, he changed the subject. "I said I'd treat you to a big meal when we got back to Shanghai. Since you came to pick us up, why not make it tonight?" Lin Yifan didn't refuse. "Sure, I'll eat until you feel the pinch, Brother Sun. You're the host, so you choose the place. Let's go to Maple Leaf Love. The food there is great." "All right, let's head there now." Lin Yifan changed the navigation to Maple Leaf Love. When they arrived at Maple Leaf Love, it was peak dinner hour, and the main hall was packed. Fortunately, Sun Xiaowu had a VIP card, and they were led to a cozy private room. After ordering, Sun Xiaowu asked curiously, "Brother Yifan, did you manage to recruit that talent you rushed back for?" Lin Yifan nodded. "It's taken care of. They've already joined the company." Sun Xiaowu mused, "Brother, back in Ule, you said you wanted to start a phone company. The market is already carved up. Breaking in won't be easy." Lin Yifan smiled confidently. "As long as our phones are high quality and cost-effective, they can withstand market scrutiny. I'm prepared for no profit or even losses in the early stages." "Why insist on phones? You could invest in other industries instead," Sun Xiaowu said, unable to understand Lin Yifan's reasoning. Lin Yifan recalled a video he'd seen of people queuing for a phone and smiled faintly. "Foreign brands dominate our country. Many still think they're superior to domestic ones. I want to try and change that to create a high-end brand for China." Sun Xiaowu fell silent, unsure how to describe Lin Yifan. Calling him foolish didn't fit his evident patriotism, but calling him wise seemed off given his ambition to single-handedly shift deep-seated perceptions. "So what's next? How do you plan to do it?" Lin Yifan smiled and said, "After the company is established, we'll first find a contract manufacturer to produce the goods while simultaneously securing a plot of land to build an industrial park. Once the factory is completed, we'll transition production to our own facility to ensure quality control. Once the phone hits the market, we'll launch an overwhelming advertising campaign to build the brand." Sun Xiao's eyes lit up slightly at Lin Yifan's words, and he asked, "Where do you plan to build the industrial park? In the suburbs of Shanghai or another province?" "If you're considering the Shanghai suburbs, perhaps I can help you figure something out." Lin Yifan immediately grew interested. "Brother Sun, do you have connections in the political sphere?" Sun Xiaowu smiled modestly. "My father is currently the deputy district chief of Fengxian district. If you want to build an industrial park in the suburbs, you might consider Fengxian." Whether it's acquiring land or handling procedures, my father can assist you with priority within legal and compliant means, and you can also secure favorable policies. He took a sip of tea and added, however, if you're going to do it, it's best to apply as soon as possible, because my father is about to be transferred to serve as the Deputy Party Secretary of Rong City in Sichuan Province. Lin Yifan suddenly understood. This clarified why Sun Xiaowu had used the term taking office when mentioning his grandfather back in Ule. He had guessed then that Sun's grandfather was either a high-ranking executive in a corporation or an official, and it turned out he was right. Even Sun's father held a position in Shanghai. Brother Sun, congratulations on your father's promotion. A deputy district chief in Shanghai was equivalent to a deputy mayor of a province or city, and being transferred to serve as the deputy party secretary of Rong City in Sichuan was indeed a promotion. Sun Xiao's eagerness to help Lin Yifan was not without self-interest, but his motives posed no harm to Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan precisely needed to establish an industrial park, and such a high-tech industrial park was a coveted achievement for any local government. If Lin Yifan chose to build the industrial park in Fengxian district, the credit for attracting this investment would largely fall to Sun Xiao's father, adding a significant achievement to his resume before his transfer. Sun Xiao's grandfather, a former governor of Guangdong province, was now retired. His grandfather's connections could only support Sun's father up to the position of municipal party secretary in Sichuan. From then on, he would have to rely on himself, and how far he could go depended entirely on his achievements during his tenure. That was why he was so enthusiastic about helping Lin Yifan. It was a win-win situation. Lin Yifan could establish his industrial park with peace of mind, and Sun Xiao's father could add another feather to his cap before leaving. Lin Yifan was now weighing where to build the industrial park. If it were in the Shanghai suburbs close to the company, many matters would be more convenient, saving a lot of trouble. But there was a concern the preferential policies secured with Sun Xiao's father's help might vanish once he was transferred. As the saying goes, the tea grows cold when the guest leaves. Of course, Lin Yifan also had the option of building the industrial park in Rong City. Once Sun Xiao's father took up his post there, he would certainly be eager for achievements to make his mark. If he could secure an investment in a high-tech industrial park as soon as he arrived, it would undoubtedly bring him immense benefits. And if Lin Yifan helped him establish a foothold, Sun Xiao's father would reciprocate, helping the industrial park avoid many unnecessary troubles. However, building the industrial park in Rong City also had a significant drawback. Transportation was a major issue. Why did so many enterprises and factories cluster in coastal areas? It was because shipping was convenient and transportation costs were low. But after a brief consideration, Lin Yifan had already made up his mind. Compared to building the industrial park in the Shanghai suburbs, Lin Yifan was more inclined to follow Sun Xiao's father and establish it in Rong City. The issue of higher transportation costs was actually an advantage for Lin Yifan. He could spend more money. Moreover, building the industrial park in Rong City would create a large number of jobs for the local population, benefiting the people of Rong City and allowing some to avoid the hardship of leaving their hometowns to work in coastal cities. These would become Lin Yifan's shield for the future. Having considered all this, Lin Yifan looked up and shook his head, meeting Sun Xiao's slightly anxious gaze. I don't plan to build the industrial park in Fengxian district. Just as Sun Xiao was feeling disappointed, Lin Yifan smiled and said, I intend to build the industrial park in Rong City. Sun Xiao looked up sharply at Lin Yifan, his eyes filled with disbelief. Nurtured in a family of political acumen, he naturally understood the underlying implications. Whether Lin Yifan built the industrial park in Fengxian or Rong City carried entirely different meanings. If it were in Fengxian, it would only add a line to his father's resume before his transfer with no subsequent benefits. But if Lin Yifan built it in Rong City, it would mean that his father, upon taking office, would immediately secure a major investment in a high-tech industrial park. Furthermore, the long-term benefits from the industrial park, such as tax revenue and employment, would be interconnected and could all be counted as his father's achievements. Though delighted, Sun Xiao suppressed his joy because he understood the disadvantages of building the industrial park in Rong City better than Lin Yifan. He asked seriously, Brother Yifan, have you thought this through? Building the industrial park in Rong City will pose transportation issues. Sichuan province has complex terrain and lacks abundant convenient shipping resources, which will make transportation extremely difficult. Lin Yifan leaned back in his chair and said with a faint smile, I've considered everything. Without shipping, we'll use air freight. If air freight capacity is insufficient, we'll follow SF Express example and buy our own cargo planes. Sun Xiao frowned deeply, unable to comprehend Lin Yifan's reasoning. Brother Yifan, from a personal standpoint, I'd love for you to build the industrial park in Rong City. It would greatly help my father. But as a friend considering your interests, I still advise you that building the industrial park in the Shanghai suburbs is the best decision for you. If you go to Rong City, have you considered how much your plan will increase your company's transportation costs? Lin Yifan nodded. Seeing Lin Yifan unmoved, Sun Xiaowu could only smile wryly. He said, "All right, I'll talk to my father about this." Lin Yifan gestured for him to go ahead, and Sun Xiaowu left the private room to call his father. After Sun Xiaowu left, Yang Qian seized the opportunity to advise Mr. Lin, I'm an outsider and don't understand these things well, but even I can see that building the industrial park in the Shanghai suburbs is the best choice. Why do you? Lin Yifan raised his hand to stop her and smiled. Qian, I understand what you mean, and I know that building it in Shanghai is the most reasonable option. But some things can't be calculated solely by profit. A business shouldn't only focus on gains, it also needs to consider social responsibility. Seeing the admiration in Yang Qian's eyes, Lin Yifan silently cursed in his mind. Damn it, finding an excuse to waste money is too hard. Before long, Sun Xiaowu returned to the private room after finishing his call. Brother, my father asked if you have time. I'd like to invite you to our home this evening to discuss things in detail. Lin Yifan nodded. No problem. I'd also like to finalize the industrial park matter with Uncle. Once the dishes were served, the three shifted to casual conversation. After the meal, since Yang Qian had been traveling between Husher and Ule these past few days and was pregnant, Lin Yifan and Sun Xiaowu first escorted her home. Then they turned the car around and headed straight for Fengxian district. Leaving behind the towering skyscrapers of the city center, the night scenery gradually grew desolate. High-rises gave way to low buildings, highlighting the stark developmental gap between Fengxian district and the downtown area. Under Sun Xiaowi's guidance, Lin Yifan drove directly to the district party committee's residential building. After finding a parking spot outside the complex, Lin Yifan walked into a shop near the main gate. Brother Sun, who all lives at your place? Just my parents. Brother, no need to be so formal. Our family isn't strict about these things. Lin Yifan selected gifts from the shelves, smiling. It's only proper. How could I visit for the first time empty-handed? He picked 2 gift boxes of nourishing health products for beauty and vitality, then asked the shopkeeper for a pair of high-end Moutai liquor and a carton of Hitianxia cigarettes. When it comes to buying tobacco and alcohol, the best place is near government residential buildings, as such purchases are usually intended as gifts for the leaders living in the compound. Unless the shopkeeper wants to go out of business, they wouldn't dare sell counterfeit goods in a place like this. Carrying the gifts, Lin Yifan followed Sun Xiaowu to his family's floor. Sun Xiaowu opened the door and stepped in first. Dad, Mom, the guest is here. As Lin Yifan entered the house, he saw a dignified middle-aged woman. Upon seeing him, a smile appeared on her face, and she asked Sun Xiaowu, "Xiaowu, is this the Mr. Lin your father invited to our home?" Lin Yifan walked up to the middle-aged woman, smiled politely, and said, "Auntie, just call me Yifan. I'm sorry for disturbing you so late. This is a small token of my appreciation for you and Uncle." With that, he handed over the liquor, cigarettes, and health products. Sun's mother chuckled with feigned reproach. "Look at you, dear. You didn't have to bring anything. Come in and sit down." She took the gifts, knowing that refusing would embarrass the guest. Lin Yifan smiled sheepishly. "It's my first time visiting you and Uncle after all." Sun Xiaowu asked from the side. "Mom, where's Dad?" Sun's mother snapped to attention. "Your father's in the study. Keep Yifan company and make him some tea. They'll go get your dad." Sun Xiaowu had just finished brewing the tea when Sun's mother emerged with a stern-faced middle-aged man. Seeing his father, Sun Xiaowu quickly stood up and introduced him to Lin Yifan. "Brother Yifan, this is my father, Sun Jitsai. Dad, this is the Lin Yifan I told you about on the phone." Lin Yifan rose to greet him. "Good evening, Uncle. Sorry for intruding so late." Sun Jitsai laughed heartily. "No need to be so polite. It's rare that you and Xiaowu get along so well. Make yourself at home. Shall we chat in the study?" "Sure." Lin Yifan nodded. Sun Jitsai turned to Sun Xiaowu. "You've been away for so long. Keep your mother company. Yifan and I will talk in the study." Sun Xiaowu nodded, and Sun Jitsai led Lin Yifan into the study. The room was simply furnished with only a desk and a cabinet against the wall filled with books. Some documents lay scattered on the desk. Sun Jitsai tidied up the slightly messy surface and invited Lin Yifan to sit. Once seated, Sun Jitsai began. "Yifan, I heard from Xiaowu that you plan to build an industrial park for manufacturing phones. That would require tens of billions in investment. How about your funding?" When Sun Jitsai received his son's call about a friend wanting to build an industrial park, he initially thought it was some child of a business tycoon in Husher starting a venture. Quite an ambitious move. So he asked his son to bring the person home to meet him. But now seeing Lin Yifan in person, he couldn't recall which family he belonged to, thus casting doubt on his financial strength. Catching the inquiring tone in Sun Zikai's words, Lin Yifan replied with unwavering certainty, "Uncle, rest assured. There's absolutely no issue with the funds. I guarantee there won't be any work stoppage due to a funding gap. Hearing Lin Yifun's assurance, Sun Jizai set aside his concerns. Having spent years in politics, he had developed a sharp eye and could sense the confidence in Lin Yifun's words, so he no longer had any doubts on that front. Then why do you want to build the industrial park in Rome City? Logically, an industrial park should be built in a coastal area. For instance, the outskirts of Husher would be a good choice. What's your reasoning behind this? Care to share? Lin Yifun nodded. Uncle Sun, you understand officialdom better than I do. It's common for people to be forgotten once they leave office. Moreover, each administration style varies greatly, leading to potential changes in policy incentives. Sun Jizai smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. This young man could plan ahead and think so far into the future. It proved that his family background was likely extraordinary, with rich experience and broad vision. Otherwise, an ordinary person wouldn't think so deeply. Little did he know that Lin Yifun was merely familiar with these intricacies from reading many political novels in his past life. Indeed, there are benefits to reading online novels. Even a seasoned political fox like Sun Jizai was impressed by Lin Yifun, wasn't he? Lin Yifun continued, I'm also well aware that building the industrial park in Rome City will increase transportation costs for the company. But a company should not only focus on profit, it must also consider social responsibility and corporate duty. If I establish an industrial park and production lines in Rome City, it can provide many jobs for Rome City and even the entire Sichuan province, solving local employment issues. This way, some people from Sichuan won't have to leave their elderly and children behind to work in distant coastal areas. They can find jobs near home with salaries no lower than those in coastal regions. Upon hearing this, Sun Jizai slammed the desk, visibly moved, and exclaimed, Excellent. Well said. Our China needs entrepreneurs with such responsibility and commitment like Mr. Lin. For someone so young to possess such a broad vision, I, Sun, truly admire you. This was the first time Sun Jizai changed his address, calling him Mr. Lin. Previously, due to his son's relationship, he had only regarded Lin Yifun as a junior. But after hearing Lin Yifun's words in his heart, he already regarded Lin Yifun as an entrepreneur of equal standing, which was why he addressed him as Mr. Lin. If a middle-aged businessman had spoken such words before him, given the profound discretion he had honed through years of officialdom, he would not have been so stirred or so visibly elated. But for Lin Yifun, so young, to possess such vision and magnanimity, Sun Jizai genuinely felt this youth was exceptionally rare and thus accorded him ample respect. As for the third reason for building the industrial park in Rome City, it was to use the park's political achievements to first help Sun Jizai secure his position and then obtain some lawful and compliant assistance during his term. Lin Yifun did not mention this reason. Some things are better left unsaid. An old fox as shrewd as Sun Jizai, with a heart full of subtlety, would naturally grasp the underlying meaning. Lin Yifun said modestly, Uncle Sun flatters me. I am merely doing what I can within my abilities, striving for a clear conscience. Sun Jizai said solemnly, Well said, a clear conscience. If all merchants in our Huaxia could think this way, could shoulder some social responsibility while making money like Mr. Lin, what a splendid scene that would be. After speaking, a look of longing appeared on Sun Zikai's face. The two chatted about other matters. Fortunately, Lin Yifun had lived for over 30 years in his past life and possessed considerable experience. His remarks often hit the mark during the conversation. The viewpoints he expressed resonated deeply with Sun Jizai, making him feel as though he were not conversing with a young man at all. As their conversation deepened, Lin Yifun's insights and perspectives made Sun Jizai increasingly fond of the young man he had just met. If not for the disparity in their statuses, he would have gladly taken him as a godson. But this thought was quickly cast aside. Though he was about to become a leader in Rome City, if it were an ordinary child, his willingness to form such a bond might be a blessing. But Lin Yifun was different. With his extraordinary background and mysterious origins, capable of investing tens of billions at a whim, even a leader in Rome City might not be deemed worthy in his eyes. After chatting contentedly for over 2 hours, they left the study. Lin Yifun decided to invest and build a factory in Rome City. He would only await Sun Zikai's assumption of office before proceeding with the investment. After bidding farewell to Sun Xiaowu and his parents, Lin Yifun left the Sun residence and drove back to see Vuno. 1. In the following days, Lu Jia was busily occupied. Lin Yifun, the boss, became the most relaxed person, spending his days on campus experiencing university life. During this time, Lu Jia called to report progress, informing Lin Yifun that the building lease had been successfully renewed, and all the tenant companies eagerly signed contracts upon hearing that the landlord had voluntarily reduced rent by 70. Companies on the 21st floor and above were all relocated to floors below the 20th, with only 2 companies unable to be accommodated and reluctantly moving out of the building. Then Lin Yifan called the furniture store, made a remote payment, and arranged for the previously selected items to be delivered to Hualong Tower with installation and adjustments handled accordingly. While Lu Jie toiled tirelessly, interviewing new employees and overseeing the company's design and renovation, Lin Yifan played relentlessly on campus. But what could be done? Lin Yifan was the boss after all. Wasn't the hefty salary meant to hire people to do the work? A few days later, Lu Jie called to say the company was ready and the team was fully recruited. Only then did Lin Yifan set aside his playful mood and leave the school, calling Su Yiyu to report to Lu Jie at the company first. This was Lin Yifan's second visit to Hualong Tower. As he entered the lobby, the front desk receptionist, upon seeing him, stood up from a distance and greeted him warmly. Presumably, the property management manager had shown the staff surveillance footage of Lin Yifan's previous visit, informing them that the building's owner had changed to a young man to prevent any neglect. Lin Yifan smiled and nodded in response to the greeting, then took the elevator directly to the 26th floor. Stepping out of the elevator, the surroundings were completely transformed. The first thing he saw on the 26th floor was a large backdrop emblazoned with the words Tunglong Technology Co., Ltd. Gazing around, the entire company was bright and spacious, with brand new desks and comfortably arranged workstations that lifted the spirits. Lu Jie was already waiting on the 26th floor and hurried over upon seeing Lin Yifan's arrival. President Lin, the heads of all departments are in place. They're now waiting in the conference room for you to chair the company's first meeting and get acquainted. All right, lead the way. Let's go to the conference room. Lin Yifan was also eager to meet his team. Lu Jie led Lin Yifan to the largest conference room on the 26th floor and opened the door. Inside, the rectangular conference table was filled with people, men and women, young and old. All turned their heads toward the door at the sound of it opening. Seeing Lu Jie enter with a young man, they knew the boss had arrived and rose to welcome him. Though they had all been told by Lu Jie that their boss was very young, seeing the youthful Lin Yifan in person still felt surreal. Was this the boss who offered them such high salaries? So young, yet he had bought an entire building in Shanghai and founded his own company. Lin Yifan scanned the room, spotted Su Yiyu among the crowd, gave her a slight smile, and exchanged no further words. Guided by Lu Jie, Lin Yifan walked with ease to the head of the conference table and sat down, with Lu Jie taking the seat to his left. Su Yiyu's seat, whether by Lu Jie's design or chance, was the first to his right. After Lin Yifan sat, Lu Jie invited everyone to take their seats. Since aside from Su Yiyu, everyone else had been recruited by Lu Jie through a headhunting firm, including Li Na, whom Lin Yifan had his eye on. Lu Jie, being most familiar with them, was responsible for introductions. He cleared his throat and addressed the group. Everyone, this is the founder of our Tunglong Technology and our future boss, President Lin Yifan. Everyone applauded, and Lin Yifan smiled and nodded to those present. As the applause subsided, Lu Jie gestured toward a middle-aged woman with wavy hair and introduced her to Lin Yifan. President Lin, this is Ouyang Qin, a senior accountant and CPA. She previously served as Deputy General Manager of the Finance Department at Haihua Flavoring for 8 years. Senior accountant and CPA are actually two distinct concepts. A senior accountant is a professional title that represents an accountant's level of expertise. On the other hand, CPA stands for Certified Public Accountant, and the two do not conflict with each other. The biggest difference between a CPA and a titled accountant is the authority to sign audit reports. Take Su Yiyu, for example. She is a junior accountant. To advance to intermediate or senior accountant, she must meet specific requirements such as relevant work experience and professional qualifications before she can register for the promotion exam, and only after passing the exam can she be promoted. Therefore, there is no shortcut to advancing in an accountant's professional title. The difficulty of becoming a senior accountant lies in the fact that one must meet the prerequisites before even being allowed to take the exam. In contrast, the CPA exam is different. Its difficulty lies in the examination itself, while the registration threshold is actually lower than that of the senior accountant exam. That is why Su Yiyu chose to pursue the CPA qualification to improve herself. It was the most suitable path. Once she passes the CPA exam and becomes a certified public accountant, even if her professional title remains junior accountant, she will have a distinct advantage over other junior accountants in terms of job opportunities and salary. Lin Yifan nodded to Ouyang Qin and said, "Manager Ouyang, thank you for being willing to grace our company with your presence." Ouyang Qin replied with a hint of playfulness, "You flatter me, Mr. Lin. After working at Haihua Flavoring for so many years, I grew weary of that stagnant life. Our company is a startup full of challenges, so I came. Of course, the main reason is the salary you offered, Mr. Lin. I simply had no reason to refuse." Her words drew a wave of good-natured laughter from the meeting room, and Lin Yifan smiled as well. This illustrates the difference between men and women. In certain settings, words spoken by a woman can be harmless and even lighten the atmosphere. Once the room quieted down, Lu Jie pointed to a stern-faced, middle-aged man in a suit around 47 or 48 seated below Ouyang Qin and continued the introductions. Mr. Lin, this is Senior Attorney Zhang Yuchuan. He holds a doctoral degree, has practiced law for 18 years, and has handled countless cases. His specialty is commercial litigation, and he is a first-class lawyer. His most remarkable achievement was a case where the defendant lost in the first trial. After appealing, many lawyers believed the plaintiff's evidence chain was too solid for a successful appeal. In the end, the defendant sought out Attorney Zhang. During the second trial, he meticulously dissected the evidence, not only turning the tide and winning the case, but also having the opposing lawyer sent to prison. This shocked the entire legal profession and earned him the nickname Devil's Advocate. A wave of astonishment swept through the meeting room. Everyone stared at Zhang Yuchuan in shock, and Lin Yifan's eyes lit up. Since everyone present had been recruited by Falcon Company and was unfamiliar with one another, Lu Jie's introduction elicited such surprise. This was a formidable man. Winning a lawsuit was not rare, but sending the opposing lawyer to prison in the process was an astonishing feat. A faint smile crossed Zhang Yuchuan's stern face as he nodded to the group and said to Lin Yifan, Mr. Lin, General Manager Lu may have exaggerated a bit. When I took on that case, I reviewed the first trial materials and noticed something peculiar in the plaintiff's evidence chain. After repeated reasoning, investigation, and evidence gathering, I discovered that one key piece of evidence involved data fabrication by the opposing lawyer, which led to our victory. That lawyer was imprisoned for violating professional ethics and obstructing justice by producing false evidence. It was not solely my doing. Lin Yifan said with visible excitement. No, Attorney Zhang. Reversing the situation and winning the case when other lawyers were pessimistic is a testament to your keen observation in spotting the flaw in the evidence. That alone proves your exceptional professional skill. I never expected Falcon Company to give me such a pleasant surprise. Having a top-tier lawyer like you to safeguard our enterprise brings me genuine peace of mind. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome Attorney Zhang to our team to fight alongside us in the days ahead. As Lin Yifan finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the meeting room. The other members present envied Zhang Yuchuan for gaining such favor from the boss at their first meeting. Yet, given his abilities, it was no wonder the boss admired him so much, and everyone else also respected his skills. Seeing the warm reception from his new colleagues and the evident appreciation from the boss, Zhang Yuchuan felt a stir within. Initially, when the headhunter approached him, he had little sense of belonging to this unknown startup. He had agreed to join only because the high salary offered by Falcon Company on Lin Yifan's behalf had tempted him. But now the admiration of his colleagues and the boss recognition gradually fostered a sense of belonging, and he began to embrace the company. He stood up, bowed slightly to everyone in gratitude, and then said solemnly to Lin Yifan, "Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Lin. I will devote myself to work with the utmost dedication and do everything in my power to resolve all legal matters for the company." Lin Yifan gestured for Zhang Yuchuan to sit down and turned his gaze to Lu Jie. Lu Jie pointed to the third middle-aged man below Zhang Yuchuan and continued the introductions. This is Ma Zhou. In his early years, he served as the marketing manager for Caney Mobile. His innovative factory store sales model propelled Caney Mobile to nationwide fame upon its launch, sweeping the entire mobile phone market and achieving peak sales of several billion. Although Caney Mobile eventually declined and withdrew from the market, the primary reason was a lack of core technology. Its marketing model remains commendable. Lin Yifan's expression shifted. This was another powerhouse. In an era when marketing methods were monotonous, Ma Zhou had conceived such an excellent model, allowing a new brand to peak at its debut. If Caney had focused on core technology research and quality control after its success, it might have become the dominant domestic mobile phone brand. But there was no if. The outcome was already sealed. However, Lin Yifan now had the capital and ability. He was determined to create high-quality domestic phones. Combined with Ma Zhou's marketing acumen, wouldn't that be a powerful synergy? Next, Lu Jie pointed to a bespectacled middle-aged man seated below Ma Zhou. This is Xia Xian, an IT industry elite. He previously worked at Weirwan Group overseas, specializing in system development and programming. Later, he returned to Huaxia and became a member of the Red Hacker Alliance. After the introduction, Lu Jie pointed to the slightly younger man next to Li Tianming and said, "This is Wu Jin, a retired Special Forces soldier from a Huaxia Special Operations Unit. He has participated in numerous counterterrorism missions and is not only an expert marksman, but also highly skilled in martial arts." After introducing the 5 members on his side, Lu Jie then pointed to Su Yiyu beside Lin Yifan and presented her to the group. Su Yiyu, the company's cashier currently studying for the CPA exam. Chao Yong, who has served as a procurement specialist in several large corporations. His years of procurement experience have endowed him with an extensive network and abundant channels. Zhu Yiming, adept at production management. Lina, a professional designer who has won awards in prestigious art and design competitions. Duaning, skilled in human resources. Including Lu Jie, there were 11 people in total. This was the initial team of Lin Yifun's company. Lin Yifun now had a general understanding of each individual. Among them, lawyer Zhang Yuchuan and marketing maestro Ma Zhou were two who truly gave him a delightful surprise. The recruits Lu Jie had gathered were all selected according to Lin Yifun's requirements tailored to the company's various departments. Lin Yifun made a preliminary decision in his mind. He cleared his throat, and everyone's gaze turned toward him. Next, I will announce the company's first personnel appointments. Everyone sat upright to show respect for their boss. Lu Jie appointed as general manager responsible for overseeing all company affairs. Lin Yifun looked to his left at Lu Jie and first confirmed his position as general manager. During this period, Lu Jie had handled all the company matters Lin Yifun assigned him with ease, proving himself to be an exceptionally capable corporate manager. Lu Jie nodded solemnly, and Lin Yifun continued his announcements. Zhang Yuchuan appointed as manager of the legal department responsible for handling all legal issues of the company. Ma Zhou appointed as manager of the marketing department responsible for expanding online and offline sales channels, and after the company's phone launches, overseeing brand operations. Xia Xian, manager of the technology R&D department responsible for technological development. Wu Jin, manager of the security and logistics department responsible for company security and logistics. Chao Yong, manager of the procurement department responsible for all company procurement. Zhu Yiming, manager of the production department responsible for liaising with contract manufacturers. Once the company's own factory is built, he will transition phone production to the in-house facility while rigorously overseeing product quality. Lina, manager of the product design department responsible for all advertising copy design and product appearance design. Duaning, manager of the human resources department responsible for company regulations, employee attendance benefits, and all related matters. Finally, Lin Yifun turned his gaze to Ouyang Qin and Su Yuyu. Ouyang Qin appointed as the company's financial accountant responsible for accounts and tax issues. Su Yuyu, the company's financial cashier responsible for fund management. The financial department manager will be Su Yuyu. When the previous positions were assigned, everyone could guess the outcomes, so it was not surprising. However, the final choice for the financial department manager caught everyone off guard. Except for Lu Jie and Ouyang Qin, who already knew the result, everyone else assumed the financial manager position was destined for Ouyang Qin. To their astonishment, it fell to Su Yuyu, a young woman, leaving all present utterly flabbergasted. After all, in terms of professional titles, seniority, and work experience, Ouyang Qin held an overwhelming advantage. However, everyone present was a seasoned veteran who had weathered the ups and downs of society. In an instant, they all arrived at a common speculation. It seems Su Yuyu's identity was no ordinary one. Perhaps. Maybe. Well, with that thought, they all came to understand. The future boss wife in charge of finances and serving as a department manager. Was that strange? Not at all. It was perfectly reasonable. As for Ouyang Qin, she remained unruffled. Long before after the interviews, Lu Jie had discussed the position with her and hinted at Su Yuyu's special status, since she was the only one personally designated by the boss. Hearing Lu Jie's words, Ouyang Qin naturally understood his implication. The close relationship between the boss and Su Yuyu made it perfectly logical for her to assume the role of financial manager. It was a matter of status beyond comparison. Besides, being a manager wasn't crucial to her, otherwise she wouldn't have resigned from Haihua Flavors. What she valued more were the challenges of a new role. However, Lu Jie had only guessed half of Lin Yifun's intentions, leading everyone to misunderstand. Su Yuyu had been gazing intently at Lin Yifun, who commanded the company meeting with authority, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. They say a focused man is at his most handsome, and it turned out to be true. Watching Lin Yifun, so different from before as he directed the proceedings before the crowd, his image etched itself deeply into Su Yuyu's heart, leaving her enchanted. But just as she was lost in reverie, she suddenly heard her name mentioned, followed by financial manager, and in an instant she was completely dumbfounded. Seeing that everyone present was either a graduate of a prestigious university or boasted impressive work experience, she felt like the least qualified person in the room. Lacking both advanced education and work experience, yet appointed as financial manager ranking above Ouyang Qin. This made her extremely uneasy. But during the meeting, she couldn't voice her objections in front of everyone. Doing so would contradict Lin Yifun and undermine his authority among the subordinates. Thus, she suppressed her discomfort, determined to persuade Lin Yifun after the meeting to let Ouyang Qin take the financial manager role. With the personnel appointments finalized and the heads of each department confirmed, Lin Yifan proceeded to assign company tasks. From now on, the company must begin preparatory work to get operations underway. The personnel needed by each department will be determined by the respective department managers submitted for approval to General Manager Lu Jia. Manager Duan of HR will coordinate with headhunting firms to recruit the staff necessary for normal operations. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Yifan then turned to Chao Yong of the procurement department. Manager Chao, the procurement department should promptly contact domestic and international manufacturers of phone components striving to secure contracts and finalize the supply sources. The required funds should be compiled into a procurement plan and submitted to Accountant Ouyang of the finance department. After her review and signature, the payment will be processed by Yu. Manager Ma, your marketing department, is responsible for contacting contract manufacturers and signing production agreements. Once the components arrive, production must commence, and then Manager Zhu Yiming will take over. Chao Yong and Ma Zhou both nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Yifan's gaze shifted to Li Na of the product design department. Manager Li, the company's phone brand, is named Pangu. I entrust the logo and product design to you. If you need a team of designers, you can coordinate with Manager Duan to recruit talent. Finally, Lin Yifan looked towards Xia Xian of the technology RD department. Manager Xia, you are responsible for assembling a technical team to develop our own operating system. Until the system is ready, we will temporarily use the Android system. As for the remaining legal affairs and security logistics departments, Lin Yifan made no immediate arrangements. The legal affairs department would only intervene when the company encountered legal issues. Regarding the security department, since the company's industrial park had yet to be established, there was currently no work for them. After delegating all tasks, Lin Yifan in front of everyone transferred 50 billion yuan to the company's account, entrusting Su Yuyu with its management as the company's initial capital. The sight of their boss' extraordinary generosity left everyone astounded. Could their employer truly possess such terrifying wealth? With such cash flow backing, it seemed effortless for the company to thrive and expand. Lin Yifan's on-the-spot transfer undoubtedly reassured every employee, for a boss with abundant funds meant many unstable factors could be eliminated along the company's development path. After completing the transfer, Lin Yifan confirmed no one had further input and adjourned the meeting. Lu Jia then led everyone to assign offices to department managers. The 26th floor served as the executive office area, with each department having a manager's office on this level. Lu Jia had crafted Lin Yifan's boss office to be the most lavish and spacious. Under Lu Jia's guidance, everyone toured their future workplaces. It must be said that Lu Jia had invested considerable thought into the office decoration. The entire workspace utilized sealed glass partitions, creating a bright and spacious impression. The frosted surfaces on the glass ensured privacy for each office, allowing work without disturbance from the bustling corridors outside. The soundproofing was also well executed, enabling managers to converse with their department staff without being overheard. After viewing the department manager offices, they proceeded to the reception room and various meeting rooms, all fully equipped with office appliances. Lu Jia had even set up an open relaxation area with a self-service bar stocked with fruit snacks and a variety of beverages. If tired from work, one could sit in the relaxation area, sipping coffee, gazing through the glass at the bustling cityscape of Shanghai to unwind. After assigning offices to department managers, some details remained to be addressed, such as department-specific filing cabinets or document storage. These matters required no concern from Lin Yifan. Content to be a hands-off boss, he bid everyone farewell and prepared to leave the company with the executives seeing him off. But no sooner had Lin Yifan walked a short distance than Su Yuyu's voice called out from behind. President Lin, wait. She had almost blurted out Yifan Gij, but remembering they were at the company, quickly corrected herself to President Lin. Lin Yifan turned to see Su Yuyu trotting toward him. Today she wore a beige floral dress and high heels, her lustrous hair accentuating her delicate features. Lin Yifan smiled. Yuyu, is something the matter? Su Yuyu approached him, catching her breath. President Lin, it's about the position of finance department manager. I feel Sister Qin is more suitable than I am. She's more experienced and professionally adept, better equipped for the role. So President Lin, perhaps. Lin Yifan waved his hand. Yuyu, no one is born knowing everything. What you don't know, you can learn. Even if you make mistakes, I'll cover for you. The finance department won't cause any major trouble, rest assured. Besides, haven't you noticed that Ouyang Qin has no objection to you taking the manager's position? So there's no need to worry. Use this opportunity to learn more, lest you fail to keep pace with the company's growth as it expands. That is what you should truly concern yourself with. Hearing Lin Yifan's high expectations for her, Su Yuyu hesitated to refuse, but after a long pause, she swallowed her words and nodded firmly, flashing her signature smile. Yifan Gij, I will work hard. I won't let you down. That's my good girl. Lin Yifan gently stroked her hair, ruffling it softly. This scene was observed by the other executives who had been watching Lin Yifan. It solidified their earlier speculation that Su Yuyu was the future madam of the company. They all resolved to be more cautious in their interactions, with Su Yuyu not treating her like an ordinary colleague. Little did Su Yuyu know that such a trivial gesture from Lin Yifan would lead her colleagues to misinterpret and let their imaginations run wild. Despite the innocent nature of her relationship with Lin Yifan, she was inexplicably regarded as the boss wife. Fortunately, she remained unaware, otherwise she wouldn't know how to continue working there. All right, I'm off now. Get familiar with Lu Jie and the others. With that, Lin Yifan turned and headed for the elevator on the 26th floor. Su Yuyu stood there gazing wistfully until he disappeared behind the elevator doors. When she returned to the group, she noticed everyone appraising her with smiles. Thinking her makeup might be smudged, she quickly stole a glance at her reflection in the glass. Nothing was wrong. So why were they staring at her like that? Lu Jie, noticing her unease, coughed to draw everyone's attention back and began discussing initial work details with the group. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan took the elevator down, found his car in the building's parking garage, and drove off as the security guard saluted him. Lin Yifan drove his Cullinan back toward the university. It was rush hour, and the roads in downtown Shanghai were clogged with traffic, forcing the cars to crawl forward. At an intersection, the green light began to flash, about to turn red. Lin Yifan's car was second in line behind the stop line. Seeing the car ahead pass through and the lights still blinking green, without turning yellow, Lin Yifan accelerated and sped across. After crossing the intersection, an electric scooter suddenly darted out from the line of cars waiting at the red light on the opposite side, attempting to cross the road. The sharp-eyed Lin Yifan was startled by the sight. He slammed on the brakes, and the Cullinan skidded a short distance before screeching to a halt. Lin Yifan managed to stop, but the scooter couldn't. The middle-aged woman riding it panicked at the sudden appearance of the car and even forgot to squeeze the brakes. Then came a loud crash as the scooter slammed into the left headlight area of the Cullinan, toppling the vehicle and its rider. Lin Yifan quickly shifted into park, engaged the handbrake, and got out. He saw a middle-aged woman lying on the ground, one leg pinned under the scooter. Lin Yifan rushed over and asked, "Ma'am, are you hurt anywhere?" My leg, the woman shrieked in agony. Passers-by witnessing a collision between a luxury car and an electric scooter succumbed to the innate Chinese curiosity for spectacles and gathered around. Lin Yifan first lifted the electric scooter that was pinning the woman's leg, then crouched to examine her condition. The woman wailed incessantly from the pain, her shrill cries piercing Lin Yifan's eardrums. Lin Yifan observed that the woman had no visible bleeding, as she lay on the ground merely complaining of leg pain. He speculated that the fall, compounded by the heavy scooter, might have fractured her leg. He soothed her, saying, "Ma'am, I'll call an ambulance and the traffic police now. Please bear with it. Meanwhile, call your family to come over." Having said that, Lin Yifan first dialed 122 to report the traffic accident, briefly describing the scene and precise location. The operator confirmed that officers would be dispatched immediately. After hanging up, Lin Yifan called 120, detailing the victim's condition and the accident site. Having made both calls, Lin Yifan postponed contacting the insurance company. Instead, he set up a warning triangle and quietly awaited the arrival of the traffic police and ambulance. The woman on the ground also pulled out her phone and called her husband, tearfully claiming she had been hit by a car. She gave him the location and urged him to come quickly. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. Some remarked that the woman was in dire straits, having collided with a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Given her modest attire, the repair costs might take decades to repay. Others muttered that Lin Yifan flaunting his luxury car was a menace, likely a reckless rich kid who belonged in jail for such behavior. As the crowd swelled, they blocked over half the road, exacerbating the already congested traffic at the intersection. After over 10 minutes, 2 traffic police officers finally arrived on motorcycles, but the ambulance was still nowhere in sight. Fortunately, the officers had come by motorcycle, who otherwise the peak hour gridlock would have delayed them indefinitely. The ambulance, likely stuck in traffic, was yet to appear. The 2 officers parked their bikes. One began directing traffic and dispersing the crowd, while the other approached to handle the scene. He first assessed the victim's injuries, then started questioning the woman about the accident. "Ma'am, please describe the incident," the officer said, pen in hand, ready to fill out the accident report. By now, the woman had learned from the gossiping crowd that Lin Yifan's car was exorbitantly expensive. Somewhat panicked, she told the officer, "I saw traffic was jammed, so I tried to move ahead on the left side of the lane. Then his car rushed at me. I was terrified and got knocked down." The officer, sensing the futility of her account, turned to Lin Yifan. "Sir, could you provide the details?" Hearing her evasive words, Lin Yifan refrained from arguing. Glancing at the intersection surveillance camera, he said, "This is a crossroad. Let's check the footage, it will reveal what happened. Seeing that neither party had given a clear account, the officer contacted headquarters to request the surveillance footage of the accident. Minutes later, the officer received the complete video. After watching it, he shook his head with a sigh. The electric scooter had not been on the non-motorized lane and had clearly attempted to cross the road illegally, causing the accident. The woman was unequivocally at fault. The woman was likely in serious trouble. Given the damage to the Cullinan, the repair costs could devastate her family's finances. Yet the officer felt helpless. Regardless of his sympathy for the underdog, he had to enforce the law impartially. He decided to wait until the woman's husband arrived to break the news, sighing inwardly. He crouched beside the woman, still on the ground. "Ma'am, I've retrieved the surveillance footage. They'll issue the traffic liability determination shortly. Besides your leg, do you have any other pain? If not, let me help you to the roadside. It's unsafe here." The woman shook, her teeth clenched, indicating no other issues. The officer beckoned his colleague, and together they carefully helped her to the sidewalk. Then they instructed Lin Yifan to move his car to the roadside to avoid obstructing traffic. Now they awaited the ambulance and the woman's husband. Another 10 minutes passed. The woman's phone rang. She answered, listened, and asked, "Where are you?" Then, phone in hand, she began waving toward the opposite side of the road. Lin Yifan and the officers followed her gaze. Across the street, a middle-aged man on the phone was scanning the area. After a moment, he spotted them and his seated wife. Seeing his wife on the ground, the man, frantic with worry, dashed into the waiting traffic, intent on crossing the road directly. An officer tried to stop him, but the man was fast, already nearing the double yellow line. Witnessing his recklessness, the officer sensed danger. Darting out from between cars would blind oncoming drivers. Before he could shout a warning, a screech of brakes was followed by a loud thud. At the very spot where Lin Yifan's accident had occurred, the man perfectly reenacted his wife's mishap, struck by a vehicle traveling in the proper lane. The woman was stunned. Lin Yifan was stunned. The officers were stunned. Standing beside an officer, Lin Yifan muttered, "If I told you his wife just did the same thing, would you believe me?" The officer, who had just watched the surveillance video, was baffled by the scene. Had this couple planned it? The same spot, the same manner of accident. Hearing Lin Yifan, he nodded blankly. "I believe you. Really?" Then, snapping back to reality, he rushed to check on the victim, with Lin Yifan following. The driver who had hit the man panicked and got out of his car, only to find the officer already crouched beside the injured man. Confused, he wondered, the police are here already. He hadn't even called the police. Were the traffic officers now clairvoyant, anticipating accidents and waiting on site? Since the police were present, he skipped the call and prepared to dial 120 for an ambulance. Lin Yifan approached him and said, "Brother, don't bother. The ambulance is almost here." The driver was even more bewildered. "What? The ambulance is also psychic. It knew there'd be an accident here." Lin Yifan was amused by his words. Shaking his head, he said, "No, I was the one who hit them." The car owner didn't grasp the meaning of Lin Yifan's remark, thinking he had somehow foreseen the incident. He stared at Lin Yifan in shock, exclaiming, "Brother, you're incredible. You predicted this accident and even called an ambulance in advance. Thank you so much." Lin Yifan rolled his eyes and retorted, "Incredible, my ass. Just moments ago, I hit his wife in the exact same way. Holy shit." The car owner blurted out, looking at Lin Yifan with a shared sense of misery, both rendered speechless. So this couple was like the Calabash brothers, one after another. The traffic police examined the man's injuries. Fortunately, the car owner hadn't been speeding and had braked in time. The man only had a dislocated wrist and minor abrasions. On the surface, there seemed to be no major issues, but he still needed to go to the hospital for a checkup to rule out internal injuries. Then the two traffic officers helped the man from the road to his wife in the same manner. The ill-fated couple sat side by side, waiting to be taken to the hospital together. As for the car owner, there was nothing to be said. Like Lin Yifan, he moved his vehicle to the side of the road. The traffic officer looked at the couple leaning against a tree by the roadside and said helplessly, "Since you're both here, let me explain the situation to you." The officer sighed at the man and said, "You were at fault for crossing the road illegally, leading to the accident. Fortunately, the other vehicle wasn't damaged and you yourself aren't seriously hurt. But your wife's case is different. Like you, she was riding an electric bike without using the non-motor vehicle lane and illegally crossed the road, causing the accident. She bears full responsibility for this traffic incident. More importantly, she hit a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The left headlight is completely destroyed. Repairs for such a luxury car will be costly, and according to the liability rules, your wife must cover the expenses. Additionally, your wife is more seriously injured than you, likely a leg fracture. The exact extent will be known after the hospital checkup, and the treatment costs are also your responsibility." After hearing the officer's words, the woman, fragile in her composure, was stunned at the thought of paying compensation and medical bills herself. She broke down in tears. The man fared slightly better, his face pale as he pleaded with the officer in a trembling voice. "Officer, please have mercy on us. We're both factory workers earning very little each month. We have elderly parents and children to support at home. We simply can't afford such huge repair costs." His voice choked up as he spoke. Although the crowd on the main road had been dispersed by the traffic police, they hadn't left waiting to see what would happen next. Now at the roadside, the police had no reason to chase them away, so the onlookers watched. Hearing the officer's ruling and knowing the car owners weren't at fault, they still couldn't help but sympathize with the man's pitiful state. Many people had their phones out recording videos on Douyin, ready to post them online. The traffic officer, seeing the man's despair, felt a pang of empathy, but had to uphold the law. He could only say helplessly, "Begging me want help. I can't bend the rules. Your wife crossed the road illegally, and the other vehicle was driving normally." Seeing the man's hopeless expression, the officer thought for a moment, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a suggestion. "You could try pleading with the car owner to see if he'll use his insurance for repairs. I haven't issued the liability determination yet. If he agrees, I can assign responsibility according to his wishes." The man, grasping at this lifeline, ignored his physical pain. Struggling to his feet, he rushed over to Lin Yifan and dropped to his knees with a thud. "Boss, I beg you, have pity on us. We're just factory workers with elderly and children to support back home. We truly can't afford your car repairs. Could you please use your insurance? I'm begging you." The man wept bitterly as he begged, then moved to kowtow to Lin Yifan. Startled by the sudden gesture, Lin Yifan quickly bent down to stop him, helping him up. A man's knees are made of gold. Only when pushed to the brink would anyone kneel before another. All the onlookers, including the traffic police, fixed their eyes on Lin Yifan, waiting to see if he would show mercy to the unfortunate couple. The man, now standing, looked at Lin Yifan with hopeful eyes awaiting his fate. Lin Yifan paused for a moment, then shook his head. The man's gaze instantly dimmed, his heart sinking like ashes. The traffic officer let out a silent sigh. The crowd's emotions were mixed. Though they knew helping was a kindness and refusing was fair, they couldn't help but silently condemn Lin Yifan's perceived lack of compassion for the wealthy. But then Lin Yifan spoke words that left everyone ashamed. "I want use the insurance. However, your situation is pitiful, so I'll waive the repair costs. Moreover, you and your wife have shown responsibility from the start. No unreasonable arguments. For that, I'm willing to personally donate 200 yuan for your medical expenses. If it's not enough, you'll have to find another way. If there's any leftover, consider it compensation for your lost wages during hospitalization." Why would Lin Yifan need insurance? Paying for repairs out of pocket was far simpler. As for giving the man medical funds, it wasn't merely due to his lavish spending, but also out of sympathy. Even though his wife had downplayed the incident when speaking to the police initially, it was a normal reaction for an ordinary person, and he could understand it. For that reason, Lin Yifan was willing to compensate them with some medical fees. Of course, Lin Yifan could have given more, but 200 yuan seemed like a suitable amount. He understood the principle of favor too great breeds resentment. Helping someone was one thing, being a fool was another. The man stood frozen, scarcely believing what he had heard. Tears welled up in his eyes, and his lips trembled with emotion. His wife also looked at Lin Yifan with tear-filled eyes. The surrounding crowd, moved by Lin Yifan's gesture, spontaneously burst into applause, echoing along the roadside. The man didn't know how to express his gratitude for Lin Yifan's immense kindness, so he tried to kneel again. Lin Yifan saw him about to kneel, and quickly grabbed him, saying helplessly, "Big brother, if you kneel again, I'll take the money back." The man nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face. Lin Yifan pulled out his phone and asked, "What's your bank card number? I'll transfer the money to you." The man was taken aback and said awkwardly, "I didn't bring my bank card when I left home. I don't remember the number." Lin Yifan looked around and came up with an idea. "I'll go withdraw cash from the bank." "Wait a moment." With that, Lin Yifan walked toward a nearby Huaxia bank. Before long, he emerged from the bank holding 200 yuan in cash. Returning to the scene, Lin Yifan handed the man 20 neat stacks of crisp 100 yuan notes. He then said to the traffic officer beside him, "Officer, it's not safe for him to carry so much cash. Could you please escort him to the hospital to pay the fees?" The traffic officer nodded in full agreement. Just then, the wailing siren of an ambulance grew closer, and the emergency vehicle finally arrived. The ambulance pulled over to the roadside, and several doctors stepped out. The gathered crowd parted to let them through. The doctors located the injured woman and performed a quick preliminary examination. They then brought out a stretcher from the vehicle, and with the help of other medical staff, carefully moved her onto it and into the ambulance. Lin Yifan patted the man on the shoulder. "Go on. Get yourself checked at the hospital too. ITLL, put your mind at ease." Without waiting for the man's words of gratitude, he turned and got back into his car. He drove away from the scene in his Cullinan, its left headlight shattered into pieces, heading toward Li Fei's shop. Fearing that the unreliable Li Fei might not be at the shop, Lin Yifan sent him a message along the way. By the time he pulled up to the entrance of Li Fei's 4S dealership, Li Fei was already waiting for him. With a keen eye, Li Fei immediately spotted the smashed left headlight. Astonished, he asked Lin Yifan as he stepped out of the car, "Whoa, what happened? How'd it get wrecked like this?" Lin Yifan shook his head and sighed. "Don't even mention it. An electric scooter suddenly darted out and hit me. You've got a repair shop here, right? Get a master to fix it up. Use original parts." Li Fei gave an okay gesture. "Sure, no problem. He'll get it sorted. Want to borrow my car in the meantime? I'm such a good buddy, right? I'm even lending you my little wife," he said with a sly grin. Hearing his mangled attempt at English and seeing his smug expression, Lin Yifan was speechless. The man had butchered a perfectly fine English phrase into something unrecognizable. "Borrow a car. I came to you because I want you to help me get some cars." Li Fei's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands together. "That's more like it, brother Yifan. Not to criticize you, but with your status, driving a Cullinan every day is too low-key. You should at least have a sports car for fun. Got any cars you like? Just tell me. I'm not bragging. Unless it's something super rare like the Veneno Viper or Pagani Zonda, I can find a way to get it for you." "My status? What status? I didn't know I had one. I only have an ID card," Lin Yifan silently mocked himself. Besides, what man doesn't love sports cars? Their sleek lines and stylish designs are enough to drive any man wild with desire. He had initially shelved the idea for lack of space, but now the underground parking at his Bajiantang villa could easily accommodate over a dozen cars. Lin Yifan was free to buy to his heart's content. "I don't know as much about sports cars as you do. Recommend something good," Lin Yifan said, tossing his Cullinan keys to Li Fei for the repairs. Li Fei caught the keys and began to speak with confidence. "That depends on your standard, brother Yifan. Do you want an ordinary sports car under 10 million or a luxury one above 10 million? He'll recommend based on that. Above 10 million, of course. For that range, there's McLaren, Bugatti, Koenigsegg, SSC, Aston Martin, and Ferrari." As he spoke, Li Fei pulled up photos of sports cars on his phone for Lin Yifan to see. The cars in the photos were all luxury models. With his own resources and connections, Li Fei couldn't possibly acquire all of them. Some he could obtain with effort, others were beyond his reach. But he could contact other luxury car dealers and pool their resources. Together, they could secure any car in those photos. Lin Yifan studied each sports car in the photos carefully. Every model had its name labeled. There were the Ferrari, LaFerrari, McLaren P1, Bugatti Veyron, Koenigsegg, CCR, SSC, Ultimate Aero, and Aston Martin 177. A total of 6 cars, each one stunningly handsome, making Lin Yifan salivate with envy. Handing the phone back to Li Fei, he said calmly, "I want all 6. Li Fei's jaw nearly dropped in shock. "Dude, are you here to buy cars, or stock up? You decide to buy the whole lot just from a glance at the photos. Brother Yifan, aren't you even going to ask about the price?" As soon as he said it, Li Fei came to his senses and wanted to slap himself. This was the man who casually recharged over 100 million on a streaming platform and didn't hesitate to spend an extra 2 to 300 million on a house at auction. Would he be short on cash for sports cars? Still, Lin Yifan graciously played along. "So how much for all 6 together?" "Over 200 million. Then let's buy them. He'll transfer you 200 million as a deposit right now. Let me know if it's not enough. All right, I'll contact the channels as soon as possible and try to get the cars delivered soon." Suddenly, Lin Yifan remembered something. "Oh, and get me a Hongqi too, the best model." Li Fei was taken aback, not expecting Lin Yifan to bring up that car. "Brother Yifan, why the sudden interest in a domestic car?" Lin Yifan didn't explain his reasoning. He simply said, "Sports cars are just toys. The Hongqi is what I truly love." Then he smiled at Li Fei. "All right, that's it. You handle it. I'm off." Outside the auto mall, he hailed a taxi and went straight back to school. The school no longer imposed any restrictions on Lin Yifan. Returning to campus felt like coming home. He opened the dormitory door to find it empty. Some classmates were in class, others out having fun. Lin Yifan lay on his bed pondering a thought that had struck him during his chat with Li Fei. He wanted to build cars. Not family cars, of course. The domestic family car market was already thriving and Lin Yifan had no need to enter it. He wanted to build top-tier domestic luxury cars. Cars that could break into international markets and earn recognition from people both at home and abroad as true Chinese luxury vehicles. Building a domestic car didn't mean every part had to be made by domestic companies. Even the world's top automakers couldn't achieve that. Many components of their luxury cars were sourced from other countries. But it couldn't be entirely assembled from foreign parts either. Doing so would never create a genuine domestic luxury brand. It would just be an assembly company. Other components could be sourced from domestic or foreign manufacturers, tires, glass, headlights, and so on. But the 3 core components had to be developed independently to truly qualify as a domestic car. In that case, there was only one most expedient method: first acquire an automobile manufacturing company and ensure that the original car brand of this company did not carry a cheap label in the minds of consumers. Otherwise, once consumers had already positioned it as an inexpensive brand, elevating its brand value would be too difficult. Then came the issue of developing the three core components. Top technical personnel could be recruited from abroad, preferably R&D staff from luxury car brands, so that during promotion, the brand value of the vehicles could be subtly enhanced. Once domestically developed three core components were ready, they could attempt to produce domestically made luxury cars as a trial. Top luxury car brands had built their brand value through long periods of accumulation and refinement. Perhaps the cars they initially built would not reach such heights. However, as long as aspects like appearance, quality, and after-sales service were well handled, they would eventually gain consumer recognition and become a luxury car brand in their eyes. After sorting out his thoughts, Lin Yifan was about to call Lu Jie when unexpectedly Lu Jie called him first. Lin Yifan answered the call with surprise. "Brother Jie, what's up?" In private, Lin Yifan usually called him Brother Jie, only addressing him by his official title at the company. After all, retaining talent required more than just money. Only exchanging sincerity for sincerity was a long-term strategy. Lu Jie was deeply moved by Lin Yifan calling him Brother Jie, but he never deluded himself into thinking he deserved to call Lin Yifan a younger brother, especially after Lin Yifan casually injected 50 billion into the company. So he still used the formal title President Lin. "Did you just have a traffic accident?" Lin Yifan asked in astonishment. "Yeah, how did you know?" "Boss, you're trending on Douyin's hot search list. Haven't you seen it yet?" Lin Yifan genuinely didn't know. He hadn't had time to check Douyin. What exactly is going on? It shouldn't be negative news, right? Lin Yifan thought it was unlikely to be negative since he wasn't at fault and had voluntarily covered the injured person's medical expenses. As expected, Lu Jie said excitedly over the phone, "Of course it's positive news. I just saw it while scrolling through Douyin. There are several videos from different angles. They were all posted an hour ago. In that short time, the topic luxury car owner not at fault and covers injured's medical expenses has already garnered over 2 million views, and it's still gaining traction." The comments section is filled with positive remarks, all praising President Lin for his kindness and good heart, saying he deserves to drive a luxury car. Lin Yifan chuckled. "As long as it's not negative, it's fine. President Lin, should we leverage this trending topic to promote our upcoming Panga phone? It's a great opportunity." This idea originally came from Ma Zhou, the marketing department manager. He suggested to Lu Jie that they could use this positive news to announce that Lin Yifan had founded a company and was developing a domestic smartphone brand. Riding the wave of the trending news would make promotion twice as effective. First, get the phone brand familiar to the public, so when it launched, consumers would be more receptive. Lu Jie also thought Ma Zhou's suggestion was excellent, which was why he called Lin Yifan to discuss it. "Forget it. Let's not do this kind of trend writing. It might make people think we're putting on a show with the hidden goal of promoting the phone. Let's stick to the normal promotional plan." Lin Yifan rejected Lu Jie and Ma Zhou's idea. He certainly knew that leveraging the trend for promotion had more advantages than disadvantages, but his true goal wasn't for the phones to sell exceptionally well or make huge profits. He wanted to use making phones as a way to spend money. Following normal promotional steps, Lin Yifan could spend lavishly on advertising, which was quite comfortable for him. This included developing lithography machines, domestic chips, building phone production bases, and even pricing the phones later. He had considered it all, and this series of arrangements was all to pave the way for squandering his wealth. If he actually made money selling phones, he wouldn't be happy. He would rather sell the phones to consumers at cost to benefit the nation than make a profit. In Lin Yifan's mind, the concept of making money simply didn't exist. Making money was impossible. He would never make money in this lifetime. Hearing Lin Yifan's somewhat plausible decision, Lu Jie could only reluctantly accept reality. Since the big boss had spoken, he had to follow the arrangement. "By the way, Brother Jie, I have an idea to share with you." "Go ahead, President Lin." "I'm planning to build cars, not ordinary family cars. I want to create a domestic luxury car brand. Of course, the phone project has just started, so car manufacturing is only a preliminary idea. It can't be achieved overnight, but we can start preparing now." Lu Jie was a bit speechless. "Boss, aren't you being a little impulsive? Who invests like this?" The phone project was barely underway, and he was already thinking about car manufacturing. Fortunately, Lin Yifan didn't say he wanted to start immediately, only that he should prepare in advance, which made Lu Jie slightly more accepting. "So what are your plans, President Lin?" "Hey, Race, the best way to start car manufacturing is to directly acquire a company. Look around to see if there are any suitable automobile manufacturing companies domestically or internationally that we can acquire. Then there's talent acquisition. To build domestic cars, the three core components need independent R&D, which requires a professional research team. Falcon Company has overseas channels. Have them recruit RD personnel in this field, preferably well-known engineers and exterior designers from foreign luxury car brands. This will help build the brand value of our domestic luxury cars. Okay, I'll contact Falcon Company first to build up the talent pool and look for potential acquisition targets. All right, go ahead and arrange it. Keep me updated. I appreciate your hard work while I'm away from the company. You're too kind, President Lin. It's my duty. After hanging up at the company, Ma Zhou looked at Lu Jie eagerly. How did it go? Did President Lin agree? If so, well, start making videos and promoting immediately. Lu Jie shook his head with a wry smile. President Lin refused. He said to avoid people thinking we're putting on a show to promote the phone, he didn't agree to ride this trend. Ma Zhou lowered his head in disappointment. He had thought this was a brilliant marketing idea that would earn the big boss approval, but instead it was directly rejected. However, the big boss reasoning wasn't entirely without merit. Many netizens online had overly cynical mindsets, and if they had ridden the trend, such comments would indeed have appeared. Lu Jie clapped his hands and announced loudly to the other senior executives, "Let me inform everyone of something. President Lin is considering entering the automotive industry to create a domestic luxury car brand. This is the company's second development plan after the phone launch. Before that, we need to prepare the relevant talent." Then Lu Jie looked at Duan Ing, the HR manager. Manager Duan, you're responsible for contacting Falcon Company to use their overseas channels to recruit RD technical personnel related to the 3 core automotive components. Ideally, bring in well-known engineers and exterior designers from luxury car brands. Lu Jie relayed Lin Yifun's arrangements to everyone and then adjourned the meeting. Back in the dormitory, Lin Yifun, having delegated the tasks, continued his hands-off approach, putting those matters out of his mind. He opened Douyin, ready to squander some money by sending gifts. On the Douyin backend, Lin Yifun deposited 100 million Nei coins, then browsed the entertainment section for a streamer who caught his eye. After flipping through several pages, he finally found a female streamer whose appearance satisfied him. Entering the live stream, there were about 100 viewers online. The streamer's name was Chu Xiao, dressed in a white ancient costume with her tags reading classical dance. When Lin Yifun entered the live stream, she was gracefully dancing, her figure alluring and movements elegant. Coupled with her striking beauty, she resembled a butterfly flitting among flowers. Without a word, Lin Yifun directly selected the most expensive royal salute and sent it in a 10-gift streak, beginning his barrage. Tunglong sent Chu Xiao Royal Salute 10. Tunglong sent Chu Xiao Royal Salute 100. Tunglong sent Chu Xiao Royal Salute 1000. Tunglong sent Chu Xiao Royal Salute 5000. After sending 500 Royal Salutes, the cost of a sports car had been spent. By the time Lin Yifun had sent over 1,000 salutes, Chu Xiao had finished her dance and then witnessed a sight she would never forget. A top-level level 60 account was wildly spamming salutes in her livestream. This familiar ID, wasn't it the legendary tycoon Tunglong, who had been absent for a while? Unexpectedly, the tycoon reappeared today, dropping into her stream and splurging over 20 million. Chu Xiao, experiencing such a scene for the first time, was so excited that she kept bowing in gratitude before the camera and proposed adding the tycoon on WeChat. Lin Yifun had long lost the initial thrill of gifting on streaming platforms. It was merely because he had too much money and felt restless if he didn't spend some every day. Still, when the streamer asked to add him on WeChat, Lin Yifun privately sent it to her. "Let's start a team battle," Lin Yifun typed in the public chat. Chu Xiao quickly agreed. "All right, whatever you say, bro. Let's start the team battle right away." With that, she clicked on team battle matchmaking in the background. The team battle mode was divided into red and blue teams. Each team randomly matched 3 streamers as teammates. In a red versus blue confrontation, each round saw 1 streamer from each side compete on stage. After all 3 streamers from both teams finished their PK rounds, the team with the highest total votes won and advanced. The winning team proceeded to the second round of PK. If they won again, they could advance to the next round, continuing through a total of 5 PK rounds. The 5th round was the final. The winning team of 3 streamers from the final round would receive more traffic promotion. This was the reward for winning the team battle. The match was quickly completed and Chu Xiao entered the team battle mode. On the screen, Chuxia's camera view suddenly shrank to the bottom left corner, and the live stream screens of the other 5 streamers appeared. Lin Yifun took a glance. Chu Xiao was in the red team's 3rd position. The red team's 1st and 2nd positions were female streamers, while the blue team's 1st position was a handsome man, and the 2nd and 3rd positions were female streamers. This meant that after the first 2 streamers from both sides had finished their battles, Chu Xiao would then compete against the blue team's 3rd streamer. Generally, team battles tested the combined strength of the Big Brother's top spenders, supporting the 3 streamers on the same team. When the strength of the big brothers in each live stream was not vastly different, if one streamer on a team was clearly weaker, it could easily cause the other two streamers to lose the team battle as well. There was also a scenario where the big brother in one particular live stream was immensely powerful, capable of single-handedly taking on the big brothers of all three streamers on the opposing team, thereby carrying his two teammates to an easy victory. However, in such cases, the later rounds became increasingly difficult because the match teams had also advanced, meaning the big brothers in those live streams were no pushovers either. In the past, Chu Xiao might not have held out hope, but today was different. With the Tycoon Tenglong gracing her stream, having such a big brother by her side meant no streamer could stand in their way. Winning the team battle would be a breeze, wouldn't it? The team battle timer started. First, the red team's first position faced off against the blue team's first position with a 60-second countdown. Both streamers began rallying for votes in their respective live streams. Since it was the first position's battle, Lin Yifan, watching from Chuxia's stream in the third position, couldn't contribute votes to the first position's tally. He could only send gifts when Chu Xia competed against the blue team's third position, as those would count toward the total score. Lin Yifan quietly watched the vote counts for both first positions. Both had already surpassed 1,000, and the momentum was strong. It seemed that the streamers Chu Xia had matched with in the first round were quite capable. The 60 seconds flew by. When the PK ended, Chuxia's team's first position had settled at 3,255 votes, while the opposing first position had reached 5,520 votes, a gap of over 2,000 votes. In the first round, the big brother of the opposing first position had a slight edge. Next, the second positions from both sides took the stage, and the timer began. Chuxia's team's second streamer sounded noticeably anxious in her vote pitching, hoping to close the gap left by the first streamer and surpass the opponent's total score to secure a chance at victory. Unfortunately, her big brother's strength ultimately couldn't match that of the opposing second position's big brother. Not only did she fail to close the gap, but the total vote difference actually widened to 5,000 votes. At this point, the first and second female streamers on Chuxia's team were visibly disheartened. A deficit of over 5,000 votes usually meant certain defeat, leaving only the hope that the third position could turn the tide. Chu Xia in the third position took the stage as the timer started. Unlike the excited vote pitching of her opponent in the third position, Chu Xia simply offered a faint smile before the camera, her expression brimming with confidence and victory. 10 seconds passed. The opponent had already garnered over 1,000 votes, while Chuxia's side remained still. With Lin Yifan present, the other viewers in the stream were convinced of victory and didn't bother to vote. 20 seconds passed. The opponent had reached 3,000 votes, indicating that the big brother of the opposing third female streamer was notably stronger than those supporting the first and second positions on their team. The smile on Chuxia's face began to stiffen. 30 seconds in, and still nothing from her side. Viewers in the stream flooded the public chat with question marks, and Chuxia's heart started to race with anxiety. 40 seconds passed. The opposing third position's vote count had already surged past 5,000, widening the total vote gap to over 1,000. Seeing this, Chuxia's first and second teammates had given up entirely. Finally, Lin Yifan made a move. But instead of sending gifts, he typed in the public chat, teasing Chu Xia, "Sorry, my internet is a bit laggy. The gifts won't send." Chuxia's face froze. "Seriously, bro? Lagging at the critical moment." The viewers in Chuxia's stream burst out laughing, flooding the screen with ha ha ha. In the final 10 seconds, Chu Xia had also given up, struggling, believing that Lin Yifan's internet was genuinely too slow to send gifts. She didn't think the Tycoon Tenglong was out of money. After all, a man who could casually spend tens of millions could easily crush the opponent with even a modest gift. She could only blame her bad luck. Her big brother had let her down at the crucial moment. With only a few seconds left, Lin Yifan stopped teasing her, and having prepared the royal salute, clicked to send a 10-gift streak. Instantly, the screen was filled with a golden barrage of salute animations, and the vote count skyrocketed to 5,000. One salute cost 5,000 Nei coins, equivalent to 5,000 votes. Lin Yifan's 10-gift streak, delivering 5,000 votes in the final moment, utterly crushed the opponent. The three streamers across from her were all smiles, already celebrating victory, when in the final seconds the votes for their opponent on position 3 skyrocketed by 500,000. Chu Xia was ecstatic at the vote count, having prepared herself for an early exit, only to see her patron finally rise to the occasion at the most crucial moment. This turn of events left the three opposing streamers utterly bewildered, and the two female streamers on her own team were equally dumbfounded. What was happening? Was this streamer, named Chu Xia, a hidden heavyweight? How could a patron in her chat be so extravagantly wealthy? Why had they never heard the name Chu Xia before? A surge of 500,000 votes could only mean a 10-chain salute of the royal cannon. Was the first round of the team battle really this fierce? 5 streamers were left with question marks, all falling silent. Before anyone could react, the battle moved into the second round. Chuxiao advanced to the second round with her 2 teammates. The 2 female streamers lavished praise on her in their own streams, simultaneously flattering the mighty and domineering patron in Chuxia's chat. In the second round, they were matched against 3 streamers, a mix of male and female, including a pair of twin female streamers. A veteran viewer in the stream well-versed in Douyin immediately typed, "Those twins are pretty famous with tens of thousands of fans. They have many wealthy patrons and are quite strong. Who cares? We have the Divine Dragon Tycoon here. We can crush any streamer." Exactly, stop worrying. You clearly don't know the power of a tycoon. The first viewer to type also realized his folly. Why worry? They had a tycoon who had just spent tens of millions. With that thought, he felt relieved. The positions for the team battle were fixed after the random assignment in the first round, so Chuxiao remained in position 3. Although the 2 streamers on her team knew Chuxiao had financial backing, they still diligently solicited votes in their streams, as any votes they could collect would become their own income. After 2 minutes, the round ended and Chuxia's team was still trailing by over 10,000 votes. Next was Chuxia's match against the twin sisters on position 3. The twin sisters' votes were increasing by thousands at a time, surpassing 10,000 in just over 10 seconds. It was clear that a streamer with tens of thousands of fans had real strength. After all, dedicated streamers were different from bloggers who primarily made videos. The fans of live streamers followed them through their broadcasts. But by the time the final 10 seconds arrived, the twins' votes had already reached over 80,000. Lin Yifan didn't wait until the last moment. He directly threw 2 Tin-chain salutes, creating a gap of 1 million votes that left the 3 opposing streamers in despair. The 2 female streamers on her team, already mentally prepared, saw another 2 Tin-chain salutes and were green with envy. How wonderful it would be to have such a patron in their own streams. But such a divine tycoon was not easily lured, and they knew their limits. The second round was won with ease. The third and fourth rounds were also easily won thanks to Lin Yifan's wealth, and Chuxia's team advanced to the final round. At the start of the 5th round, the appearance of the 3 opposing streamers made the viewers in Chuxia's stream gasp. Lin Yifan had been helping Chuxiao win with overwhelming force, always securing victory in the PK with an absolute advantage. For this final round, the system matched them against 3 top-tier streamers on Douyin, all well-known in the Douyin PK scene. The male streamer on position 1 had once set a record of over 10 million votes in a single PK. The female streamer on position 2 was a famous game streamer on Douyin with a record of receiving 20 million neon in gifts during a single stream. The female streamer on position 3 was a top talent on Douyin, having performed on television with millions of fans. Such a combination would never have been matched against a team like Chuxia's in the past. Now they were facing these top-tier streamers in PK, and the 2 female streamers on Chuxia's team were in despair. They didn't know that the person gifting Chuxiao was the legendary Douyin tycoon Tenglong, who had once blazed across the platform. They thought he was just a wealthy patron. Now facing these top streamers, they expected to lose in the final round. Only Chuxiao remained nonchalant, as she was the only one among all the streamers who knew the true power of the Divine Dragon Tycoon. The battle began. The match between position 1s was a one-sided slaughter from the start. While her side was adding votes by the hundreds, the opposing male streamers' votes broke 10,000 instantly at the beginning. Because it was the final round, the PK time for each match was extended to 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, Chuxia's position 1 ended with 8-0 votes, utterly crushed by the opponent's 2 million. In the second round, Chuxia's side fared even worse with only a little over 4-0 votes, while the opponent directly racked up over 5 million. The total votes had already reached nearly 8 million. Next came the competition between Chuxiao and the opposing talent streamer. The opponent's votes were increasing by tens of thousands from the start, and Lin Yifan wasn't to be outdone, continuously sending out Tin-chain salutes of the royal cannon. Chuxia's PK votes increased in increments of 500,000. Seeing the ferocity of Chuxia's side, the patron of the opposing team, who hadn't planned to spend much, was stunned. Then, realizing the situation, he refused to back down and clashed with Lin Yifan, also sending out a barrage of royal cannons. But their initial complacency gave Lin Yifan a chance to overtake them. In that brief moment, Lin Yifan had already sent 20 Tin-chain salutes, pushing the vote count well past 10 million. Even if the opposing patron joined in, he couldn't keep up with Lin Yifan's speed of sending gifts, as Lin Yifan had already honed his speed from previous gifting sessions. Seeing that their own streamers were about to lose, the patrons from the other 2 teams flooded into the stream of the position 3 talent streamer, helping her patron try to turn the tide and surpass Chuxia's votes. But even with several patrons working together, they could barely match Lin Yifan's gifting speed. With only a minute gone, both sides had already surpassed 20 million votes, with Lin Yifun's side leading by over 6 million. With the gifting speed nearly equal, it became a test of financial endurance. 2 million had been spent in a minute. It was a matter of which side would give in first, and the one that surrendered would lose. The battle raged on. The two female streamers on Chuxia's team were now in a daze. They thought they had already overestimated the power of Chuxia's patron, given how easily he had brought them to the 5th round. But when they saw the 3 major streamers on the opposing side, they hadn't believed one patron could topple all 3 of them. Yet unexpectedly, the situation was a stalemate, with Chuxia's patron having a slight edge. The 3 major streamers on the other side were also shocked. The combined efforts of their patrons couldn't defeat a single relatively unknown streamer. Over the next 2 minutes, the battle remained deadlocked, with the votes trading leads back and forth in a fierce struggle. It wasn't until the final minute and a half that the outcome began to emerge. In the final minute, as the Doing balance was depleted, the few opposing players of average strength exited the battle, leaving only one wealthy opponent from each side still fighting. The ticket brushing speed had noticeably slowed down, with the opposing side accumulating over 80 million votes. However, due to Lin Yifun's astonishing speed, Chuxia's ticket brushing rate was comparable to that of the few big brothers on the other side combined. Furthermore, Lin Yifun had taken an early advantage, catching the opponents off guard. Chuxia's ticket count had already soared to over 90 million. Seeing this, the wealthy opponent realized there was a fierce competitor, and no matter how hard they fought, they could not catch up. Moreover, each of these 3 opponents had brushed over 20 million votes on average, their pockets gradually emptying, with 2 of the wealthy opponents having already given up. Only one stubborn opponent remained, still unwilling to concede, and continued brushing tickets against Lin Yifun. Unfortunately, the combined efforts of the 3 wealthy opponents could not match Lin Yifun's ticket brushing speed. Now that only one remained, how could he possibly surpass Lin Yifun? As the team battle concluded and the ticket counts were finalized, the opposing side had 88 million votes, while Chuxia had surpassed 100 million. Backed by Lin Yifun's financial support, Chuxia led 2 teammates to victory in this team battle. Although the team battle was over, it did not end immediately. The subsequent time was for chatting and communicating between the winners and losers. Lin Yifun was preparing to type in Chuxia's live stream when the dormitory door was pushed open. He looked up to see the dorm leader Xiao Hongwei. Lin Yifun was about to greet him, but noticed that Xiao Hongwei's expression was somewhat grim. Lin Yifun immediately sensed that something was wrong. Xiao Hongwei was the most cheerful in their dorm, always wearing a nonchalant smile. He had never seen him look so serious. Without saying a word, Lin Yifun exited the live stream, put away his phone, and jumped off the bed, asking the distracted Xiao Hongwei, "Boss, what's wrong?" His face looked so grim. Xiao Hongwei said nothing, merely shaking his head in silence, lying on his own bed. Lin Yifun simply sat on his bed, crossed his legs, and said, "Brother, if you have something to say, why the long face?" Trying to look cool. Xiao Hongwei sighed, forced a faint smile, and said dejectedly, "Third brother, my family is in trouble. I just sold my car and transferred the money to my dad." Xiao Hongwei had a car, a Volvo worth over 2,000 that his father bought for him. Since he was still studying, his father didn't want him to draw attention, and for safety reasons, he bought him a Volvo. Lin Yifun curiously asked, "Your family is in construction, right? What happened? Why do you need to sell your car?" Xiao Hongwei explained, his gaze vacant. "My dad has a good relationship with the developer. They had a great working relationship before. Every project was paid promptly upon completion without delays. So later, the projects assigned to my dad required him to front the costs for construction, with payments made in bulk after project completion. Considering their relationship, my dad had no choice but to accept. Fortunately, the previous projects went smoothly, with both the project funds and fronted payments being received on time, and since that developer was financially strong, my dad was not overly worried. Recently, that developer assigned my dad a large project, typically requiring 2 to 3 contractors. However, he chose to give the entire project to my dad. It meant that rather than letting others profit, he preferred to give it to my dad, considering their long-standing good cooperation. My dad was quite grateful and assured him that the task would be completed on time and with quality." At this point, Xiao Hongwei could no longer hold back his tears, but he wiped them away and continued, "Because this project was too large, my dad invested all the company's liquid assets, but still fell short. After weighing the options, he used his car, house, and construction company as collateral to borrow a huge sum from the bank to make up for the funding gap to start the project. Originally, he only needed to wait for project completion to recover the fronted payments and project funds, and even after deducting the loan interest, he would still make a substantial profit. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the developer addicted to gambling recently lost everything in Australia and ultimately chose to jump into the river to end his life? With the developer deceased, his assets had long been mortgaged away in gambling, and now my dad couldn't even recover the money he had fronted, let alone the project funds. With the bank preparing to recover the loan if the money couldn't be produced, all the money my dad had fronted would be lost, and the mortgaged car, house, and construction company would also be seized by the bank. When my dad learned of the situation, he fainted. After waking up, he frantically tried to raise funds. As his son, I had no other means and could only sell my car, scraping together whatever I could. Lin Yifan fell silent after hearing this. Who could he blame? Should he blame Xiao Hongwei's dad for being greedy? Yet businessmen are inherently profit-driven, and when the profits are substantial, it is enough to tempt people to take risks. Even though it sounds absurd to invest all family assets to take on projects, no one could have predicted that the developer would gamble away everything during a good period. As for that developer, Lin Yifan truly didn't know how to comment. With such significant wealth, he could enjoy life instead of gambling. Every day people lose everything due to gambling. Isn't that enough of a warning? Don't they understand the principle that 9 out of 10 bets lose? Ruining oneself is one thing, but in the end it drags down family and loved ones. Even Xiao Hongwei's father, merely a business partner, was dragged into ruin. Watching Xiao Hongwei tremble under the blanket, Lin Yifan contemplated finding some excuse to help his brother. While deep in thought, an idea suddenly struck him. Xiao Hongwei's family was in construction, and he himself was planning to build an industrial park soon. This way he could help his brother while having Xiao Hongwei's father handle the industrial park construction, saving hassle and ensuring peace of mind, a win-win situation. Having thought of a solution, Lin Yifan patted Xiao Hongwei's thigh and asked excitedly, "Brother, how much does your dad owe the bank?" 10 billion. Xiao Hongwei said, his eyes red and voice choked. How about this? You call your dad and say I will buy 51 of his company's shares for 10 billion. Xiao Hongwei was shocked by Lin Yifan's words and quickly replied, "Third brother, my dad's construction company isn't even worth 10 billion. You're offering 10 billion for 51 of the shares. Besides, can you come up with that much money? This isn't just 100,000. Lin Yifan confidently smiled. "Don't worry about the money. Oh, just give your dad a call and ask for his opinion. If he's willing, let's set up a time to meet and discuss." "But, brother, even though we urgently need this money, our company's total worth wouldn't even reach 10 billion if we sold everything." Lin Yifan waved his hand dismissively. "All right, stop fussing. Call your father and tell him about my investment. If you delay any longer, your dad will be frantic." Xiao Hongwei, still hesitating, heard Lin Yifan's final remark and stopped dilly-dallying. He pulled out his phone and called his father, even putting it on speaker. "Hello, Xiaowei, what's up?" A weary male voice came through the phone. Xiao Hongwei glanced at Lin Yifan and spoke into the phone. "That I have a classmate. He says he wants to invest 1 billion into your construction company for a 51 stake. A classmate? 1 billion. 51 equity. Xiaowei, stop joking. Your father is in a mess right now and not in the mood for your games." Seeing his father's disbelief, Xiao Hongwei grew anxious. "Dad, I'm serious. I'm not kidding. This classmate of mine is really wealthy. The car he drives is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, and his watch is a Patek Philippe. He genuinely wants to invest." Xiao Shiqi heard the urgency in his son's voice, and a glimmer of hope sparked within him, but then he sighed. "Xiaowei, maybe your classmate doesn't know the company's situation. The company isn't even worth 1 billion. Why would anyone be willing to spend that much for just 51? As Xiao Hongwei was about to explain further, Lin Yifan gestured for him to hand over the phone. Taking Xiao Hongwei's phone, Lin Yifan spoke. "Hello, uncle. I'm Hongwei's classmate and roommate. He's told me everything, including your concerns about the company's valuation. I'm fully aware of it all." Xiao Shiqi was silent for a long moment before asking curiously, "Young man, since you know, why are you still willing to spend 1 billion on a company that isn't worth that much?" Lin Yifan chuckled. "Uncle, I'm about to invest in building an industrial park, and he'll need a construction company for the project. Instead of hiring an outside firm, it's better to invest in one myself. That way I can be more at ease about the quality." He then glanced at Xiao Hongwei and continued, "Another reason is that I want to help my brother. Hongwei is the eldest in our dorm. He's always taken good care of us and been very generous. Now that my brother is in trouble and I happen to have the means, I don't want to watch his life fall apart. After all, a pure friendship like ours in college is something you rarely find once you step into society. I wonder if you can understand that, uncle." Xiao Shiqi fell silent on the phone. Xiao Hongwei, hearing Lin Yifan's words, felt his eyes well up with tears that streamed down his face. Having experienced both glory and now destitution, Xiao Hongwei, though young, had already felt the cruelty of society and the harshness of human nature. He had witnessed his father groveling and begging for help only to be repeatedly rebuffed. Even relatives who once flattered them now avoided the two of them like the plague. Yet in this moment of utter despair, Lin Yifan, his roommate, had extended a helping hand without a second thought. He didn't think he had done anything particularly remarkable. He was just a bit better off financially than the others in the dorm, so he was generous with food, drinks, and fun. Or perhaps when a brother felt unwell, he would take care of him. When a brother suffered emotional trauma, he would offer companionship. But these small gestures had now become his lifeline in times of trouble. On the phone after a long silence, Xiao Shiqi's voice choked with emotion. Young man, Xiao Wei is incredibly lucky to have a brother like you. Our whole family is grateful for your kindness. But I can't let you be taken advantage of. Why don't you discuss this with your family? After all, an investment of 1 billion is no small sum. Lin Yifan laughed. Uncle, rest assured. Since I've dared to say it, it means I have the authority to decide. So would you accept my investment? If there's no problem, of course I do welcome the investment. As long as the company survives, I can make back the money that went down the drain sooner or later. After all, Xiao Shiqi had been in the business world for years, rising from a labor contractor to the head of a construction company. He still had that confidence. Good. Uncle, go directly to Tunglong Company on the 26th floor of Hualong Tower. It's my company. Ask for General Manager Lu Jia. He'll inform him about the contract. Go sign it, and then get the money from the finance department. All right. He'll head over now. After hanging up, Lin Yifan took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Jia instructing him to handle the contract for a 1 billion investment for a 51% stake in a construction company and to arrange the transfer of funds through the finance department. Once Lin Yifan was done, Xiao Hongwei punched him lightly on the shoulder and teased, "You sly dog, how many secrets have you been keeping from us? First you skip class all the time without the advisor caring, and now you've quietly set up a whole company." With his family's crisis resolved, Xiao Hongwei was in high spirits, reverting to his usual lively self and joking with Lin Yifan. Seeing Xiao Hongwei back to his old self, Lin Yifan was secretly pleased. He laughed. "What company? It's just small-time stuff." Xiao Hongwei rolled his eyes sarcastically. "Oh sure, small-time stuff that's buying out my dad's company. So what does that make my dad? Playing in the mud." Just as Lin Yifan was about to respond, the dorm door opened again, and the second eldest Situ One and the fourth Du Jin walked in together. Seeing Lin Yifan and Xiao Hongwei messing around on the bed, their expressions stiffened, and they quickly covered their eyes and backed out. Du Jin teased as he closed the door. "Sorry, we didn't know you two were getting cozy. We didn't see a thing. Carry on and call us when you're done." Lin Yifan cursed at the jokesters. "Get your asses in here. What filthy thoughts are in your heads? I'm not a troublemaker, and am perfectly straight." Xiao Hongwei immediately took offense, squawking at Lin Yifan. "What do you mean? If you're not a troublemaker, neither am I." Situ One and Du Jin finally entered. Seeing Xiao Hongwei's red tear-streaked eyes, Situ One quickly asked, "Boss, did third make you cry?" Xiao Hongwei looked at him with disdain. "If you keep your mind in the gutter, I won't take you out for good food." Good food? Their eyes lit up, conveniently forgetting what had just happened. "Let's go. They'll treat you guys to a nice meal today." Xiao Hongwei waved his hand and led the three out of the campus. Since the restaurant wasn't far from the school, the brothers decided to walk, chatting along the way. On the road, Lin Yifan felt something was off. He had a nagging sense that someone was following them. But every time he casually glanced back, he saw nothing unusual. After several attempts, even Xiao Hongwei and the others noticed Lin Yifan's strange behavior. "Brother 3, what's wrong with you? You keep glancing back. Any beauties behind you?" Du Jin teased. Lin Yifan furrowed his brow, but shook his head, unwilling to worry his roommates. He figured it must have been a false impression, nothing was amiss, and continued walking forward. Not long afterward, just as they neared the Xianran food mansion where they were to dine, Lin Yifan's phone rang. Lu Jia was calling. Lin Yifan instantly understood this matter was undoubtedly tied to Brother Jia. "Brother Jia, you know about it. Who are they?" Lu Jia chuckled and explained, "The man tailing you is Wu Jin's fellow serviceman. A former elite commando once hailed as the king of soldiers in his unit. Wu Jin pulled extraordinary strings to recruit him solely to protect you." Lin Yifan was stunned, then laughed lightly. "Brother Jia, isn't this overkill, eh?" To his surprise, Lu Jia grew solemn. "Mr. Lin, such casualness is dangerously misguided. Your status sets you apart. There will always be those willing to gamble everything for a chance to strike you from the shadows. This is precaution, not paranoia." He added, "All our hopes rest upon you. Were it not for Wu Jin's insistence that newly recruited personnel lack sufficient professionalism and remain under training, the only one safeguarding you covertly right now would be Zhang Shengli." Lin Yifan had already considered hiring bodyguards during his time in Yuli, but hadn't yet acted. He never expected Wu Jin to anticipate his needs so thoughtfully, and even secure a king of soldiers. Since it was a gesture of goodwill from Lu Jia and Wu Jin, Lin Yifan accepted without hesitation. "Very well. Please convey my gratitude to Wu Jin. Also grant both him and Zhang Shengli a 10% salary bonus. Since they've chosen to join our company, I won't be stingy." "Understood, Mr. Lin. By the way, the CEO of the construction firm you mentioned earlier has arrived at the office. I'll go finalize the contract with him now." Go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yifan ended the call and hurried to catch up with his 3 roommates before entering the food mansion together. Over the next few days, every aspect of company operations proceeded smoothly under Lu Jie's capable management. Lu Jie reported daily on all matters, allowing Lin Yifan, despite remaining on campus, to stay effortlessly informed about progress and developments across the entire enterprise. A contract manufacturer had already been secured, and most components required for smartphone production were resolved. Only the critical import of mobile phone chips remained under negotiation. Under Duan Ying's leadership and her team of designers, several innovative exterior concepts had been drafted. After reviewing them, Lin Yifan selected one whose aesthetics aligned most closely with mainstream sensibilities and approved it as final. Ma Zhou had already architected the online sales channels and the official smartphone website. Per Lin Yifan's directive, the marketing department was now aggressively establishing a nationwide network of branded flagship stores. With massive procurement of components underway and rapid expansion of physical retail infrastructure, the company's expenditures surged like a torrent. The initial 50 billion yuan investment Lin Yifan had made was nearly depleted. Upon learning of the looming cash shortage, he immediately injected another 50 billion yuan into the corporate account to sustain growth. Lu Jie repeatedly advised Lin Yifan to adopt a franchise model for offline distribution, arguing that building an entirely owned retail network was unnecessarily capital-intensive. Yet Lin Yifan consistently refused, insisting distribution channels are the lifeblood of our business. Amidst the company's meteoric rise, he seized the lull to savor university life to its fullest. Until that day, an incoming call shattered Lin Yifan's tranquil existence. That afternoon, Lin Yifan sat in a large lecture hall when his phone vibrated, jolting him from concentration. Glancing at the screen, he saw an unknown number. Still in class, he declined the call. But the caller persisted, immediately dialing again. Sensing urgency, Lin Yifan slipped out of the classroom under a pretext and answered the call in a quiet corner. Mr. Lin Yifan N speaking. Who is this? Haha. He who I am matters little. What matters is whether Mr. Lin still remembers Miss Zhou Fei. A sudden chill pierced Lin Yifan's heart. His voice dropped low and grave. I remember her. What is it? TSK. No wonder you treated her so lavishly. Cars, shops, even a luxury villa worth over 100 million. She truly is exquisite. Voluptuous curves, irresistible to the touch. My brothers have endured great restraint. An ominous premonition tightened like a vice around Lin Yifan's chest. The word kidnapping flashed through his mind, and he snapped. What do you want? What have you done to her? Nothing at all. Just invited Miss Zhou for a brief visit. Who would have guessed a tycoon like you would care so deeply for a single woman? Haha. Lin Yifan knew he couldn't let the captor dictate terms. He forced himself to calm, then asked coldly, why should I believe you? Don't believe me. Fine. Brothers, make some noise for Mr. Lin to hear. The voice first addressed Lin Yifan, then shifted, issuing orders to his accomplices. Instantly, Lin Yifan heard Zhou Fei's piercing scream through the line. Fei, he cried desperately into the phone. Yifan, save me. I'm terrified. Wah. Her panicked sobs wrenched at his heart. Fei, are they hurting you? No, they're not hurting me, Yifan. Hurry and save me. Her voice cut off abruptly, her mouth silenced once more. The kidnapper then laughed into the receiver. Well, satisfied now, Mr. Lin, that we've taken the right guest. Lin Yifan clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened, yet spoke with eerie calm. What do you want? Nothing much. My brothers need funds, and money you, sir, have in abundance. So we simply wish to borrow a modest living allowance from you. How much? Name your figure. 20 billion yuan. Acceptable. Lin Yifan replied icily, agreed. But she must remain unharmed. Not a single hair on her head may be touched. Otherwise, those 20 billion will become a bounty, posted for your capture and elimination. The kidnapper hadn't anticipated Lin Yifan's ruthless decisiveness, nor his willingness to spend 2 billion yuan as a death warrant against them. Nonetheless, he was visibly shaken. His original plan, to indulge himself with Zhou Fei after collecting ransom, now receded under the chilling weight of mortal threat. Fine, I swear she'll be untouched. Deliver the ransom swiftly. We seek only wealth, nothing more. His tone turned brittle, detached. How shall we conduct the exchange? You have 2 hours to gather the sum. Cash only, no new bills. At the hour's end, I'll call with location instructions. Come alone. Should I spot even one other person, especially police, I'll execute her on the spot. Lin Yifan responded gravely, understood. But before he could finish, a heavy muffled thud echoed down the line, followed by chaotic shouting from the abductors. From their frantic voices, Lin Yifan pieced together the truth. Zhou Fei had smashed her head against the wall, taking her own life. Lin Yifun's mind exploded into a blank, leaving him frozen in place, not even aware when the kidnappers had hung up the phone. Zhou Fei. Had she slammed her head against the wall and committed suicide? Why would she do that? Why? He was desperately trying to prepare to rescue her, yet she chose to act at this critical moment. Lin Yifan leaned against the wall, feeling his heart tightly constricted, unable to breathe, his mind a vast emptiness stripped of all capacity for thought. After a long while, he finally came to his senses and immediately dialed Zhang Shengli's number. The phone rang only once before it was answered, and a man's somber voice came through. President Lin. Shengli, Zhou Fei has been kidnapped. Get over here immediately. All right. Zhang Shengli replied succinctly and hung up. Just a few minutes later, a refined man in a white casual suit and gold-rimmed glasses approached Lin Yifan. President Lin, what's the situation? Looking at this gentlemanly man, it was hard to believe he was once a military ace, perhaps a facade perfected by years of disguise. Lin Yifan, too anxious for pleasantries, said urgently, Zhou Fei was kidnapped. While I was negotiating the ransom, she struggled and hit her head against the wall. Now I don't know if she's alive or dead. Can you estimate how many kidnappers there are? Zhang Shengli cut straight to the most critical question. Lin Yifan recalled the entire incident. When she hit the wall, I heard chaotic voices on the phone, 3 or 4 different ones. The number of kidnappers is probably around 3 or 4. Zhang Shengli's face turned grim. 3 or 4. We can't rule out the possibility of someone staying silent. Without knowing their exact location, we have to wait for them to call again. Since they're after money, they won't give up easily without getting it. Lin Yifan was dealing with this for the first time, completely out of his depth, and asked frantically, should we call the police? Not for now. If they don't call, the police won't be of any use. President Lin, go to the bank and prepare the money. Once they call again, request the transaction immediately. As soon as I know their location, I'm confident I can rescue her. All right, I'll make the arrangements. With that, Lin Yifan dialed Yang Qian's number. As soon as she answered, he spoke with some urgency. Director Yang, prepare 2 billion in cash for me immediately. Used bills. I need the money in an hour. Normally, large withdrawals require advance notice, or the bank won't process them. But for a client like Lin Yifan, the bank would go out of its way to fulfill his request. Mr. Lin, $2 billion is too much. Our branch doesn't have that much cash on hand. Even if we mobilize funds from other branches, it's impossible within an hour. Can we use vault reserve notes? Fine, prepare 2 Jiao and vault notes right away. They'll come pick them up now. Sensing the urgency in Lin Yifan's tone, Yang Qian wasted no words and immediately went to her superior Li Tianming. President Li, Mr. Lin just called and asked us to prepare 2 Jiao and vault reserve notes. He's coming to collect them now. Li Tianming frowned, sensing something amiss. This request is rather sudden. Has something happened? I don't know, Mr. Lin didn't say, and he sounded very anxious, so I didn't ask. Deciding not to dwell on it, Li Tianming asked, how much vault reserve cash do we have right now? Yang Qian quickly replied, only 3 1-fin notes. The vault notes Mr. Lin deposited earlier have all been sent to the head office. Then he'll call the head office and have them send 17 more 1-fin notes. Li Tianming then contacted the head office president, explaining the client's needs. The president agreed to dispatch an armored car with the vault notes immediately. Half an hour later, Lin Yifan and Zhang Shengli drove to the branch and went straight to the president's office. Seeing Li Tianming, Lin Yifan got straight to the point without any pleasantries. President Li, is the money I requested ready? Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. Our vault only has 3 1-fin vault notes. I've asked the head office to send the remaining 17 notes. They're on the way. Seeing that the money hadn't arrived and the kidnappers hadn't called, Lin Yifan could only wait anxiously on the office sofa. Li Tianming asked cautiously, Mr. Lin, what happened? Why do you need such a large sum in cash? Lin Yifan said grimly, someone kidnapped a friend of mine and demanded a 2 billion ransom to release her. Li Tianming was startled. Have you called the police? Lin Yifan shook his head. You should call them immediately. In kidnapping cases, the police are safer. There's no need for you to take such a risk. Before Lin Yifan could respond, Zhang Shengli said firmly, no need. I'm confident I can rescue her. Li Tianming stared in astonishment at Zhang Shengli, who stood ramrod straight beside Lin Yifan, utterly shocked by his arrogant claim. Lin Yifan explained, this is Zhang Shengli, a former Special Forces ace. Only then did Li Tianming understand why the man spoke with such confidence. Zhang Shengli said calmly, during my service, I regularly participated in counterterrorism missions. I have no less experience in hostage rescue than the police. So rather than alerting the kidnappers by calling the authorities, it's better to wait until we know the exchange location than lie in ambush and seize the opportunity to save her. Hearing this, Li Tianming no longer urged Lin Yifan to call the police. After all, for someone of Lin Yifun's stature, the bodyguard by his side was undoubtedly extraordinary. Over 10 minutes later, the armored car arrived. Yang Qian, escorted by a guard, brought 17 1-fun vault reserve notes into the president's office. Mr. Lin, these are the 17 fun in vault notes just delivered from the head office. Combined with our branch's 3 fun, that's exactly 2 billion. Lin Yifun took the 20 notes, placed them in his wallet, and nodded to Yang Qian. Then, bidding farewell to Li Tianming, he left the bank with Zhang Xingli. Now came the waiting, to see if the kidnappers would call again. If Zhou Fei was still alive, they would surely insist on proceeding with the transaction. He had no idea how Zhou Fei was, whether she was alive or dead. He prayed she was safe. As the first woman in this world for Lin Yifun, Zhou Fei's uncertain fate tormented him, a fire of anxiety searing his heart. In this agony, Lin Yifun could not sit still, each passing second an eternity. Finally his phone rang, and he answered it swiftly.